Zhinan wakes up in a parallel world, intent on living a quiet life by borrowing hit stories and songs from his past life. His plans are upended when he discovers his reclusive, stunningly beautiful landlady is none other than Xia An'ge. She is a once celebrated idol singer, now forced into obscurity by her company. One day, she overhears him casually playing a melodious song that could shake the music industry to its core. Stunned, she confronts him. Zhinan simply shrugs. I know a little. Together, they embark on a journey. He is armed with an entire world's worth of musical masterpieces. She is gifted with a voice that can move millions. While Star Glory Entertainment waits for her to fail and rivals steal every resource, she is left they don't realize one thing. Behind Xia An'ge stands a man with the power of an entire civilization's music at his fingertips. Chapter 1. The Obscure Author. Sunlight, sharp and lazy, cut through the blinds, painting stripes across the dusty floorboards. Zhinan woke from sleep that felt like it had lasted an eternity. His hair stuck up in unruly tufts, a dandelion gone rogue. He fumbled for his phone on the nightstand. The screen glowed, revealing the most beautiful numbers had ever seen, 1:00 p.m. Wake up naturally, no longer a wage slave, he murmured, his voice still rough with sleep. Satisfaction settled deep in his bones. He was 22, young, alive. This body was nothing like the worn-out shell head inhabited in his previous life. Stumbling into the bathroom, he studied the face in the mirror. Clear, handsome features, a straight nose definitely decent-looking after a wash. No wonder the original owner had caught the eyes of a few girls in college. Too bad that guy had been an ultra-dedicated, steel-straight workhorse, pouring every ounce of himself into writing web novels. 2 months, already Zhinan splashed cold water on his face, staring at the familiar Italian reflection. Had joined the transmigration trend. The price? His previous 28 years as an overworked corporate drone. Had died saving a little girl from drowning, only to wake up here, inside this body same name, same face after the original owner collapsed from a marathon coding session. Had inherited everything, memories, life, even this cramped apartment. This was a parallel world, nearly identical to Earth in technology, culture, and daily rhythm. No spiritual awakening, no apocalypse, just ordinary, everyday life. But for Zhinan, who had survived the 996 blessing that would have made Wall Street capitalists weep, this ordinary felt like a gift. You got a tiny bit of conscience left, old man, he muttered to the ceiling, a genuine, if weary, gratitude in his voice. In this life, the original owner was an unknown online author, churning out words day after day like a machine. Maybe it was that relentless focus that allowed Zhinan to slip into his life so seamlessly. He booted up the computer, logged into the publishing platform, and scheduled the pre-written chapters of Qin Shi Mingyu. Staring at the hundreds of thousands of words in the manuscript, Zhinan felt a flicker of respect for the former him. Damn, brother, you were something else. Had inherited the body, memories, career, and this apartment a 2-bedroom unit where he occupied the smaller room. The master bedroom had always been locked. With no memories of what lay behind that door, Zhinan assumed it was simply unrented. His previous life was for the capitalists. This one would be for himself. Had cultivate good habits like going to bed early. Waking up early? That was just inhumane design. This time, he'll write in peace, travel a bit, face the ocean, and watch spring blossoms, he thought, a serene smile gracing his lips. The only downside was his bank balance. The original owner had paid a full year's rent up front, draining his already modest savings. If only I could have brought my previous lives' savings along. But he wasn't empty-handed. As a seasoned bookworm, his mind was a treasure trove of stories and songs from another world. When Head confirmed none of those classics existed here, Head barely slept for days from excitement. Thank you, all you legendary creators of my old world. He grinned, offering a theatrical salute to the kitchen ceiling. Over the past month, Head practiced recreating those classics from memory. Head discovered that his merged memories granted him a kind of scene recall ability, grab a fragment, and his mind would slowly play back the entire piece like a film reel. It wasn't always fast, but it worked. He wasn't aiming for word-for-word replication, just the soul of the work. By 11 p.m., Zhinan gazed proudly at the dense text on his screen today's output. At the top of the document was a title known in his old world as the beginning and peak of Xinxia, Legend of the Immortal Sword. Everyone thought this was the start of something new, he whispered, recalling online reviews, but it turned out to be the peak right out of the gate, absolutely terrifying. Well done. Lying in bed, he mapped out the destinies of Li Xiaoyao, Zhao Linger, and the others, planning his future. The original's Qin Sherming you is nearing its end head. Need to wrap it up soon. With my writing skills from my past life and this guy's memory fragments, how hard can it be? He was confident. No system, no mysterious old mentor, just a second shot at youth and this peculiar memory. Maybe that was the best golden finger of all. Another beautiful day done. He smiled at the ceiling, then closed his eyes, swearing 2 lifelong vows. First, no all-nighters. Second, stay the hell away from swimming. Chapter 2. Xia An'ge. An'ge, listen to me. Sometimes, bowing your head just a little can save you 10 years of struggle. In a lavishly decorated office, the agent, Sister Hua, spoke with practiced concern, her words laced with hidden blades. What can you possibly use to compete with Yuan? The forces behind her are beyond anything you can imagine. On the sofa, the young woman kept her head slightly lowered. The setting sun's glow through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows cast a warm, golden halo around her, unable to melt the chill that seemed to cling to her very being. Xia An'ge, 23 years old. That name and that face alone had once made crowds gasp in awe. Standing 168 centimeters tall, with a slender yet curvaceous figure and skin like pure jade, she possessed especially captivating peach blossom eyes. Those eyes should have shimmered with charm and allure, but now resembled frozen lakes, still and lifeless. A year and a half ago, she had debuted as a runner-up in a talent show, her angelic voice and goddess-like looks propelling her to instant fame. But her company, Star Glory Entertainment, wanted to mold her into a quick commercial commodity. They pushed her into endless parties and networking events, using her beauty to barter for resources. All she wanted was to sing, so the disobedient tool was shelved. The company issued an ultimatum. Within 3 months, produce a high-quality original work entirely on her own. Fail, and she could either pay an astronomical penalty or submit to the company's every arrangement. Sister Hua, Xia An'ge, lifted her gaze, her voice soft yet firm. Like crystal tapping ice, I just want to sing. Hua studied the face that could captivate any man and finally sighed in resignation. She had other artists to manage. No need to waste effort on a tree that refused to bend. You could have been my masterpiece, Hua said, a hint of genuine regret and something cold air in her tone. What a waste. Hua left, and Xia An'ge was alone. She sat perfectly still, like fine porcelain. Outside, the city lights began to glitter, neon signs weaving dreams of prosperity that had nothing to do with her. None of that light reached her eyes. She had grown up in an orphanage in Lin City. Xia An'ge, name was given by the late headmistress, her mom, meaning peaceful joy, songs of happiness. She loved it. Mom always said she had a voice kissed by angels. As a child, she sang for her every day. After Mom passed away from illness, she couldn't sing to her anymore, but she knew somewhere Mom was still listening. She wanted to sing for the whole world. Maybe wherever Mom was now, shed here. But now that path was being sealed shut. 20 minutes later, Hua returned with the company's final, icy decision. The contract would be enforced to the letter. For these 3 months, she had received 0 resources. The company would even block any outside help she sought. The goal was simple: make her see reality and fall in line. 3 months. Either pay up or return and fulfill all your duties as an artist. Hua's final words carried a blatant implication. An'ge, attending a few parties in exchange for resources others dream off, it's a good deal. Xia An'ge stood in silence. Simple jeans and a white t-shirt did little to hide her elegant figure, instead highlighting a purity that seemed untouched by the grime around her. She offered only a faint, nearly inaudible, then turned and walked out, leaving the suffocating room behind. Outside Star Glory's cold, imposing building, Xia An'ge took a deep breath of air thick with exhaust fumes. Her phone buzzed. It was Wan Ning, her assistant. Sister An'ge, are you really leaving? The voice on the line was choked with tears, full of reluctance and hurt. Xia An'ge was silent for a moment, the sound of traffic bleeding through the receiver. Maybe, not necessarily, there's still 3 months. The company is too much. And that you, and how could she steal your song? Your voice is so much better, Wan Ning vented angrily. Xia An'ge didn't respond. Losing the battle for that song had taught her all she needed to know about this industry. Talent was nothing in the face of power and connections. Shouting, she cut her assistant off, her voice steady again. Help me pack my things. I'm coming to get them. Huh? You're moving out? Xia An'ge's eyes drifted over the bustling, glamorous streets of Shanghai, not really seeing any of it. I need a quiet place to write songs. She remembered the small apartment she had bought last year in Lin City with all her savings. It was the city where she had grown up, the only place that held warm childhood memories. Now it might be her last refuge. By the time Xia An'ge returned to the company's temporary housing, Ruan had packed her belongings. One suitcase, one wooden guitar. That was everything. Sister Ange, where will you go? Ruan asked, eyes red-rimmed. Xia An'ge slung the guitar over her shoulder and gripped the suitcase handle. She offered Ruan a faint smiley so brief it could make the stars envious. Thank you, Xiaoing. I need to be alone for a while. She didn't want anyone to know where she was going. These last 3 months, she wanted to belong only to herself. 2 a.m., on a high-speed train to Lin City. Xia An'ge curled into the window seat. Even in summer, the night chill seeped through her thin clothes. She pulled her mask higher, burying her face deeper. The train sped on, leaving the dazzling, cold metropolis behind. Ahead lay uncertainty, the fog of the future and the final, fragile comfort of a city that held her earliest memories. Chapter 3. I am the landlord at 4 a.m., at the high-speed railway station in Linsheng, Xia An'ge, with her guitar slung over her shoulder and dragging a suitcase, slowly exited the arrival hall. The late-night station, aside from those hustling through life, was nearly deserted, save for a few taxis hoping to pick up passengers. Xia An'ge hailed a taxi, stowed her luggage, and informed the driver of her destination. The driver, a middle-aged man with a slight paunch and thinning hair that seemed to defy gravity, was taken aback by the sight of a young girl rushing to catch a ride at such an hour. He remarked, "What is a girl like you doing out at this time? Though the security is good now and we live in a lawful society, it's still better to be tucked in at home, especially at this late hour." The middle-aged man gradually started the car, continuing to express his thoughts. Xia An'ge, masked and unseen, merely pursed her lips and replied with a soft hum. The driver, hearing her response, chuckled and fell silent, focusing on fulfilling his duty to safely deliver her to her destination. He couldn't help but reflect on how tirelessly the younger generation seemed to strive, a sentiment he felt somewhat envious of. At 5 a.m., after a full hour of travel, the taxi came to a halt in front of the old apartment building Xia An'ge had purchased with her savings last year. Initially, she had been drawn to its warmth, thinking it might serve as a cozy retreat whenever she found the time to stay. She had no desire for opulence. A simple, warm life sufficed. Yet, she had never set foot in it since, and now circumstances led her back here. Her little apartment was on the 6th floor, and as she wheeled her suitcase inside, dawn was approaching, and the security guard at the entrance was already fast asleep. Xia An'ge moved smoothly through the building, finally entering the elevator. It wasn't until she pressed the button for her floor that she removed her mask, exhaling a sigh of relief. Her lively, almond-shaped eyes sparkled with anticipation for the upcoming 3 months of solitude, free from disturbances. Upon reaching the 6th floor, she walked past door after door. The layout resembled that of a school dormitory, with each apartment door facing the sun. At 6:06, she paused, crouching to retrieve the key from the side pocket of her guitar case, which she had placed there from the beginning. The guitar, a treasure she had bought with her own earnings, was among her most cherished possessions. Inserting the key into the lock, she turned it. A soft click signaled the beginning of her new life. Pushing the door open, she brought her suitcase and guitar inside, turning on the living room light. To her surprise, the room was impeccably clean, but her mind was preoccupied with one thought. She urgently needed to use the restroom, just as the driver had warned. This was her first late-night venture, and while she had been apprehensive, her nature compelled her to endure until now. Feeling the pressure release, she hurriedly closed the door behind her and instinctively found the bathroom. However, unbeknownst to her, the moment she opened the door, a pair of dark eyes in the adjacent bedroom snapped wide open. Zhinan was a light sleeper, and he heard the faintest sounds of the door opening and the subtle rustling of movement. Alarmed, he wondered if a thief had entered. He had locked the door securely. How could someone have so easily picked the lock? The room lacked any handy weapons, so he wrapped his hand in clothing and crouched by the door, listening intently to the sounds in the living room. Upon hearing the bathroom door close, he realized that the intruder had entered the restroom. What on earth? Did the thief just go to the bathroom? Zhinan pondered, his mind racing. As he hesitated to call the police, he heard the sound of the bathroom door opening. Reacting instinctively, he decided to confront the intruder, ready to pounce as soon as they emerged. But then, a thought struck him. What if this person was armed? Just as he contemplated this, the bathroom door creaked open. Without a moment to think, he charged forward, resembling a tiger pouncing on a lamb. Xia An'ge, unaware of the impending confrontation, stepped out only to be tackled to the ground by a tall man who pinned her down, rendering her completely immobile. Her vibrant eyes widened with sheer terror. Zhinan was utterly taken aback. The so-called thief turned out to be an exceptionally beautiful girl, her delicate features and enchanting eyes exuding an irresistible charm. Momentarily stunned, He watched as Xia An'ge, noticing his dazed expression, pushed him aside with all her might and scrambled to her feet, attempting to flee. However, her calf collided with the corner of the sofa, sending her sprawling once more. Before she could rise again, Zhinan was already in front of her. She gritted her teeth against the pain, trying to suppress her fear, though her voice betrayed her. "Don't come any closer." For the first time, Zhinan realized how melodious a girl's trembling voice could be. But wait, why was she telling him not to approach? "You're the one breaking and entering here," he thought. "Who are you?" Zhinan asked, scrutinizing the girl before him. In the brief moment of their initial encounter, he had only caught a fleeting glimpse, but now, her misty eyes and exquisite skin clearly spoke of her beauty. This is my home." The pain in her calf and the surge of fear ignited a flurry of emotions within Xia An'ge, yet she maintained her composure, biting her lip to appear less frightened. Though her voice still trembled. "This is your home." Zhinan was momentarily at a loss, but then it dawned on him, and his eyes widened in realization. Xia An'ge, mistaking his intentions, instinctively recoiled. "Yet," Zhinan exclaimed, "are you the tenant of the master bedroom?" "Tenant?" Xia An'ge echoed, disbelief washing over her. "You're not a tenant. Are you the landlord?" As the thought struck him, Zhinan felt a pang of dread. Meanwhile, Xia An'ge's memories surged back, recalling how she had asked Wanning to help her rent out this very apartment 2 months prior. When she had initially purchased it, she had no intention of leasing it out, but her savings had dwindled, and she had committed to supporting the orphanage she grew up in. Frustrated, she rubbed her smooth forehead, realizing she had also hurt her palm in the process. Recalling that she had locked the door securely, she concluded that the man before her must indeed be the tenant. With determination, she managed to stand, wincing from the pain in her palm, calf, and backside. Taking a deep breath, she firmly stated, "I am the landlord." Chapter 4. Applying ointment. Zhinan's mind was a whirlwind of confusion and disbelief. He had tackled the landlord, who turned out to be a stunningly beautiful girl. Internally panicking, he maintained a facade of calm. After all, who wouldn't he assume a late-night entry was an intrusion? Zhinan noticed a suitcase and a guitar placed at the entrance. As if sensing Zhinan's gaze, Xia An'ge was about to move to the sofa when a sharp pain shot through her calf, causing her to grimace. The mist in her peach blossom eyes reappeared, illustrating the intensity of her earlier attempt to escape. "Don't come over," Xia An'ge warned, eyeing Zhinan with caution. Zhinan shrugged, dismissing the misunderstanding. "Why are you so flustered?" "Miss Landlord, there's no need for such tension. Initially, I thought you were a thief. Who could have imagined someone would just waltz in here at the dead of night?" As he spoke, he walked to the drawer beneath the television, opened it, and retrieved a first aid kit he had purchased earlier for reasons unknown, though it had now proven to be quite useful. Xia An'ge pouted, appearing somewhat pitiful. Zhinan sat down on the nearby sofa, opened the first aid kit, and pushed it toward her. However, Xia An'ge remained vigilant, carefully peering inside but hesitating to take action. "I can't do it," she thought. Perceiving Xia An'ge's discomfort, Zhinan pulled the first aid kit back to himself, extracting antiseptic, cotton swabs, and a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao. Xia An'ge took a moment to scrutinize the young man before her, his tousled bangs, towering height of at least 1.8 meters, lean physique, and strikingly defined features. "What a pity he's such a brute," she mused. As he soaked a cotton swab in antiseptic, Zhinan observed Xia An'ge's continued inaction and said, "Extend your hand." "For what?" she retorted warily, suspecting he might charge at her again. Zhinan noticed the redness of her right palm, which had been scraped, and couldn't help but remark, "You really don't need to be so cautious. I'm not a bad person." "Wait, you were the one who barged in here first." He realized it might indeed be her residence. Xia An'ge merely pouted in response, ignoring him. "You might scar," Zhinan stated casually. Hearing this, Xia An'ge widened her eyes. And slowly, her right hand extended outward. He re-soaked the cotton swab and gently applied it, yet her delicate hand recoiled instantly, accompanied by a sharp intake of breath. "Is it truly that painful?" Zhinan pondered, noting that only her right hand and calf were injured. "How about you handle it yourself?" Zhinan suggested. Unsure how to assist her, he had little experience attending to girls. "Your calf needs attention too. You collided rather hastily." "I collided hastily." Xia An'ge shot him a bewildered glance, her peach blossom eyes filled with confusion. "I'll go to my room and take care of it," Xia An'ge declared. Zhinan had no objections, merely helping her return the medications to the first aid kit. Watching the landlord's sister regain her composure, he noticed her limping towards the main bedroom. Unlocking the door with her keys, Zhinan heard the sound of the door locking, akin to a thief securing their bounty. His expression fell. He had been on guard against a thief and now found himself at odds with the landlord. What a convoluted situation. Checking the time, he realized it was already past 6 in the morning, and the sky was beginning to brighten. It was mid-May, the onset of summer. With dawn came a change. His tranquil life as a slacker felt disrupted. Sighing, Zhinan slouched towards the bathroom to wash up and prepare breakfast, feeling quite fatigued. Meanwhile, in the main bedroom, Xia An'ge endured the pain as she locked the door, surveying her room's furnishings, which remained unchanged since her purchase, with some areas even accumulating dust. Her bedroom boasted a small balcony, where the sun was already rising. Sitting at her vanity, Xia An'ge retrieved the medications from the first aid kit and, following Zhinan's advice, wet a cotton swab to tend to her palm. Biting her lower lip until marks appeared, she truly feared the pain, but the thought of scarring motivated her to endure. After cleaning the blood crust, she clumsily applied the medication and a band-aid, alleviating some of the sharpness of the pain. However, her calf throbbed more intensely. Despite her elastic jeans providing some comfort, gingerly rolling up her pant leg, she found that due to the delayed treatment, blood had stained her jeans. As she pulled her pants up, the fabric tugged at the scab, reigniting a fresh wave of pain, causing her to bite her lip until it turned purple, with beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Finally, she managed to roll her pants up completely, revealing a swollen patch on her calf. A scraped right hand and a bruised left leg. How symmetrical, she mused. Taking a deep breath, she soaked another cotton swab, this time applying it much more gently than before. Her progress was slow, so much so that Zhinan had already prepared breakfast outside, a simple yet classic meal of millet porridge and pickled vegetables. When Zhinan knocked on the door, Xia An'ge had just awkwardly finished bandaging her calf. She glanced at her handiwork and felt an unusual sense of satisfaction. Hearing the knock, she remained silent. "Miss Landlord, I've made breakfast. If you wish to eat, feel free to come out," Zhinan called again, knocking once more, but receiving no response. "Fine, eat it or not," he concluded, assuming Xia An'ge had fallen asleep or harbored significant grievances against him, with the latter seeming more plausible. Satiated, Zhinan finished his meal, having prepared enough for two, and when he returned to his room for a nap, he glanced towards the main bedroom before retreating to his own. After the earlier commotion, lying back on his bed felt incredibly satisfying, rewarding himself with a deep slumber until the afternoon. Once he was certain the coast was clear, Xia An'ge hobbled to the door and cautiously opened it. Peeking out before stepping into the hallway, her stomach growled. She was indeed very hungry, having not eaten since the previous night. Seeing the table set with a pair of bowls, chopsticks, a plate with half a portion of pickled vegetables, and the warm millet porridge, she decided to indulge. She devoured 2 bowls and polished off the entire plate of pickled vegetables, feeling a flush of embarrassment as she set down her utensils, surprised by her own appetite. Initially, she had no intention of consuming the food prepared by him. She had planned to clarify her intentions and seek another place to stay, wanting her own space. However, with him retreating to his room, she felt it was inappropriate to voice her thoughts now. Having satiated her hunger after a long day, fatigue washed over her. Xia An'ge limped back to her room, carefully locking the door behind her. Once assured it was secure, she gingerly lay down on her bed, and soon, soft breaths filled the room. Everything could wait until she awoke. Chapter 5. The Dark Agency. Zhinan, ever true to his word, indeed rewarded himself with a long afternoon nap. Upon opening his eyes, he realized it was already past 2 in the afternoon. He recalled that he had yet to complete today's task. Each day, he committed to the exercise of recollection, as a diligent replica should spend time in reflection. He could not neglect this duty, so he hastily sprang from his bed and rolled over to his computer. Today's chapter had yet to be uploaded. That was his bread and butter. Upon opening his computer and accessing the platform for novel publication, Zhinan discovered, as expected, that his novel was indeed featured on the Zhongwen Wang, the largest online novel aggregation platform in Huagua. Virtually all online authors showcase their works here, and Zhinan is no exception. Why hasn't the author updated? Is he on hiatus? The comments were rife with impatience. Oh dear, it's been over an hour without an update. Could the author have suddenly passed away? Regrettably, the writing was quite commendable, prompting a flurry of enthusiastic comments. As he clicked on his own work, Qin Shimingyu, the latest comments caught his eye, revealing the reader's frustrations over the delay. If he were in his original world, he would have witnessed the same phenomenon with those renowned authors he had followed, especially with his intended homage to Xian Jianqi Xiaozhuan, a classic that had often been abandoned by its creators. He felt compelled to ensure that his next novel would convey his affection to these readers. As he contemplated this, a smile crept onto his lips, and he continued to upload the latest chapter with a heartwarming message below. It was perfect. The incident of oversleeping had been resolved. Initially, He had intended to wash his face and grab a snack, but the thought of encountering a landlord outside, with her frosty demeanor, made Zhinan reconsider the necessity of snacks. He worried that stepping out might lead to an awkward encounter, which could disrupt his creative flow, and that would be unfortunate. Opening the manuscript for Xian Jin Qi Xiajuan, Zhinan began to let his imagination run wild. Recalling the late nights spent engrossed in the novel as the text on his phone gradually came into focus. Was this perhaps his unique advantage? Whenever he reminisced, the clarity of the scenes depended on his mental concentration. If he encountered a mental block, he would replay the vivid images in his mind until they became clear again. Today, his memories flowed exceptionally smoothly, and as his fingers danced over the keyboard, he spoke aloud with conviction. The plot continued to unfold seamlessly under his fingertips. By the time Zhinan paused to rest his somewhat fatigued hands, the outline had progressed to the latter half of the story. It was progressing smoothly. And once Qin Shimingyu concluded, the forthcoming Xian Jin Qi Xiajuan would surely astonish all readers. If this speed was a result of his own inspiration, it would be deemed extraordinary in his original world. 2 words, or perhaps 3. Impressive. Such accolades would undoubtedly be echoed by fellow online authors, akin to having a cheat code. Yet, Zhinan was acutely aware that he merely benefited from the efforts of his predecessors. He was merely a modest conveyor of ideas with an unremarkable memory. As his stomach grumbled, he realized it was time to prepare a meal. The thought of sharing space with another person weighed on his mind. Upon opening the door, he found a girl quietly seated at the dining table, a familiar sight, for it was none other than Xia An'ge. She was quietly enjoying a takeout meal, albeit with her left hand, which she was still mastering. Even so, the sight was delightful. Who said that beauty couldn't be appreciated while eating? Upon noticing Zhinan, Xia An'ge merely cast a fleeting glance and then returned her focus to her meal. Good afternoon, Zhinan ventured, attempting to break the silence. But Xia An'ge offered no response. Unperturbed, he busied himself cleaning the breakfast dishes, preparing to retreat to the kitchen. Wait, a cool voice interrupted. Xia An'ge spoke, prompting Zhinan to halt and await her next words. She gestured toward the chair opposite her, and Zhinan understood her intention. He set down the dishes and took a seat, encouraging her to continue. Could you move out? I wish to live alone. After what felt like an eternity. Xia An'ge's voice was soft, tinged with a hint of guilt, as she recalled that the apartment had been rented through Ruaning. Now, she found herself asking him to leave. Zhinan was taken aback. Was this how wealthy individuals operated in this world? He had no desire to relocate, as he found this place quite comfortable, his first abode in this new realm, and he had even contemplated purchasing it once he had sufficient funds. Why don't we simply coexist without interference? You live your life, and I live mine. Besides, I've already paid a year's rent. I can refund you. Xia An'ge replied softly, her peach blossom eyes darting away, avoiding his gaze. She still had 30,000 yuan available to return as rent. So, there's nothing to discuss then? Zhinan realized there was no way around it. He truly wished to remain, but she was the landlord, willing to breach the contract and return the rent. Why not seize the opportunity? Please wait a moment, Zhinan said, rising and returning to his room. Within 2 minutes, he reappeared, holding a printed A4 sheet, which he slid across the table towards Xia An'ge. When we signed the contract, it stated, shared rental of a secondary bedroom, 1,200 per month, utilities to be borne by the tenant. If I do not reside here for 6 months, the deposit and rent will not be refunded. Zhinan watched as Xia An'ge picked it up to read, continuing, I've lived here for 5 months. But since you are now asking me to leave, that does not count as my breach of contract. Furthermore, if the landlord requires the tenant to vacate before the lease term ends, they must pay 3 times the penalty. I paid a total of 14,400 yuan for a year's rent, and the deposit was 7,200 for 6 months. Therefore, you owe me 64,800 yuan. Thank you, esteemed landlord. Your generosity is appreciated. Zhinan genuinely felt grateful to the previous Zhinan for emphasizing this point when signing the contract, as it had cost him dearly at the time. Xia An'ge listened, her small mouth agape as her enchanting peach blossom eyes widened in surprise. Why didn't T. Xiaoing mention this to me? She thought, recalling how Ruaning had shown her the agreement. But she had been preoccupied with practicing her singing and had asked Ruaning to keep it safe. She had never imagined it contained such terms. How could she possibly come up with over 60,000 yuan? Zhinan observed her astonishment and felt a flicker of confusion. Was she unaware? Had the agent not informed her? Was this a ploy to undermine his confidence? A deceitful agency, perhaps? You go ahead and take care of your matters. I need to think, Xia An'ge stammered, her voice betraying her flustered state. All right, Zhinan replied, picking up the dishes again and retreating to the kitchen. Chapter 6. The 3 Rules. As Zhinan washed the dishes, he caught a glimpse of Xia An'ge tidying up her takeout and tossing it into the trash before limping back to her room, which struck him as somewhat amusing. He glanced at the discarded takeout, which turned out to be a bowl of noodles. Zhinan felt ravenous, and while aesthetically pleasing, it was a shame that he couldn't partake. Uncertain of what exactly he lamented, he retrieved a piece of pork belly and a few green peppers from the refrigerator, followed shortly by some leafy greens. He had developed a habit of purchasing a bulk supply of food every few days, as he rarely ventured outside. After all, he was a novelist and had little need for frequent excursions. Exercise? Ridiculous. How many novelists actually exercised regularly? Was it the allure of the bed or the mismatched soda? The perfect pairing of a couch potatoes indulgent snack with a keyboard was simply delightful. Half an hour later, taking into account the time required for cooking, Zhinan prepared his dinner and set it on the dining table. Just then, Xia An'ge emerged from her room, holding an A4 sheet of paper, which was not the rental agreement, as that document was still laid out on the table. As Xia An'ge stepped out, she caught a whiff of the fragrant dishes. The noodles she had eaten earlier were hardly satisfying, but upon approaching, she noticed Zhinan's meal of stir-fried pork with green peppers and a small portion of greens. She felt hungry. No need to call her. Zhinan promptly retrieved another set of chopsticks from the kitchen. Want to eat a bit more? Xia An'ge felt a flicker of temptation, yet her intent was not to mooch off him. She placed the A4 paper on the table, sliding it toward Zhinan, who understood and picked it up to read. Rules for co-renting? Zhinan looked at Xia An'ge in surprise, who was intently watching him, prompting him to resume reading the document. The first rule: do not disclose the co-renting arrangement with others. The second: do not interfere in each other's daily lives. You live your way, and I live mine. The third: maintain silence after 10 p.m., avoiding disturbances to each other's rest. The fourth: no bringing friends to the apartment without permission. The fifth: keep the apartment tidy, do not litter. The sixth: aside from shared spaces like the living room, kitchen, and bathroom, do not enter each other's rooms, especially not sneakily. The seventh: no smoking or drinking in the apartment. The eighth: shared areas must be cleaned every week, except for the individual rooms. The bottom of the document bore the date and the landlord's name, Xia An'ge. Was this truly a set of rules? Only then did Zhinan realize the name of his landlord. However, Xia An'ge ignored his reaction and placed a pen in front of him, signaling him to sign. How troublesome. None of this was mentioned when I rented, Zhinan muttered, while Xia An'ge's peach blossom eyes reflected anxiety, fearing he might refuse to sign. To her surprise, Zhinan merely grumbled before neatly signing his name, Zhinan, beneath Xia An'ge's name. In truth, Zhinan found it somewhat perplexing. He was merely a guest in someone else's space and speculated that perhaps she feared trouble due to his looks. He thought she was overthinking. He neither smoked nor drank. A decent young man. As for the other rules, he found the first one absurd. Why disclose anything? She was no celebrity. After all, he didn't even know her. As for not bringing friends over, it seemed he had only a few college roommates left, now scattered across various places, unlikely to reunite anytime soon. The clause about not interfering in each other's lives suited him perfectly. He inherently preferred solitude. One more thing, he added, while we're on the topic of not littering. We need to clarify how we will split the utility bills. After hearing this, Xia An'ge nodded in agreement, taking the paper and pen back, stubbornly adding a ninth clause beneath the eighth. Utility expenses will be shared equally. This made it a proper set of rules, as 3 + 6 = 9. This was quite reasonable. Throughout the exchange, Xia An'ge remained silent, leading Zhinan to realize she was a rather aloof woman. However, that suited him just fine. He merely wished to quietly pursue his aspirations as a novelist, with plans to travel once he earned enough. Xia An'ge gazed at the signed agreement with satisfaction, inadvertently displaying a smile, which caught Zhinan off guard. Could this woman actually smile? How astonishing. Once the rules were established, Xia An'ge turned to retreat to her room. But Zhinan paused, saying, "Aren't you going to eat? I've made enough for you." Xia An'ge shook her head, reminding herself of their agreement to respect each other's lives and not break the newly established rules. Just consider it a diet. The sound of her stomach growling created an awkward silence, leaving Zhinan surprised that such a seemingly aloof girl could be hungry. He had assumed she was above such mundane concerns. "Let this meal be my compensation for injuring you. The agreement will take effect tomorrow," Zhinan suggested after contemplating. He felt guilty for having unintentionally hurt her and thought a simple home-cooked meal would suffice as an apology. Xia An'ge's back turned to him, her cheeks flushed like ripe cherries, even her earlobes blushing as if they were about to bleed. She recalled that he had indeed caused her injury. leaving her unable to bathe or go out for food. This seemed entirely fair. So, she turned around and murmured in acknowledgement. With a stoic expression, she sat down, took a bowl, served herself some rice, and began to eat. This marked her first spoken word to Zhinan that day. And he couldn't help but notice her face, radiating a rosy hue. What is going on? Is she blushing? He mused, observing as she devoured her meal with remarkable speed, revealing her genuine hunger. Remembering the nearly untouched takeout he had glimpsed in the trash, he realized this cool landlord had not eaten at all. Zhinan served himself a bowl of rice as well, and as the sun set, a warm glow streamed through the living room's balcony, creating a harmonious and cozy atmosphere, until Zhinan sought to serve himself more rice. Only to find the bowl empty, Xia An'ge appeared to sense something, her earlobes once again flushed with color. She had consumed 3 bowls. Zhinan had managed 2 bowls, and every morsel of the vegetables had vanished. Not a problem, I'm full as well. I merely wanted to check for leftovers. Zhinan explained, genuinely sated but concerned about wasting food. Yet to Xia An'ge, this felt like a rebuke. Was he a bottomless pit? Did he not care for his physique? 3 bowls of rice. Since joining Xinguang Huyu, she had never consumed so much. Zhinan began to tidy up the bowls and chopsticks. While Xia An'ge initially intended to lend a hand, feeling guilty for eating without contributing, but he politely declined her offer. Thank you, was the ethereal phrase she left behind as she limped into her room, her voice melodious, a single word, yet so pleasing. This constituted her second and third words spoken to Zhinan that day. Chapter 7. Life as roommates. The news of Xia An'ge leaving the company spread throughout Xinguang Huyu the following morning. Xia An'ge had always stood out in the company. Regarded as a goddess with an angelic singing voice, many employees believed she was destined for stardom, likely to ascend to the ranks of top-tier singers. However, just a few months later, she found herself neglected and sidelined by the company, leading to a mix of sympathy and concealed delight among her colleagues. Chu Taoyu was among those reveling in the news. Upon learning of it in her artist apartment that morning, she immediately messaged Yuan. Did that Xia An'ge really get shelved? Chu Taoyu felt a surge of satisfaction, grateful for her foresight in aligning herself with the company's rising star, Yuan, as she inquired about the news from Yuan's assistant. Initially, Yuan had intended to recruit Xia An'ge, but the latter had remained indifferent, inadvertently offending the popular singer. Just recently, a song written for Xia An'ge by the company had been taken over by Yuan. Li Yuan's replies came swiftly, so much so that Chu Taoyu found herself momentarily stunned. However, she could clearly see the messages on WeChat, which were undeniably true. Chu Taoyu wished to inquire further. Yet it seemed the person on the other end anticipated her questions, as a flurry of messages soon followed. Within the contract with the company, Xia An'ge was required to present her original works within 2 years. Failing to do so would result in her being subjected to a series of company mandates. With only 3 months remaining until the deadline, she had negotiated a stipulation with the company. If she could not meet the March deadline, she would face 2 choices, obedience or a penalty fee. Upon reading Li Yuan's message, Chu Taoyu felt an immense sense of relief. Within Xinguang Huyu, as a peer singer, she had been completely overshadowed by Xia An'ge, unable to lift her head in comparison. Chu Taoyu felt she had little to compete with, be it looks or vocal talent. The only aspect she believed she had an edge in was that Xia An'ge was exceedingly reticent, seldom speaking apart from singing, earning her the moniker of the cold goddess among the staff. The outside world remained oblivious to her true character. Did they not know, being in the same company? I understand now. Thank you, Sister Xiao Yuan. Let me treat you to a shopping spree another day. Chu Taoyu was genuinely elated. Her greatest rival had suddenly fallen from grace, and now under Yuan's guidance, her ascent was assured. She envisioned herself breaking free from being a third-tier singer to stepping into the second tier, then rising to the first. On the other end of the phone, Li Yuan, glancing at Chu Taoyu's message, felt a surge of excitement. She discreetly observed Yuan, who was busy with makeup for an advertisement, and sent another message to Chu Taoyu. Sister Wen mentioned to me last night that she intends to inform the company she will not sing the songs taken from Xia An'ge. Instead, she will give them to you for your own album. Upon reading this, Chu Taoyu's heart soared. She even began to fantasize about the moment she would receive an award on stage. Just a little more time, and an epic masterpiece would undoubtedly emerge. Meanwhile, in Linqing, Zhinan was entirely unaware that his charming landlord was a singer. He had little interest in the entertainment industry, especially since Xia An'ge was merely a lesser-known third-tier figure. His daily routine consisted of uploading his novels and perusing the warm-hearted comments from eager readers, such as, "Is the author just filling space today? How can 6,000 words contain 5 000 of fluff. This was rather endearing to him, yet he considered it rather unfair, as he had only 500 words filled with substance, leaving 500 for trivialities. However, this was all part of Zhinan's original work. Were he in their shoes, he would not indulge in such filler, delivering thrilling content instead. After uploading today's chapter, he concluded with the customary author's note. Zhinan anticipated that this would elicit even more fervent comments from readers, and he was eager to see their reactions the following day. The rain fell incessantly, oblivious to the arrival of spring. Only with clear skies does one realize summer has come. By the time Zhinan left, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Today was an ideal day for shopping. Without the blazing sun overhead, it would have been perfect. Zhinan believed he possessed a physique that would not gain weight. Since his arrival in this world, he had ventured outside only a handful of times, spending his days either seated at his computer or sprawled across his bed, fully embodying the essence of a couch potato. However, each time he ventured out, he would glance at the supermarket scale, finding no change in his weight, which was rather vexing. If Xia An'ge were to hear this, she would surely scoff, as she had devoured 3 bowls of rice the previous night, only to feel compelled to exercise afterward, but lacked the facilities in her room and had an injury to her calf. As Zhinan stepped out, Xia An'ge emerged from her room, holding her clothes. This old apartment did not feature an en-suite bathroom, so upon hearing Zhinan leave, she had decided to come out. She walked almost normally now, thanks to the effectiveness of Yunnan Baiyao. Having gone 2 days without a shower, Xia An'ge could no longer tolerate the mingling scents of disinfectant, Yunnan Baiyao, and perspiration. Once inside the bathroom, she ensured that all the locks were secured before slowly shedding her clothing, revealing her graceful figure. Zhinan, as was his custom, filled an entire shopping cart with provisions for the week. But he failed to notice that his typical weekly supplies would not fill the cart to the brim. The supermarket was a 10-minute walk from the apartment, and as Zhinan trudged along, burdened with several bags of food, he began to realize the importance of physical exercise. Had someone from a gym approached him with a business card at that moment, he would not have hesitated. However, if it were afterward, he would have felt embarrassed, claiming he was in good shape. By the time Zhinan returned to the apartment, it was already evening. As he struggled to push the door open, Xia An'ge emerged from the bathroom, a loose t-shirt barely concealing her alluring figure, though her tall stature was impossible to disguise. What a sight! Zhinan thought to himself with a smirk, recalling the night he had first mistaken Xia An'ge for a thief. At that moment, Xia An'ge's complexion was flushed. Having just exited the shower, droplets of water still clinging to the ends of her hair as she walked, and dried herself with a towel. Zhinan suddenly recalled a phrase, a beauty emerging from the bath. He thought the ancients' praise of Yang Guifei's beauty at such a moment was truly justified. Having a beautiful woman around, even if only to glance at occasionally, was quite a visual delight. Unexpectedly, upon Zhinan's return, they found themselves locked in a silent stare. Xia An'ge offered him a fleeting glance before nonchalantly retreating to her room, her pace now decidedly brisk, contrasting with her earlier leisurely demeanor. Zhinan remained unaware that as Xia An'ge closed the door to her room, the setting sun cast a warm glow upon her face, rendering it radiant and flawless. Chapter 8. Only know how to boil noodles. Upon returning to her room, Xia An'ge felt a tinge of awkwardness and unease about sharing a space with a man. The last time she had experienced such a situation was in the orphanage, where all the children cohabited a single room. A wave of nostalgia for the orphanage washed over her. Since the passing of the director, her visits had become infrequent, though she would periodically send donations every 3 months. Realizing it had been 3 months again, Xia An'ge found it somewhat amusing. It seemed as though she had developed a peculiar connection with the 3-month interval. After drying her hair, she noticed that night had already fallen, yet she still felt compelled to go out, as she needed to purchase daily necessities. There was no time for vacationing. Indeed, no one vacations like this. As she stepped outside, she saw the man busying himself in the kitchen, preparing his dinner. Men who can cook are a rarity, and he seemed to be the only one she had observed in that role. After the door opened and closed, Zhinan peeked out from the kitchen, confirming that Xia An'ge had left, assuming she had gone out for a meal. Their agreement from the previous day was quite clear. They would not interfere in each other's lives, so Zhinan refrained from making things awkward. He had his own meal to prepare and knowledge to pursue. An'ge. Upon answering the phone, Wan Ying's cheerful voice rang out. Xia An'ge's demeanor was consistent. She was not one for excessive conversation, and as her personal assistant, Wan Ying had grown accustomed to this. I've been assigned to logistics work now. The job is manageable, but it's just not the same as being by your side. Logistics, Xia An'ge felt a pang of guilt. That was typically the realm of errand runners, responsible for the myriad chores within Xinguanghuyo. It seemed rather beneath her assistant's capabilities. Xia An'ge softly responded with a gentle followed by an apology. However, Wanning felt no offense. She could resign if she truly felt wronged, as her contract was a standard employee agreement without the privileges of a star contract like Xia An'ge's. Yet, she wished to wait for Xia An'ge's return, believing fervently that she would come back. Where is Sister An'ge now? Lincheng. Wanning was aware of Xia An'ge's background, having grown up in an orphanage there. So sharing this information seemed inconsequential. Lincheng, is Sister An'ge going back to see Mama Xia? The orphanage director's name was Xia Ro. Unfortunately, the guest room in the apartment you bought has already been rented out, and the tenant is a male. Otherwise, you could have stayed there. I haven't rented out the master bedroom because I know you dislike others disturbing your arrangements. Xia An'ge had personally decorated the master bedroom, but due to time constraints, Wanning had purchased and arranged everything. Regrettably, Wanning had misjudged the situation. Xia An'ge was actually at the apartment. Sister An'ge, let me tell you. Do you remember Qisheng? Wanning inquired. Qisheng was quite a renowned musician, whose songs were popular within the industry, particularly among second-tier singers. The song that had been taken from her was also written by Qisheng. Xia An'ge walked along the street, wearing a mask, loose-fitting t-shirt, and jeans, her high ponytail flowing through the strap of her cap, exuding a vibrant goddess-like aura. I heard from a colleague in the logistics department that he is currently in Haipu City, preparing to write a special song for Chu Taoyu. Wanning declared indignantly, clearly. That previous song was meant for Sister An'ge, and now he has to write another one for her. Today, Hua Jie even used your Weibo to promote Chu Taoyu. How outrageous. Wanning rambled on until she noticed the silence on the other end of the line, realizing she had misspoken and quickly apologized. Sister An'ge, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to bring them up. It's fine. Xia An'ge's voice remained cool, yet her fingers, which were not holding the phone, dug into her palm, the nails pressing deeply as if any further pressure would break the skin. Xia An'ge's Weibo had 300,000 followers, but the name was merely hers. The account's management and operations were handled by others. Now, she found herself relegated to promoting others and helping them gain followers. Wanning understood that Xia An'ge's mood must be sour. As her assistant, she had some insight into Xia An'ge's temperament, yet she too felt disheartened. Standing up for her with all her might. Is there anything else? Upon hearing Xia An'ge's voice, Wanning recalled the purpose of her call and hurriedly added, yes. Qisheng mentioned he would be staying in Lincheng for half a month after finishing the song for Chu Taoyu. I have his contact information. A colleague from the logistics department got it from Chu Taoyu's assistant. Wanning paused and continued, I was thinking, perhaps we could reach out to Mr. Qisheng ourselves and ask him to write a song for Sister An'ge. After all, Sister An'ge's voice truly outshines Chu Taoyu's by a long shot. Will he come to Lincheng? Xia An'ge contemplated, her mind stirring with possibilities. If Sister An'ge is still in Lincheng, then you could give it a try. Who knows, you might even find some inspiration. Wanning was an unwavering fan. Send me the phone number via WeChat. All right. Then came Ruan Ying's relentless encouragement, urging Xia An'ge to stay strong and not indulge in unhealthy eating, warning her not to return looking unkempt and to maintain her figure. Speaking of which, Xia An'ge, under her mask, pursed her lips and couldn't help but reply, I need to eat. However, she had just arrived at the supermarket, intending to stock up on food. Much like Zhinan, upon learning that Xia An'ge was going to eat, Wanning reluctantly bade her farewell and hung up the phone. Shortly after the call ended, as Xia An'ge stepped into the supermarket, her phone buzzed with a message from Ruan Ying containing Qisheng's contact information, which she saved to her contacts. The thought of having to procure food left her momentarily dazed. She had never learned to cook while at the orphanage, and her life had revolved around working to support herself from middle school through to her college graduation. Before she could even graduate, she participated in a talent show, finishing as a runner-up and signing with Xinguanghuyo, which had continued to this day. When it came to cooking, she could only boil noodles, a skill taught to her by Mama Xia. The best noodles she had ever tasted were made by her. Regret washed over her as she recalled this. With that thought, Xia An'ge headed to the noodle aisle, gathering a considerable amount of noodles, then proceeded to buy vegetables, some meat, snacks, and drinks. No girl could resist the allure of snacks. Though Wanning advised her to maintain her figure and avoid junk food, Xia An'ge reasoned that she would exercise after eating, thus offsetting the calories from the snacks, rendering them virtually negligible. This seemed entirely logical. When it came time to check out, her 2 large bags were brimming, and Xia An'ge's mouth fell open in surprise at how much she had purchased. She still lacked a car, making her situation quite grim. But her aloof nature forbade her from expressing that outwardly. She merely pretended it was effortless to carry the bags as she exited the supermarket. Chapter 9. The noodles Xia An'ge cooked upon returning to her apartment. The crescent moon hung high in the sky. She felt as though she had returned solely through sheer will, her forehead glistening with fine sweat. Her freshly washed hair already felt greasy again, and her arms and thighs ached slightly from the burden of her purchases, which had prepared her for a stay-at-home evening. The living room was dimly lit as Xia An'ge switched on the lights and dragged her 2 large bags of groceries to the refrigerator. Upon opening the fridge, she was momentarily taken aback, for it was neatly organized. The refrigerator was large, a beautiful double-door model, towering at 178 centimeters, even taller than Xia An'ge herself. The sight before her was striking. The left side was filled to the brim with food, making excellent use of space, while the right side stood completely empty. A fittingly desolate description. Xia An'ge was quite astonished by the refrigerator's design. The left side was smaller than the right, and it seemed that Zhinan had deliberately cleared it out, leaving the spacious right side for her use. This altered her impression of Zhinan, who could cook but also had a brutish demeanor. Meanwhile, Zhinan, leisurely browsing information in his room, suddenly sneezed twice and hurriedly turned off the air conditioning. Realizing that spending all day in the AC while tucked under a blanket was not a wise habit, Xia An'ge unconsciously mirrored Zhinan's method of organizing her groceries, placing each item meticulously inside. Just then, her stomach growled, reminding her that in punishment for her indulgence the previous night, she had only consumed a small amount of milk today, which she had bought earlier. Her stomach's protests prompted her to bite her lip and retrieve the noodles, vegetables, and some eggs and lean meat she had forgotten to put away. The last time she had cooked noodles was either in her sophomore or junior year. During her senior year, she was preoccupied with graduation and competing in talent shows. Time truly is a curious thing, often causing one's life to pass by in a fleeting rush. Zhinan had no idea what Xia An'ge was up to outside. He was not organizing the follow-up to Xianjian Qixiaozhuan, but rather was engrossed in a message from a Chinese literature website announcing a poetry and prose submission appreciation activity. As the ancient saying goes, a well-read mind shines with grace. The culture of Huagua is profoundly rich and extensive. As a citizen of Huagua, one is immersed in literature from an early age, reciting poetry daily. Over time, this continuous exposure to traditional culture subtly influences individuals, enriching their artistic appreciation and cultural depth. In light of this, Zhongwenwang has partnered with Huagua Shisawang to host the inaugural Poetry Creation and Appreciation event, announcing to the vast community of authors and readers on Zhongwenwang that submissions are now open. Firstly, the organizing bodies are Zhongwenwang and Huagua Shisawang. Secondly, the call for submissions is open to all authors, readers, and enthusiasts associated with Zhongwenwang and Shisawang. Thirdly, the content of submissions must adhere to correct poetic forms, with no restrictions on themes. Both poetry and verse are welcome. The aim is to promote our national culture and disseminate the spirit of poetry, striving to inspire a collective appreciation of the beauty of poetry and the joy it brings, thereby nourishing the soul. Fourthly, regarding the evaluation and rewards. 1. There are no fees for submissions. Upholding principles of fairness and excellence, submissions will be voted on by the public, with esteemed experts and professors forming a judging panel to conduct preliminary and final evaluations, followed by an awards ceremony. 2. The competition will feature gold, silver, and bronze awards, along with honorable mentions, each accompanied by cash prizes: 1 gold award of 50,000, 2 silver awards of 30,000 each, and 10 bronze awards of 10,000 each. 3. Winning works will be selected for publication in partner newspapers and websites. Fifthly, submissions can be made through the dedicated interface, where participants can fill in their information and upload their works. All entries will be updated on the poetry submission webpage after the deadline on July 1st. Sixthly, the appreciation period will run from July 1st to July 15th, with the final rankings announced on the 15th. The first prize is 50,000, equivalent to several months of manuscript fees for Zhinan, as he writes Qin Shi Mingyu. He contemplates how to secure this prize. Zhinan finds himself lost in thought, recalling numerous verses, not quite the complete 500 poems of the Tang dynasty, but enough to inspire him. The poem must be stunning, catchy, and evoke a sense of wonder and beauty to capture hearts. As he rummages through his memories, the prospect of that 50,000 prize weighs heavily on his mind, promising to significantly improve the lives of his parents who toil in a factory in a small county, living paycheck to paycheck. Suddenly, a sharp sound resonates from outside, a glass shattering, jolting Zhinan from his reverie. He rises from his chair, intrigued and concerned about the commotion. Upon opening the door, The bright lights of the living room reveal a large bowl shattered remains scattered across the kitchen floor. Crouching carefully, a striking figure with a ponytail is diligently cleaning up the shards, none other than Xia An'ge. He sighs at the sacrifice of the noble bowl and approaches, retrieving a cloth to assist her, gently stopping her from reaching for the dangerous pieces. This is quite perilous, he remarks, methodically clearing the debris into the trash without glancing at her. Xia An'ge, her head bowed, allows no one to see her expression, yet her earlobes are flushed as if on the brink of bleeding. She had merely slipped while reaching for a bowl after cooking. Before long, Zhinan has cleared the area, satisfied that no remnants remain. He turns to Xia An'ge, noticing her discomfort. "Did you hurt yourself?" he inquires. She shakes her head, surprised by his domestic prowess. "That's good," he replies, intending to return to his room, where his grand ambitions await him. The freedom of theme is now proving more challenging than he anticipated. "Would you like some noodles?" The soft inquiry from Xia An'ge catches him off guard as he turns back. She averts her gaze, explaining that it is a simple gesture of thanks. "If you don't want to, that's fine," she adds coolly. "Sure, I'm a bit hungry. Thank you," he responds, though he wasn't particularly famished. Yet, a curiosity about her cooking emerges. Zhinan retrieves 2 large bowls, offering one to her. She accepts it with both hands, their fingers brushing momentarily before she quickly withdraws. The temperature feels pleasantly cool to him. At the dining table, they sit at an angle, deliberately maintaining distance. He observes the steaming noodles, egg, meat, and vegetables, wondering about the taste. After blowing on them, he takes a bite, his eyes lighting up with delight. The broth is rich yet not greasy, and though he claims hunger, his bowl remains empty. "This is delicious. I never expected your noodles to taste this wonderful," he exclaims. Xia An'ge glances over, noting his empty bowl and the swift consumption. While she still has half a bowl left, she responds with a simple her tone tinged with emotion unlike any previous exchanges. Zhinan recognizes Xia An'ge's aloof demeanor and gazes out onto the dark balcony, where a crescent moon hangs amidst a sea of stars. Suddenly, inspiration strikes. A poem he once cherished floods his mind, particularly the final couplet revered as a classic, known by many. "Thank you for the noodles," he suddenly declares, pushing back his chair and rushing to his room, leaving Xia An'ge bewildered. After 20 minutes of savoring her meal, she stands up only to find Zhinan's utensils still on the table, a testament to his hasty exit. She shrugs, deciding to collect them as a repayment for his help earlier, and heads into the kitchen. Meanwhile, Zhinan sits at his desk, excitedly typing out his thoughts on a notepad. To Longyang's green lake the west wind ages Dongting's waves. In one night, Xiangjun's hair turns gray. Drunk, unaware of heaven in the water, a boat full of dreams presses the starry river. Simply perfect. Zhinan gazed contentedly at a poem borrowed from the original world. It was a 7-character quatrain entitled Guodongting, authored by Tang Gong, a figure from the late Yuan dynasty. Little is known about his life. Yet this solitary piece stands as a classic, particularly the latter lines. "Drunken, I know not if the sky is in the water, the boat is laden with dreams, pressing down the Milky Way." These verses invigorate the entire poem, conjuring vivid scenes of imagination for countless readers, many of whom are unaware of the poet's identity. They are captivated solely by the romanticism and fantasy expressed in the last 2 lines, which fulfill their yearning for a transcendent aesthetic experience. Upon witnessing the starry sky, Zhinan was suddenly reminded of the final line, "The boat is laden with dreams, pressing down the Milky Way." He decided to submit his work. He logged onto the Chinese website, clicked on the submission link, and navigated to the verification page, filling out his information meticulously. The main event was upon him. Submission details: Guodongting, author, Zhinan. This was Zhinan's former pen name, direct and unpretentious, easily understood. The content was as follows: "The western wind ages Dongting's waves. Overnight, Xiangjun's hair turns white. Drunken, I know not if the sky is in the water, the boat is laden with dreams, pressing down the Milky Way." He silently reassured himself, believing he was aiding the author in perpetuating the work in another realm, allowing it to become a timeless piece. Plagiarism? Nonsense. How could the affairs of a scholar be deemed as such? It is borrowing, learning, and promoting. After completing the submission, Zhinan clicked confirm, eagerly anticipating a favorable outcome. A good result? Nonsense. At the very least, he hoped for a bronze medal. After all, Zhinan was quite tempted by the 50,000 yuan prize for the gold medal. Voting would commence on July 1st, and today was June 30th. Tomorrow he would awaken to the new month, marking the submission deadline. Thankfully, he had browsed the current rankings of novels on the website. Otherwise, he might have missed it. This evening, he paused his reminiscing and continued to aimlessly browse information about this world, realizing he still knew too little, a situation that was not ideal for the future. Therefore, he decided to enhance his knowledge. As he scrolled through entertainment news, Zhinan instinctively prepared to scroll past. But a particular phrase caused his hand to freeze over the mouse. His eyes were drawn to a headline that was not prominently displayed, indicating it was not deemed significant within the entertainment news section. Headlines capturing attention typically involve celebrities rumored to be marrying or late-night outings with a male or female companion, or breakups, or incidents requiring medical attention. Only sensational news garners prominence. Yet, Zhinan's focus was captured by the name Xia An'ge. The original headline read, Starshine Entertainment signs singer Xia An'ge, suspected of company fallout and being shelved. Compelled by an inexplicable force, Zhinan clicked on the entertainment article, and a photograph appeared, a breathtaking girl in a floral dress, smiling gently at the camera. Zhinan's breath caught. He was unsure whether it was the photograph's charm or the realization that this was his landlord, Xia An'ge. She was a singer? A star? How was he unaware of this? With shock and confusion, he continued reading. A few minutes later, he grasped why Xia An'ge was suddenly in the spotlight. The article explained that Xia An'ge, a runner-up in the renowned talent show Huanla in Sheng 2 years prior, was expected to receive significant support from Starshine Entertainment to leverage her popularity into becoming a well-known idol. However, the company had failed to deliver. They had only created some buzz for her in the initial months, and since then, there had been no updates. Xia An'ge had yet to release an original work. According to sources from Starshine Entertainment, Xia An'ge had a falling out with the company, and the fallout came at a cost. Starshine Entertainment invoked the terms of her contract, requiring her to produce original works within 3 months, or she would be subject to their directives. Zhinan felt a pang of sympathy for Xia An'ge. She had truly been marginalized, a common tactic in the entertainment industry. This news was a couple of days old, and Xia An'ge had arrived here just 3 nights prior. The timing aligned perfectly. Zhinan pondered how, when the original Zhinan was present, the contract was not signed by the landlord herself. Little did he know she was a star singer, though not widely recognized. She had her own fan base. It was no wonder she had insisted on confidentiality regarding their living arrangement, fearing that even as an obscure singer, the attention could become problematic. He recalled the sensational headlines he had witnessed in his previous life. If it were known that Xia An'ge was cohabitating with a man in a small apartment in Linqing, the headlines would undoubtedly scream, shocking. Shelved singer Xia An'ge allegedly has a boyfriend, living together. Or shocking. 2-year runner-up Xia An'ge is secretly married, residing with husband in Linqing. What utter absurdity. 2 male celebrities sharing a late-night meal could be mischaracterized as a romantic relationship. Zhinan shuddered at the thought. It felt like a ticking time bomb. But she was not famous. Look at me. I didn't even recognize her. Zhinan considered the irony. The former Zhinan had no interest in entertainment news, and now, having traversed into this world, he was even less inclined to follow it. Music, films, and novels were his true passions. Those had always been his pastimes. For now, he would take it slow. There was no other option. He still had several months' worth of rent to pay, and he certainly couldn't move out. Chapter 11. You are an idol singer? Despite the circumstances, knowing that an idol singer resided in the adjoining master bedroom left Zhinan feeling somewhat unsettled. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, he opened Huaku Music and entered Xia An'ge into the search bar. To his surprise, a list of over a dozen songs appeared, all of which were covers of classic hits. He clicked to play the first track, titled Nostalgia, as a gentle melody began to emanate from his headphones. Zhinan rarely turned the volume up to 80, but this warm melody, a renowned singer's signature piece, captured him. As the ethereal voice of a female artist gradually emerged with the lyrics, Zhinan found himself entranced, unexpectedly moved by the tenderness and emotion conveyed in her singing. The song spoke of longing for one's family, and he was completely enveloped by Xia An'ge's voice, evoking memories of his parents from his previous life, his father, always lighthearted, and his mother, a more reserved woman. Though their family was not affluent, they had lived happily together for 2 decades. In the blink of an eye, like fleeting clouds, Zhinan's memories returned to the present world. His parents in this realm were factory workers in a county town, diligently toiling for half a lifetime merely to ensure Zhinan could complete his university education, purchase a home, and start a family. They harbored no grand dreams. For 2 lifetimes, he had been an only child, basking in the warmth of their love. How wonderful it was. After listening to the song once, Zhinan replayed it and opened the comments section, which was filled with over 10,000 remarks, attesting to the beauty of Xia An'ge's voice. He perused the most popular comments, It's truly mesmerizing. I miss home so much. The female voice is even more captivating than the original male rendition. Home is where my parents are. I miss you, Mom and Dad. Another remarked, Xia An'ge's voice is angelic. Zhinan wholeheartedly agreed with this sentiment, generously giving a thumbs up to the comment. He continued to listen, one song after another, each expressing a unique essence. As the final note faded, Zhinan felt a lingering desire for more. He believed that in the first song, Xia An'ge had poured forth the most emotion, and it garnered the most comments. The songs were beautiful, and the singer equally enchanting. Zhinan pondered her character, feeling a touch of amusement. Who would have imagined such a seemingly aloof person could sing with such emotion? He wondered if her fans were aware of her true nature. A thought tinged with a hint of mischief. It was astonishing that someone with such vocal talent could be kept from the limelight. Zhinan mused about the depths of the entertainment industry, contemplating the complexities that eluded the casual observer. As July approached, the heat became oppressive, exacerbated by Zhinan's habit of not running the air conditioning all night, preferring to set a timer. Thus, he awoke, uncomfortably warm, resolved to adjust the timer for an extra hour to allow for more sleep. Checking his phone, it displayed 10 o'clock in the morning. After a quick wash, he opened the door, bleary-eyed, and spotted Xia An'ge sitting cross-legged on a small carpet in front of the living room sofa. The guitar she had brought back that day lay flat on the sofa, its wood-colored surface gleaming. A stack of blank papers was spread across the tea table, where she was engrossed in writing or perhaps composing a song. Zhinan knew she was an idle singer and was expected to produce her own work soon. Observing her quiet and practiced demeanor, he dismissed the impulse to approach her, knowing all too well that the girl with the gentle smile in the news was indeed his landlord, Xia An'ge. Xia An'ge noticed Zhinan's presence, but was puzzled by his constant stay at home. The summer heat was stifling, and she had stepped out from her room seeking a breath of fresh air, occasionally glancing at the blue sky and white clouds outside the balcony, hoping to relieve her mood. The balcony in her room felt confining, blocked by walls. While she didn't acknowledge Zhinan, she found herself curious about his purpose for being at home every day. Unbeknownst to her, Zhinan was a web novel author. Entirely unbound by the necessity of an office job, he was, after all, a dedicated homebody. In her mind, Xia An'ge had been toying with a fleeting melody, a soft hum reminiscent of a summer song, which had been lingering in her thoughts for some time. Yet she struggled to capture the essence of summer and its fleeting thoughts. Currently, aside from the pervasive heat, her mind was blank. After washing up, Zhinan took a bottle of milk and a piece of bread from the refrigerator, observing the stark division within, the Chu army occupying the majority of the territory, while the Han army only claimed the left side. He chuckled at their similar arrangements, noting that she too had placed milk at the top. Today was payday, and he had seen that he would receive over 9,000 yuan, bringing him close to a monthly income exceeding 10,000. Compared to his previous life of relentless 996 labor, this was sheer bliss. With over 10,000 in savings, he planned to send his parents in the county town a sum of 10,000, intending for them to retire from their grueling factory jobs, which yielded little reward for such hardship. As he prepared to send the money, he recalled that his parents were not adept with smartphones and could only accept transfers via bank cards. Zhinan resolved to teach them how to use technology upon his next visit, envisioning the joy of video calls with them. Passing through the living room, he could no longer resist pausing, as the sunlight from the balcony stretched his shadow across the paper on which Xia An'ge was writing. She looked up, puzzled, her delicate features slightly flushed from the heat, her hair swept to one side. Cough, are you an idle singer, landlord? Zhinan asked, feeling a touch of shyness driven by his curiosity. Xia An'ge, surprised by the question, took a moment before responding, a singer, not an idol. Her voice still cool and distant. Oh, it's the same. It's all the same, he replied, nodding at her confirmation, acknowledging her enchanting voice, especially in Xiangnian, which had resonated deeply within him. He continued, I stumbled upon your news by chance. I meant no offense. It's impressive to have a landlord who sings so beautifully. However, he realized he shouldn't share this revelation. In a flurry, he waved his hands. I won't say anything, rest assured. I was merely making a comparison. You understand? What on earth was he saying? Zhinan felt somewhat foolish. Xia An'ge did not lift her gaze again, merely acknowledging with a faint signaling her understanding. Zhinan felt somewhat silly but was relieved that his curiosity had been satisfied. An awkward silence enveloped the space, the air seemingly thick with the scent of embarrassment. Remembering his tasks, Zhinan hastily excused himself from the situation. Chapter 12. Parents under the scorching sun. Zhinan exited the bank, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. pondering why he hadn't chosen to come out in the afternoon, feeling a bit foolish. He dialed his father's number, and after a brief ring, a pleasantly surprised voice answered. Zhinan, Dad, you don't have to work today? Zhinan responded smoothly, as if it were the most natural thing. With the memories of the original Zhinan flooding back, he accepted them as his own. Yes, it's Sunday. Your mother and I are resting. How has work been lately? His father had intended to inquire about his son's life, but the words that escaped him were about work, a classic case of a father's mixed priorities. Zhinan smiled as he strolled along the spacious sidewalk, replying, It's going well. My income is stable. I just transferred 10,000 to your bank account. You and Mom can stop working at the factory now. I can support both of you. His ongoing project, Qin Shimingyu, was nearing completion, expected to conclude by the end of July. Following that, Xian Jianqi Xia would be uploaded. Though he wasn't certain of the earnings, it would undoubtedly elevate his lifestyle significantly. Yet, upon hearing this, his father frowned, reproaching. 10,000. You have only just begun your career a few months ago, and need to have some money on hand. Your mother and I are both employed in the county and are capable of supporting ourselves without your assistance. What about Zhinan's phone? Suddenly, a delightful voice came from the other end of the line. It was Zhinan's mother, Chenru, a doting mother. Upon seeing his wife return, Guji activated the speakerphone and said to Zhinan, Your mother is back from grocery shopping. Mom. Hey, my dear. Zhinan chuckled, rubbing his nose. His mother had always spoiled him since childhood. Even when his father attempted to scold him, his mother would reprimand him instead, let alone raise a hand. This led Guji to often lament that a loving mother spoils her son, yet he felt helpless, merely harboring his grievances. How did you send money back? Is it enough for your expenses? Chenru expressed her astonishment at Zhinan's remittance, exclaiming, Old Gu, hurry and return the money to our son. And send an additional 2,000 on top of that. Guji felt overwhelmed, lamenting the truth in the saying that a loving mother spoils her son. Zhinan, deeply touched, slowly explained to his mother that he had a stable job now, earning around 8,000 to 9,000 a month, thus was not concerned about food and shelter. He even wished for them to resign from their jobs and let him support them. Chenru beamed with satisfaction as she listened, repeatedly expressing pride in her son. Guji felt utterly powerless against this. However, both Guji and Chenru disagreed on the matter of resigning from their jobs. Your mother and I are quite happy working. You have just started your career. Do not become complacent. Work harder. And please, do not send us money next month. Save it to buy a house. Your mother and I have saved some money over the years and can assist you when the time comes. Guji conveyed earnestly, while Chenru nodded in agreement, affirming, Yes, your father and I can take care of ourselves. A young man should have his own savings. Moreover, you are not getting any younger. It is time to find a girlfriend. I want to hold my grandchild soon. Huh. Zhinan was taken aback by his mother's sudden leap to the topic of finding a girlfriend. He had no thoughts in that direction at all. Mom, I am still young. There is no rush. I am proudly single. Guji also disagreed with Chenru's perspective, responding over the phone that work should take priority. But if a suitable opportunity arose, he might consider it. He certainly did not want to be left alone in old age. Who are you calling a bachelor? You old man, go wash the vegetables. Chenru instantly became displeased, as no one should speak of their son in such a manner. Dad, you don't understand. That is called being a werewolf. Zhinan internally scoffed before continuing to chat with his mother, reminding them to take care of their health and assuring them that he would visit whenever he could. Chenru urged her son to eat and drink well, emphasizing that no matter how vast the world may be, her son was the most important. As Zhinan wrapped up his call with his parents, he returned to his apartment. He retrieved his keys from his pocket and unlocked the door. The quiet figure had merely shifted positions. The guitar, which had been lying flat on the sofa, was now beside her. Mom and Dad, I'm going to work now. I'll call you both again next time. Zhinan said over the phone, noting that his writing for the day had yet to commence, and he hadn't started the previous night either. Don't keep calling back unnecessarily. All right, do call often when you have the time. The couple's opinions were clearly mismatched. Zhinan felt that his father would not have dinner tonight. He couldn't argue with his mother. After all, he knew her temperament well. Following the earlier awkwardness, Zhinan wisely refrained from further conversation with Xia An'ge. He merely glanced at her, who was engrossed in her laptop, before retreating to his room. As the door closed, Xia An'ge's gaze shifted from the laptop screen, her eyes momentarily lost in thought as she stared at the blank sheet of paper before her. She had just been on the phone with her parents, a term so familiar and affectionate to others, yet so foreign to her. For she was an unwanted child, and the only person who had given her a name was no longer around. Her delicate features bore an air of sorrow, She truly missed Mama Xia and even harbored some nostalgia for the orphanage where she had grown up. It seemed that in this world, she had become utterly alone. Taking a deep breath, Xia An'ge gathered her emotions, reminding herself that her goal was to achieve freedom, and the path to that freedom lay in transforming the melodies in her mind into a song. Meanwhile, Zhinan, back in his room, opened the Chinese website to upload the latest chapter and contemplated continuing his work on Xian Jianqi Xia Zhuan when he noticed a notification. Upon opening it, he found it was a message from the Poetry Society. The poem Guodongting had successfully appeared on the Society's dedicated webpage. Should he cast a vote for himself? The competition was determined by both public votes and evaluations from an expert panel, meaning public votes held significant weight. The preliminary evaluation lasted 7 days, relying heavily on public voting, while the 8th day would transition into a secondary evaluation by experts, culminating in the final awards ceremony. With this in mind, Zhinan promptly clicked on the Poetry Society's webpage to cast his vote, convinced that he could not be the only one engaging in such actions. Thus it was not shameless. Indeed, it was not shameless at all. Could a scholar's vote be considered dishonorable? It was merely an expression of confidence. Opening up the page, he found his work prominently displayed and voted for Guodongting, feeling a swell of pride as he noted how well it was positioned. However, he was taken aback by how high his work ranked. Upon checking the vote count, he gasped in astonishment. 8,000 votes. It was in first place. How astonishing. The esteemed poet Tang Gong was indeed formidable. Zhinan mentally cheered for the original poet, marveling at the sheer intensity of the response. He noted that the work was uploaded at 11 in the morning, and it was now 2 in the afternoon. 8,000 votes in 3 hours. Indeed, individuals with cultural appreciation and a romantic spirit are the same across any realm. How splendid. He glanced at the second-ranked work, titled Chuxia, which had 6,000 votes, meaning he had garnered a full 2,000 votes over it. Excitedly, he clicked on the comments section of the Poetry Society, where the discussion thread for Guodongting was already bustling with over 10,000 comments, making it the most popular poetry thread, continuously receiving new comments. Drunk, unaware of the heavens and the water, a boat full of clear dreams pressed against the Milky Way. Oh, how vividly I can envision that scene. It is simply breathtaking. The author is undeniably romantic. A boat full of clear dreams pressed against the Milky Way. I am utterly in love. I must print this poem out. I've set the last 2 lines as my status. I adore it to the core. When I read this poem, it feels as though I am not moored in Daunting Lake, but rather paddling among the stars in the Milky Way, surrounded by a world sparkling with starlight. As if I were dreaming. Why don't I have such artistic insight? I simply think it's good. I must invite others to come and see what poetry truly is. Me too. Let them witness what romance is. In the upstairs room, I have already transcribed the text, preparing to charm the ladies. To the one attempting to woo, I must say, I too share this sentiment. Zhinan observed the scene and, aside from admiring the beauty and profundity of the poem, noted that some were actually considering it as a means to attract romantic interest. However, there were also those who provided their own interpretations of the poem. The poet portrayed dreams in such a splendid manner, enticing like a fairy tale. Yet, it is merely a fleeting reverie. Upon awakening, one is left with an overwhelming sense of melancholy. The first 2 lines evoke a sorrowful autumn, perhaps intertwined with reflections on unfulfilled aspirations and the lament of missed opportunities. The latter lines, filled with intoxicated yearning, express a lingering attachment to dreams and fantasies, contrasting sharply with one's discontent with reality. Thus, each line holds absolute significance. Without the preceding verses, the exquisite imagery of lying in bed after revelry, dreaming of starry rivers, would not exist. To the author known as Zhinan, I extend my gratitude for allowing me to experience the beauty of poetry. I have encountered numerous verses about dreams, yet none compare to this poem's refreshing splendor, its multifaceted emotions, and its romantic flair. All conveyed with a light and fluid style, truly a work of art. The author Zhinan is indeed remarkable. Clearing his throat, Zhinan remained composed, his heart steady, as he indirectly assisted the author in perpetuating the poem's legacy. As for the praises offered by others, Zhinan considered them a means of expressing gratitude to the original author. What a surprise to see his fans here. Zhinan, observing their comments, felt somewhat speechless. This was undoubtedly a misrepresentation. I know who Zhinan is. He is the author of Qin Shi Mingyu, a book I have been following. That author is just filling pages with trivial content, and I have formally reported this. Yes, this Zhinan shamelessly exploits our affection, treating us with indifference. He has been dilly-dallying over a single scene for days. Alas, But let us not be harsh. Zhinan is still commendable. At least he updates daily. I was not prepared for him to craft such beautiful poetry. After indulging in wine, I find myself lost in tears, overwhelmed by love for his work. Many began to reveal their identities as readers on the Chinese website, leaving Zhinan somewhat bemused. Such disclosures were unnecessary, as those who wished to find out could easily do so. After all, Guodongting is clearly identified as a Chinese web author. While browsing through comments, he noticed the votes for his poems surged by over 2,000, surpassing 10,000 in total, leaving others behind at a distance. Zhinan was taken aback upon closing the comments. He had a lead of 3,000 votes over the second place, while the third place had around 6,000. Guodongting led with an impressive 11,000 votes. Following were Xia with over 8,300 votes, Guanhai with 5,600, Mo Shongsang with 5,400, Deng Huangshang Richu with 5,300, Chun Xiao with 5,100, Yang Zhou with 5,000, and Zhuang Jinan with 4,800. The top 10 poems had closely contested votes, except for Zhinan's Guodongting, which occupied a distinct echelon. The week-long evaluation had only just commenced. Zhinan resolved to ignore the fluctuations in the poetry network. He needed to concentrate on writing. Determined not to disappoint his devoted readers, he vowed never to resort to padding his work. If he did, he would pretend he never spoke. However, Zhinan's indifference did not reflect the feelings of those who adored Guodongting. Many began to share the poem, often quoting lines such as "After intoxication, one is unaware of the sky being in the water, or a boat laden with tranquil dreams pressing upon the starry river," captivating a wider audience and prompting inquiries about the source. Consequently, numerous individuals flocked to the Poetry Association's website, casting their votes. Additionally, a portion of readers, tracing the author Zhinan, discovered Zhinan's book and left messages in the latest chapters, generously offering their financial support. Qin Shiming Yu gained increasing recognition on the Chinese website, even appearing on the donation leaderboard, which puzzled many. Upon investigation, they found it to be an older book with numerous chapters already written, which had previously gone unnoticed but suddenly gained traction. They could not pinpoint the reason for this newfound popularity. Guodongting even made a surprise appearance on Weibo's trending topics, occupying the top 3 or 4 spots. The public was captivated by the phrases "after intoxication, one is unaware of the sky being in the water," or "a boat laden with tranquil dreams pressing upon the starry river," leading many to delve deeper into the poem, ultimately directing them to the Poetry Association's website or Zhinan's page on the Chinese website. What a revelation of the most exquisite verses, a poem both romantic and dreamlike. The initial lines are unremarkable, yet the latter lines astonish all who read them, with a plethora of various titles emerging, propelling the Poetry Association onto the trending topics as its visibility surged due to the poem. Cheng Mingxi, the head of the Poetry Association, found herself somewhat bewildered. They had not engaged in extensive promotion, having only advertised between the Chinese and poetry websites, with little exposure elsewhere, yet now they were trending. Upon learning that it was due to a single poem, she was even more astonished. Having been busy that day, she had not checked the Poetry Association's website and was unaware of the current rankings, but now she felt compelled to investigate. Dressed in professional attire and sporting golden-rimmed glasses, she exuded an air of intelligence and sophistication. Reciting the lines "after intoxication, one is unaware of the sky being in the water, a boat laden with tranquil dreams pressing upon the starry river," Cheng Mingxi found herself momentarily entranced by the poem, envisioning a splendid galaxy as she reclined among the stars, half inebriated and half conscious. How beautiful! She also checked the current rankings. Guodongting had amassed over 90,000 votes, while the second place Xia had merely 60,000 votes. How could this even compare? Chapter 14. The shock of the Poetry Association. Did the person in charge of the poetry website become aware of this? Cheng Mingxi inquired of her staff, who shook their head in response. "We are unclear. We only reported because we noticed something was amiss. This poem is simply too magnificent," the staff member lamented. Cheng Mingxi suddenly smiled, slowly articulating that this individual is one of our authors on the Chinese website. "I just received a report indicating that one of our books has unexpectedly surged onto the donation leaderboard. They suspected someone was deliberately manipulating the rankings. But it now appears that those who read the poem sought it out. Initially, the poetry website believed that we could not possibly claim victory in this poetry association. At most, we might secure a bronze medal, even as co-hosts. It seemed we were merely there to support them, but now it appears they have underestimated us." Cheng Mingxi is one of the coordinators for this poetry association hosted by the Chinese website, Naturally, she was displeased by the poetry website's arrogance. Witnessing this unfolding scene brought her immense satisfaction, especially since Chu Xia was authored by a professor from the poetry website, something she was well aware of. Strictly adhering to the evaluation rules, any malicious vote manipulation would result in the immediate disqualification of the offending works. Cheng Mengshi commanded her staff, declaring that Guodongting, in both its verses and essence, far surpassed all other submissions in this competition. She would not allow it to be tarnished. That evening, in a traditional courtyard house in Kyoto, a charming young girl approached her grandfather, seated beneath a tree with a tablet. "Grandfather, do you not wish to check the ranking of your Chuxia?" The elderly man slowly opened his eyes, gazing affectionately at the young girl, and replied, "What is the matter?" "Xiaoyan, rankings have never concerned me. The elderly gentleman is none other than the esteemed Shi Sheng Du Fu's 10th descendant, Du Guangyu, who immerses himself in the art of poetry with a passion that runs deep within his soul. He is also one of the presidents of the Huaguo Poetry Association and a co-founder of the Poetry Network." Du Xiaoyan, however, playfully remarked, "I knew Grandpa would say that. But if I were to tell you that you not only lack the first place, but are also trailing behind by tens of thousands of votes, and your beloved granddaughter didn't even cast her vote for you." Initially, Du Guangyu paid little heed to her words, but upon hearing about the significant deficit in votes, coupled with the fact that even his granddaughter had not supported him, he could no longer remain indifferent. His interest piqued. He promptly declared, "Let me see." He was not unfamiliar with the notion that the younger generation often surpasses the older. After all, a poem he penned titled Wandong had once overshadowed his father's work, leading his father to ultimately concede that he was indeed outdone. Upon receiving the tablet, the first thing Du Guangyu noticed was his own piece, Chu Xia, remarkably positioned in second place with over 80,000 votes. Not too shabby, he mused. How many can it garner? Only one poem lay ahead of his. And as he scanned the leaderboard, he was taken aback to discover a staggering 130,000 votes. How is that possible? He gasped, straightening his posture and trembling hands as he clicked on the poem titled Guodongting. "The west wind ages the daunting waves." The elderly gentleman read each line with meticulous attention, embodying the true spirit of a master who forever possesses the heart of an apprentice. Upon finishing the first line, he felt no immediate reaction, merely appreciating the historical reference. He proceeded to the next line. "In one night, the Xiong Lord's hair turns white." At this juncture, the profound meaning began to resonate with him. The tale of the white-haired Xiong Lord, who wept for Emperor Shun's demise in the wilderness of Kangwu, was indeed poignant and beautifully captured. His praise flowed freely, drunkenly unaware of the heavens and the water. As he completed this line, his breath quickened slightly. Rather than rushing to interpret it, he moved to the subsequent line, confident that it would provide a sublime correspondence to the preceding verses. Given that the relationship between the third line and its predecessors was minimal, a boat full of sweet dreams pressing down on the Milky Way. After concluding the reading, Du Guangyu felt as though he were adrift in a celestial dream, surrounded by a flowing river of stars, caught in a delightful reverie akin to a fairy tale. Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. When he turned to Du Xiaoyan, his face radiated with joy. He held the tablet again, savoring the poem's essence, and remarked to his granddaughter, "I anticipated that talents would emerge from the land, but I never expected such brilliance." The initial couplet expresses a sense of unrecognized talent and melancholy. Yet the latter lines are truly inspired. They elevate the entire poem, crafting a dreamlike world that is both romantic and ethereal. Upon hearing her grandfather's interpretation, Du Xiaoyan felt the poem's significance deepen. She softly recited the last two lines, drunkenly unaware of the heavens and the water. "A boat full of sweet dreams pressing down on the Milky Way." "Who is the author of this masterpiece from the Poetry Association?" Du Guangyu inquired, eager to engage in a thoughtful discourse on the art of poetry. For anyone capable of composing such romantic verses must be a person of great wisdom. Du Xiaoyan, emerging from her reverie, retorted playfully, "Grandpa, you're mistaken. The author is not from our Poetry Association. He is a novelist from Zhongwen Wang." "What?" Du Guangyu was momentarily taken aback. When Zhongwen Wang had approached the Poetry Association to collaborate on a poetry appreciation event, he had been candidly skeptical, believing that a novelist would struggle to make an impact in the realm of poetry. After all, writing poetry requires inspiration, immersion, and extensive reading of classical works, advantages that the Poetry Association seemed to possess. But now, it appeared that the younger generation was indeed surpassing the older, and he realized he was aging. Du Guangyu's Chu Xia had also been a product of long contemplation, undergoing numerous revisions before reaching his satisfaction. Consequently, When the call for submissions from the Poetry Association commenced, he participated not for accolades, but to inspire a greater appreciation for poetry. Little did he expect that on the very first day, a golden piece would emerge. He reclined back in his wicker chair, closed his eyes, and softly recited Guidanting, once again immersing himself in that unparalleled romantic dreamscape. Feeling an unexpected urge to indulge in wine, desiring to experience the true essence of being drunkenly unaware of the heavens and the water, Du Xiaoyan, slightly agape in surprise, remarked, "Grandpa, your Xia is also quite remarkable. This is just the beginning. Haven't you always taught me to never give up?" Du Guanyu opened his eyes and shot her a stern look, puffing his cheeks as he retorted, "What do you know, young lady? This poem could be a timeless masterpiece. The latter lines alone are worthy of being enshrined as classics." He then disregarded her further comments, closing his eyes to rest, murmuring to himself, drunkenly unaware of the heavens and the water, as if whispering to the spirits of the drink. Du Xiaoyan simply pouted. Knowing she was merely providing comfort to the old man, she had been utterly captivated by the poem the moment she laid eyes on it. Meanwhile, her own submission, Chun Xiao, was still struggling in the rankings, having barely made it into the top 10, but lagging far behind her grandfather's Guidanting. She had even voted for Guidanting. The author's straightforward demeanor belied the romanticism of his poetry. She found herself eagerly anticipating the final evaluation, hoping for the presence of a handsome judge. As Du Guanyu continued to contemplate Guidanting, news of the poem's remarkable popularity reached the Poetry Association. It had gone viral across various online platforms, leaving them no choice but to take notice. Upon reading Guidanting, their expressions mirrored that of Du Guanyu, astonishment at the fact that this work originated from a writer associated with Zhongwen Wang. As they too were enchanted by the dreamlike quality woven throughout the poem, recognizing the latter lines as truly classical. Only a handful of younger individuals remained unconvinced, believing that luck played a significant role and that the success could be attributed to mere happenstance. One such skeptic was Quan Zhijuan, the grandson of another co-founder of the Poetry Association who had authored Mo Shang Sang. His own work was currently ranked third, with just under 79,000 votes, slightly trailing Du Guanyu's Chu Xia, yet lagging behind Guidanting by an alarming margin. Without any unforeseen events, he believed it impossible to catch up. Quan Zhijuan aspired to surpass Chu Xia and claim victory, as the event, despite its collaboration with Zhongwen Wang, was widely perceived as an internal competition within the Poetry Association. Yet now, a small-time author from Zhongwen Wang had surged ahead, creating a poem deemed a timeless classic, leaving Quan Zhijuan feeling deeply dissatisfied. Chapter 15. Heaven-born talents must have their use. Zhinan was blissfully unaware that the poetry event had taken the internet by storm. He was resolutely focused on crafting the remaining plot outlines for Xian Jian Qi Xiajuan, while also preparing for the finale of Qin Shi Mingyu. He occasionally tuned into the melodious guitar sounds drifting from outside, finding solace in the familiar refrain. The notes were intermittent, hinting at a struggle akin to the creative blocks faced by budding authors like himself. Zhinan had listened to the same melody no fewer than 10 times, a blend of melancholy and nonchalance that resonated with him, reminiscent of his university days when his dorm mates claimed that learning guitar was an effective way to attract romantic interests. However, he soon realized that fairy tales often mislead, and no amount of strumming could guarantee success. His goddess boarded that glamorous big bends, and thus he surrendered. Later, he became oblivious to who said it. But someone claimed that learning the piano exuded elegance and sophistication, appealing to girls who favored such boys. How could the passionate youth Zhinan endure this? Without hesitation, he enrolled in the piano club at school and diligently participated for several months, only to discover he had been struck by love once more. The despair outweighed the sadness, and from that moment on, Zhinan resolved to merely drift through life, no longer believing in any charms that might attract girls or pretentious displays. Now, he had nearly forgotten it all and found it somewhat amusing. Perhaps if he picked up the guitar again, he wouldn't even be able to strum a single note, let alone touch the piano. It seemed that Xia An'ge had a piano in her room. He had heard the sound of it being played yesterday. Singers are remarkable. Do they not possess a bit of everything? Zhinan glanced at the time, realizing he had been seated at his computer for 5 hours. It was already evening, yet outside, the strumming of a guitar intermittently echoed. Her perseverance was rather impressive. It had been nearly a day. However, it was rumored that she was being compelled by her company, with no choice but to produce work. Facing the relentless grind that was even more exhausting than the infamous 996 work culture, Zhinan felt a twinge of sympathy for this aloof landlord. WC? Zhinan had a habit of checking Chinese websites after finishing his writing, But this time, upon opening it, he was inundated with messages in the author section, leaving him bewildered. The website allowed private messaging, which could be freely disabled, but Zhinan had hardly any private messages, occasional nudges from eager readers for updates. Yet now, there were at least several hundred. What was going on? He clicked on a few and found it quite amusing, as they were all from attendees of the poetry event, extolling his romantic verses. For instance, one author exclaimed, "Dude, you're amazing. I used this to confess and succeeded. I'll reward you massively." Another chimed in, "You're too awesome. You've brought glory to the Chinese website. Your poetry has doubled the votes compared to those on the poetry site. Love you, author. This lady has taken a liking to you. Here is my contact information. I hope you know how to appreciate it and reach out. We could have a story together." Zhinan was at a loss for how to respond. There were too many. He could only click mark all as read and then disable the private messaging feature. When he finished, he suddenly noticed something different in his author dashboard. Upon entering, he gasped in astonishment. Today's remuneration showed over 60,000? What the hell? He quickly checked the data for Qin Shi Mingyu and discovered that the rewards accumulated from this afternoon until now had converted into his earnings, with an unending list of nicknames contributing. Looking further at the rewards leaderboard, Qin Shi Mingyu astonishingly ranked in the top 3, truly terrifying. The chapter reviews had surpassed 10,000, and upon inspection, they were all merely comments from visitors, such as "I came from the author of Guodongding to check it out." From Weibo, "The poetry is beautiful, but the novel is mediocre. However, to write such exquisite poetry, I rewarded you. Is this even allowed?" Aside from the quirky remarks, the rest discussed their own Guodongding. Only Zhinan, having sifted through the comments, found a few genuine readers engaging with the story. Wealth. Zhinan excitedly opened the poetry event's website, and his eyes nearly turned into crescent moons, unable to contain his laughter. Guodongding had amassed 180,000 votes. Chu Xia had 100,000 votes, leading by a significant margin. Once again, wealth. Unless something unexpected occurred, the 5,000 gold medals were certainly his, and combined with today's skyrocketing rewards, his monthly income would surpass 100,000. He had never seen such a sum in one go in his previous life. Zhinan opened Weibo and discovered that the 8th trending topic was indeed Guodongding, a timeless romance. Inside were numerous trending highlights. The poetry event unveiled the most romantic verses, drunkenly unaware of the heavens in the water. The boat laden with serene dreams compresses the starry river, an exquisite sentiment. These dreamlike poetic lines were hailed as timeless masterpieces. Each title sparked a flurry of opinions from netizens, all unequivocally praising the romance of the poetry, with drunkenly unaware of the heavens and the water. The boat laden with serene dreams compresses the starry river, occupying a significant share of the discourse. Zhinan was aware of the classic nature of these lines. As he had previously mentioned, in the original world, many did not know the title of this poem or how to pronounce the first 2 lines. Yet they were certainly familiar with the last 2, because you could find these lines in many places. He never anticipated that such a fervor would arise here as well. Master Tanggong, this grand epic is as you wished. Zhinan composed himself and decided to reward his lovely readers with an additional chapter today. As a means of explanation, lest the audience grow cold, he absolutely did not intend to ride on the coattails of popularity or seek easy profits. He uploaded the chapter and added his final words. "Straight mail, an extra chapter today." Additionally, to friends who came from the poetry event, "Your enthusiasm has ignited my heart like a blazing fire. Guodongding was written on a whim. I never imagined it would resonate so deeply with you all. Heaven has not deceived me. Enjoy." Upload. Many netizens lingered between the Chinese website and the poetry event, refreshing the site only to discover that the author, Straight Mail, had updated the novel chapter. They hurriedly clicked in to read, and upon seeing the final PS, they were filled with comedic delight, discovering yet another golden line. "Heaven has its purpose for my talents. I'm dying of laughter. You've ignited my heart. Author, you're too adorable." And this line, "Heaven has its purpose for my talents," resonates with me deeply. I too believe I have my own purpose. Rewarded. I love it. Heaven has its purpose for my talents. I am going to adopt it as my motivational quote. Help. He has unleashed yet another golden phrase. Indeed. Heaven has its purpose for my talents. Thank you, author. Once I succeed, I'll definitely come back to repay you. Thus, the phrase "heaven has its purpose for my talents" once again soared to the trending topics, rekindling the fervor surrounding Guodongding. Chapter 16. Poetry Event Review Invitation. When Zhinan emerged, Xia An'ge had already returned to her room, leaving only the indented sofa in the living room as evidence that a graceful figure had once occupied it. Back in her room, Xia An'ge sat dazed beside the piano, feeling quite downcast. She found no inspiration and her mind was still trapped in that melody, neither more nor less. Ding ding ding. Xia An'ge, somewhat bewildered, picked up the phone. Few called her, and upon seeing the name, it was Ruan Ying. She answered, and Ruan Ying's excited voice immediately filled the line. Sister An'ge, it seems someone knows your temperament. They say Mr. Qi will leave Puhai City for Lingqing tomorrow. Are you still in Lingqing? Qi's departure from Puhai signified that the song he had written for Chu Taoyu was complete, so he would be leaving. Xia An'ge felt a pang of bitterness. Here she was, a third-tier singer kept hidden by her company, so obscure that even her housemates didn't recognize her, while Qi was a well-known figure in the industry. Would he really assist her? Xia An'ge harbored a longing for a professional musician with whom she could engage in discussions about the melody she had composed. Feeling utterly lost in her creative process, she believed that the insights from a seasoned musician could provide her with invaluable inspiration. Are you listening, An'ge Jia? Ruan Ying found it peculiar that Xia An'ge had not responded for a considerable time. Not even a simple had escaped her lips. Ah, that's better. Ruan Ying heard a reply and promptly launched into a conversation about the trending topics on Weibo. An'ge Jia, let me tell you. Today a beautifully crafted poem titled What Dongding suddenly appeared on Weibo's hot search. It is truly delightful, especially the last two lines. Drunkenly unaware of the sky and the water, the boat laden with dreams presses upon the Milky Way. It feels like a fairy tale. Drunkenly unaware of the sky and the water, Xia An'ge softly recited. Ruan Ying then mentioned her intention to apply for leave soon to visit Xia An'ge, who neither accepted nor declined the offer. Ruan Ying, one of the few friends Xia An'ge had, often found herself yearning for someone to converse with, even if it meant listening rather than speaking. After the call ended, Xia An'ge sat quietly on the piano bench, her gaze falling upon a notebook placed on the nearby table. She shifted slightly to reach it and opened the notebook to Weibo, where she clicked on the hot search, discovering that What Dongding held the second spot. She opened it, encountering various titles and Ruan Ying's enthusiastic praise for the original poem, which had been featured in a poetry event organized by a Chinese literary website and a poetry forum. After reading the entire poem quietly, Xia An'ge found herself momentarily entranced. The poem was indeed exquisite, immersing her in a dreamlike state while embodying modern romanticism. The imagery of dreams pressing upon the Milky Way was simply sublime. Every talent has its purpose. She read a recent discussion point from the poem's author, a sentiment that resonated deeply within her, filling her with a sense of uplifting strength. At that moment, Xia An'ge felt a surge of determination. After a brief contemplation, she retrieved paper and pen, slowly inscribing the profound line onto the blank page. The fervor surrounding the poetry event, ignited by Zhinan's 7-character quatrain What Dongding, gradually subsided over the next 3 to 4 days. Nevertheless, the lines drunkenly unaware of the sky and the water, the boat laden with dreams presses upon the Milky Way continued to circulate widely, truly becoming a timeless masterpiece. Amidst this fervor, Zhinan cast his second vote, and at that juncture, What Dongding had amassed an astonishing 720,000 votes, leaving the second contender, Chu Xia, trailing far behind with only 300,000 votes. The remaining entries were hardly worth mentioning, as they posed no threat to Zhinan. He had not anticipated such a commanding lead, and could only sigh, acknowledging the solitude that accompanies mastery. In recent days, Zhinan noticed that Xia An'ge had been leaving early and returning late, sometimes not even arriving home until nearly midnight. Although he found this curious, he chose not to pry, adhering to their mutual agreement to respect each other's lives. With the preliminary evaluations concluded, Zhinan felt a sense of satisfaction. Riding on the wave of What Dongding's success, his own work Qin Shimingyu also garnered increased attention and followers, which would undoubtedly benefit his upcoming publication, Shuizhong. Most importantly, his monthly royalties and donations had reached an impressive 80,000. If the prize for What Dongding were to be awarded directly, he would effectively be a person of considerable means, a fortune that would have been a blessing in his previous life. Indeed, knowledge is power. Suddenly, the phone rang. An unfamiliar number flashing on the screen. Hello? Hello, is this Zhinan? A pleasant female voice responded from the other end. Yes. May I ask who you are? Hello, Mr. Gu. I am Mingxi, the head of the poetry event at the Chinese literary website. The final evaluation will take place in 3 days at the Kyoto Poetry Association, where you will be asked to provide an analysis of the meaning behind your creation, What Dongding. Mingxi's words came forth in a rapid stream. But Zhinan grasped 2 essential pieces of information. The evaluation would occur in 3 days in Kyoto, and he was expected to present a reading comprehension of his work. This posed a bit of a dilemma for him, as he was merely an admirer of the original poem, and could hardly claim to know the emotions and intentions of the esteemed Tang Gong. Are you listening? Yes, I'm here. Please add me on WeChat. This is my number. I am also the editor-in-chief at our Chinese literary website. Young man, your poetry is impressive. It has brought great honor to our site. Cheng Mingxi's rare compliment stemmed from the genuine admiration for Gu Zhinan's verses, which had significantly elevated the reputation of the Chinese literary website at this poetry event. All right, Gu Zhinan agreed, his mind racing with thoughts. He recalled having seen some analyses of this poem in the past, but the details had become rather hazy over time. He pondered whether he could recall them adequately. This money isn't so easy to come by. After adding each other on WeChat, Cheng Mingxi sent a smiling emoji, followed shortly by another message. See you in 3 days. The top 10 poems will have the opportunity for publication, and your Wudongding should definitely be among them. Gu Zhinan stared at his phone in disbelief, realizing that the first work to be published would be a poem rather than one of his novels. 3 days was not an overly tight timeline. Gu Zhinan opened his ticketing app to purchase a flight, realizing that this would be the first time he would travel since his arrival in this new world. As a homebody, he found a sense of amusement in the situation, having initially thought he would remain until Qin Shiming Yue was completed before returning home. Chapter 17. Sending money, just as Gu Zhinan had stated. Xia An'ge had been consistently leaving early and returning late over the past week, not due to any particular reason, but because she had reached out to Qi Sheng, an unremarkable middle-aged man residing in Linqing, who might be able to offer significant assistance with her music. Hello, Mr. Qi. I am Xia An'ge, a singer with Xinguang Huyo. I have a melody I would like you to review, and if possible, I hope to collaborate with you. This marked the longest sentence Xia An'ge had uttered this year. Initially, the middle-aged man on the other end of the line overlooked the fact that Xia An'ge had been shelved by Xinguang Huyo and agreed to meet her at a CAF outside his wife's family home. However, upon their meeting, he remembered and declined her request. If he were to assist Xia An'ge in writing a song, it would create complications for Chu Taoyu, whose songs he had penned himself, effectively digging his own grave. Yet, it seemed Xia An'ge had anticipated this reaction. She merely pressed her lips together and informed Qi Sheng that she would be waiting for him at the CAF downstairs until he departed Linqing. If he felt inclined, he could come down to listen to her melody, as she genuinely wished to collaborate. On several occasions, Qi Sheng descended to see a girl in a baseball cap seated quietly in the CF, her mask removed, revealing a delicate, aloof face as she diligently scribbled notes. As Qi Sheng and his family walked away, Xia An'ge felt little stirrings of emotion. This was not her first experience. Every evening at 8, Qi Sheng would venture out with his family for a stroll, returning an hour and a half later, which marked the conclusion of her day at the CAF. She did not solely rely on Qi Sheng for assistance. She simply yearned for someone with whom she could engage in discussion. She truly could no longer reach out to other musicians. Her manager, on the other hand, had connections with many, yet he wished for her to comply unconditionally with the company's arrangements. He even used his own Weibo account to promote Chu Taoyu's album. So how could he possibly assist her? By the time Xia An'ge returned to the apartment building, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Gu Zhinan was just stepping out of the building, a backpack slung over his shoulder. Tomorrow afternoon marked the third day, and the poetry event would commence then, meaning Gu Zhinan had a flight to Kyoto tonight. The two exchanged glances, both feeling a bit awkward, as it seemed they had not spoken a word since the last time he inquired whether Xia An'ge was an idol singer. As they brushed past each other, Gu Zhinan suddenly turned and said, I just remembered that the utility bill is due this afternoon. I'll be away for 2 days, so could you please handle my share? After all, you are the landlord. Hearing his words, Xia An'ge turned back and responded with a soft Gu Zhinan took out his phone to display his WeChat QR code, the bright screen illuminating Xia An'ge's delicate face. After a moment's thought, she took out her phone and scanned his code, revealing a WeChat ID that simply read Zhinan. It was the first time Gu Zhinan had encountered someone using their name as a nickname, yet it seemed quite fitting. Her name carried a sense of poetry, unlike his straightforward Zhinan, which was rather mundane. After exchanging WeChat information, the atmosphere fell back into the previous awkwardness. Gu Zhinan waved his phone, indicating he would transfer the money to Xia An'ge shortly, and hurriedly left the scene. Upon returning to her apartment, Xia An'ge's phone buzzed with a message. She picked it up to find a transfer from Zhinan, with a note indicating it was for the utility bill. Choosing not to dwell on it, she sank into the sofa, leaving the lights off, feeling utterly exhausted. It was not merely physical fatigue. Her heart felt weary as well. In the early hours, Gu Zhinan arrived in Kyoto, having missed the chance to admire the bustling night view of the capital. He was solely focused on reaching the hotel next to the Poetry Association, which was named Cheng Mingxi, as relayed to him via WeChat. He could check in simply by providing his name. Given that the hotel was free, he wondered if he could also get reimbursed for the flight ticket, which cost over 1,000 yuan. Summer was indeed peak travel season, especially in July, with airfares soaring to outrageous prices. Gu Zhinan collapsed onto the bed. Releasing a long sigh, he was truly fatigued. Yet, the thought of receiving a reward of 50,000 yuan the next day invigorated him, making the exhaustion feel less daunting. While some people gazed at the sea at night, others fell in love or slept without covers. Gu Zhinan felt somewhat unlucky to be in Kyoto, for he had caught a cold. In the sweltering summer, he had fallen ill. Whether it was due to the heavy air conditioning the previous night or the audacious comfort of the free hotel, he could not ascertain. All he knew was that one nostril was blocked while the other struggled to breathe, which was quite uncomfortable. It was only 10 in the morning. The poetry event commenced at 2 in the afternoon, and Gu Zhinan felt utterly drowsy. I should buy some medicine, he thought. It wouldn't do for him to be drowsy while everyone else was eagerly participating in the poetry event. What if the organizers were displeased and chose not to pay him? Kyoto had been the capital of Huagua since ancient times, boasting numerous historical sites and cultural attractions. The most renowned and magnificent palace of Huagua was located in Kyoto, rich in cultural heritage. Meanwhile, outside, the sun was rising and pedestrians hurried past. For these individuals, Kyoto was merely a city for survival, while for him, it was just a fleeting stop. Fearing that taking medication might make him drowsy, Gu Zhinan opted for a powdered remedy, which he prepared and consumed upon returning to the hotel. At least it alleviated his nasal congestion, and he felt slightly more alert, no longer engulfed by drowsiness. Just as he was about to lie down, there came a sudden knock at the door. He reluctantly rose and opened it. Peering through the peephole to see a woman dressed in a professional skirt and a white blouse, her golden-framed glasses lending her an air of maturity. A mature woman was the only thought that crossed Gu Zhinan's mind. He slowly opened the door, his expression filled with confusion, as he did not recognize her. However, as soon as he opened the door, the woman donned a professional smile and extended her hand, saying, "Hello, Mr. Gu. I am Cheng Mingxi. Editor Cheng." "Hello." Gu Zhinan realized with clarity who she was, head of the poetry event and editor-in-chief at Zhongwenwang. He quickly extended his hand to shake hers before releasing it. Cheng Mingxi looked at Gu Zhinan with some surprise. "You have a cold?" "It's quite apparent." Gu Zhinan felt a bit embarrassed, having left the air conditioning on too high and not covered properly while sleeping last night. Upon hearing this, Cheng Mingxi took out her phone and said, "Let me call someone to buy you some medicine." No, I've already taken some," Gu Zhinan replied. "Editor Cheng, is there something you need from me?" Cheng Mingxi, unaware of Gu Zhinan's inner thoughts, retrieved an envelope and a dark gold invitation card from her bag, handing them to him. "This is a reward from Zhongwenwang, along with the invitation to the poetry event this afternoon. Mr. Gu's Guodongding has greatly contributed to Zhongwenwang's success, so I specifically came to deliver it to you." "Oh, what?" Gu Zhinan felt a surge of energy upon receiving the envelope, casually squeezing it to gauge its thickness, at least 10,000. A brilliant smile lit up his face. "How could I accept this? Bringing glory to Zhongwenwang is the responsibility of every author. Editor Cheng, there was no need for you to deliver it personally. If you had informed me, I would have come to collect it myself. Please, come in for a glass of water. You've worked hard." However, Cheng Mingxi shook her head. "I have to return to handle matters regarding the poetry event, so I won't come in. Mr. Gu, take a rest. The afternoon's event is quite significant." Cheng Mingxi cryptically smiled at Gu Zhinan and then walked away with professional poise. Chapter 18. Quite significant, quite significant? Gu Zhinan pondered, a bit perplexed. Wasn't it merely about delivering a presentation and collecting payment before leaving? After shutting the door, he casually tossed the dark gold invitation onto the bed and hurriedly opened the envelope, which was still warm. Counting the bills, he found exactly 10,000. How generous. A casual reward of 10,000. Gu Zhinan immediately felt revitalized, his dizziness and nasal congestion dissipating. Indeed, it seemed that money could cure all ills. In a neighboring city, Xia An'ge found herself once again in that familiar CAF, occupying the same spot. This marked the 8th day of her visit, and she planned to return for 3 more days before giving up. If no one was willing to assist her, she would not rely on anyone. But this time, at noon, she saw someone enter the CAF, someone she had been waiting for over 8 days, a rather ordinary-looking middle-aged man. Qi Sheng approached and sat down across from Xia An'ge, ordering a cup of coffee before remarking with a hint of exasperation, "Miss Xia, you are the most patient artist I have ever encountered, far surpassing Chu Taoyu. If you had not been targeted, she wouldn't stand a chance against you." Xia An'ge removed her cap, wishing to present herself more earnestly. Noticing her demeanor, Qi Sheng smiled and reached for the music sheet on the table, occasionally furrowing his brow as he read. After a while, he looked up and asked, "May I hear that segment of melody?" "Of course," Xia An'ge replied, taking out her phone and playing the recording of the melody she had composed in her mind. Listened intently, his expression revealing a hint of surprise. The melody was exquisite and gentle, and if crafted into the right composition and paired with lyrics, it could very well become a sensation. "Play it again," Summer and Gu requested, replaying the brief melody that lasted merely a few seconds. However, Qi Sheng listened to it repeatedly for over 10 minutes. Soon, he furrowed his brow, intently examining the musical score in front of him, a product of Summer and Ge's recent explorations. It was incomplete, and the essence of the melody felt somewhat off, which is why she sought someone to discuss it with. "Your melody resonates with the essence of summer, yet the score exudes a sense of melancholy. Summer should be bright and vivacious. Indeed, that is why I sought your assistance, Mr. Qi. I've been attempting to infuse a more sunny disposition into my composition these past few days, but with little success," Summer and Gu confessed, retrieving 2 more sheets of music from her bag and handing them to Qi Sheng. He accepted them one by one. The two spent approximately an hour and a half in the CAF. Qi Sheng rose, clutching the 2 sheets representing the vibrant essence of summer, and addressed Summer and Gu. "Please send me the melody later. I will see if I can refine it in the next couple of days and get back to you." As he spoke, he prepared to leave. Summer and Gu hurriedly stood and bowed deeply. "Thank you, Mr. Qi. No need for that. I am equally moved by your perseverance and patience. I am uncertain how you discovered my presence here, but it is best we meet less frequently. Xinguang Huyu will not permit me to assist you." With that, Qi Sheng exited the CAF, and Summer and Gu followed him outside. The afternoon sun was glaring and oppressively warm, yet for the first time, Summer and Gu found it comforting. If she could produce a piece that belonged solely to her, she would be free to leave Xinguang Huyu once her contract expired after the new year. However, failing to do so would compel her to renew her contract for another year. She reflected on her past naivety, realizing how foolish she had been to sign such a binding contract. Meanwhile, in Kyoto, Zhinan was munching on bread he had purchased from a convenience store, making his way to the Poetry Society meeting after a long morning without food. With half an hour remaining before the event commenced, he hurried over. Having wrapped up his work in Lincheng the night prior, nothing felt as comfortable as lying on his own bed, where he could indulge in meals at leisure. The Poetry Society building, known as Shihua Lu, was an ancient structure that reminded Zhinan of the Huanghe Lu described in books. He marveled at how such a magnificent edifice could be constructed in Kyoto, attributing it to wealth and opulence. As he approached, he noticed a long line of people waiting to enter, with security maintaining order. "Is it truly this formal?" Zhinan mused, observing the serpentine queue, which appeared to consist of at least 200 or 300 individuals, holding his dark golden invitation. He felt somewhat out of place until he spotted a smaller side door labeled Invitation Entrance. He swiftly made his way there, striding confidently past envious glances. Upon entering, he heard a loud shout behind him. "Hey, brother!" Zhinan turned, puzzled, to see a scruffy man jogging towards him. Once he reached Zhinan, he introduced himself. "I'm here for the poetry meeting too. Mind if I join you?" "Of course." "I was feeling a bit shy about attending alone," Zhinan replied. "Relieved to have company." "Great. I'm Guang Qingshuang, an author from Zhongwen. No wonder I felt a familiarity. You're a renowned writer from Zhongwen. I'm Zhinan, also from Zhongwen. Zhinan felt elated upon discovering they shared the same platform. "Don't flatter me. I'm just a small-time writer. I penned a poem that made it into the top 15, hence my invitation," Guang Qingshuang downplayed, though visibly pleased by Zhinan's praise. "Compared to you, I feel quite ashamed. Let us head inside." Zhinan decided not to feign modesty any longer, opting instead for a low-profile exit. Together, they followed the signs to a grand hall filled with numerous seats. Upon spotting the designated areas for authors ranked by Zhongwen Wang and Shurzi Wang, Zhinan and Guang Qingshuang took their seats. The hall was already bustling with attendees, and Zhinan observed that the seating was divided into 3 sections, one for Zhongwen Wang, another for Shurzi Wang, and a third, more general area occupying half the hall, accommodating no fewer than 300 seats. Such a crowd? Zhinan pondered, confused as to why a simple poetry analysis event would draw such numbers. Remembering Cheng Mingxi's warning about the event's significance, a sense of unease washed over him. After a 20-minute wait, with no new arrivals, Guang Qingshuang was busy socializing with nearby attendees while Zhinan struggled to stay awake, his cold making him drowsy. Hey! A female voice resonated through the hall's speakers, indicating that the time for announcements had arrived. With the host's entrance, the audience erupted in applause. and Zhinan joined in. Welcome to the anniversary poetry meeting and the final evaluation of the Poetry Society, the host announced, moving to the center of the stage. It is well known that the Poetry Society and Zhongwen Wang have collaborated to host this grand event, resulting in numerous beautiful poems. As we approach the anniversary, we have decided to select 100 poets from the Poetry Society and Zhongwen Wang to participate in today's anniversary meeting. Zhinan finally understood the significance of the gathering. No wonder there were so many people. He realized the others were likely spectators. Before he could process this, the host continued. Every year, the Poetry Society selects outstanding members to participate, and this year is no exception. Welcome to the 300 members of the Poetry Society, seated at the back. As applause erupted once more, Zhinan clapped along. But his attention was drawn to a group of elderly individuals and sharply dressed middle-aged men entering. Among them was Cheng Mengxi, who took a prominent seat. Zhinan felt a wave of discomfort as he sensed an elderly man's gaze fixated upon him since his arrival. Is it just my imagination? He wondered, shifting in his seat to obscure himself from view. Given the Poetry Society's customary regulations, this event would remain private, with only 2 recording personnel present and no reporters allowed. The host eloquently spoke at the exhibition booth, revealing his profound skills in hosting. Brother, why are you sitting like that? Guang Qingshuang turned to converse with the younger fellow who had entered alongside him, only to find him shrinking into his chair. What kind of posture is that? I find this position more comfortable, Zhinan replied, not wishing to explain further, as an elder nearby cast a dubious glance. Guang Qingshuang paid no mind and whispered to Zhinan, I heard that the Poetry Association is not here for friendly exchanges. They decided to merge the anniversary poetry event with the Poetry Association because our Zhongwen Wang outperformed them at the poetry meeting. They want to reclaim their pride. Is that so? How do you know? I was just chatting with a few early arrivals. They mentioned it after hearing from attendees of the neighboring poetry event. No wonder Cheng Mengxi said it would be complicated. It turns out there's more to it. Zhongwen Wang should just refuse. Why wade into this murky water? As they debated, the lively host retrieved a slip of paper from the professors and announced from the central stage, before we announce the rankings of the Poetry Association, we have a special program, a couplet competition. How dull. Zhinan immediately scoffed inwardly. 50 authors from Zhongwen Wang will compete against 50 members of our Poetry Association. Each side will send out 1 representative, and the couplets must be well-structured and meaningful. Additionally, those of us in the back can participate too. If our authors fail to come up with an answer, you may raise your hand to assist. Look at this. Isn't it blatantly targeted? They're all professionals in this, and they're willingly stepping into the line of fire. I truly do not understand what the big shots at Zhongwen Wang are thinking. Zhinan could not fathom the intentions of the leaders at Zhongwen Wang, but unbeknownst to him, the individuals chosen were all well-versed in literature and often frequented poetry forums. And their contributions for this event were commendable. The Poetry Association was being overshadowed by the prowess of Zhongwen Wang's poetry, desperately seeking to regain face. While Zhongwen Wang's attitude was resolute and unyielding, potentially leading to surprising victories. After the host concluded her speech, she began drawing lots, ultimately selecting Zhongwen Wang to go first. Oh, so it's Zhongwen Wang. Please send forth a contestant. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, if you can consecutively answer 3 couplets, there's a reward of 5,000. 10 couplets will earn you 10,000. And so forth. With a wink to the audience, she added, if one side cannot respond and the back row does, it's a direct 50,000. If our Poetry Association members answer, the prize will belong to them. Another 50,000? That's akin to winning the top prize at a poetry event. Zhinan immediately sat up straight, his mind racing with excitement. But upon reflection, he realized it wouldn't be so simple. There were so many literary talents present, and surely many formidable contenders. Sighing, he thought it best to simply await his 50,000. If he could not answer, they would accuse him of lacking poetic talent and deduct his prize. Who would he turn to for solace then? Better to just enjoy the show. He shrank back into his seat. Guang Qingshuang found Zhinan's demeanor rather peculiar, watching him squirm. What is going on? From Zhongwen Wang's side, the first volunteer was an elderly man with glasses, who confidently approached the stage and introduced himself before presenting his couplet to the Poetry Association. It was a 7-character couplet that left everyone deep in thought. After 2 minutes of silence, a casually dressed young man stepped forward, took the microphone, bowed to the audience, introduced himself, and promptly delivered his corresponding line. The audience erupted in applause. According to the rules, having successfully matched the young man's line, it was now his turn to offer a new line. He pondered for a few minutes before his eyes lit up, and he presented his line, turning a page on the calendar to preserve a century of legacy. It was a 10-character couplet with a profound meaning, and the applause grew louder. The elderly man furrowed his brow, struggling to come up with a response as the audience contemplated their lines. Time flew by, and soon the host announced that the time was up. The elderly man, unable to respond, bowed to the young man, who smiled in return, acknowledging his victory, and the elderly man reluctantly returned to his seat. Zhongwen Wang needed another contestant to answer. Otherwise, the back row would have to respond, and if no one stood up, the young man would walk away with the 50,000. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed, and just as Zhinan thought the 50,000 was an easy win, a figure rose beside him, Guang Qingshuang. Zhinan was taken aback. This bearded fellow stood as if ready for battle, darting forth as if fearing someone might snatch his opportunity. After stepping up to the stage, Guang Qingshuang took the microphone and confidently delivered his line, drawing countless blueprints to foster future generations. After a moment of stunned silence, he introduced himself. "Hello, I am Guang Qingshuang, an author from Zhongwen Wang." Laughter erupted from Zhongwen Wang's members, who applauded heartily, igniting a wave of applause throughout the venue. Guang Qingshuang felt a bit awkward for his abrupt entry, but sheepishly scratched the back of his head, evoking further amusement, especially from Zhinan. Chapter 20. Why not give it a try? The young man, feeling somewhat disheartened, encouraged Guang Qingshuang to present his line. Guang Qingshuang, tapping into his creative faculties, ultimately crafted a 12-character couplet after 5 intense minutes. The rooster heralds dawn. The chimes ring true with harmonious echoes. Please respond. Guang Qingshuang appeared confident, smirking at the young man, who seemed momentarily taken aback, pacing back and forth, occasionally rubbing his head in frustration. As the 5 minutes elapsed without a response, the young man, with a dejected expression, bowed to Guang Qingshuang, who reciprocated the gesture. While the young man descended from the stage, applause erupted once more from Zhongwen Wang's section, and the audience behind them, eager for entertainment, joined in the fervor. The Poetry Association fell into a hushed silence. After a moderate wait of over 4 minutes, a young woman stood up, igniting excitement among the members of the Poetry Association. Du Xiaoyan, heir to the poetry sage. Her grandfather was one of the founders of the Poetry Association. With her ponytail and youthful radiance, she had initially planned to wait for the author of Guidanting to present their couplet before making her grand entrance, but the tedium of waiting urged her forward. As she approached the microphone, she resolved to outshine the authors of Zhongwen Wang, leaving the 300 members of the Poetry Association speechless, thus securing the 50,000 she desired for a beautiful set of ink and paper. Du Xiaoyan, Poetry Wang. A brief, yet impactful introduction. Du Xiaoyan then delivered Guang Qingshuang's corresponding line. Appreciating national affairs brings comfort to familial matters, each intertwined with emotion. Oh, how stunning is the goddess! As soon as the couplet was announced, applause and cheers erupted from the back rows. It was unexpected to discover that this young girl possessed quite a following. Zhinan mused to himself, observing her youthful appearance, seemingly around 18 or 19, brimming with knowledge. He felt a twinge of inferiority. Aside from the memories he carried from his previous life, he felt rather out of place sitting there. Listen well. My first line is, the green waters are free of worries, yet the wind ripples their surface. After declaring this, she proudly lifted her chin, rivaling Guang Qingshuang's earlier demeanor. Guang Qingshuang was taken aback. This was a complex sentence structure, quite challenging. He immediately unleashed his thoughts, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Yet he succumbed in tears after 5 minutes. Reluctantly, he bowed to Du Xiaoyan, who returned the gesture, and he returned to his seat beside Zhinan. The audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, indicating Du Xiaoyan's substantial popularity. Zhinan reflected. Now the challenge returned to the Chinese literature community. Though he was unfamiliar with couplets, he recognized that this first line was no small feat. As time passed, the host began to count down. Just as the 5-minute timer approached its end, Zhinan contemplated the notion that earning 50,000 was not a trivial task. Suddenly, a figure rose from the second row ahead of him, a refined young man, dressed formally and somewhat handsome, albeit slightly inferior to Zhinan himself. It was Minji. An acquaintance exclaimed with excitement. Minji? Zhinan recalled some information. He was a renowned author who had achieved fame overnight, hailing from Huawei University, undoubtedly a talent. With a smile, Minji approached gracefully, making his way to the microphone. Addressing Du Xiaoyan. Hello, Junior. I am Minji, a recent graduate of Huawei University, your senior. It was evident he was aware of her academic background. Oh, please respond to the second line swiftly. Do not waste time. However, Du Xiaoyan merely cast a glance at him before returning to her delicate fingers, engrossed in thought. All right. Minji, undeterred, leisurely presented his second line. The green mountains do not age, for they are crowned in white snow. Excellent! Guang Qingshuang exclaimed, promptly leading the applause, startling Gu Zhinan, who shot a resentful look at the bearded man. Why are you shouting so loudly? The green mountains do not age, for they are crowned in white snow, Du Xiaoyan repeated thoughtfully, giving Minji a thumbs up, stating it was indeed well done, and invited him to present his first line. Minji nodded, stating, my first line is, in the heavens, the moon is full, on earth, it is half. Each month the moon is full, but when it is half. Du Xiaoyan lowered her head in contemplation, mirroring the previous young man's pacing, though she refrained from scratching her head, continuously murmuring Minji's first line. At 3.5 minutes, she suddenly clapped her hands. I've got it. Listen closely. My second line is, at the end of this year, at the start of next year, each year at the end, approaching the start. Fantastic. An elderly commentator, who had been observing Gu Zhinan, shouted in approval, acknowledging the brilliance of both lines. The back row erupted into fervent applause, and Du Xiaoyan huffed, tossing her ponytail with pride. Minji echoed her lines, his eyes flashing with surprise, though he concealed it well, merely encouraging her to continue. Du Xiaoyan circled in place, and after 2 minutes, her eyes brightened as she addressed Minji. Dongting spans 800 miles. Waves surge and swell. Where does the master descend from? The reference to Dongting was clearly inspired by Guodongting. Minji appeared momentarily dazed. Such sentence structures were his weakness. But he had no choice but to muster his wits. He closed his eyes, repeatedly reciting Du Xiaoyan's first line, which, had Gu Zhinan been close enough, he might have mistaken for a sage. 5 minutes is neither short nor long, enough to render Guang Qingshuang in a sweat, prompting sighs from those around him, clearly struggling to come up with a good couplet. As for Minji on stage, he finally sighed. Junior, your knowledge is profound. I am humbled. He bowed to Du Xiaoyan, who eagerly returned the gesture. Only after Minji took his seat did the audience erupt into applause, with some audaciously shouting humorous remarks. Those from the Chinese literature community wore expressions of discontent, feeling overshadowed by Minji's prowess. Yet they too were eager to showcase their own couplets conceived during the tense moments. Gu Zhinan found it curious that the elderly man who had just cheered was now staring at him, causing his cheeks to flush. Just then, his phone vibrated. He discreetly checked it, noting a message from Cheng Mingxi, which simply read, Aren't you going to give it a try? Give it a try? How could I? I am no master of couplets. He thought. I am just an ordinary novelist. You are urging me to switch fields. Do you realize? Yet, he didn't know the second line. In his previous life, he had a fleeting encounter with couplets. Brother, I have thought of a second line. You must go up and present it. We cannot concede defeat like this. While Gu Zhinan was lost in thought, Guang Qingshuang whispered to him, Huh? That seems inappropriate. Gu Zhinan clearly did not wish to step forward. Do you really want to watch the Chinese literature community falter? Don't worry. Just go up and claim it as your own. Then you can make up a first line to deflect. Listen closely, the second line is, What? Gu Zhinan was taken aback by the absurdity of the proposed second line, feeling it was entirely incongruous. Even he, an outsider, could sense the mismatch. Yet Guang Qingshuang was undeterred, poking Gu Zhinan's side, prompting him to leap up in surprise. As they both stood, the sudden movement startled everyone in the audience, with only Cheng Mingxi and the elder Du Guangyu's eyes lighting up. A young poet from the Poetry Network clenched his fists, intently fixating on the now standing Gu Zhinan. What is happening? Are you out of your mind? Gu Zhinan cast a resentful glance at Guang Qingshuang, who feigned innocence, as if nothing had occurred. Unfazed by Gu Zhinan's reaction, Guang Qingshuang knew he had to step forward. That handsome young man, come up. Why are you dawdling? The host, noticing Gu Zhinan's hesitation, teased him, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Gu Zhinan sighed, reluctantly making his way to the stage to take the microphone. This was undoubtedly akin to forcing a duck to the water. Please introduce yourself. Why so aloof? The host continued, observing Gu Zhinan's apparent nervousness. Oh well. Gu Zhinan acknowledged that revealing he had been prodded to come up would be met with disbelief. He must simply deliver his lines and gracefully concede to his opponent. Hello. I am Gu Zhinan, an author from the Chinese literature community. Gu Zhinan. Du Xiaoyan stared in disbelief with her large Kazi-Lan eyes, exclaiming, You are the author of Guodongting. What? This exclamation came not only from Guang Qingshuang, but also from the members of the Poetry Association seated behind. A master was unexpectedly among them, and I even dared to present him with a couplet? Guang Qingshuang's heart was in turmoil. He had read Guodongting countless times, and the imagery in the last 2 lines was, in his eyes, truly exquisite, a dream of unparalleled beauty. He had thought that this author, known as Zhinan, might be a pseudonym of some literary giant from the Chinese online community, as it was not uncommon for great authors to use alternate accounts. They could only see the author, not the real name. But it now appeared that Gu Zhinan and Zhinan were almost celebrities. Go for it, Guang Qingshuang shouted, and his enthusiastic call incited others from the Chinese online community to join in. Soon, all 300 members of the Poetry Association were cheering. Although Du Xiaoyan was regarded as a goddess by them, anyone capable of composing such romantic verses could be considered a half-god as well, right? What is happening? Gu Zhinan felt his scalp tingle, as if he were a hero making an entrance to battle a monster. Humph, even though I am quite fond of your guodongting, I will certainly give it my all. Come at me. Du Xiaoyan assumed a firm stance. No, it's better if you keep it casual. You're making me quite nervous. You know that, little sister? Gu Zhinan pondered for a moment and ultimately decided against using the couplet Guang Qingshuang had provided, feeling too bashful to risk embarrassment. My couplet is, Wushan 12 peaks, layers of clouds, misty and hazy, I descend from the heavens. What a splendid descent from the heavens. The comments section erupted into applause, followed by the entire audience joining in, except for a dazed Du Xiaoyan and a handsome fellow seated in the Poetry Network section, whose veins were bulging in agitation. Du Guangyu felt the closing line was particularly impressive, and he admired it greatly. Humph, you present your upper line. Du Xiaoyan believed that someone capable of writing such beautiful poetry ought to present a bold response, and she quite liked it, but she had to maintain a fierce demeanor. You suddenly want me to present a couplet? Aren't you putting me in a difficult position? Gu Zhinan lowered his head, searching his memory. Got it. For minutes later, Gu Zhinan's eyes lit up as he gazed at Du Xiaoyan. Du Xiaoyan sensed that something was amiss. His gaze was as if he were about to devour her, and she involuntarily swallowed hard. My upper line is Wangjiang Tower, overlooking the flowing river. From the tower, I gaze at the river's flow. The tower stands eternal, the river flows eternal. What a perfect couplet. The commentary section erupted once more, with several old professors beginning to discuss how the lower line should be composed. Du Xiaoyan pondered for 3 minutes without any thoughts, her small face turning pale, fine beads of sweat dampening her hair tips. Ultimately, as the 5-minute countdown reached its end, Du Xiaoyan unwillingly shot a glare at Gu Zhinan, but respectfully bowed. Gu Zhinan promptly returned the gesture. The members of the Poetry Network below were instantly agitated, whispers circulating, including that handsome fellow, Quan Zhizhuan. Since Gu Zhinan had spoken his upper line, he had been pondering the corresponding lower line all this time. With only 1 minute left on the host's countdown, time felt agonizingly slow for him, his hands unconsciously clenching tightly. Just as the countdown concluded, a brave soul stepped forward and uttered his lower line. But it was deemed completely unrelated, and he retreated, blushing. Thus, the Poetry Network faced a total defeat. Bravo! The members of the Chinese online community cheered exuberantly, offering their most fervent applause, among which Guang Qingshuang's claps were the loudest, believing he had played a pivotal role in ushering the literary giant to the stage. Cheng Mengxi and the other 2 editors wore broad smiles, applauding alongside. We guessed right. The Chinese online community will achieve a grand victory this time. All right, esteemed members of the Poetry Association, do you have a lower line of your own? If not, Mr. Gu Zhinan here will be the first to win 50,000. The host timely interjected, yet until the countdown ended, no member of the Poetry Association came forth. Some had ideas, but they felt their responses would be irrelevant and hesitated to embarrass themselves. So sudden, Gu Zhinan felt the happiness was overwhelming and unexpected, wondering if he should thank Guang Qingshuang. Well then, perhaps I shall express my gratitude. Congratulations, Mr. Gu Zhinan. Your couplet has no counterpart in the lower line, and you will receive a prize of 50,000. Thank you, thank you. Gu Zhinan maintained a composed exterior while internally bursting with joy. The monetary value of culture truly holds significant weight. What would the lower line be? Before the host could inquire, Du Guangyu eagerly seized the microphone. Gu Zhinan turned to the commentary section, noticing the elderly man who had been staring at him. He bowed respectfully. The lower line is, in you well, the shadow of the moon, in the well, the shadow of the moon. The moon well is eternal, the moon shadow is eternal. Moon shadow, the shadow of the moon on the river tower. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Du Guangyu exclaimed thrice, while the elderly men beside him blushed, repeatedly reciting the couplet, clearly astonished. As for Cheng Mengxi, her gaze towards Gu Zhinan had turned fiery. Once the event concluded, she was determined to speak with him. The audience continuously murmured about the couplet, casting adoring glances at Gu Zhinan. Marvelous. Now, may we invite Mr. Gu Zhinan to return and rest? We still have several rounds to go, but Mr. Gu Zhinan may not come back on stage. The host kindly took the microphone from Zhinan, who nodded in appreciation. He felt satisfied. As for the remaining events, they could enjoy themselves as they pleased. Later, he would claim another 50,000, propelling him to become a substantial figure with 200,000 next month. Chapter 22. A clash of wits. The host continued to manage the remaining participants. Since the members of the poetry network had lost, they were the first to present their lines. Quan Zhizhuan stepped up, casting a deliberate glance in Gu Zhinan's direction as he presented his upper line. After a few minutes of silence from the Chinese online community, someone finally stepped forward. Upon returning, Gu Zhinan distinctly sensed that the members of the Chinese online community were regarding him differently, especially Guang Qingshuang, whose eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he were about to devour him. Well done, brother. You've hidden your talents well. Is your novel following the playing dumb to eat the tiger trope? Guang Qingshuang laughed heartily with those nearby. Haha, that is amazing. I adore Guodongting. You must sign my book later. I truly love your poetry. I'll reward you with 1,000. No, 2,000. Since you're so generous, of course, I will sign. Gu Zhinan responded eagerly. We wanted to. The others chimed in. Are you all rewarding as well? The group paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Brother Gu, you're hilarious. Of course, we're rewarding. Just for the face you've given the Chinese online community with that couplet, we will definitely reward you. Hey, how many signatures do you need? Just let me know. While Gu Zhinan chatted with his companions, Quan Zhizhuan had already successfully challenged 5 participants in a row, earning 5,000 in rewards. Now, his upper line had once again plunged the Chinese online community into silence. As the 5 minutes elapsed without a single response, the host began to call upon the members of the Shurtzi Xiaohui. With grim faces, they hesitated until one brave soul emerged, only to be dismissed once more. The level of the couplet was simply too high. Were they truly esteemed members of the Shurtzi Xiaohui? Everyone was engulfed in confusion. No one answered. Congratulations to Mr. Quan Zhizhuan. You are the second recipient of the 50,000 yuan prize, totaling 55,000 with the previous 5,000. The host hurriedly expressed his congratulations. However, Quan Zhizhuan paid no heed to the host's accolades. 50,000 meant little to him. His gaze was fixed intently on Gu Zhinan seated at the Zhongwen Wang. Gu Zhinan sensed something amiss and lifted his head, meeting Quan Zhizhuan's eyes. Curiously, he pondered what this bespectacled dandy intended. I wish for Mr. Gu Zhinan to respond to my couplet. Should he succeed, I am willing to relinquish this prize. What? Wow. The moment these words escaped his lips, the venue erupted into a cacophony. Nonsense. Du Guangyu reprimanded, rising to pull Quan Zhizhuan down, but he was halted by Quan Zhizhuan's grandfather, who, with a resigned smile, said, Shaoji has always been competitive. Ever since he learned that his poetic works were overshadowed by others, he has been harboring a frustration. Let him have this chance. I implore you. Are you not concerned he may fail again? It would serve to remind him that there are greater talents beyond him. Suit yourself. Du Guangyu waved his sleeve and sat back down. Subsequently, Quan Zhizhuan's grandfather turned to the members of Zhongwen Wang, asking for their opinions. I have no objections. Neither do I. I concur. Upon receiving news from the commentary desk, the host scurried back, smiling broadly. After deliberation at the commentary desk, it has been decided that Mr. Quan Zhizhuan's challenge is valid. Mr. Gu Zhinan, should you choose to accept, you stand to win the 55,000 yuan prize. Oh, exciting. A splendid performance is about to unfold. Guang Qingshuang clenched his fists and urged Gu Zhinan, go up and topple him. Yes, go up and crush him. Just seeing his expression irks me. But why are you so confident I will win? Gu Zhinan replied, somewhat speechless. Yet he found it hard to resist the allure of such a tempting prize. Gu Zhinan stood, ascending the stage, nodding at Quan Zhizhuan. This is a generous benefactor. I must serve him well. May I hear the upper line once more? Gu Zhinan asked. A solitary leaf in a lone boat, carrying 2 or 3 poets. Employing 4 oars and 5 sails, passing through 6 shoals and 7 bends, enduring 8 jolts and 9 tosses, lamenting a tardy arrival. Upon completing his lines, Quan Zhizhuan smirked and said to Gu Zhinan, please respond. Gu Zhinan, upon hearing this, fell into deep contemplation, for this couplet sounded vaguely familiar. Yet, as Quan Zhizhuan observed Gu Zhinan's suddenly furrowed brow, he burst into laughter, saying, you may take your time. I will give you 10 minutes to ponder. Gu Zhinan ignored him, lost in his own memories, and the venue fell silent along with his contemplation. This upper line had taken Quan Zhizhuan 3 days to conceive. He had gleaned the theme of this event from his grandfather and, after much deliberation, had finally crafted this unparalleled upper line. Confident that Gu Zhinan could not possibly devise a response in such a short time. After all, even his grandfather had failed. He had shared it with his grandfather last night, who had pondered it all night without yielding any thoughts. This battle was certainly his to win. 2 minutes passed. Gu Zhinan stroked his chin, memories flashing through his mind, trying to recall where he had encountered this couplet. Where could it be? He distinctly remembered having seen it. Come on, this is a knowledge point worth 55,000. In crucial moments, he could not falter. For minutes, 4.5 minutes, Guang Qingshuang sighed, seemingly lamenting for Gu Zhinan, while Du Xiaoyan hung her head, unable to conceive any response. Du Guangyu also sighed, feeling that after 5 minutes, something crucial would be lost. Gu Zhinan had performed admirably. He himself had just crafted an exceptional couplet, Jiang Lu Yuing, which he adored. Suddenly, Gu Zhinan struck his palm. He recalled where he had seen this couplet. In the park, watching the elderly play cards and respond to couplets. It was recorded in a couplet book. Eureka! Everyone was taken aback by Gu Zhinan's exclamation, and there were merely 10 seconds left. He had come up with a response. Gu Zhinan's lips curled into a slight smile, radiating confidence as he addressed Quan Zhizhuan. Listen closely. The lower line is as follows. After 10 years of hard study, I entered 9 or 8 academies, forsaking 7 emotions and 6 desires, diligently studying the 5 classics and 4 books, testing 3 times and twice. Today, I must succeed. I must succeed. Brilliant. Exquisite. I must transcribe this. Du Guangyu rose and approached Gu Zhinan, his face flushed with excitement, murmuring the lower line he had just crafted. After 10 years of hard study, I entered 9 or 8 academies, forsaking 7 emotions and 6 desires, diligently studying the 5 classics and 4 books, testing 3 times and twice. Today, I must succeed. Exceptional. You are truly a genius. To use the success of the imperial examination as a lower line. Gu Zhinan thought to himself, those were the geniuses of my former world. I am merely a humble imitator. Sigh. Quan Zhizhuan's grandfather approached the stunned Quan Zhizhuan and sighed. Are you convinced now? Impressive. Applause erupted throughout the venue, everyone astounded by Gu Zhinan's remarkable response. Du Xiaoyan's small hands grew red from clapping, joining the crowd in shouting, Gu Zhinan is amazing. Gu Zhinan is amazing. Meanwhile, Gu Zhinan, immersed in the applause, contemplated whether this now amounted to over 100,000. Chapter 23. Why not call me brother? Impossible, how could this be? Quan Zhizhuan could not accept this reality. He had anticipated the couplet challenge and had perused numerous books for inspiration to devise this upper line. Even the lower line, he had not crafted a suitable match. He merely had a temporary line prepared for when Gu Zhinan failed to respond. How could this happen? Quan Laoi glared, demanding, how could it not be possible? I have taught you that there are always greater talents beyond your own. Are you satisfied now? Go down. Quan Zhizhuan, reluctantly gazing at Gu Zhinan, whose hand was firmly held by Du Guangyu. His pale lips moved, but no words escaped. Since ancient times, victors have claimed all. Du Guangyu looked at Gu Zhinan with fiery eyes. Here was a poet capable of crafting timeless masterpieces, now also a king of couplets, dominating the venue with 3 couplets. Wait, old man, what do you mean? Your grip is painful. Gu Zhinan felt somewhat guilty under Du Guangyu's intense gaze, sensing an unusual intensity in his eyes. Join our Shurzi Xiaohui. We cannot allow your talent to be buried. Du Guangyu extended a formal invitation, asking if he would accept or decline. What? President Du? This is not fair. Gu Zhinan is an author on Zhongwen Wang, where he can also flourish in literature. Cheng Mingxi was unable to remain seated, perplexed by the sudden invitation. This was sheer folly. What you have written merely qualifies as introductory. His presence in our Shurzi Association is destined to leave an indelible mark. How can it be considered merely introductory? Is it that you deem your poetry to be of a superior caliber? The mature and poised lady took a stand against old Master Du, and without a microphone to relay her words, the audience below was left bewildered, mistakenly believing they were engaged in a discussion regarding Gu Zhinan's couplet, unaware that they were actually contending for him. Gu Zhinan, caught in the middle, felt somewhat awkward. It was evident that he had no intention of joining the Shurzi Association. He was well aware of the limitations of his own knowledge. Well, Chairman Du, I currently have no intention of joining the Shurzi Association. Should I change my mind in the future, I will certainly reach out to you. Gu Zhinan could only explain himself in this manner, hoping that Du Guangyu would grasp his meaning. Upon hearing Gu Zhinan's words, Du Guangyu recognized the subtle refusal, sighing inwardly yet still harboring hope. Very well, you can always contact me in your spare time. We can exchange thoughts on poetry. All right. Only then did the group return quietly to their seats. Before departing, the grandfather of Quan Zhizhuan approached Gu Zhinan, who was somewhat puzzled, as the elder remarked, young man, your future is boundless. Gu Zhinan, unsure of the intent behind the statement, noted that the benefactor seemed unfazed by losing the limelight to his grandson. Such magnanimity was indeed worthy of emulation. He truly embodied the spirit of a scholar. After everyone returned to their positions, Zhinan also made his way down as the host announced the proceedings. Zhinan successfully challenged Quan Zhizhuan, and the prize of 55,000 yuan would soon be awarded to him, combined with his previous winnings of 50,000 yuan. Together with the 5,000 yuan from the Poetry Association, he was set to gain a substantial fortune. Following this event, the couplet contest continued for approximately an hour, with participants from both the Chinese website and the Shrugs Association taking turns to compete, seizing opportunities to claim their share of the prize money. Joy and sorrow mingled in the air. As Zhinan descended, Guang Qingshuang still sought to engage him in conversation. However, upon noticing Zhinan's intense focus on the stage, she became increasingly convinced that he was a remarkable talent at such a young age. Truly astonishing. Yet, Zhinan merely wished to avoid further banter. Seeing that his strategy was effective, he instinctively shrank back, wishing to recline comfortably. Just as he began to feel drowsy, the couplet contest concluded, paving the way for the highlight of the poetry event, which was the poetry appreciation segment. The host returned to the stage with manuscript in hand, announcing that the top 10 poems of the event would be recited in their entirety, culminating in the revelation of the author's true name. The authors would then ascend to the platform, where seats and tables awaited them for the upcoming poetry appreciation. The host diligently read each work aloud, announcing the authors' names. And those called upon beamed with joy as they made their way to the stage, greeted by a wave of applause. The 5th place in the poetry voting went to Yangzhou Ci, authored by Mr. Min Ji from the Chinese website. The 4th place was claimed by Chun Xiao, penned by Miss Du Xiaoyan of the Shrugs Association. The 3rd place was awarded to Mo Shang Seng, created by Mr. Quan Zhizhuan of the Shrugs Association. The 2nd place was taken by Chu Xia, authored by the esteemed Mr. Du Guangyu. The host, previously unaware that one of the chairpersons of the Shrugs Association had participated, marveled at the extraordinary talent capable of surpassing such a figure to attain the title of poetry champion. She continued reading from her manuscript, and the next name announced was that of the poetry champion of this event, Zhinan, the author of Guodongting, hailing from the Chinese website. Applause erupted. Upon completion of her announcement, the audience showered Zhinan with their enthusiastic applause. He had already captivated their hearts during the couplet competition. A figure both handsome and eloquent, he garnered far more admiration than many a beautiful woman in this sea of literary minds. Under Guang Qingshuang's envious gaze, Zhinan ascended the stage once more. As he approached the table, he noticed the excited waving of Mr. Du Guangyu, beckoning him to take a seat. Ah, fortune and misfortune are inseparable. Xiaoyan, come here. As Du Xiaoyan settled in, she heard her grandfather calling her, prompting her to approach. Upon seeing Zhinan, she hesitated, feeling somewhat bashful. She had loudly praised him earlier. Grandfather, what do you need? Exchange your contact information with Xiao Gu. You young folks have much to discuss and can share insights on poetry. With that, he turned to Zhinan, smiling. I hope you don't mind me calling you by your name. Shall I call you little brother and you call me big brother? Don't tease me. Zhinan immediately bristled. It was one thing for the old man to speak. Once he did, both Zhinan and Du Xiaoyan were left speechless. If that were to happen, would he not have to address Zhinan as Grandfather Gu? No way. Du Xiaoyan would never stoop so low. After all, he was only a few years her senior. Zhinan quickly retrieved his phone, opening the WeChat QR code. Grandfather Du, please don't jest. I will add you now. Jest? Scholars are not bound by such trivialities. I speak with utmost sincerity, Du Guangyu replied, stroking his beard. Then you are indeed teasing me. After exchanging WeChat contacts with Du Xiaoyan, she shot Zhinan a glare, leaving him somewhat bewildered. What is wrong with you, Miss Du? Why are you glaring at Gu grandfather? No, wait. Zhinan almost lost his train of thought. He began to feel a sense of apprehension towards this elder. It was no wonder he had been fixated on him from the beginning. He must have already known that Zhinan was the author of Guodongting and harbored ulterior motives. He likely wished to recruit him into the Shrugs Association, only for him to create chaos later on, leading to disappointment. Perfect. Chapter 24. The essence of poetry. Having secured his granddaughter's WeChat contact, Mr. Du Guangyu no longer pursued conversation with Zhinan. He attentively organized his manuscript on the table, evidently preparing for the appreciation of his own poem, Chu Xia. Zhinan observed his solitary A4 sheet with a hint of embarrassment. Was it necessary to have so few words for a reading comprehension task? Little did he know that nearly everyone had prepared 2 versions of their interpretations, whether through selection or comprehensive analysis, each providing a unique perspective. Soon, The host announced the beginning with the 10th ranked poem. Applause erupted as the poet claimed their manuscript and stepped into the limelight, reintroducing themselves and recounting the journey that inspired their poem. The account of their creative process alone took several minutes, leaving Zhinan feeling somewhat alarmed when his turn arrived. How would he articulate his own writing process? I merely copied it. How could he possibly know the creative journey of the esteemed Tang Gong? He had only managed to conjure a reading comprehension exercise from his past memories. This was unbearable. From the narrative of their creative journey to the decision to participate in the poetry event, this individual spoke at length, taking a full half-hour to relay their poetry appreciation in its entirety. Zhinan suspected that the individuals tasked with taking notes below were surely cursing under their breath, though he couldn't underestimate their professional demeanor. With the first younger brother's exemplary performance, those who followed began to familiarize themselves with the process. From the 9th to the 6th, they essentially emulated the approach of the 10th brother. On stage, they commenced by sharing their personal journeys, followed by the motivations that encouraged them to participate in the poetry competition, and subsequently express their emotions regarding their own creations, along with their interpretations as authors. Zhinan found this quite challenging. His purpose for entering the poetry competition was as clear as day, purely for the prize money. If he were to admit that he had no other motive than the enticing reward of 50,000 for the poetry champion, he was certain that the audience would applaud him wholeheartedly. The waiting time felt interminable. Zhinan had lost track of how long it had been and marveled at the stamina of the participants. Hours had passed, dinner time was long gone, and yet no one had suggested a meal. They continued until the top 5. The 5th-place contestant, Minji, garnered Zhinan's respect with his reason for participating, which was to bring honor to the Chinese literature community, essentially, to bring glory to the nation. The authors from the Chinese literature community below him had their eyes shining, particularly the few female authors who sparkled even more. Zhinan felt a twinge of envy, wondering why he had not thought to express himself in such a manner. Should he perhaps flatter the benefactor as well? He found the most intriguing participant to be Du Xiaoyan, who had just exchanged WeChat contact information. Upon her turn, she approached the podium with 2 sheets of paper, getting straight to the point. The purpose of her participation was to win the championship, and her writing aimed to achieve the same. Her interpretation was refreshingly bold. The poem, titled Chun Xiao, as the name suggests, celebrated the spring season, with each line extolling the vibrancy of spring. Thus, her interpretation was concluded in a mere 10 minutes. Zhinan felt a surge of admiration. Truly, she was a disciple of the Yiwen school, delivering a powerful performance. As for Quan Zhizhuan, he seemed still lost in the disappointment of failing to match couplets, remaining expressionless throughout, his presentation both brief and dull. Zhinan felt he belonged to that category, both inexperienced and playful. When it was the turn of the venerable Du Guangyu, he surprisingly asked Zhinan to assist him by listening to his poetic appreciation and discussing insights afterward. Zhinan, who had been languidly leaning on the table, instantly perked up at this request. This old gentleman truly knew how to stir things up. How could he have sensed Zhinan's lack of engagement? Was it that obvious he was struggling to stay awake? He was merely feeling under the weather. Was it so strange to appear a bit drowsy? Du Guangyu's work was titled Chu Xia, and it was no surprise that the grandfather and granddaughter shared such literary prowess, his granddaughter with Chun Xiao and now this piece. Chu Xia. With the elder's call, Zhinan felt compelled to maintain his alertness, carefully listening to Du Guangyu's eloquent recitation. His oratory skills were nothing short of remarkable. Zhinan felt as though he was traversing every inch of summer's landscape with the rhythm of his voice. However, he realized that it was indeed summer. Chu Xia was a commendation of the season, filled with a fresh and vivid tone, yet Zhinan sensed something deeper, for he recognized echoes of a renowned poet's work. Also titled Chu Xia, Du Guangyu's presentation was the longest, lasting over 40 minutes, yet the audience remained enraptured. Zhinan could only marvel at the erudition of scholars, for indeed, they possessed the wisdom of the ages, able to savor the rich flavors of literary discourse. As the applause resonated through the hall, Du Guangyu returned to his seat. Upon settling, his first inquiry was directed at Zhinan, asking for his thoughts on the poetry and its appreciation. Du Grandpa's Chu Xia is refreshingly elegant, vividly portraying nature, and I sense the profound hope for eternal peace that you imbued within it. Zhinan could only respond with a vague interpretation of the previous Chu Xia, hoping to evade any critique. His knowledge was limited, and he implored Du Guangyu not to take offense if his interpretation missed the mark. However, upon hearing Zhinan's words, the elder's eyes sparkled with newfound brightness. This was the subtle hint embedded within his poetry, unspoken yet unmistakable. Thus far, Zhinan was the only one who had grasped it. Such talent deserved to be part of the Poetry Association. He must devise a way to entice him to join. Standing at the center of the stage, illuminated by the spotlight, Zhinan felt a surge of nerves. Unsure whether it was the presence of the crowd or the mere single A4 sheet in his hand that unsettled him. Yet the audience, including Du Guangyu, anticipated profound insights from the individual capable of composing the exquisite lines of Guodongting. Clearing his throat, he addressed the gathering. In truth, my poetic interpretation lacks depth. So if you find my understanding lacking, feel free to disregard it. This statement elicited laughter from the audience, accompanied by waves of applause. They found Zhinan's candor refreshing. How could an author not comprehend his own poem better than those who merely read it? Zhinan thought to himself, but he began to articulate his thoughts. The emotion behind my poetry is quite simple. It was a spontaneous inspiration. He discreetly added, as I borrowed from others. You all are familiar with the content of Guodongting, a travel poem consisting of 4 indispensable lines. The first 2 express wonder, while the latter 2 convey a state of half-dreaming and half-waking. Zhinan paused, deciding not to elaborate further. The poem brimmed with romanticism, featuring a light and airy style that interwove the realms of reality and dreams. The ethereal quality of the imagery, infused with a rich romantic hue, was what pleased him the most, for he considered himself a rather romantic individual. Well, that is all. Du Guangyu expressed confusion. Not just him, but the audience too seemed taken aback. The discourse had been engaging, and suddenly it concluded? Is that it? Just as it was gaining momentum, you wrap it up? Du Guangyu even contemplated approaching Zhinan to snatch his paper to see what had been written. No, we have yet to comprehend. Voices from the crowd echoed this sentiment. Zhinan felt a wave of embarrassment. He believed he had spoken at length. I mentioned that everyone's interpretation of poetry differs. You must explore it on your own. What to do now? Perhaps you could ask questions? Zhinan conceded. Du Guangyu promptly stepped forward, microphone in hand, and with a smile directed at Zhinan, remarked, I could overlook your spontaneous inspiration, but I believe they are most curious about your understanding of the lines drunkenly unaware of the heavens and the water. A boat full of dreams pressing down the Milky Way. Am I right? Exactly. I adore those lines. The audience echoed their agreement, eager to learn the author's perspective. Zhinan perceived Du Guangyu as a cunning antagonist. However, since he had initiated the inquiry, Zhinan was fortunate to have an interpretation ready. Thus, he smiled and began to explain. As I mentioned earlier, this is a poem, and naturally, one cannot focus solely on the latter lines, which serve merely as the finishing touch. Hence, I referred to it as spontaneous inspiration. He continued his explanation. Dreams intertwine seamlessly with reality, as boats float in the sky while the heavens are reflected in the water, rendering the scene both vivid and credible. Though dreams are formless, they articulate the notion of a boat laden with dreams. While devoid of weight, they are depicted through the concept of pressure, capturing the essence of illusion with striking clarity. From the clarity of the dream, one can discern the joy of escaping the mundane, and the act of recording dreams, infused with emotion, reveals a subtle yet profound connection. After such an extended discourse, Zhinan felt a tickle in his throat and cleared it before continuing. Therefore, I believe my use of the concept of pressure is quite commendable. What do you think? Tang Gong, the elder, is truly remarkable. Zhinan internally praised the original poet to alleviate his guilt. A boat full of clear dreams presses upon the Milky Way. Press. Du Guangyu, absorbed in thought after Zhinan's explanation, suddenly clapped his hands, evidently having grasped the concept. Instantly, he erupted in joyous laughter, giving Zhinan a thumbs up. The audience, comprised of erudite individuals, quickly comprehended the explanation, resulting in an unending wave of applause. Zhinan, feeling somewhat sheepish, nodded, attributing the applause to Elder Tang. Chapter 25, The Manuscript of Xianjian. As long as you are satisfied. By the way, when will the bonuses be distributed? Zhinan returned the microphone to the host and resumed his seat at the exhibition stand. From then on, he had little involvement, as the host announced that they would soon be able to exit the exhibition hall. The subsequent 2 hours were reserved for the Poetry Association's gathering. Unrelated to their Chinese website, their poetry would also be published in a special edition of the Poetry Association, with any resulting remuneration duly allocated to the authors. Zhinan was delighted to hear that upon reporting his bank account details, a dedicated staff member would transfer the funds within 24 hours, which further elevated his spirits. He meticulously verified each digit, fearing an error, and only after confirming thrice did he submit his information with satisfaction. Before departing, Du Guanyu mentioned treating him to dinner once the poetry gathering concluded. Initially intending to return overnight, Zhinan glanced at the clock, noting it was already 7 p.m. By the time the elder finished the poetry gathering, it would be close to 9 p.m. He abandoned the idea of returning that night. Considering that his hotel stay was complimentary, he could forego the air conditioning. Zhinan followed the individuals from the Chinese website out of the exhibition hall, receiving a flurry of compliments from Guang Qingshuang and others, to which he could only respond with a smile. Perhaps this is the nature of adult social interactions. During this time, Minji approached Zhinan to exchange a few words, to which he naturally responded. Eventually, Cheng Mingxi arrived with two slightly overweight middle-aged men before Zhinan, and the people from the Chinese website greeted the three chief editors. Zhinan joined in the greeting. "Shall we chat?" Cheng Mingxi inquired of Zhinan. "Sure. Since you've initiated the conversation, how could I decline? After all, you are my superior." With ample time before Du Guanyu's dinner, they exited Shihua Tower and found a CAF. Truth be told, Zhinan was not fond of coffee. He often thought it bore no distinction from Banlan General. He preferred to brew Banlan Gin directly for its cooling and detoxifying properties. Of course, he would never express such sentiments aloud. After taking a sip of coffee, Cheng Mingxi turned her attention to Zhinan, who felt slightly uneasy under her gaze. "What would you like to say, Chief Editor Cheng? Please don't stare, sister. Your mature and alluring demeanor is quite disarming. I didn't realize you were so adept at concealing your true self." "Huh." Zhinan was puzzled by Cheng Mingxi's words. "What am I concealing?" Zhinan, 22 years old, a year post-graduation in electronic information. Your profile on the Chinese website did not mention that you are a romantic poet. Just a casual occurrence. Hee. Cheng Mingxi clearly did not believe him. "What do you say about couplets? Just a casual occurrence? That Quan Ji is the grandson of the Poetry Association's president. Do you realize you overshadowed him? You're talking nonsense. He approached me of his own accord." Zhinan feigned ignorance, sipping his Banlan Gin slowly, his gaze unfocused. Cheng Mingxi was taken aback by his act of feigned cluelessness. It both amused and irritated her. Adjusting her gold-framed glasses, she spoke. "I will assign you to my group, and I will find you topics to write about. Given your talent, your current serialized work must be a practice piece, nearing completion. Changing groups is a significant matter. Can you manage it? I have my ways." "It seems you wield considerable influence," Zhinan thought, yet he shook his head. "I have no objection to changing groups. But I already have topics to write about, so I want to require your assistance in that regard." Cheng Mingxi initially assumed Zhinan would refuse the group change, only to find he was declining the topic assistance, piquing her curiosity. "What is your topic? Do you have a specific idea? May I see it?" 3 questions in quick succession. Zhinan had no intention of concealing anything. He retrieved a notebook from his bag, opened it, and displayed the main outline of Xianjian Qixia Zhuan along with some detailed notes to Cheng Mingxi. "This is a tale set in a world of immortals, inspired by the myth of Nuwa, which I find quite compelling. Moreover, it will be a series." Cheng Mingxi did not respond immediately to Zhinan's words. Writing a novel is not solely about having talent. Your prose, storyline, market appeal, and the character's traits are all crucial factors in determining the popularity of your novel. She pulled the notebook closer to her, beginning to read intently. Xianjian Qixia Zhuan. Indeed, the title is quite appealing. The plot is promising. Zhinan brimmed with confidence. He genuinely believed in his work. If Cheng Mingxi deemed it subpar, he would seek publication elsewhere, for if she could not appreciate it, surely others would. Cheng Mingxi read slowly, as this was merely a main outline, making it easier to gauge the quality of the book. It narrates an era where humans, gods, and demons coexist, a fantastical world of adventure, camaraderie, and swordplay. As the saying goes, wielding the sword with laughter, cutting through the winds of anger, living freely, sitting at ease. Drink when thirsty, eat when hungry, sing when drunk. Another saying states, failing to recognize the sorrows of youth is a missed opportunity beneath the eaves. The wine brings celestial connections. It is difficult to bear the favors of a beauty. One must wield a sword for her sake. A youthful heart filled with righteousness can traverse vast distances with exhilarating winds. This is the synopsis of Xianjian Qixia Zhuan. Cheng Mingxi admitted that she was beginning to feel intrigued, and she continued to read further. It tells the story of a young man named Li Xiaoyao from a small fishing village called Yuhang Town, who embarks on a journey to the celestial island to find a cure for his aunt, thereby stepping into the world of immortals, enduring various trials and tribulations, and ultimately growing into a responsible and honorable hero. Volume 1, Encounters. Volume 2, Grievances. Volume 3, Parting. Volume 4, Quest. Volume 5, Farewell. Volume 6, The Final Chapter. As Cheng Mingxi delved deeper into the 6 volumes, she found the story's allure surpassing her expectations. She was gradually becoming engrossed, pulling the notebook closer once more. Zhinan, not in a hurry to rush her, gazed out at the bustling traffic, lost in thought. After a considerable time, the mobile phone of Zhinan suddenly buzzed with an incoming message. Upon checking, he discovered it was from Du Xiaoyan. The content read, "At the restaurant next to Shihua Building, 3rd floor, my grandfather is waiting for you." Why the excessive use of exclamation marks? What do you think? Meanwhile, Cheng Mingxi remained engrossed in her thoughts. Zhinan felt compelled to remind her, lamenting inwardly that his detailed outline was too captivating, and regretting that his memories were too vivid. Very good, Cheng Mingxi exclaimed, realizing she had been drawn into the narrative, influenced by each character within it. As the chief editor of the Chinese website, she had encountered various novels, yet the enchanting world of Xinxia depicted in this one was truly irresistible. Who wouldn't want to ride the winds with a sword, or traverse the world as a heroic figure? How did you conceive this theme? Is it part of a series? Are there more chapters you haven't shown me? Cheng Mingxi asked excitedly, convinced that this novel, once completed, would achieve legendary status. The current market lacked such a book to satisfy the yearning for a Xinxia realm. It is a series, but for now, only this much exists. The rest is still in my mind. As for the inspiration, well, it came to me randomly, Zhinan replied. Cheng Mingxi clenched her fists in frustration. She wished to punch Zhinan, who casually claimed to have written poetry and crafted couplets on a whim, and now insisted his book was also a spontaneous creation. I will transfer you to my team when I return to the office tomorrow. This book is excellent. Your theme is truly commendable. Once you finish this one, begin writing the next. I will recommend you. It will definitely be a hit. After her declaration, Cheng Mingxi stood up, eager to finish reading the manuscript. But Du Guangyu was already waiting. Let us go eat. I have an appointment with the chairman, Duo, then it's nothing. Turns out it's just a communal meal. Chapter 26. Provocation. When do you plan to publish? What? Xianjian Qixia. Oh, I'll wait until Qin Shi Mingyue is concluded, then take a break. As they walked, Cheng Mingxi asked, and Zhinan pondered his response. She remained immersed in the manuscript of Xianjian Qixia. Although it was merely a rough outline, Zhinan's detailed notes were impressively complete. It was her first encounter with such a novel and such a captivating Xinxia world. As a child, she had fantasized about being a female hero. But as she grew older, those dreams faded into the fabric of daily life. She particularly admired Lin Yuru within the story. Described by Zhinan as a headstrong young lady of noble birth, eager for adventure and companionship in the martial world. Initially, Li Xiaoyao appeared to her as a modern-day scoundrel, yet as she continued reading, she began to see him as a man of deep emotions and commitments, for in youth, it is easy to fall in love, yet difficult to maintain boundaries. The spirit of heroism endures. After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Mingxi turned to Zhinan and inquired. Zhinan, he was puzzled by the sudden call. What? Why did you write such a tragic ending for Li Xiaoyao? Tragic? Can't you give him and his linger a happy conclusion? He could have it, if only you would make some adjustments. Even from just the outline. Cheng Mingxi felt the suffering and emotional turmoil experienced by the protagonist, Li Xiaoyao. For a young man in his 20s, the ultimate conclusion of the story was truly unsatisfactory. Zhinan had not considered this perspective, but with Cheng Mingxi waiting for his response, he paused to reflect. This is an adaptation of a game into a television drama. I've transformed it into a novel, and you expect me to change the ending? Aren't you making it difficult for me? Editor Cheng, if Li Xiaoyao were not the character he is in this book, do you think he would be lacking something? Let us hurry. We shouldn't keep others waiting. Zhinan continued towards the restaurant. Cheng Mingxi was taken aback by his response, lost in her thoughts until they reached the entrance of the restaurant, where her gaze towards Zhinan carried a hint of melancholy. He was correct, yet as a woman and a reader, she couldn't shake the desire for the protagonist to have a smooth journey. However, applying this to Li Xiaoyao would strip him of his essence. She recalled a line from the outline where Li Xiaoyao stated, "If I fall in love with a girl, I will love her for a lifetime." Upon arriving on the 3rd floor, as they exited the elevator, Zhinan spotted a girl with a ponytail, visibly angry. Du Xiaoyan stomped her feet heavily, rushing up to Zhinan with a pout. I waited for you for 20 minutes. Grandpa 1T let me in to eat. I'm starving. My apologies. There was heavy traffic. Zhinan offered a hasty excuse, while Cheng Mingxi found the situation amusing. They were merely a few hundred meters from the CAF. What traffic could there possibly be? It was merely her engrossment in the manuscript that caused the delay. And Cheng Mingxi felt a bit guilty as she took Du Xiaoyan's hand. Don't be angry, little sister. Let us go eat now. Mingxi Jia, let us go? Du Xiaoyan was familiar with Cheng Mingxi, as her grandfather knew Cheng Mengxi's father. Gu Zhinan scratched his nose and followed them inside. Wait, aren't you living nearby? How could there be traffic? Du Xiaoyan turned suddenly, questioning him. Just as Gu Zhinan was about to defend himself, Du Guanyu approached, taking Gu Zhinan's hand and leading him inside, chattering about having to drink 3 cups for arriving late. This left Du Xiaoyan bewildered, pondering who truly was her grandfather's grandson. Grandpa, I have a cold. Can I substitute tea for wine? Upon entering, Gu Zhinan realized that several renowned authors from their Chinese website were present, including 2 middle-aged chief editors and Min Ji. Du Guanyu ushered Gu Zhinan to his side, offering Du Xiaoyan's seat to him, directing her to sit across at the round table, which had originally been his spot. Du Xiaoyan shot a glare at Gu Zhinan, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed. This old gentleman was excessively hospitable. He had merely penned a poem, after all. The large round table accommodated 20 people comfortably, and Gu Zhinan felt a sense of luxury. Old Du, is he the poetic champion of the Poetry Society? An elderly gentleman inquired, dressed similarly in a traditional long gown and appearing quite spirited. Indeed. Allow me to introduce Gu Zhinan, an author from the Chinese website and the poetic champion of Guodongting. It is regrettable that he refuses to join our poetry association. Du Guanyu lamented, casting a wistful glance at Gu Zhinan. Young friend Gu, greetings. I am one of the presidents of the Poetry Association, surnamed Li. The elderly Li extended his hand with a smile. Oh my. Gu Zhinan quickly stood, shaking both of Li's hands. President Li, please regard me as a junior. Just as you do with Chairman, you are embarrassing me. Ha ha ha, how candid. President Li laughed heartily, raising his glass to address everyone. I was unable to attend the Poetry Society today, and for that, I apologize. Let me toast to you all. Everyone rose to their feet, and Gu Zhinan, genuinely reluctant to drink, opted instead for a cup of tea, raising his glass in unison with the others. According to Zhijuan, Gu Xiong's prowess in poetry and couplets was truly remarkable. Today, having missed the opportunity left him with a lingering regret. But fortune smiled upon him with a chance to amend that. A toast to Gu Xiong. Just as Gu Zhinan intended to indulge in some food, a man seated 2 places away from President Li raised his wine glass and extended it towards him. I shall abstain from drinking. I can only partake in tea while you imbibe wine. That would be inappropriate. Gu Zhinan politely declined, while Zhijuan, inwardly amused, anticipated the unfolding drama, fully aware of the man's temperament. Indeed, Gu Zhinan's goodwill was met with disdain, as the man retorted sarcastically, just a little talent. No need to be so arrogant, right? Are you out of your mind? Lu Yong, the instigator, interjected, mind your own business and eat your food. Before Gu Zhinan could respond, President Li reprimanded him sharply. I speak candidly. Do not take offense, Gu Xiong. Lu Yong, who had been called out, continued to laugh derisively. Since Gu Xiong is unwilling to engage, shall we drink and compose poetry instead? Of course, I have no objections. I look forward to witnessing Gu Xiong's poetic brilliance. Zhijuan was the first to endorse this idea, followed by several young members of the Poetry Association, while the representatives from Zhongwenwang frowned slightly. Oh, I forgot this is not our Poetry Association's banquet. The esteemed guests from Zhongwenwang are not particularly skilled in poetry. My apologies, I shall drink to that. Lu Yong seemed to say this with intent, lifting his cup to drink deeply. Not only the members of Zhongwenwang, but also Du Guanyu wore a stern expression. Lu Yong's talent was commendable, but his arrogance was unbearable. Who says they lack poetic skill? I didn't see you at the Poetry Association meetings. Does Zhongwenwang have any of your poems? Gu Zhinan was taken aback as the members of Zhongwenwang lost their composure, one standing up to confront Lu Yong. Gu Zhinan paused in his eating and looked up. Good heavens! Guangqing Shuang, this troublemaker. Are you really going to flaunt your lack of subtlety? It was a blatant provocation. Lu Yong smirked inwardly, clearly surprised that such a simple taunt could provoke a response. He feigned drunkenness, all the while concealing his amusement. Guangqing Shuang's fury intensified. This poetry association had repeatedly belittled Zhongwenwang, and the title of poetry champion belonged to their side. Did they really think a little talent warranted such arrogance? Lu Xiong, since the esteemed members of Zhongwenwang wish to compose poetry, let us oblige them for the sake of entertainment. At that moment, a member of the Poetry Association escalated the tension. Shall we? Lu Yong, silencing everyone, was met with Du Guanyu's furious bang on the table, startling Gu Zhinan. Was this elderly gentleman always so fierce? Du Guanyu's outburst shocked everyone, as they never expected the normally genial elder to display such wrath. Lu Yong recoiled slightly, begrudgingly taking his seat. Mengxi, I'm so sorry. I'll apologize to your father another day. Cheng Mengxi had observed the Poetry Association's repeated provocations towards Zhongwenwang, which embarrassed Du Guanyu. Initially, they had doubted any members from Zhongwenwang would rank in the top 10, yet here they were, with the poetry champion among them. Cheng Mingxi leisurely consumed her food and remarked, "It's fine. If we are to compose poetry, let us begin." Sister Mingxi, Du Xiaoyan, seated next to her, tugged at her sleeve, but Cheng Mingxi remained unresponsive. "What style of poetry are we writing? I'm asking you. Are you deaf?" Du Guangyu glared at Lu Yong. "Let us make the theme alcohol. No need for complete verses, just a couplet will suffice." Lu Yong, feeling somewhat apprehensive, realized he had been led astray by Zhi Zhuan's provocation. His intention was to irritate Gu Zhinan into a poetic duel, but the outcome exceeded his expectations. The main subject was oblivious, indulging himself in food, while he had unwittingly angered his own president. Nevertheless, he resolved to astonish everyone with his talent. He thought that the president would merely comment and would not make things difficult for him. "I shall go first." A man beside Lu Yong stood, lifting his cup and reciting a couplet that was rather ordinary, eliciting no admiration. Soon, others began to rise, each praising wine in their own unique way, some expressing adoration, while others extolled its richness. Du Guangyu remained uninvolved. Zhizhuan's grandfather did not participate either, and President Li paid them no mind, while Cheng Mingxi observed coldly, occasionally glancing at Gu Zhinan, who was still engrossed in his meal. She mused whether he was an insatiable glutton, completely oblivious to the provocations aimed at him. "Eat, eat, eat. Are you a pig?" The frustration bubbled within her. Before long, it was Zhizhuan's turn to recite alongside Lu Yong. Both stood and delivered their verses, one celebrating wine and the other praising it. It was undeniable that both were talented poets. Even if Du Guangyu disapproved of Lu Yong's behavior, he still thoughtfully considered his poetry and offered his critique. President Li and Chairman Xi also expressed some praise. After all, they were members of their own association and could not consistently favor outsiders. President Li had never witnessed Gu Zhinan's couplets in person. He had only read Guodongting, which he greatly admired, believing him to be the rightful poetry champion. Yet now, seeing him buried in his meal provoked a shake of his head. He possessed talent, but was it unsuitable for impromptu performances? "Gu Xiong, I've noticed you've been eating since the beginning. Now? You are the only one who has not recited a poem. As the poetry champion, shouldn't you speak up?" Lu Yong, observing Gu Zhinan still focused on his food, could not help but speak out. "I trust that Grandpa Du holds you in high regard and anticipates your words." Zhizhuan also chimed in, though everyone was well aware of his intentions. Du Guangyu indeed harbored hopes that Gu Zhinan would recite poetry, but simultaneously wished to spare him the pressure. He genuinely appreciated this young man's humility despite his talent. He had a keen eye for people, which is why he had allowed his granddaughter to exchange contact information with him. "Xiao Gu, you need not mind them. Well, the poetry has been recited. So if you wish to eat, then eat. If not, be gone." Du Guangyu sternly declared. "Guangyu, that is a bit much. They are part of our poetry association." President Li could no longer tolerate this. Was this old man losing his senses in favor of outsiders? "You know nothing. Hey, I'm talking to you, old man." President Li was about to argue with Du Guangyu when Gu Zhinan finally stood up, calmly wiping his mouth before pouring himself a glass of wine. He genuinely had no desire to drink, but even a clay figurine has its limits. Did these two think him a pushover? "I mentioned my cold. I cannot drink. But you refuse to listen. I understand your discontent with me claiming the title of poetry champion and your dissatisfaction with my victory in couplets, correct?" The two men, caught off guard, felt a bit embarrassed, especially Zhizhuan, whose face flushed, mistaking it for drunkenness. "Since you wish to drink and compose poetry, I shall oblige you." Gu Zhinan finished speaking and downed his drink in one go. The taste of the liquor was utterly unbearable. His face immediately flushed crimson, and he poured himself another cup. Addressing Du Guangyu, "Grandpa Du, do you have paper and pen?" "Yes, indeed," replied Du Guangyu, always prepared with his notebook and pen, retrieving them from his long robe pocket to offer to Gu Zhinan. However, Gu Zhinan shook his head and said, "Grandpa Du, please take note. My poem is rather lengthy, and I fear they might not remember." Oh. Perhaps Gu Zhinan's confidence was overwhelming, as Du Guangyu did not contradict him, but promptly opened his notebook, ready to record. "Listen closely." Gu Zhinan again tipped back his drink, and the atmosphere became eerily silent, all eyes fixed on the man who stood, drinking with abandon. The title of the poem is Jiang Jinjiu. "Do you not see? The waters of the yellow river come from the heavens, rushing to the sea and never returning. Do you not see? The bright mirror in the high hall laments white hair, morning as black silk, evening as snow." Upon hearing the first two lines, the three presidents of the Poetry Association widened their eyes in astonishment, and Du Guangyu even forgot to write. "Do you not see? The opening lines were nothing short of divine inspiration. In life, one should revel in joy. Let not the golden goblet face the moon in vain. I was born with talent. Surely it must be of use. Even if a fortune is squandered, it shall return. After finishing, Zhinan raised his cup once more. His presence overwhelmed everyone in the room, reminiscent of the great poet Li Bai. Du Guangyu's hand shook slightly as he held the pen, and seeing this, President Li immediately took paper and pen to write it down. Let us enjoy the lamb and beef for pleasure. We must drink 300 cups. Masterson, Dan Xiaosheng, let us raise our cups. Do not let them stop. Can you do it? If not, I will. The other presidents, seeing President Li in a daze, rushed to grab the pen and paper, unable to restrain themselves. This poem had shattered their comprehension. Zhinan, utterly unfazed, continued reciting, downing a cup after every 2 lines, and finally lifted the cup directly. 5-flower horse, 1,000 gold fur, summon the child to exchange for fine wine, to dissolve eternal sorrows with you. Upon reciting the last line, Zhinan's face was flushed, and he felt slightly dazed, yet he straightened up and coldly smiled at Lu Yong. Are you satisfied? If so, I shall take my leave. I must return home tomorrow. Without waiting for a response, he pulled back his chair, opened the door, and strode out. Cheng Mingxi discreetly tucked away her phone, and no one knew what she had just done. Chapter 28. The gift of poetry. Zhinan stepped outside, his head spinning. Initially, he had thought to drink a cup and show off. Unexpectedly, as he recited more, he became increasingly intoxicated, finishing an entire goblet. It was absurd. Both the poem and the drink had taken their toll. Meanwhile, within the room, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard for a long while before Du Guangyu slowly turned to the 2 elderly gentlemen, trembling as he reached for his notebook, as if it contained some earth-shattering treasure. Did you get it all down? He asked, his voice tinged with a slight tremor, fearing he might hear something unfavorable. Not a single detail missed. Good, good, Du Guangyu exclaimed, his eyes brimming with tears. Let us raise our cups. He had only learned of the boldness of his ancestors from ancient texts, the spirit of those times. Yet, he had just witnessed that very same boldness embodied in a young man in his 20s, a carefree grandeur, the essence of a scholar, and the essence of a person. Du Guangyu meticulously read through the entire poem in his notebook, and afterward, he felt utterly drained, slumping into his chair. He turned to his 2 old friends and smiled helplessly. Can you create something like this? He is barely over 20. Had he been born in ancient times, with this poem Jiangjin Jiuanggua Dong Ting, he would be immortalized throughout the ages. President Li and President Quan exchanged silent glances, looking helplessly at the notebook in Du Guangyu's hands, where the bold spirit of a poet had been recorded. You 2 step away. You are becoming irritating. President Li waved his hand, now finding Lu Yong and Quan Zhizhu's presence bothersome. Cheng Mingxi paid no further attention to them and stood up to leave the room, seeking out the young man who had recited a poem with every cup he drank. The stirring and bold lines of Jiangjin Jiu ignited a sense of grandeur in everyone present. Even Lu Yong and Quan Zhizhu had to concede that they were far behind. You reap what you sow. Disperse. Disperse. Du Guangyu cradled the notebook as if it were a treasured artifact, while President Li and President Quan repeatedly tried to take a look, only to be pushed away. He raised the cup on the table and drank it all, then glanced at the characters in the notebook, bursting into laughter. Zhinan's head throbbed. While he had enjoyed the drinking, he now felt quite unwell. Stumbling along the path, he suddenly felt an arm encircle him, and he turned his head to see a beautiful woman, clearly displeased, propping herself up. You were quite bold while drinking, leaving me in awe. How come you are so disheveled now? Zhinan merely felt dizzy. It was merely a remnant of his cold, and his drinking capacity was actually quite decent. He had just consumed too rapidly. He quickly pushed Cheng Mingxi aside and said, I am fine. I just drank too quickly and feel a bit uncomfortable. Cheng Mingxi observed Zhinan's flushed face, as if the bold poet moments ago was not the same person. She coolly replied, I will watch you return to the room. All right. The 2 walked side by side, and Cheng Mingxi could still catch a whiff of the faint aroma of white wine lingering on Zhinan. Do you think I looked impressive just now? Did I astonish them? Did I bring honor to the Chinese network? Zhinan asked Cheng Mingxi, a mischievous grin on his face. Impressive indeed. After you left, President Du was in tears, shaken by your poetry. So remarkable. Goodness, a person of true character. Is there any reward then? After all, I brought honor to the Chinese network. Cheng Mingxi found herself unable to comprehend Zhinan. None. How stingy. Zhinan touched his flushed cheeks. Having already returned to the hotel lobby, he turned to the lady and said, I've arrived. I'm going up to sleep. I will contact you when I return home tomorrow at noon. Without waiting for Cheng Mingxi to respond, he swiftly turned and entered the hotel. Urgency guiding his steps, he really needed to relieve himself. The beautiful woman stood there, slightly agape, wanting to say something, but Gu Zhinan's figure had already vanished. She felt somewhat helpless. Modern young men truly lack charm. Gu Zhinan returned to his room, spent over 10 minutes in the restroom, then collapsed onto the bed, drifting into a hazy sleep. Meanwhile, Du Guanyu and the other two returned to the Poetry Association, solemnly transcribing the poem Jiangjin Zhu onto rice paper, savoring it thoroughly. The more Du Guanyu read, the more he felt that spirit of grandeur lingering in his chest. In the dead of night, he unexpectedly fetched some white liquor, sipping it cup by cup, and the other two followed suit. After a while, Du Guanyu spoke. I want to include this poem in the curriculum, alongside Guodong Ting. This is a work that can be passed down through generations. We may not be able to create such masterpieces, but now someone has. I was blind to his talent. Who would have expected such a young man to possess such spirit? Reflecting on my life, it feels as if I have lived as a mere dog. The more President Li read the poem, the more he regretted having overlooked such talent. How could he have been so dismissive of a person of such caliber? Tomorrow, I must seek out Zhinan to apologize. I must bring him into the Poetry Association. I will also assist in promoting the textbook. President Quan murmured verses. Do you not see? The waters of the Yellow River come from the heavens. Just imagining himself in the scene of the poem made him tremble uncontrollably. What unparalleled spirit is this? Humph, I have always been accurate in my judgments of people. Du Guanyu snorted coldly, then pointed at President Quan and scolded. You know there are others who can teach your grandson. Why can't you do it yourself? And oldly, your student Lu Yong is spoiled by you and shows no respect for his elders. He possesses little talent, but is quite arrogant. Now he has encountered someone truly proud. After saying this, Du Guanyu raised his glass and downed it in one gulp, his flushed face shouting. Do you not see the bright mirror in the high hall lamenting white hair, morning like black silk, evening turned to snow? Incredible. The two elders felt a burning pain on their faces, and President Li wished he could send Lu Yong back to school immediately. He found him utterly irritating. So what shall we do now? Is it acceptable to go apologize? The two elders looked at Du Guanyu, somewhat at a loss. Du Guanyu glanced at the content on the rice paper, and then said, that boy Zhinan is not the type to hold grudges. Can someone who can write such poetry be petty? Du Guanyu pointed at the rice paper, his flushed face breaking into a smile. I see in him the spirit of our ancient poet ancestors, that kind of grandeur. Ultimately, the three elders decided that Du Guanyu would make a phone call to explain the situation, apologize, regain goodwill, and also tell Gu Zhinan that they would assist in getting his poetry included in the national curriculum, so that students across the country could read these works that truly deserve to be passed down. Meanwhile, the very Gu Zhinan who caused all this sank into a deep slumber, dreaming that the great Tang Gong was hurling the entire starry sky at him. The poet Li Bai, wielding a 3-foot sword, recited, 10 steps kill a man, not leaving a trace for 1,000 miles, as he charged towards Gu Zhinan. Gu Zhinan could only run away, shouting, I didn't intend to show off. I'm here to help you promote poetry culture in another world. Stop. Gu Zhinan shouted as he leaped out of bed, realizing he was drenched in sweat, having somehow been covered by a thick blanket. At the hotel entrance, Du Xiaoyan, who had just lied about not having the room key, still had a flushed face. She knocked on the door several times, but received no response. Assuming Gu Zhinan had passed out, she then went downstairs to retrieve the key under the guise of being his girlfriend. I'm just checking on him for Grandpa. After all, it's only natural to care for such a poetic talent. After thinking this, Du Xiaoyan felt it was nothing out of the ordinary. Chapter 29. Saliva and showing off for a moment of pleasure. When Gu Zhinan awoke, his head was pounding. The reason for the sweat from the previous night was that his cold had nearly cleared up. He picked up his phone and saw a multitude of unread messages on WeChat, but it was only 7 in the morning. Without opening the messages, Gu Zhinan decided to wash off the scent of alcohol first, hoping to feel better afterward. After freshening up, the headache eased a bit, and he silently vowed never to drink so much while showing off again. After all, he thought, Sprite, though colorless, is not too bad. Upon opening WeChat, he was surprised to find that half of the messages were from Du Xiaoyan. The earlier ones were about whether he had gotten drunk, where he was, and apologizing on behalf of Du Guanyu. The latest message, sent half an hour ago, inquired whether he was awake and mentioned that Du Guanyu wanted to see him. There was also a message from Cheng Mingxi, urging him to rest well and stating that she would give him a surprise when he published his book. A surprise? What could it be? Ding ding ding. Just as Gu Zhinan was preparing to get dressed to catch his flight, his phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Hello? Is this Zhinan? Recognizing the voice, it was Elder Du. It's me. What's the matter, Grandpa Do? I got your number from Mingxi. I forgot to save it yesterday. I'm downstairs at your hotel. Can we meet? Seeing him first thing in the morning? Surely this old man isn't hell-bent on dragging him into the Poetry Association. He had no intention of doing so. Zhinan thought for a moment and then said, "Please wait a moment," before hastily packing his luggage and heading downstairs. In the hotel lobby, Zhinan was puzzled to find not only Elder Du, but also President Li and President Quan, all sporting dark circles under their eyes, as if they hadn't slept a wink. "Grandpa Du, I truly do not wish to join the Poetry Association. I am merely an ordinary novelist, lacking the talent you believe I possess." Zhinan's first words upon meeting reflected his intention to be honest. He genuinely felt he had no remarkable talent. "Are you still angry?" To Du Guangyu, this sounded as if Zhinan was still upset. "Yes, we are here specifically to apologize to you." President Li and President Quan smiled as well. "Last night, we misjudged the situation. We are sorry." Zhinan was momentarily taken aback. These two were prominent figures in the Poetry Association, apologizing to him? I'm not angry." Zhinan genuinely was not upset. He had felt a bit angry last night, but that was towards Liu Yong and the others. Afterward, all he felt was the thrill of showing off. "Not angry? Really?" Du Guangyu scrutinized Zhinan's sincere expression, and upon seeing that he truly seemed unperturbed, he burst into hearty laughter. "Look at this. I told you, this young man is not only humble, but also has a splendid character. As long as you're not upset, Zhinan, actually, you don't need to say you lack talent. We understand that you have some reservations about the Poetry Association, so we don't intend to force you to join." President Li said with a smile, followed by President Quan echoing, "Your poetic talent should not go to waste. We three plan to submit both of your poems to the Ministry of Education, aiming to include them in the textbooks." Included in the textbooks? This is too sudden. Indeed, these two poems are rare gems, and it is a pity that only a few know of them. Thus, we will submit them, and you will even receive a reward. The three presidents felt this was a worthy cause, and Zhinan naturally had no objections. "To contribute to national education is an honor I hold in high regard." Zhinan suddenly spoke with utmost seriousness, radiating a sense of righteousness. "Wonderful, wonderful!" Du Guangyu exclaimed 3 times, his eyes filled with admiration. He felt a desire to take Zhinan as a disciple, but he thought himself unworthy, as Zhinan's 2 poems surpassed his own achievements. After a round of polite exchanges, Zhinan truly had to rush to catch his flight, or he would be late. The 3 presidents of the Poetry Association urged him to continue reading poetry diligently, emphasizing that the future of poetry belongs to the youth. Du Guangyu also encouraged Zhinan to keep in touch with Du Xiaoyan, noting that both of them being young could lead to shared topics and discussions about new poetry. This prompted 2 elderly men to roll their eyes. After all, Du Xiaoyan was only just 18. Regrettably, neither elder had a granddaughter to engage in poetic discussions with. On his way to the airport, Zhinan also received a call from Cheng Mingxi, stating that she was already at the Chinese Literature Company, investigating his information. From that day on, he only needed to follow her arrangements. Zhinan naturally had no objections. In the evening, in Linghai City, the summer sunset was exceptionally radiant. Zhinan opened the door to his long-neglected small apartment, facing the warm rays of sunset. As she opened the door, the setting sun streamed into the entryway and illuminated the living room, casting its warm glow upon Xia An'ge, who lay asleep on the table. In a moment of enchanting beauty, Zhinan found himself momentarily entranced, thinking how lovely she looked. If only she weren't drooling, she would be perfect. Suddenly, Xia An'ge's eyelashes fluttered, and the unexpected brightness roused her from her slumber. Blurrily opening her eyes, she spotted a tall silhouette standing at the door, backlit by the sun, rendering his face somewhat indistinct. She lifted her head, a glimmer of moisture reflecting in her eyes. Saliva clung to her manuscript, connecting her lips to the paper. The atmosphere was silent. Zhinan remained motionless. Xia An'ge did not stir either, her cheeks flushed with a vibrant hue, transforming her into a rosy apple. Abruptly, she sprang to her feet, avoiding a glance at Zhinan, and hurried back to her room. The sound of the door slamming was louder than any previous instance Zhinan had heard. Yet, he lingered in the revelation that even the most beautiful women drool while asleep. Pondering this, he closed the door and retreated to his room. In her room, Xia An'ge clutched her quilt, burying her face deep within it, no one aware of the flustered expression hidden beneath. It had been several days since Qi Sheng had agreed to help her with her music, yet she hadn't heard from him. Alone in her apartment, she continued attempting to create each day. The evening breeze felt delightful as she sat on the living room floor, inadvertently succumbing to sleep. It was one thing to fall asleep, but to drool was an embarrassment, especially with Zhinan witnessing it. How mortifying. The usually aloof Xia An'ge found herself tightly embracing her quilt, burying her head within, attempting to evade her shame like an ostrich. As for Zhinan, having witnessed the scene, he returned to his room, reminiscing about the moment of awe he experienced when he first opened the door, soon dismissing it from his mind. He turned on his computer, striving to refine the manuscript for Xianjian, while also completing Qin Shi Mingyu. Life seemed to revert to its previous rhythm, as though nothing had changed since before his business trip. In Chapter 30, Be My Boyfriend, Zhinan contemplated the conclusion of Qin Shi Mingyu when a notification on his phone brought an instant smile to his face. The prize money from the poetry competition, totaling 50,000, and the 105,000 from the couplets had all been deposited. At last, he possessed a substantial savings. Just then, a knock echoed from the door. Since he shared the residence with only one landlord, he wondered what she could want. Curiosity piqued, he opened the door, only to find Xia An'ge standing there. Xia An'ge looked up to meet Zhinan's gaze, noting his height. She stood at 165 centimeters, while he must have been at least 180 centimeters. Could you pretend to be my boyfriend? She blurted out. Zhinan was taken aback, momentarily speechless, unsure if he had misheard her. What did you say? He asked, bewildered. Xia An'ge repeated her request, her sparkling eyes fixed on him. Could you pretend to be my boyfriend? This left him utterly flummoxed. No way, Zhinan replied decisively. You're a celebrity. I'm not about to complicate my life. He began to close the door, but Xia An'ge, caught off guard by his swift rejection, reached out to grasp his shirt, only to stumble against the door frame. With a gasp, she fell towards him, and he instinctively caught her, their bodies almost colliding. It felt like she had lunged into his arms, his hand inadvertently wrapping around her slender waist. Flushed with embarrassment, Xia An'ge pushed away from him, standing in his room looking somewhat lost. Hey, you can't just do that. You were the one who fell into my arms. Zhinan exclaimed, raising his hands defensively, insisting he hadn't acted inappropriately. Be my boyfriend, Xia An'ge insisted, her face still flushed from the unexpected embrace. No, Zhinan reiterated firmly. It's just for show, and only for tomorrow. I'm begging you. The plea in her voice, accompanied by the glimmer of unshed tears in her eyes, struck him. He averted his gaze, continuing, You're a star. Think of the trouble this could cause if anyone finds out. Pouting, Xia An'ge stubbornly walked to the edge of his bed and sat down defiantly. If you don't agree, I'm not leaving. Playing this way could lead to misunderstandings, you know? Zhinan chuckled despite himself. Aren't you afraid I might take advantage of the situation? You dare. She retorted, though her eyes betrayed a hint of nervousness as she shifted away from him. Right now, you're in my room. And it was you who practically fell into my lap, Zhinan teased. Feeling somewhat defeated, he sat down in front of his computer, resigned. Give me a reason. Xia An'ge's eyes lit up with surprise. Are you agreeing? First, the reason. I want to visit the place where I grew up. But they want me to bring a boyfriend, she explained, stealing a glance at him, anticipating his response. Oh, a classic case of pretending to be the boyfriend when meeting the parents? Zhinan mused, a bit exasperated. Even if I agree, you can't keep dragging me along every time. Your family will surely suspect something. Deceit is never a good look. A white lie is acceptable, if you agree. It will be dignified, she countered swiftly. I'll clarify things next time. Zhinan sighed. Why not find someone else? Xia An'ge pondered seriously for a moment before replying. I don't know any other guys, and I believe you're a good person. Does that mean good people are meant to be deceived into playing the boyfriend? Zhinan retorted. Can I interpret that as good people are easy to take advantage of? She corrected with a hint of a smile. After nearly a month of interaction, this conversation marked the most extensive dialogue they had shared, filled with absurdity from the start. The room fell silent once more as Zhinan contemplated her request, while Xia An'ge anxiously awaited his decision. She knew her demand was somewhat unreasonable, akin to a child throwing a tantrum. But Zhinan was the only person she could ask. Just 2 days prior, the orphanage director had called, expressing how much they missed her and inquiring when she would bring her boyfriend. Moreover, tomorrow marked the anniversary of Mama Xia's passing, and she wished to visit her. She had promised herself it would be tomorrow. Zhinan sighed and succumbed. I am always too soft-hearted. Xia An'ge's peach blossom eyes sparkled once again. But Zhinan's subsequent words left her momentarily dazed. I haven't eaten yet. As your boyfriend, you surely wouldn't refuse to cook me a bowl of noodles, would you? Zhinan teased. It starts tomorrow, Xia An'ge thought. Yet considering that he had promised to accompany her to act tomorrow, cooking a mere bowl of noodles seemed trivial. Oh. Xia An'ge lowered her head and exited the room, heading straight for the kitchen. Zhinan did not linger in the room, but rather seated himself at the dining table, awaiting her return. In the kitchen, Xia An'ge worked diligently, and Zhinan found himself mesmerized, resting his chin on his hand as he watched her busy figure. Once again, it was the same bowl of vegetable, egg, and shredded meat noodles, but this time Zhinan was pleasantly surprised to find 2 eggs. A windfall. Xia An'ge had not eaten either, so she prepared a portion for 2, adding the eggs as a gesture of gratitude towards Zhinan. They sat opposite each other as before, yet the atmosphere was devoid of the prior awkwardness, perhaps due to the recent events or the anticipation of their day together tomorrow. Thank you for the meal. Zhinan expressed his satisfaction. Ever since he tasted Xia An'ge's noodles last time, he had been craving them. He had attempted to replicate the dish himself, but it simply did not possess the same flavor. One must admit, had Xia An'ge not been a singer, opening a noodle shop would suit her splendidly, and he would undoubtedly be a frequent patron, perhaps even dining there thrice a day. Sleep early tonight. Zhinan began to clear his dishes as he made his way back to his room, when Xia An'ge softly spoke. She feared he might not awaken in time the next day. Rest assured, once I give my word, I shall not go back on it. Zhinan assumed she was worried he might renege on his promise to pretend to be her boyfriend tomorrow, especially after she had generously made him noodles with 2 eggs. A significant loss for her. After Zhinan returned to his room, Xia An'ge remained seated, still not having finished her noodles. She stirred them slowly with her chopsticks. Recalling the audacious act she had just committed, her earlobes flushing with warmth. Occupying someone else's bed, like a rogue, she had stood her ground. Had Zhinan truly been a villain, she would have been doomed. Yet for reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable assurance that Zhinan harbored no ill intentions towards her. Though she could not pinpoint the source of this conviction, perhaps it stemmed from the strong impression he had made upon their first meeting. What a brute he was. Chapter 31. The husband. A night passed without incident. As dawn broke the following day, Zhinan was roused by a knock at his door. He groggily rose, glancing at his phone to find it was barely past 7. No way, sister, this is far too early. Reluctantly, he dressed and opened the door to find Xia An'ge waiting outside, having stood there for over 10 minutes. Today, she was unusually adorned in a white shirt dress. Her ponytail transformed into flowing locks, and a light makeup graced her features, making her appear ethereal. Zhinan was momentarily entranced. Truly quite beautiful. Alas, lacking in culture. Upon seeing Zhinan emerge, Xia An'ge stepped aside. Half an hour later. How do we get there? Zhinan was puzzled. He had no vehicle, and surprisingly, Xia An'ge, a star, also lacked one. Was she considering purchasing a car now that she had some savings? With the forthcoming release of Xianjian, her royalties would surely exceed her current earnings. Here, Xia An'ge led Zhinan to a sleek black car, which she had rented 2 days prior, along with the gifts she had prepared. Is this your car? Zhinan queried, having never witnessed Xia An'ge driving. It's rented. Rented? Zhinan's mouth twitched in disbelief as he stared at her. You can't be waiting for me to return to set a trap, can you? Xia An'ge did not respond to his question. Instead, she opened the car door and took a seat. Zhinan assumed her silence was an affirmation, realizing that despite his experiences, he had been outmaneuvered by a woman. Buckle up. Oh, the journey was long, and Zhinan found himself somewhat bored. He was astonished to learn that Xia An'ge's home was located in Linqing, prompting curiosity as to why she didn't reside there. He had just asked her why she didn't live at home, but Xia An'ge merely replied, "You'll know when we arrive." At 11 o'clock. After nearly 2 hours of driving, they finally arrived. The petite apartment was situated in the east of Linqing, while Xia An'ge parked in the west, necessitating their early departure. Zhinan was taken aback by their parking spot, a decrepit orphanage located in the western outskirts of Linqing. In the orphanage's courtyard, a group of children were joyfully playing until they noticed the car parked at the entrance. Xia An'ge hesitated to exit the vehicle, while Zhinan observed her as she gazed at the children, seemingly lost in reminiscence. Taking a deep breath, Xia An'ge finally opened the car door and stepped out. Sister An'ge. The children in the courtyard had been watching the car intently, and as soon as Xia An'ge emerged, a little girl in a yellow dress dashed toward her, shouting. The girl appeared to be around 5 or 6, with a cherubic face and chubby cheeks, and she threw herself into Xia An'ge's arms, nuzzling against her clothes. Sister An'ge, why did it take you so long to come back? I missed you so much. Xia An'ge gently ruffled the little girl's hair, smiling softly. Where's the headmistress? She is preparing lunch. The children from the courtyard rushed out, surrounding Xia An'ge, chattering excitedly. Zhinan felt somewhat superfluous standing aside. He had not anticipated that Xia An'ge's home would be an orphanage, which clarified why she didn't live at home. Brother, are you sister's husband? She said she would bring her husband back. Husband? Wasn't he agreed that he was merely her boyfriend? How am I supposed to play this role? Zhinan felt his throat dry. The little girl named Xiaoxi was astonishingly candid. This was his first time being a deceiver, and he found himself faced with such a formidable opponent. Xia An'ge squatted among the children, her lightly made-up face suddenly flushed with embarrassment. Xiaoxi, I am your sister's boyfriend, but we are not married yet. Zhinan maintained a warm smile as he reached out to pat the little girl's head. Then when will you marry, sister? Xiaoxi pressed, tugging on Zhinan's hand to pull him down to her level, though he still towered over her. Well, there's no rush. Your brother is still dating your sister, and we'll let you know when we get married, all right? The television says that those who don't want to marry are scoundrels. You wouldn't be a scoundrel, would you? Xiaoxi suddenly tilted her head, asking innocently, and then raised her tiny fist in determination. If you're a scoundrel, Xiaoxi will hit you. What kind of television does this child watch? Scoundrels? Surely she must have heard of even the notorious playboys. Xiaoxi. Xia An'ge's demeanor shifted dramatically as she stepped forward to pull Xiaoxi close. Her peach blossom eyes glaring at her. Who taught you these things? From the television. Xiaoxi replied innocently. The headmistress often brings us to watch television. That is what it says. Xia An'ge truly felt somewhat defeated. Have the children of today moved beyond mere animated shows? It seems they possess a deeper understanding than she does. An'ge, a middle-aged woman, emerged from the entrance of the orphanage. She was slightly plump, clad in a simple denim shirt, despite the passage of time leaving its marks upon her face. One could still discern that she must have been a stunning beauty in her youth. Xia An'ge exclaimed with delight. Zhinan realized that this was a rare moment of innocence for Xia An'ge. He had never witnessed such an expression from her since their acquaintance. This smile was not the polished grin of a celebrity, but a genuine manifestation of joy. Xia grasped Xia An'ge's small hand, carefully scrutinizing the girl who had matured into an increasingly beautiful young woman, especially noting her enticing peach blossom eyes, which seemed to grow more alluring with age. You've lost weight. Have you not been eating well? I've told you over the phone to gain a little weight, haven't I? Just look at that slender waist. Why is it so thin? A little plumpness is preferable. Aunt Xia rambled on, as if inspecting Xia An'ge's physique, while Xia An'ge's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she allowed the scrutiny. Is a little plumpness truly better? Zhinan pondered, stroking his chin. He thought Xia An'ge had a fine figure. It was delicate yet graceful. Could it be that a bit of extra weight was more appealing? No wonder the Tang dynasty favored a fuller figure. Perhaps his perspective had been too narrow. At that moment, Aunt Xia noticed someone standing not far away. Her eyes brightened, and she pulled Xia An'ge's hand to bring her before Zhinan, her face beaming with happiness. Is this your boyfriend, An'ge? It's actually her husband, Aunt Xia. She suddenly shouted from the side. Hurry, hurry, you all should go in for dinner. Otherwise, there won't be any left. Aunt Xia was somewhat speechless, realizing that the lines from the dramas she typically watched had been learned by these children. Oh, it's time to eat. Upon hearing the word dinner, the group of over a dozen children, including Xiaoxi, joyfully dashed into the orphanage, each trying to be the fastest. Children speak without reservation. But it is only a matter of time. Our An'ge has never brought a man home before. I always urge her to do so. And even the children have been prompting her. Yet I never expected she would actually bring someone back this time. Aunt Xia surveyed Zhinan, who stood tall and handsome, albeit a bit lean, giving off an artistic aura. Overall, she was quite satisfied. Xia An'ge moved closer to Zhinan, linking her arms with his as if she were a delicate bird, gazing at him tenderly before turning to Aunt Xia, softly saying, I should have brought Zhinan to meet you last time, but he was quite busy, which is why it has taken until now. You're an actor, aren't you? You're not a singer at all. With your acting skills, you could thrive in the film industry. Zhinan's body stiffened momentarily, yet Xia An'ge's demeanor remained effortlessly natural, leaving him somewhat flustered. Observing Zhinan lost in thought, Xia An'ge subtly squeezed his hand. Ouch! Finally, Zhinan snapped back to reality, his face lighting up with a broad smile, finding it far easier to engage with adults than with children. Hello, Aunt Xia. I am Zhinan, An'ge's boyfriend. Aunt Xia's face instantly brightened with joy, and she repeatedly expressed her approval, leading Zhinan into the courtyard while sharing stories of her childhood. So you were pressured into marriage like this? On the way, Xia An'ge had only mentioned that her family was unaware of her singing career and that she had always claimed to be studying design. And indeed, she was a design student. Zhinan was puzzled. Had they not seen her on television? However, a glance from Xia An'ge made him realize that she had not yet gained sufficient fame, much like himself, as he had only stumbled upon her name in the news by chance. All right, I was hasty. Aunt Xia, I bought some gifts for Xiaoxi and the others. However, Xia An'ge could no longer bear it. Still, she felt a sense of relief. clearly surprised that this man would play along with her charade. She opened the trunk of the small car, revealing it to be filled to the brim with gifts, food, drinks, toys, and clothing. Zhinan quickly told Aunt Xia he would return to help, turning back to the trunk. Goodness, an entire trunk full. Zhinan cast a somewhat resentful glance at Xia An'ge, whose cheeks flushed slightly, unsure whether it was the weather or the embarrassment of feeling like she was putting Zhinan in a difficult position. You don't need to help, Xia An'ge murmured without looking at him. Aunt Xia was returning at that moment. With a sigh, Zhinan placed the lightest items into Xia An'ge's hands while he lifted several large boxes of milk, grinning as he said, "How could I allow you to carry so much, my esteemed landlord?" The last remark was delivered through clenched teeth. Xia An'ge pressed her lips together, lost in thought. Yet her blush deepened. Aunt Xia observed all of this with delight, feeling happy for the young couple who could share whispers even while carrying items. "Why did you buy so much?" Aunt Xia asked as she approached the trunk, noticing there was still half of the gifts remaining, feeling somewhat sympathetic towards Xia An'ge. "The conditions at the orphanage are much better than when you were here. The government is providing assistance, so you don't need to bring so many things every time you come back." "It's nothing, Aunt Xia. It's not expensive." Aunt Xia understood Xia An'ge's nature and did not press the matter further, merely muttering that this wasn't necessary, and that she should save her money. As they entered the courtyard, which resembled a teaching building, the children were enjoying lunch in the adjacent cafeteria, filled with laughter and joy. This was likely the essence of childhood, carefree and devoid of worries. Yet Zhinan recognized the plight of these children. They were innocent, and the true fault lay with those who abandoned them. He could not fathom the mentality of parents who forsake their own children. How could they bring such suffering to their lives and not feel a shred of guilt? After carrying the gifts into the building, Zhinan was met with the sight of a delicate white hand. It was a handkerchief offered by Xia An'ge, as he had indeed broken into a sweat, with his tousled bangs sticking to his forehead. He thanked her as he accepted the cool cloth, clearly dampened for his use. Aunt Xia watched the two with a smile, increasingly convinced of their compatibility. Once Zhinan had wiped away his sweat, she spoke up. "It's just about lunchtime. Shall we go eat?" "That sounds splendid. I'm famished. I only had a piece of bread after waking up so early." The cafeteria was located at the end of the hallway, with Aunt Xia leading the way while Zhinan and Xia An'ge followed closely behind. "You grew up here?" "Yes." "So Aunt Xia raised you?" "Not exactly, but one could say that." Xia An'ge's answer left Zhinan somewhat perplexed. What did she mean by not exactly, but could say? Just as he was about to inquire further, they arrived at the cafeteria. Zhinan observed the children inside, dozens of them seated orderly at their designated spots, happily devouring their meals. The youngest, like the chubby Xiaoxi from earlier, and the oldest barely reached 11 or 12 years of age. Besides the children's innocent purity, there was not a hint of chaos. Each child adhered to the dining etiquette. How wonderful it is to reminisce about childhood meals, when one would pick and choose, nearly provoking one's mother to resort to force. It brings a sense of shame. In the dining hall, for aunts diligently supervise the children as they eat. One has finished but still desires more, while another is gently coaxed to finish what remains on her plate. The scene is truly delightful. My understanding of orphanages was limited, yet what I have come to know now is that they are filled with individuals as adorable as angels. The meals served are abundant, consisting of 2 meat dishes, a vegetable dish, and a soup. "Gidge, could you help me finish this? If I don't, Mama Li will scold me." Just as Zhinan settled down, the chubby little one named Xiaoxi approached him, her voice sweet and seemingly full of grievance. "Xiaoxi." Aunt Xia immediately stood up to pull at Xiaoxi's collar, summoning the aunt, whom Xiaoxi affectionately referred to as Mama Li, to ensure she finished her meal. Zhinan stifled a laugh. This chubby little girl amused him greatly, especially when compared to Xia An'ge, who seemed far more serious. "Zhinan, I must apologize for the mischief of Xiaoxi. She is quite the handful." Much like An'ge was at her age, when left unattended, she would vanish without a trace. An'ge was quite the mischievous child. Zhinan found it hard to believe. With her aloof and intellectual demeanor, could she truly have been such a handful? Indeed, Aunt Xia chuckled at the memory, her face brightening with mirth. She was the little queen of our orphanage, always leading the other children in mischief, often earning herself a good spanking. "Oh, is that so?" Zhinan cast a sidelong glance at Xia An'ge, who was quietly eating, looking like a serene fairy. "Girls do change as they grow. Once we finish our meal, I shall regale you with tales of An'ge's childhood antics." Zhinan nodded fervently, feeling he had discovered the joy of his visit. What a fascinating narrative it would be about the aloof landlordess reign during childhood. What could possibly cause such a transformation in a girl's character? It shall make for an intriguing story in the future. "Aunt Xia, The food is getting cold. Xia An'ge could no longer contain herself and called out to Aunt Xia, her peach blossom eyes hinting at a plea for silence. Director, has there been any news regarding the report? Mama Li, who had been observing Xiaoxi, turned to Aunt Xia with a question. Not yet. I suspect it remains unchanged. Everyone has grown accustomed to it, Aunt Xia replied with a sigh. Hearing her response, Mama Li also let out a sigh of concern. The facilities in our orphanage have fallen into disrepair. Some are no longer usable. If this continues, what shall we do? Let us eat first. I will return later to draft a request. Aunt Xia interrupted the conversation, clearly unwilling to dwell on the matter. However, Zhinan could sense a cloud of melancholy settling over everyone, including Xia An'ge. During the nap time, dozens of children were ushered upstairs to their beds. The chubby little sweetheart, Xiaoxi, insisted on napping alongside Xia An'ge. Unable to refuse, Xia An'ge acquiesced and lay beside her on the small bed. This aloof landlord was exceptionally kind to the little one, perhaps viewing her as a younger sister. Zhinan perceived the tenderness in Xia An'ge's demeanor towards Xiaoxi. Was it because she saw reflections of her younger self in her? Aunt Xia mentioned that she was once the ruler of the children, and this chubby Xiaoxi was also a little queen. The gathering was rather relaxed. He had expected to meet an array of relatives, yet instead found only a few charming middle-aged women and a host of youthful children, rendering him, the faux boyfriend, seemingly of little use beyond moving a few items. While Xia An'ge rested with Xiaoxi, Zhinan wandered aimlessly in the hallway, this being his first visit to an orphanage. It resembled a typical three-story school building. The first floor housed the hall, dining area, and several offices. The second floor was for lodging, and the third floor was dedicated to education, divided into multiple classrooms. It was indeed a rather dilapidated structure. From the moment he entered and throughout the meal, Zhinan noticed numerous areas in disrepair. Many facilities were antiquated, with the teaching desks and benches made of worn wooden planks. The blackboards were peeling, and the absence of modern multimedia classrooms was glaring. The first and second floors were relatively acceptable, but the third floor was truly decrepit. As he walked down the corridor, Zhinan observed that many classroom walls had lost their paint, exposing the bare red brick beneath. The locks on the doors were old and barely functional, and several windows were missing, temporarily boarded up with wooden or cardboard panels. Such an environment was far from ideal. He recalled that his own elementary school had similar ancient desks and chalkboard walls, but by the time he left, it had transitioned entirely to multimedia classrooms. He reflected on the nutritious meal he had just eaten, realizing perhaps that the funds had been allocated to ensure the children's nourishment, explaining Xiaoxi's adorably plump figure. Yet, the educational environment stirred different thoughts within Zhinan. Chapter 33. Donations. Not finding Zhinan on the second floor, Aunt Xia ascended to the third, discovering him by the window of one of the classrooms. What brings you up here? I've been searching for you. Zhinan turned upon hearing her voice and smiled. I had some time to spare and wish to learn more. What do you need me for? It's nothing important. Ange's downstairs napping with the children, and I was concerned you might feel lonely. As Aunt Xia spoke, she approached Zhinan, glancing into the classroom. Then she walked to another classroom, opening the door and smiling at him. This was where Ange used to study. Would you like to take a look? Certainly. The interior was modest, with all desks and chairs arranged neatly, the surfaces clean, and even the blackboard polished to perfection. Aunt Xia caressed the aged desks and chairs, seemingly lost in thought, then turned to Zhinan with a smile. I used to have little fondness for Ange. I found her too mischievous and hard to manage, but my sister adored her. The name Xia An'ge was given by my sister. She treated her like a daughter. She pointed to a particular desk and chair, recalling that it was where she had studied. Her sister had taught her, and she was exceptionally bright, learning quickly. However, after she went to middle school, her demeanor grew increasingly subdued. She paused for a moment, and Zhinan surmised the reasons behind it. Middle school can bring forth both good and bad influences. Perhaps it wasn't team malevolence, but rather the hurtful words that sometimes emerged in conversation that caused Xia An'ge to become quieter. Aunt Xia continued after a moment, her voice thick with emotion. In her first year of high school, my sister passed away from illness. It was as if she transformed into a different person, losing that vivacious spirit. Zhinan realized the significance of the day. It was the anniversary of her sister's passing. No wonder she felt compelled to return. Here, the children have long been deprived of parental love. Even with all that we offer, they still sense an absence of affection. So, Zhinan, I have no demands of you. I only hope you can extend a bit more patience towards Ange. She may seem aloof on the exterior, but is warm-hearted within, with no ill intentions, yet easily susceptible to being taken advantage of. When Aunt Xia looked at Zhinan again, her eyes were slightly red. Rest assured, I understand completely, Zhinan replied, nodding earnestly, as though fully embracing the role of a considerate boyfriend. The only child who continues to donate to the orphanage is Xia An'ge, which was the last piece of information Zhinan received. Has An'ge become a star? The kind that sings? Aunt Xia suddenly inquired, leaving Zhinan somewhat taken aback. You know, with smartphones so advanced now, I happened to see her online, and I've even listened to her songs. Aunt Xia proudly waved her phone and continued. It's quite good. She has loved singing since childhood, and her voice is lovely. However, I've heard that stars often have to run around, and just the other day, I saw in the news that she has fallen out with her company. I worry about her fragile frame and hope she isn't suffering. So this is why she hasn't told you, Aunt Xia. Don't worry, I will take care of her. I can support her, Zhinan assured, embodying the strength of a devoted boyfriend. Aunt Xia gazed at Zhinan earnestly and nodded solemnly. She kept it from me to spare my worries. So I didn't want to add to her pressure by letting her know that I was aware. Please don't mention it to her. Zhinan nodded seriously. I understand. Is the orphanage facing difficulties now? I heard you mention that the applications have not been approved. Zhinan pointed to the classroom facilities and the peeling wall. Is it these applications that haven't been approved? Aunt Xia looked at the area Zhinan indicated, her tone tinged with bitterness. Pretty much. Many facilities in the orphanage are so dilapidated they are almost unusable. You see these walls? You can see the red bricks inside. We've applied many times, but there has been no response. Aunt Xia said this with a semblance of lightheartedness. But it's better than before. Now, every week, volunteer teachers come to teach. So we don't have to rely on our half-baked efforts. The city's funding is also more than it used to be, so we manage to get by. Occasionally, kind-hearted individuals donate money and goods, so the children aren't starving. Zhinan listened quietly, feeling a mix of emotions. I have been somewhat naive. Aunt Xia shook her head. Your inquiry indicates your kindness. An'ge entrusted her care to you, and both my sister and I feel at ease. The two descended the stairs and arrived at the napping room near the window, where the children were still peacefully asleep. Zhinan immediately spotted the tall girl in a shirt dress. She was cuddling a chubby little one, sleeping soundly with a slight smile, seemingly lost in a beautiful dream. Aunt Xia found a resting room for Zhinan on the first floor, typically used for volunteer teachers. He lay on the bed, his thoughts drifting. Aunt Xia's words echoed in his mind, refusing to dissipate. Some people are born into abundance, while others struggle to secure the most basic living conditions. He suddenly felt a wave of agitation. He wasn't a saint. He had only earned 150,000 from the poetry convention and was now contemplating donating 100,000. No matter how he tried to evade the thought, it only grew clearer, filling Zhinan's mind entirely. Have two ancient sages taken control of my thoughts? He wondered, using poetry as a trade. I should act against injustice when I encounter it. Alas, perhaps this is fate. Reflecting on his journey to this parallel world, he realized it began when he saved a drowning girl, which led to the chance to recreate those two poems and gain recognition. Everything seems preordained. Just then, a knock interrupted his reverie. Come in, Zhinan. Aunt Xia had just settled into her office chair, but before she could rest, she heard the knock. What is the matter? Sit down and talk, she asked, putting down her water cup. Zhinan sat across from Aunt Xia, his expression a blend of struggle and relief. Before he smiled and said, I've thought it over. This is where An'ge grew up, and her joy is my joy. Therefore, I intend to donate 100,000 to refurbish the orphanage. Aunt Xia was taken aback by the sudden shift in his demeanor and immediately stood up, her expression grave. No, why not? Zhinan was unprepared for her firm rejection. He had planned to donate to the orphanage after all. What do you mean, why? Do you know how much it costs to get married? Housing prices are not cheap these days, and I don't want An'ge to suffer any longer. Aunt Xia responded resolutely. Zhinan felt a bit disheartened. Your An'ge has bought a small apartment in Linqing. She is my landlord, did you know? Regardless of his thoughts. Zhinan gently pressed Aunt Xia back into her chair and explained slowly. Aunt Xia, An'ge and I are not in a hurry to marry. And how do you know I only have 100,000? With a confident smile, he added, I can earn that back quickly. It won't affect me at all. Do you believe me? Aunt Xia sensed a strong confidence emanating from Zhinan, prompting her to unconsciously choose to trust him. She genuinely hoped for the orphanage's facilities to be updated so that the children could receive an education comparable to that of the outside world. Thus, she had been tirelessly submitting applications to the city, but to no avail. And you cannot refuse, because the donation information is displayed in the hall. Linked to your bank account. Check if it has already increased by 100,000, Zhinan remarked with a grin. Consider it my contribution for An'ge. I am practically your son-in-law, am I not? Acting as a fake boyfriend, he felt a pang of regret at the thought of losing that sum. Yet he maintained his composure, adhering to the discipline of an actor. Moreover, he had developed a favorable impression of the seemingly aloof star landlord, realizing there was warmth beneath her cold exterior, even if she drooled in her sleep. I am indeed too soft-hearted. Chapter 34, A Resolution. You can rest easy knowing that the funds will be used for the orphanage's repairs, and do not mention this to An'ge. I will speak to her later. I noticed she seemed a bit down during lunch. He did not want that aloof landlord to discover that he had come to play the role of a temporary boyfriend and spent 100,000 in the process. After all, this was his own decision and had nothing to do with her. However, regardless of Gu Zhinan's thoughts, Aunt Xia perceived the situation differently. Feeling a lump in her throat, touched by his actions. You truly are a good young man, and An'ge has found a wonderful partner. A good young man indeed. One who produces and consumes his own merits. Gu Zhinan completed what he intended to do, and outside, the atmosphere became lively as the children awoke from their nap. All right, I'll take my leave now. Gu Zhinan stood and walked out. He immediately spotted Xia An'ge in the lobby, surrounded by children as they distributed clothes. The children tugged at her shirt dress, causing it to wrinkle a bit. Upon seeing Gu Zhinan exiting Aunt Xia's office, she appeared slightly apologetic. Her peach blossom eyes shyly gazing at him. She had not anticipated falling asleep. She had intended to accompany Xiaoxi to sleep before coming out to be with Gu Zhinan, especially since he had come to visit her. Yet, she ended up taking a nap. Before long, Aunt Xia emerged, guiding the children to distribute the clothes brought by Xia An'ge. She did not disclose Gu Zhinan's donation to An'ge. It was her promise to him, and her affection for Gu Zhinan only deepened. Since Gu Zhinan stated that she would inform Xia An'ge herself, Xia An'ge decided not to mention it again. Gu Zhinan naturally understood the reason for Xia An'ge's embarrassment. The two stood side by side at the door, watching the children play in the courtyard, and Gu Zhinan found this moment quite pleasant. Just make sure to prepare 3 eggs for me tonight. Gu Zhinan turned with a playful smile, having worked hard all day and even donated 100,000. Requesting 3 eggs was hardly excessive. That is entirely reasonable. Xia An'ge's expression appeared somewhat dazed, and she lowered her head slightly, softly agreeing. She never anticipated that the method of cooking noodles she learned from Xia Mama would end up being for the man beside her. Did you secretly kiss Sister An'ge? During their conversation, the chubby little Cici suddenly poked her head out, squeezing between them. Protectively placing herself behind Xia An'ge, her tiny eyes glared at Gu Zhinan. Her small voice fierce as she declared, "No kissing Sister An'ge unless you get married." Gu Zhinan was instantly filled with an unprecedented curiosity about the television series Cici was watching. He desperately wanted to know its name and vowed to binge-watch it upon returning, even if it meant staying up late. Before Gu Zhinan could respond, Xia An'ge had pulled Cici away, squatting down to pinch the little one's chubby cheeks, saying sternly, "I'll tell Xiaogu later, and you won't be allowed to watch television anymore." No, I haven't seen the finale yet. Cici seemed to suffer a tremendous blow, her spirit immediately deflating. No means no. She whimpered, "I don't want to be friends with Sister An'ge anymore." The chubby little one, feeling wronged, broke free from Xia An'ge and ran towards Xiaogu, intending to complain and plead for her television privileges. Xia An'ge looked up to see Gu Zhinan struggling to stifle his laughter, and her cheeks, already flushed, turned even redder. She shot him a fierce glare before heading towards Xiaogu, knowing that today would be a challenging day for Cici. Meanwhile, Gu Zhinan stood there in a daze. Captivated by Xia An'ge's final glare, combined with her enchanting peach blossom eyes, he felt his heart skip a beat. He dared not look her way again and chose to sit on the steps at the entrance, his gaze fixed on the children playing joyfully not far away, his thoughts wandering to an unknown destination. Where did you meet such a treasure of a young man? Xiaogu teased as she observed Gu Zhinan playing with the children. Zhinan, I have accepted this child. You've only known him for half a day, and you've already accepted him? Xia An'ge pouted. You haven't seen him in his wild moments. The first impression is something I could remember for a lifetime. Yet, on the surface, she gazed at Gu Zhinan with affectionate peach blossom eyes, smiling as she replied, "At school. Actually, it was in the restroom. How wonderful. When do you plan to get married?" Xiaogu had witnessed Gu Zhinan's character throughout the morning, kind-hearted, gentle, and warm when necessary. His act of donating was quiet and selfless. Without asking for recognition from Xia An'ge to gain her favor, the more she observed him, the more she liked him. With the funds for the courtyard facilities secured, and the hope of seeing Xia An'ge find happiness, Xiaogu felt that her life had truly been worthwhile. Although she had never liked the commotion caused by Xia An'ge as a child, with age, she found herself developing a genuine affection for children. Perhaps this was the mindset of Sister Xiaoro. She was inherently a kind person. Treasure this well. Xiaogu took Xia An'ge's small hand, gently caressing it. the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes seeming to ease as she exuded warmth and tenderness. Xia An'ge sensed Xia Gu's emotions and felt an unusual stirring within her. She looked at Zhinan in the distance, wondering why Xia Gu placed such importance on this man. Are you going to visit Xia Mama? Xia An'ge asked, recalling that one of the reasons for their visit today was to commemorate Xia Mama's passing. I spoke with your sister yesterday. I want to go today, allowing you two to have some time alone. Oh, and take Zhinan to meet her. Okay. Xia Gu affectionately stroked Xia An'ge's hair, reminding her that time was of the essence, to which Xia An'ge nodded in agreement. In the courtyard, Zhinan, feeling somewhat idle, began playing a game of eagle-catching chick with a group of children, assuming the role of the great eagle. He was thoroughly enjoying himself, especially as Cici, the chubby hen, clung to him multiple times, rendering him somewhat immobile. Upon seeing Xia An'ge and Xia Gu approaching, he halted his actions, and the children paused their play as well. Let us go, Xia An'ge softly stated, and immediately, the young children expressed their reluctance. Cici came over, grasping Xia An'ge's small hand, her eyes misty as she whispered, Sister An'ge, when will you come back next? It always takes so long. Xia An'ge knelt down, gently patting Cici's head with a warm smile. I'll come back when I can. It won't be so long this time. Really? Yes. Pinky swear. Cici exclaimed, extending her chubby little pinky. With a smile, Xia An'ge intertwined her pinky with Cici's, causing the little one to beam with joy. She released Xia An'ge's hand, ran to Zhinan, and tugged on his hand, leading him back to Xia An'ge, lifting her small hand and placing it atop theirs, satisfied as she grinned. Brother, make sure to love Sister An'ge well, or I want to play with you next time. The chubby little one raised her tiny fist in a mock threat. Yet Zhinan's attention was completely elsewhere. He only felt the smoothness and coolness of Xia An'ge's hand, which, despite the summer heat, was surprisingly refreshing. It felt particularly comfortable. It wasn't just Zhinan who was stunned. Xia An'ge was equally taken aback by Cici's actions, feeling as though a warm hand was enveloping hers, causing her palm to nearly sweat. However, when Zhinan was about to release her hand, she immediately grasped his hand in return, creating the illusion that they were holding each other's hands. Xia Gu observed the hand-holding between Xia An'ge and Zhinan, her heart swelling with happiness. It wasn't until the two parted in front of the car and got inside that Zhinan felt a slight sweat in his palms. This was the first time he had held a girl's hand, and he found the sensation so enticing. Meanwhile, Xia An'ge's palm on the steering wheel was already thoroughly damp, her earlobes quickly turning a shade of crimson. Take good care of yourself. Don't neglect your own feelings. Zhinan must do the same, Xia Gu reminded. Understood, Xia Gu, they both replied in unison. As they departed under the reluctant gazes of others, the car slowly drove away from the orphanage. All right, Sister An'ge said you're not allowed to watch television anymore. After Xia An'ge left, Xia Gu laughed as she held Cici's chubby hand. Cici's expression immediately soured. She hadn't even seen the main characters get married yet. How would she know what role she would play when Sister An'ge and brother eventually tied the knot? Chapter 35. Included in the curriculum as the car drove down the road, Zhinan felt an awkward atmosphere enveloping the interior. It's hot. Oh. Just as Zhinan was about to roll down the window for some fresh air, Xia An'ge frowned slightly. Thank you for today. She remained focused on driving, speaking softly to herself. Zhinan turned to glance at the concentrated Xia An'ge, whose profile was sharply defined, occasionally pursing her lips. After learning from Xia Gu, he couldn't help but find it amusing, chuckling softly. However, Xia An'ge immediately furrowed her brows deeper. What are you laughing at? Zhinan thought to himself that he couldn't possibly say. He remembered Xia Gu's words about her being cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. I just recalled something joyful. Xia An'ge felt he was laughing at her, but lacking evidence, she pouted and decided to ignore him. After half an hour of driving, they arrived at the entrance of a cemetery. Xia An'ge parked the car, and Zhinan got out alongside her. She retrieved a large bouquet of flowers from the back seat, took a few steps, and turned to Zhinan, saying, "You can wait for me in the car. Here's the key." At this point, she felt there was no need to deceive Xia Mama any longer. Zhinan nodded, accepting the key. He certainly couldn't stay in the car. But what was there to explore in a cemetery, except for squatting down to seriously observe the gravestone before him? Xia An'ge spoke very softly, gazing at the photo on the gravestone, her eyes misty as if she wished to convey all her grievances to the person within. This individual was her closest kin. Apart from her, no one else could offer her solace. Unbeknownst to her, Zhinan had already stood a short distance behind her. Xia An'ge's voice was too quiet for him to hear clearly, and he didn't dare to interrupt, merely watching quietly from behind. It was a simple gravestone adorned with two bouquets of flowers, one likely placed there by Xia An'ge the previous day, and the other just laid down by Xia An'ge. Standing up, Xia An'ge turned to see Zhinan standing not far off. She opened her mouth slightly, her peach blossom eyes narrowing at him. Tilting her head to avoid looking his way, clearly angered that he had eavesdropped on her conversation with Xia Mama. Zhinan rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He truly hadn't overheard. "Let's go," Xia An'ge said tersely, walking towards the exit. After a few steps without hearing Zhinan's footsteps, she turned back in confusion, only to see him bowing before Xia Mama's gravestone. He then turned to approach her. She said nothing, choosing to enter the car alone. Yet her peach blossom eyes gleamed with an unusual brightness. The return journey was remarkably quiet, as Zhinan had fallen asleep. Perhaps due to Xia An'ge's smooth driving or simply exhaustion from playing with a group of children earlier that afternoon. As they were about to return to the apartment, Xia An'ge's phone rang, startling Zhinan awake. He turned to see Xia An'ge's expression while answering the call mirrored the joy he had seen at the orphanage. Evidently, something good had occurred. After the call, Xia An'ge realized Zhinan was awake, feeling somewhat guilty for having disturbed him, especially since she still needed to meet Qisheng. It had been Qisheng on the line, informing her that the song had been initially completed and he was eager for her to come over to try it out. "I'll drop you off first, then return the car and go somewhere," Xia An'ge said softly as they parked beneath the apartment building, perhaps feeling awkward as she bit her lip before adding, "You can continue to rest a bit. I'll have something for you when I return." Zhinan nodded. Having no objections, he simply wished to go upstairs and rest a little more. Satisfied with his response, Xia An'ge said nothing further, starting the car and leaving the apartment behind. Once inside, Zhinan promptly entered his room, still drowsy. This lingering fatigue was truly tormenting. Just as he pulled out his phone to set it down, the screen lit up again, revealing several missed calls and numerous WeChat messages. He hardly had many contacts on WeChat, did he? Unlocking the phone, he discovered the calls were from Du Guangyu, and the messages were from Du Xiaoyan. He decided to return Du Guangyu's call first. His phone had been on silent at the orphanage, and he'd fallen asleep in the car, perfectly missing all these notifications. Beep beep. "Hello, little Gu." As soon as the call connected, Du Guangyu's voice came through. "Your phone is difficult to reach. I thought you were still upset. I even had Xiaoyan send you a message on WeChat. You didn't reply?" "Haha, not at all," Zhinan quickly laughed, explaining that he had just fallen asleep and his phone had been on silent, so he had missed the calls and notifications. After some clarification, Du Guangyu believed him. But just as he was about to inquire about Zhinan's situation, he suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "2 of my poems have been selected for the textbook." The people responsible for filtering were all wide-eyed, especially with the poem Jiangjinjiu. It practically blinded them with brilliance. Du Guangyu vividly described the scene, as if the poems were his own creations, leaving Zhinan both amused and bewildered. He realized that Du Guangyu's passion for poetry was something beyond the grasp of a young novice like himself. This was the spirit of a true master. "In short, your poems have been included in the textbook. I've given them your number. They may contact you in the next few days. They'll come directly to sign the authorization." "What? That sounds too troublesome. Should I go to Jingdu again?" Zhinan wasn't particularly surprised that his poems had been selected. If they hadn't been, that would have been a significant issue. He understood their worth. "Nonsense. Stay home and let them come to you. We are poets. We shouldn't be running around." "Well, you are a grand poet and one of the founders of the Poetry Association. You certainly don't have to go." However, since Du Guangyu had stated that everything was arranged, Zhinan had no objections. He simply needed to be attentive to incoming calls. He sincerely thanked Du Guangyu and asked him to express his gratitude to President Li and the entire association, promising to treat them to a meal in Jingdu if the opportunity arose. Du Guangyu immediately replied that a meal wasn't necessary. Just joining the Poetry Association as a member would suffice. It appeared he was determined to have Zhinan on board. After hanging up, Zhinan opened WeChat to see a commanding message from Du Xiaoyan. "Are you there? My grandfather is looking for you. Answer the call. Reply to the message." Zhinan felt a wave of anxiety and could only respond, "I just woke up and noticed the call." Situated at Jingdu University, Du Xiaoyan received the message immediately, scoffing and choosing to ignore it. Chapter 36. Competing for songs again. The selection of poems for the textbook signified potential financial gain. Zhinan's drowsiness vanished as he rose to check his earnings for the month. Due to the Poetry Association, his rewards this month had been astonishing, over 90,000. Combined with his previous earnings, it amounted to nearly 100,000, replenishing the 10,000 he had donated to the orphanage without any impact. Zhinan was straightforward. Once he donated, he didn't regret it, and given another chance, he would still make the same choice. but do good deeds without questioning the future. The clock struck past 10 in the evening. The night sky was shrouded in darkness, and the air was suffocatingly hot. Based on past experience, Zhinan felt certain that a torrential downpour was imminent. Indeed, not long after, a flicker of lightning pierced the clouds, casting a heavy gloom across the sky, as if it were ready to unleash a deluge at any moment. Zhinan opened the door for a glance. Xia An'ge had yet to return. The promise of cooking noodles together had gone awry. After all, she was a star, and it seemed unreasonable for her to spend her time cooking noodles for herself. Zhinan felt a sense of loss and disappointment. He decided to attempt cooking himself, secretly borrowing Xia An'ge's ingredients as a form of self-compensation. After some effort, a bowl of noodles appeared on the table, but upon tasting it, his brow furrowed in dismay. The flavor was disappointingly far from what he expected. The ingredients were the same, and the steps to prepare the noodles were quite simple. Why did his version taste so vastly different? Zhinan fell into contemplation. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang, breaking the silence. He picked it up. It was a WeChat call. Was it from Xia An'ge? Had she forgotten her keys? Surely not. Hello? He answered, inquiring. There was no response from the other end, leaving Zhinan perplexed. He stood up and opened the door. Outside, it was eerily empty, with only the clouds flashing with lightning, and it was uncertain when the anticipated downpour would commence. Where are you? The elevator doesn't require a key. Zhinan wondered, baffled by her silent WeChat call. Was she playing with him? If you're not going to speak, I'll hang up, he said, slightly exasperated. Just as Xia An'ge finally spoke up. I'm sorry, you can eat your noodles. Zhinan's brow instantly knitted together. Xia An'ge's voice trembled, laced with tears. Even if she delivered those words in the calmest tone, he could detect her distress. What's wrong? Boom. A sudden clap of thunder roared outside, tearing apart the sky above lynching and illuminating Zhinan, who stood at the door. Xia An'ge bit her lip. Curled up near the flower bed in the park not far from Jianqixing CAF. Her peach blossom eyes were already half red and swollen, tears glistening as they fell upon the flower bed and the phone screen. I'm sorry. That same phrase, and with that, she abruptly ended the call, leaving her feeling desolate in the vast park. Zhinan held the disconnected phone, the last utterance of I'm sorry unmistakably tinged with her sobs. Wasn't she just meeting someone? He recalled the joyful expression she wore during their phone conversation. It had been genuine happiness. Why did it turn to this? Zhinan shut the door again and returned to the table, attempting to resume eating the noodles, yet he found it impossible to settle his mind. As the weather outside grew increasingly severe, she wouldn't be in danger, would she? It didn't sound like she was indoors. After much hesitation, he decided to call her again, seeking some reassurance. Ringing. Disconnected. Ringing. No answer. Forget it, forget it. Zhinan put down his phone. Was he merely inviting boredom upon himself? They weren't particularly close. Their relationship was that of landlord and tenant. What reason did he have to be overly concerned? He picked up the noodles to eat again. Just 2 minutes later, his phone returned to his hand, and he felt foolish for his prior thoughts. He sighed deeply and dialed her WeChat number again. This time, however, it connected. Where are you? Zhinan quickly inquired, fearing she might hang up again. Xia An'ge remained silent, but he could faintly hear her muffled sobs, as if she was desperately trying to hold back her emotions, punctuated by occasional coughs. Ding. The call was cut off once more. She still hadn't revealed her location. Zhinan felt a surge of frustration. He truly wished to disregard the situation. Yet his hands betrayed him as he sent a shared location. This is the last time. If you hang up again, I'll just take a shower and go to bed. He took a deep breath, waiting for her response. After 30 seconds, Zhinan's eyes widened in surprise. Xia An'ge had joined the shared location. Got you. Moments later, she exited the shared location, but he had already glimpsed her last position, lynching Flower Park. Without a moment's hesitation, he decided to see what could possibly cause such a cold and distant person to weep so profusely. Rushing down to the ground floor, he suddenly realized he hadn't grabbed an umbrella. What a blunder. However, he dismissed the thought of going back to fetch one. The wind was already fierce down below. The storm brewed with thunder and rain all at once. Cursing under his breath, he dashed to the roadside to hail a taxi, racing towards the Flower Park. Just 10 minutes into the ride, a blinding flash tore through the darkness above, splitting the sky with a silver streak. The chaotic, oppressive heavens erupted, revealing irregular lines of intense light that shot forth, accompanied by a deafening roar, as if the tempest were rallying its forces. In an instant, rain began to pour in torrents, cascading from the sky like a curtain. Xia An'ge curled up in the flower bed, allowing the rain to pelt her frail frame. She buried her head deep into her arms, trembling uncontrollably. In that moment, she was engulfed in sorrowful rain. All the grievances she had endured surged forth, unleashed by Qi Sheng's last-minute change regarding the song. That evening, she had approached Qi Sheng, filled with hope. The renowned musician had claimed he had perfected the song. When he handed her the manuscript, it felt as though a ray of light had begun to illuminate her world. But then, Qi Sheng's phone rang, and after stepping away to take the call, he returned to reclaim the manuscript, apologizing that his wife was aware of his recent creative endeavors. She had secretly recorded a segment of Xia An'ge's melody. His wife had contact with Yuan, and she had reached out to her. Upon hearing the melody, Yuan immediately reserved the song, offering a price Qi Sheng could not refuse. Xia An'ge was momentarily at a loss. She proposed to split the album profits with Qi Sheng, but he remained unmoved, for one was tangible, while the other was but a dream. He was clear about the distinction, especially with Yuan in the picture. He believed Xia An'ge could not stir the waters. But the inspiration for this song is mine. When Qi Sheng heard this, he turned to see her eyes misty with tears and her lips clenched in stubbornness. To be precise, only a small portion of the melody is your inspiration, and I have already altered it, Qi Sheng replied, his expression impassive. He took a few steps forward, then glanced back, delivering the final blow. The song has been purchased by Yuan. You cannot compete with her. Xia An'ge felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her body trembling as she buried her face in her arms on the table, concealing her expression from the world. Chapter 37. A ray of light through the storm. Xia An'ge was oblivious to how she exited the CAF, akin to a wooden puppet, with tears cascading incessantly from her eyes. No matter how hard she tried to wipe them away, she sought to contain her emotions but found it impossible, yearning for a refuge where she could gather her thoughts. Ultimately, she arrived at a flowerbed in the park, desolate and devoid of life, perhaps due to the impending rain, with ominous thunder and fierce winds swirling about. Everyone had retreated home, yet she was without a sanctuary, returning to her small apartment, still alone. The thought of that apartment brought to mind another presence, one who might still be waiting for her to return and prepare noodles for him. But in her current state, how could she face him? With tear-blurred vision, she located the man's WeChat account and attempted a voice call, yet words eluded her, as if her throat were constricted. It was only when he expressed impatience to end the call that she managed to convey her plea for him not to wait for her. However, he seemed to perceive her distress instantly. A single phrase sent Xia An'ge spiraling into despair, and she hastily hung up. Yet the man called again and again, and against her better judgment, she answered once more, her voice a mere whisper, utterly unrecognizable amidst her sobs. Once again, she ended the call. When her phone rang again, it was still him. She intended to decline but accidentally accepted, quickly exiting the call and shutting her phone down. When misfortune strikes, even the heavens seem to mock her. The torrential rain made her shiver, akin to a solitary boat adrift at sea, on the verge of capsizing. It was then she realized that crying could drain a person of all strength, leaving them unable to stand. "Driver, could you please hurry?" Zhinan urged. Seated in the front passenger seat, the rain was so heavy that he could scarcely see 10 meters ahead. The roof of the car rattled incessantly. He continued to implore the driver to accelerate, but the response remained focused on safety, as this rain surpassed any he had encountered in previous years. Speeding would only invite peril. Zhinan understood this, yet his heart remained restless. The flower park was not far from the small apartment, a mere 20-minute taxi ride. Yet the downpour had extended the journey to half an hour. "Driver, you needn't look any further. Hey, young man, let me lend you an umbrella." The taxi driver, noticing Zhinan tossing down a 100 yuan note, quickly retrieved a rain umbrella from the seat. Although at this juncture, it seemed futile against the relentless downpour. Zhinan thanked him, took the umbrella, and exited the vehicle. The ground was already submerged, and within seconds of stepping out, his clothes and shoes were thoroughly soaked. The streets were deserted, not a soul in sight, and even the cars were sparse, leaving him alone with a futile umbrella in hand, standing amidst the deluge. The fierce wind continued its assault, and the torrential rain showed no signs of relenting. Cursing himself for his folly, he reflected on his impulsive decision to venture out for the sake of fleeting comfort. What if she had left? Zhinan refrained from opening the umbrella. The wind was too strong, and unfurling it would only obstruct his view. He was determined to see if this aloof woman was foolish enough to remain in the park. Crying, if one must weep, they should find shelter, and there were certainly pavilions within the park. But why was there no sign of her regal figure in any of them? Had she departed? She must have. No one would be so foolish as to seek refuge in such a place during a storm. Even a pavilion would provide little protection from the wind-driven rain. It seemed he had overthought the situation. Zhinan chuckled to himself, recalling how many years it had been since he had been caught in the rain. He had only just recovered from a cold, which only added to his current predicament. As he approached a flower bed, he froze in place. There, clad in a familiar shirt dress, thin and solitary, she allowed the torrential rain to wash over her time and again. Her head bowed as her body trembled uncontrollably. Words became insignificant as he sighed heavily, lamenting the restless night that awaited him. He was genuinely curious about the person who could render such an aloof individual so vulnerable in such weather. Xia An'ge leaned against the flower bed, attempting to shield her frail body from the relentless lash of the rain. She had no strength left, not even the energy to stand. Suddenly, an umbrella, swaying in the wind, was positioned above her head. She lifted her gaze, her tear-filled eyes alighting upon an ordinary floral umbrella. An antiquated design that could only shield against light rain, yet it resolutely stood over her. The hand gripping the handle lacked muscle, appearing rather frail. She turned her head, her swollen, tear-stained eyes devoid of their usual brightness, and clearly saw a man, firmly holding the umbrella, seated directly in front of her. Zhinan, the tenant of that small apartment. As their eyes met, he gazed intently into hers, his dark irises glimmering. Words failed them. Xia An'ge, fearing he might witness her disarray, buried her face lower, curling into a tight ball. Zhinan remained silent, sitting before her, allowing the rain to drench him, yet the umbrella steadfastly protected her. Even the fiercest storms must eventually cease. How did you know I was here? After a long silence, Zhinan finally heard her voice, trembling and choked with emotion. The prolonged exposure to the rain and her tears had rendered her speech halting, and she was freezing. He smiled gently. The last call you received was a shared location. Another silence ensued, as Xia An'ge seemed to struggle to steady her voice, having coughed several times. What do you want? We're not close. Despite her tears, her tone remained cold, a testament to her upbringing. Zhinan shrugged. Do not forget, today I am your boyfriend, and I have the right to know where my girlfriend is. Upon hearing this, Xia An'ge's previously steady shoulders began to tremble violently. She lifted her head, her eyes wide with a sense of profound injustice, her lower lip firmly bitten, turning a deep shade of purple from the cold. Fixing her gaze upon Zhinan, she seemed to expend every ounce of her strength before collapsing into his embrace. Soft sobs escaped her lips, her frail form quivering, utterly depleted of energy. Zhinan sat in silence, the umbrella still shielding Xia An'ge, while he gently patted her back, his thoughts far removed from admiring her now curvaceous silhouette due to the rain. Instead, he softly murmured, "Do not cry." Chapter 38. Stubbornness or resentment in the rain-soaked, deserted night park. Only a few streetlights provided meager illumination. At the flowerbed's edge, a man and a woman huddled beneath a floral umbrella, with Xia An'ge nestling closer into Zhinan's embrace, trembling from the cold. Zhinan furrowed his brows, lifting his gaze to the rain, which had lost its former ferocity. However, in the depths of the night, after enduring the downpour for so long, even in midsummer, their bodies could no longer withstand it, especially since Xia An'ge had been drenched for an extended period. Shall we head home? Home, she echoed. Did she even have a home? Xia An'ge leaned away from Zhinan's embrace, her eyes devoid of luster, yet Zhinan's gaze radiated an unwavering light. She struggled to rise, but found her body weak, and once more leaned feebly into Zhinan's arms. Zhinan supported her, turning his back to her, placing the floral umbrella in her hand. Xia An'ge instinctively collapsed onto his back. Without hesitation, Zhinan hefted her up, carrying her effortlessly. She felt soft. But Zhinan had no time to dwell on such matters. The only words he uttered were, "I just recovered from a cold. You owe me for this medicine. You know?" Xia An'ge buried her small face deeply against his back, straining to grip the little umbrella with all her might, her lips moving silently. Zhinan could not hear her words. Only Xia An'ge knew she was whispering, so stingy. The streets were flooded, the rain having descended with great force. Yet they walked at a leisurely pace. Zhinan shook off the rainwater that splashed onto his face, feeling somewhat helpless. The expansive road had not a single taxi in sight. With his earnings finally arriving, he resolved fiercely to buy a car. Zhinan wandered aimlessly while carrying Xia An'ge, even contemplating finding a hotel to take refuge from the rain, but there were none nearby. All the shops had closed. The person on his back gradually seemed to adapt to the rhythm, her breathing calming down. Although she clutched his clothing tightly with one hand, while the other stubbornly supported the umbrella against his shoulder. After wandering for quite some time, a taxi finally appeared like a lifeline. The driver merely glanced in surprise at the two before quickly ushering them inside. Zhinan carefully placed Xia An'ge on the back seat, then hurriedly joined her, providing the address of the small apartment. Xia An'ge leaned weakly against the back seat, her peach blossom eyes avoiding Zhinan's gaze, tilting her head toward the window, trembling from the cold. Zhinan also sensed a chill creeping over him. He turned to Xia An'ge, noticing her arms wrapped around herself, still holding the little umbrella, her body slightly shaking. "Driver, could you turn on the heater? I'm cold," he requested. The driver, aware of their predicament, complied, activating the warm air, which brought some relief to Xia An'ge's shivering form. As she leaned against the seat, feeling the warmth envelop her, Zhinan reflected on the surreal nature of the day, from pretending to be a boyfriend at the orphanage to donating a substantial sum. And now, caught in a torrential downpour, he could not help but steal a glance at Xia An'ge, who moments ago had appeared so aggrieved, now turned away from him, seemingly regaining her aloof demeanor. It was as if the person with the aggrieved peach blossom eyes was not her. He felt ensnared in confusion over whether the one who had buried her face in his embrace was truly her. The half-hour journey was neither long nor short, and Zhinan handed over 100 yuan note, considering the driver would need to clean the water stains afterward, wasting his time. The rain had dwindled to a light drizzle, and initially, Zhinan supported Xia An'ge as they exited the taxi. Yet, she stubbornly insisted, "I can walk." Zhinan nodded, releasing his grip, only for Xia An'ge to once again lean into his embrace, raising her eyes in irritation, unsure if she was upset over his sudden release or being in his arms. "Can you really walk?" Zhinan decided against prolonging the matter, ignoring her soft protests of "put me down," and instead lifted Xia An'ge in his arms, striding towards the apartment building. "Stop talking, you can barely stand. What else with the pride? Where's your common sense?" Zhinan felt a tinge of anger. Intelligence is a valuable asset, but witnessing her sitting in the park, drenched in the rain, he doubted she had employed much of it, aside from her good looks. Xia An'ge pouted, turning away in silence, suddenly finding this man quite annoying, a brute indeed. Observing her expression, Zhinan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Her pride was amusing, yet she had been so easily bullied. Gently, he set Xia An'ge down, and as she steadied herself against the wall, he opened the apartment door, preparing to lift her once more. However, Xia An'ge shot him a glare, determinately pushing herself along the wall and entering. Zhinan scratched his nose in mild surprise. "If you have the strength, change your clothes. Otherwise, you might catch a chill. I'll be right back." Upon entering, he immediately turned on the warm air in the living room's air conditioner, casually remarking before stepping back outside. Xia An'ge quickly turned her head, a flicker of panic crossing her peach blossom eyes. She collapsed onto the sofa, feeling her strength drain away again, her gaze fixed anxiously on the door, the panic within her intensifying, as if the mist of tears might spill forth. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. She found herself contemplating whether to open the door. And just then, the sound of the key turning in the lock resonated like a heavenly melody. Xia An'ge's eyes brightened instantly. Zhinan entered, carrying a large bag of cold medicine and warming remedies, and noticed her head tilted towards the entrance, her clothes still damp. He frowned. "Haven't tea changed yet?" Xia An'ge turned her head away, avoiding his gaze, muttering softly, "I didn't have the strength." Zhinan chuckled, placing the bag down before heading to the bathroom. Shortly after, he emerged with a long towel, tossing it to Xia An'ge while smiling. "Weren't you just strong enough to cry? Here, it's freshly laundered." Xia An'ge lacked the strength to lift her hand to catch the towel, allowing it to fall onto her head. Her cheeks flushed visibly, and biting her lip, she pulled the towel away, turning to glare at Zhinan with all her might. Enigmatic charm. Zhinan felt as if he had been struck by something profound. Momentarily dazed. Meanwhile, Xia An'ge took small steps back into her room. As she vanished from sight, Zhinan came back to his senses, shrugging helplessly and heading into the kitchen to boil water. At this rate, if he didn't catch a cold tomorrow, it would be a miracle, especially considering the woman who had been drenched all night. This was a matter of self-preservation. While Zhinan boiled water, Xia An'ge sat in her room, her peach blossom eyes peering anxiously at the door, as if trying to see through to the outside world, her delicate face visibly flushed. She never expected Zhinan would come looking for her, until he stood before her, silently accompanying her in the rain, reminding her that he was still her pretend boyfriend until today. A wave of grievance surged within her, and she found herself throwing herself into his arms as if wanting to convey all her frustrations. How embarrassing. Xia An'ge's fingers twisted together, overwhelmed by the awkwardness. She suddenly realized that her clothes clung tightly to her body, accentuating every curve. A feeling of social embarrassment washed over Xia An'ge as she changed her clothes, biting her lip throughout the process. She felt numb. As she emerged slowly from her room after changing, she noticed 2 steaming cups of brown liquid on the coffee table. Zhinan had likely retreated to his room. Xia An'ge sneezed repeatedly, her lips still tinged a shade of purple. Despite donning clean clothing and intentionally choosing something thicker, she still felt cold. Her hair remained damp, despite her diligent efforts to dry it. The sound of the door opening echoed in Xia An'ge's heart, and she turned to see Zhinan emerging from his room in casual attire, drying his hair. He immediately spotted her in the living room, her long black hair still wet, and the newly changed clothes bore a watermark due to her hair. Drink the Landlady-After while it's warm to prevent a cold. If you're feeling unwell, there's medicine nearby. You can self-medicate, Zhinan said as he walked into the bathroom. Moments later, he returned with a hairdryer and set it beside the sofa next to Xia An'ge. Shall I do it, or will you? Xia An'ge obediently lifted a cup of Landlady-After to her lips, feeling warmth spread through her body. As she noticed Zhinan holding the hairdryer, she felt a rush of heat to her cheeks. Setting down her drink, she took the hairdryer and began to dry her hair herself. She couldn't shake the feeling that he treated her like a child. Meanwhile, Zhinan thought to himself that she had caught a cold, and as her guest, he felt responsible for her comfort. It would be best to act before her symptoms worsened. He took a sip from the other cup of Landlady-After, finding it far more enjoyable than coffee, and it also warmed his body. A satisfied expression spread across his face, leaving Xia An'ge puzzled as to how one could find such enjoyment in a simple drink. Are you hungry? Zhinan suddenly inquired. After crying for what felt like an eternity, Xia An'ge had regained some strength only after resting for a while in her room. Now, her stomach protested, and upon hearing Zhinan's question, her face flushed. She responded with a soft, almost inaudible, nodding. Zhinan rose and headed for the kitchen, leaving Xia An'ge to continue drying her hair. A little while later, Zhinan returned with a bowl of noodles, placing it on the dining table before fetching another bowl. I made noodles with your ingredients tonight. Though it lacks the flavor of your cooking, it's still edible, he admitted, feeling a bit downcast. Despite using similar methods, the results seemed so different. Xia An'ge pursed her lips, setting down the hairdryer to sit at the dining table, gazing at the noodles. Thank you, she said softly, her voice barely audible. Zhinan was too busy slurping his noodles to catch her words. He responded, prompting her to lift her gaze, meeting his eyes with her sparkling ones. Thank you for coming to find me, for accompanying me in the rain, for bringing me back, and for the noodles. She spoke each word clearly and earnestly. Zhinan was taken aback, astonished that someone he had known for such a short time could express such heartfelt gratitude. Could you repeat that? He asked, intrigued. Xia An'ge shot him a glance before lowering her head and slowly eating her noodles, savoring each bite. Zhinan felt a bit awkward, realizing he wanted her to repeat those sweet words again, as such sentiments were never tiresome to hear. In the stillness of the late-night room, Zhinan couldn't help but watch Xia An'ge as she focused on her meal. She seemed to sense his gaze and looked up, their eyes locking. Zhinan, caught in the act, felt his face flush. I wanted to ask you what happened. You seemed fine this afternoon and appeared happy. Mentioning Qisheng caused Xia An'ge's eyes to dim once more, sadness washing over her features. Oh no, I stepped on a landmine. Zhinan quickly waved his hand. If you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to. Haha, let's just eat. Xia An'ge couldn't help but chuckle at his expression, realizing he might be worried about her crying again. See, you look so lovely when you smile. You should smile more and not frown all day. Once again, Xia An'ge shot him a glare, her allure undiminished. Zhinan found her enchanting gaze utterly perplexing, and it seemed she had taken a liking to glaring at him. My thoughts have been hijacked, Xia An'ge mused as she stared at her empty bowl, her expression somewhat vacant. By whom? Qisheng, a renowned musician. Xia An'ge paused, attempting to muster a smile, but her eyes betrayed her feelings of grievance. He sold out to Yuan, whom you probably know. Zhinan recalled, recognizing Yuan's name as a notable figure, and remembered one of his college roommates who adored her songs. But I thought she was part of your company. Yes. Then why? I just want to sing well. But she won't allow it. After uttering this, Xia An'ge sniffled, raising her head to smile at Zhinan, her eyes shimmering. I won't sing anymore. Why don't you marry me instead? Once the words escaped her lips, her earlobes turned fiery red. She had originally intended to suggest dating for a while, and if all went well, consider marriage. But the words came out differently than she anticipated. Zhinan's jaw dropped in shock, looking utterly stunned as he processed her words, while Xia An'ge buried her face in her arms on the table. After a moment, he regained his composure, concern flickering in his eyes. Is your fever affecting your brain? Let me check. He reached out to touch her forehead, but was met with an intense glare from Xia An'ge. After glaring at Zhinan, Xia An'ge buried her head deeper into the table, leaving him to only see her fair neck and flushed earlobes. Are you coming down with something? I've never seen earlobes so red from a cold. Zhinan reluctantly withdrew his hand and went to the living room, pouring a glass of hot water for her. Drink more hot water. It'll keep you from overthinking. Oh, want you try writing a song? I saw you strumming a melody in the living room, and it sounded lovely. Xia An'ge didn't respond, cradling the warm cup and feeling its heat soothe her. Writing songs wasn't that simple. Inspiration came and went, and all she had now was a fleeting melody. Zhinan realized he had inadvertently made things awkward and felt embarrassed, but then an idea struck him. Could I borrow your guitar to play? Xia An'ge glanced at him. That guitar was her prized possession, bought with her hard-earned money. Yet this man braved the torrential rain to retrieve himself. Can you play? Xia An'ge's large, expressive eyes brimmed with curiosity, rendering her somewhat endearing. Zhinan scratched his head, appearing slightly embarrassed. I dabbled in it during university. Weren't you the one who said you wouldn't sing anymore? Just let me have a go. Xia An'ge gazed at Zhinan without uttering a word, then gradually retreated to her room, shortly returning with a guitar, its wood tone reminiscent of what he had seen in recent days. Please don't damage it. Xia An'ge pouted, clearly skeptical of Zhinan's intentions. I saved up from my part-time job to buy this. I assure you, I won't break it. I'll just give it a try. And if it doesn't work out, I'll return it to you. Zhinan chuckled, adding, if I break it, I'll just flee. Besides, the last time you left, the guitar was in the living room, and I secretly played it. Xia An'ge. The bond between the two seemed to draw inexplicably closer due to a mere rainstorm. Chapter 40. The Summer Breeze. Remember to cover yourself with a thick blanket tonight to avoid catching a cold. I'll take my leave now. Zhinan accepted the guitar, casting a gleeful glance. Xia An'ge softly acknowledged him. Zhinan clutched the guitar and returned to his room, his expression brimming with excitement, his mind racing with myriad thoughts. Xia An'ge pursed her lips, observing Zhinan enter his room without a backward glance, before she too retreated to her own space. She had resolved to diligently compose an original song for herself, should the time come. If she failed to create it, she would resign herself to returning to being a mere tool for a year. Once the contract expired, she would cease singing, return to her small apartment, and seek a stable job to lead a tranquil life. As she contemplated this, a glimmer of light seemed to gather in her enchanting eyes, and the corners of her mouth subtly lifted as if recollecting a joyful memory. She curled up under the blanket, her breathing gradually stabilizing. Meanwhile, Zhinan faced his own struggles, seated on a chair while caressing the wooden guitar. His thoughts drifted back to a past summer when, under the guidance of his roommates, he enthusiastically learned to play the guitar, mistakenly believing it would help him charm attractive girls. Yet, even after breaking a string, he failed to win any hearts. Strumming each string lightly, Zhinan sought to recapture the fervor he once had for learning the guitar. The sporadic notes echoed in the room. Fortunately, he had tested the sound levels. The guitar's melodies drifted into the living room, unlikely to disturb Xia An'ge in her main bedroom. Otherwise, this proud landlord would certainly come to reclaim the guitar, her alluring eyes narrowing in disapproval, chastising him for keeping her awake with his incessant strumming. Zhinan swallowed hard, vividly envisioning that scene. On his computer screen lay the sheet music, a tool to stimulate his memory. When he first learned guitar, he practiced numerous songs, sometimes dedicating entire days to perfecting his craft, becoming utterly engrossed. He strummed the strings, closed his eyes, and seemingly returned to his university days, seated in his dorm room, diligently poring over the music sheets, repeating the process until late into the night. He stared at the pronounced dark circles under his eyes, glancing at the clock. It was 4:30 in the morning. Summer days dawned swiftly, with the sky beginning to brighten around 5:30 and the sun rising by 6. At the top of his notepaper, he inscribed the summer breeze, then began to scribble below, his handwriting somewhat erratic, fatigue beginning to cloud his mind, and his throat feeling scratchy. Was this the prelude to a cold? Minutes passed, and Zhinan penned the final word. Although his handwriting was less than graceful, it was at least complete. He glanced at another sheet, which bore the title sheet music, but only featured 2 lines of crooked notes. This was far too challenging. Even if his memories resurfaced, he couldn't replicate them instantly. He was not a professional lyricist or singer. Coughing softly, he felt the heaviness in his head and the dryness in his throat. Yet, he persevered, determined to sing through the song to confirm its accuracy. The Summer Breeze, a melody of exquisite beauty, resonated deeply with him. He adored the original artist's sweet voice and languid style, which were irresistibly captivating. Zhinan believed that even in this world, the song would be a classic. Moreover, he felt it perfectly suited Xia An'ge. Indeed, it was a fitting match. He had heard her original melodies countless times, and whenever they echoed through the living room, he found himself subconsciously humming along. The July breeze was languid, the clouds turning warm. Soon, the oppressive heat returned, followed by a downpour after a brief cloud cover. Zhinan's voice, already slightly hoarse, accompanied by the guitar, produced a clumsy and discordant sound. It was disheartening. His throat felt unbearably sore, preventing him from finishing the song. Perhaps it was best to rest for now. Setting down the guitar, he gulped down the remaining water in his cup and lay back on his bed, pulling the blanket over himself. Xia An'ge slept soundly, awakening to the sight of a white ceiling, the sun rising on the small balcony outside. She threw off the blanket and promptly sneezed twice. There was no dizziness, nor any lingering fatigue. It appeared her physical condition remained robust, especially considering she had discreetly taken 2 cold pills before returning the previous night. Stepping out, she found the living room tranquil, with the cold medicine Zhinan had purchased still on the table. The dining table held empty bowls from their previous meal. The bedroom door was tightly shut, indicating he had yet to rise. After washing up, Xia An'ge tidied the bowls and chopsticks at the dining table before heading into the kitchen. Opening the fridge, she noticed her side was noticeably less stocked, with one compartment missing. She pursed her lips. The food she prepared was truly unpalatable, yet she had eaten it all, likely due to her hunger. Resolutely, she retrieved the ingredients to prepare herself a hearty bowl of noodles, the only dish she could manage. Zhinan tossed and turned, but his head felt heavy, and swallowing was painful. He had no choice but to rise. The living room table still bore the medicine, originally intended for Xia An'ge. He realized he needed it for himself. He threw off the blanket and stepped outside, immediately spotting Xia An'ge busily working in the kitchen, dressed in a casual home sweatshirt, radiating vitality, unlike himself, who was slouched, appearing utterly defeated. "Excuse me." Zhinan's voice remained hoarse, startling Xia An'ge. Turning around, she saw him, head bowed, dark circles under his eyes, clutching a kettle to boil water. Xia An'ge shifted slightly to make way, allowing Zhinan to place the kettle on the stove before he returned to the sofa, slumping down. He had caught a cold. This was Xia An'ge's first thought. The second was that she felt responsible. Originally, the bowl of noodles prepared for Zhinan contained 3 eggs. However, Xia An'ge seemed to have heard that one should avoid eggs when suffering from a cold, so she carefully extracted them and placed them into her own bowl. Gingerly carrying it out, Zhinan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly caught a whiff of an enticing aroma. He opened his eyes to find Xia An'ge cautiously pouring water into a cup, which contained a packet of Ban General then. She rummaged through a bag to extract a strip of medicine, tearing off a few pills and placing them nearby. Only after completing these tasks did she lift her gaze, meeting Zhinan's eyes. Xia An'ge's earlobes were slightly flushed as she shifted the cup closer to him, advising him to take the medicine. Zhinan propped himself up, sniffed, and looked at Xia An'ge. She appeared unfazed, despite having soaked in the rain and cried bitterly the previous night, her only visible sign of distress being slightly puffy eyes. He took the cup, sipped a bit of water, and then swallowed all the pills in one go. Xia An'ge gaped slightly, pondering whether all men consumed medicine in such a manner. "Thank you," Zhinan muttered hoarsely, his voice still raspy. Xia An'ge offered no reply and simply sat down at the dining table. "I made your breakfast. Eat, then you can go back to sleep." "Oh." After finishing a cup of the concoction, Zhinan intended to return to slumber, but upon seeing the bowl of noodles, he found himself rooted to the spot. However, when he sat down to eat, he was taken aback. His astonishment grew when he glanced at Xia An'ge's bowl. "Where are my fried eggs?" he exclaimed incredulously, his hoarse voice laced with a sense of grievance. "You shouldn't eat eggs when you have a cold. Who told you that?" "I forgot. Are you teasing me?" "I don't care. I want to eat. You must give me 2. "No." Xia An'ge's tone was resolute. Zhinan finished his bowl of noodles while gazing longingly at Xia An'ge's bowl, and after he finished, he stole one last lingering glance at her bowl before departing from the table, feeling the unfairness of life. This world is indeed unjust. The sated perish while the starving languish. Chapter 41. Zhinan's song performance. Naturally, Xia An'ge could not consume so many fried eggs, so she only ate 2, leaving the rest in her bowl. Zhinan noticed this, grimacing slightly as he approached the sofa, only to remember the reason for his late night. "I wrote a song. Would you like to see?" Initially, he had intended to sleep until the afternoon, but feeling a bit better after eating and taking the medicine, he recalled his task. Xia An'ge paused her actions of pouring water, lifting her gaze, her expression filled with curiosity and surprise, yet she eventually nodded. Upon seeing her agreement, Zhinan gulped down a mouthful of water, invigorating himself before turning back to his room. The door was left ajar, allowing Xia An'ge to hear the sounds of him rummaging about inside. She scrunched her pretty nose in confusion, curious about what Zhinan was doing. When he emerged holding his guitar, 2 sheets of paper, and a pen, her curiosity deepened. Had he truly written a song? Was that why he borrowed her guitar? She realized she knew little about Zhinan's profession. She only knew he did not leave the house for work, spending every day in his room. Here, take a look. I still need your help with this. It's not yet complete. Zhinan placed the guitar down, retrieving one of the sheets of lyrics to hand to Xia An'ge before sitting down. Xia An'ge accepted the slightly crumpled paper, her brows furrowing as Zhinan appeared somewhat bashful. I was too tired and left it on the bed, so it got wrinkled. I can rewrite it later. Xia An'ge paid no heed to this, her attention captured by the title, The Summer Wind. The name was quite pleasant, instantly piquing her interest. The lazy wind of July. Even the clouds grow hot. Soon the day becomes sultry, after a bout of rain. Upon reaching this point, Xia An'ge became serious, staring at Zhinan in astonishment. Did you really write this? Indeed, absolutely. Zhinan nodded, asserting that this song was original, not existing anywhere else in the world. The temperature rises to an unbearable degree. I simply close my eyes, allowing imagination to run wild. Picture 2 people strolling together, my face gently pressed against her chest. Xia An'ge felt her earlobes warm as she recalled how she had nestled against Zhinan's chest the previous night, even hearing the rhythm of his heartbeat. She scrutinized the lyrics intently, reading them several times despite their brevity. Zhinan remained silent, feeling a pang of anxiety. Was the song not good enough? That was impossible. He quickly dismissed such thoughts, convinced that if this song failed, then truly, nothing good could exist. So what do you think? Despite his inner turmoil, Zhinan's voice trembled slightly. It's wonderful. Xia An'ge replied earnestly, her gaze fixed intently on him. You are a musician? However, she wondered why he borrowed her guitar and why she had never heard any sounds of instruments emanating from his room. No, I'm a novelist. This is something I hastily pinned down after a spark of inspiration last night. I don't usually write songs. Zhinan shook his head, dispelling her assumptions as he handed her the sheet of music. This is the score, though it's only the beginning. I'm not a professional, but I can give it a try, and you can take notes? Xia An'ge remained silent, taking the crumpled sheet, filled with messy symbols and corrections, resembling a child's art project. It's fine. Just make it look nice when you write it down later. Before Xia An'ge could raise her head, Zhinan hastily added. From his scribbles, Xia An'ge identified the segment he mentioned. Is it the beginning? She mused, softly murmuring the notes as her eyes sparkled with excitement. When she looked at Zhinan, her eyes seemed to penetrate through to his very soul. Zhinan swallowed hard, avoiding her gaze, aware of his susceptibility to her charm. Can you sing it? Yes. Zhinan placed the pen on the table before her, cradling the guitar and adjusting his posture, flashing a grin at her. Remember to take notes. And please don't hit me if I sing poorly. I'm just strumming randomly. Oh. Xia An'ge obediently picked up the pen, failing to notice the absence of new paper, flipping the sheet over and sitting on the carpet. Clearing his throat, Zhinan composed himself, recognizing that singing, much like writing, required earnestness, even if his performance was lacking. Under the midday sun of summer, Zhinan sat on the sofa, eyes closed, seeking inspiration, while Xia An'ge watched him intently from the floor, enveloped in a surreal atmosphere. Last night, he had borrowed her guitar, and now he was telling her he had written a song. The sound of guitar strumming resonated, and Zhinan took a deep breath to soothe his throat. The gentle, warm notes continued, accompanied by a refreshing breeze that wafted in from the balcony, casting a soft light on Zhinan's profile as he cradled the guitar, touching Xia An'ge's heart. The languid July wind enveloped them, the clouds growing warmer, and soon the air became stifling. After a brief shower, Zhinan's melodious voice emerged, tender yet earnest. His playing, though somewhat unrefined, revealed a solid foundation. He sang with utmost sincerity, pouring his soul into every word, every note, determined that this song would not be imperfect in his hands. He aspired to present it flawlessly to the world. The temperature rose to an unbearable level, prompting him to close his eyes and let his imagination wander freely. The scene transformed into 2 figures strolling together, his cheek pressed against her chest, hearing the heartbeat echoing like the warmth of the weather. Xia An'ge, captivated from the very first line, did not move her pen, her peach blossom eyes gazing dreamily at Zhinan as she absorbed every word he sang. His seriousness and devotion enchanted her, drawing her deeply into the song's essence. The summer breeze lingered in her memory, articulating a clear declaration of love, revealing both his cool smile and his bashful side. During the prelude, Zhinan's voice remained soft and gentle, Yet as he reached the chorus, his voice faltered, becoming noticeably hoarse and cracking. However, he did not cease. For though the melody wavered, the rhythm of his guitar remained steadfast. The gentle summer breeze whispered softly, while the warm sea breeze caressed the lofty peaks. Merging into his own mountain wind. Why are you not here? The mountain wind carries the question of your return. Xia An'ge's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Her gaze misty as she hummed along, the melody resonating with her own. Zhinan finally succumbed to a fit of coughing, setting down his guitar to take a sip of water, the cool liquid soothing his parched throat. How do you feel? He inquired, glancing at the landlady seated on the carpet, only to find her staring blankly, her eyes red. What's wrong? She snapped back to reality, turning to sniffle. None of your business, Xia An'ge replied, her voice laced with a quiver of pride. This song is truly written by you? Of course. No doubt about it. Where else would you have heard it? Zhinan retorted, a hint of incredulity in his tone. But you write novels, don't you? She murmured softly. Does writing novels preclude inspiration for songwriting? He countered, noting her earlier admission of lacking songwriting skills. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Zhinan realized he had dug himself a hole. Xia An'ge fell silent, her head bowed as she reminisced about the summer breeze and her own emotional journey. Writing songs was not a trivial task, otherwise, she wouldn't have struggled for so long without success. Ultimately, she felt defeated, akin to a celestial collision. The brilliance of this song astounded her. She pondered how it would sound if she sang it herself. You didn't write it? Zhinan finally noticed Xia An'ge holding a pen over a blank sheet of paper. Do you have any idea how hard it is for me to sing at once? Zhinan sighed dramatically. If I sing it again, my vocal cords will surely fail. I am Xia An'ge, she declared, still immersed in the lingering melody, rolling her eyes at Zhinan's lament. She swiftly began to write, a flurry of strokes filling the page. In less than 10 minutes, a complete 6-line score appeared before Zhinan. Witnessing his astonished expression, Xia An'ge's lips curled into a subtle smile, relishing in her accomplishment. Take it, she offered. Zhinan hesitantly accepted, stammering, this is what I just played. Yes, she affirmed. Are you certain? Sister, An'ge? Zhinan instinctively began to address her as the landlady, but swiftly corrected himself upon feeling the intensity of her gaze. I am a professional, he added. Xia An'ge's complexion shifted slightly, but she quickly masked it, although her earlobes betrayed a faint blush. What about your humming? She began, leaving her question unfinished. Zhinan understood her inquiry and nodded. The inspiration stemmed from your melody, he admitted, acknowledging the source of his creativity. A good song requires a good voice. He placed the guitar and sheets on the table, yawning lazily. Songs must be sung. After all, one cannot forsake a livelihood provided by the heavens. As he spoke, he sauntered toward the dining table. This song is written for you. Now, it's up to you to put in the effort. His voice trailed off as he spoke. And Xia An'ge turned to find Zhinan shamelessly devouring her fried egg. Zhinan, she shouted, her face flushed crimson, marking the first time she had ever raised her voice at him. He recoiled, darting into his room with his mouth full, mumbling, practice a bit. I'm going to sleep. In a flash, he disappeared behind the closed door, still chewing on the fried egg. Xia An'ge's face burned with embarrassment. Zhinan had stolen her fried egg using his own chopsticks. Indirectly, yet his words lingered. This song was written for himself? He urged her to practice diligently and not to abandon her singing aspirations. She gazed down at the sheets before her, marked with her scribbles, yet to her, they felt pristine. Sitting on the carpet, she clutched the pages tightly to her chest, burying her face in her thighs. No one could discern Xia An'ge's expression, just as no one knew the tribulations she had endured. At that moment, Qi Sheng, preparing to leave Linsheng, received a phone call from Yuan, a prominent star from Xinguang Huyu. To his surprise, she expressed immense joy upon learning that the song was inspired by Xia An'ge, raising the agreed price by an additional 20,000. Qi Sheng inquired why she seemed so intent on targeting Xia An'ge, and from her haughty tone, he discerned, I simply want to make her life difficult. Qi Sheng felt a pang of sympathy for Xia An'ge. He genuinely wished to assist her, yet he remained pragmatic. He did not believe his actions were unjust. Rather, Xia An'ge was merely unfortunate, having caught his wife's attention regarding his creative endeavors. His wife just happened to record the melody. Such was fate. In the depths of slumber, Zhinan occasionally heard a melodious guitar strumming and an emotionally charged voice resonating gently in his ears, weaving in and out of his dreams. He shifted positions. His hair tousled, yet his spirit appeared to have improved significantly. With ample hot water and Banlon gin, he felt as if he had discovered an eternal remedy. He listened intently to the faint guitar sounds outside, which were far more skilled than his own playing, the rhythm impeccable. Truly, a professional. In comparison to Xia An'ge, he felt like a mere jester, utterly incomparable. He opened the door, still yawning. There sat Xia An'ge on the sofa, cradling her guitar, her silhouette exuding a sense of sanctity and purity. Upon noticing Zhinan's emergence, she pursed her lips, her gaze fixed on him, seemingly infused with an aura of intensity. Zhinan instinctively recoiled slightly, chuckling. "Don't be so stingy. I've even written a song for you." The mention of the song piqued his interest, and he eagerly took a seat beside Xia An'ge, bubbling with anticipation. "Shall we sing it?" He had long been familiar with her singing, yet he had never experienced it live, especially this piece, Summer's Wind. Xia An'ge initially intended to caution him about his cold and the prohibition against eating eggs. But upon hearing Zhinan's enthusiasm, she hesitated momentarily before softly affirming, "MHM." Zhinan immediately readied himself to listen, while Xia An'ge felt a sudden wave of nervousness. This was her first time singing solo for a man. However, given that this song was crafted by him, it felt entirely appropriate. She adjusted her posture, her expression transforming into one of earnest concentration. She appeared quite charming in her seriousness. The gentle strumming of the guitar commenced, her delicate fingers gracefully plucking the strings. The languid July breeze rendered even the clouds warm. The evening wind of midsummer enveloped them, and Zhinan found himself entranced. This song was indeed tailor-made for Xia An'ge, exuding tenderness and affection. A smile gradually spread across Zhinan's lips, and he softly joined her in singing. "Why are you not here? I asked the mountain breeze if you will return." As Xia An'ge concluded her performance, her peach blossom eyes sparkled with anticipation as they locked eyes with Zhinan. After a prolonged moment, Zhinan bestowed upon her what he believed to be his gentlest smile. "You sang beautifully. You can go ahead and release it." Chapter 43. The arrival of two simpletons. This was a cause for great joy, for lacking her original songs had led to her being effectively shelved by Xinguang for 3 months. Even though she had arranged to co-create with Qi Shang, she still found herself betrayed and handed over to Yuan. Yet now, before her stood this man, who, with her guitar, had birthed a piece titled Summer's Wind in a single evening. Even without having heard Qi Shang's works, she felt certain that none could compare to Zhinan's creation. But why, in the face of such happiness, did she find it so difficult to rejoice? Suddenly, an abrupt ringing pierced the tranquility of the living room. Xia An'ge set down her guitar and picked up her phone. Yuan Ying, her assistant. She cast an apologetic glance at Zhinan before retreating to her room. "Ange, you're not in the courtyard?" "What?" "I'm at the orphanage, and I told them I was your classmate, coming to visit you, but Aunt Xia said you weren't here." Xia An'ge paused for a moment before responding coolly, "I'm at the apartment." "What?" Yuan Ying's voice escalated, startling the girl driving alongside her, who gripped the steering wheel tightly and complained, "Xiaoying, what are you doing?" But Yuan Ying disregarded Cheng Minjing's words, urgently addressing Xia An'ge. "Aren't there men living in your apartment? Are you cohabiting with him?" "Yes." As she spoke, Xia An'ge felt a twinge of relief, grateful that Yuan Ying and Zhinan had not breached their rental agreement, sparing her from a threefold compensation. Had Zhinan moved out, Summer's Wind would never have come to be. "Really?" Yuan Ying's confusion deepened. "What do you mean, yes? How can you be so calm?" Yuan Ying was no longer composed. "I'm on my way. Hold on, Ange." With that, she hung up and shouted to the driver, "Minjing, drive faster. This is urgent." Cheng Minjing frowned. "Why the rush? I just got my license. Don't think you can endanger me. Your future artist is living with someone." "What?" Upon hearing this, Cheng Minjing was aghast. She had been a devoted fan of Xia An'ge since her debut in the singing competition. Even while studying law, she had been diligently acquiring knowledge about being a manager, dreaming of representing Xia An'ge. Seeing her being sidelined by an unscrupulous company, with that incompetent manager using her social media to promote others, had infuriated her. She had even rallied fellow fans to resist, but their efforts were futile against the larger force. "Hold on tight," Cheng Minjing shouted, slamming down the accelerator. Having finally located Xia An'ge's assistant, she was determined to gain favor and assist Xia An'ge in her legal battles. But cohabiting with someone? Unbeknownst to Xia An'ge, who had no inkling of Yuan Ying's arrival in the city, she blinked in confusion as her assistant abruptly ended the call. Upon stepping out again, she found Zhinan had already vacated the living room, evidently having returned to his room during her call. Zhinan sat before his computer, the plot of Qin Shi Mingyu nearing its conclusion. At this rate, he would upload the last 6 chapters tomorrow, wrapping it up entirely. Then, he would visit his parents before embarking on the creation of Xianjian. He had meticulously outlined the chapters, and now it was merely a matter of methodically writing them out. based on his recollections of the scenes from the drama and the game. The entire narrative would span approximately 300,000 to 400,000 words, which was ample. However, this was a Xinxia novel, and he hoped to eventually sell the adaptation rights for a drama. That was its rightful destiny. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang insistently, startling Zhinan from his thoughts. He stood up, muttering to himself as he walked towards the door. Wasn't she just on the phone? Why did she suddenly step out? I don't understand this landlord. Zhinan opened the door and saw Xia An'ge, clad in a hoodie, answering it. He nodded, thinking, well, she's the one opening it, so it's not my concern. Wait, she's answering the door? Zhinan turned his gaze toward the entrance, where two girls stood, both attractive and of similar height. Around 160 centimeters, though the one on the right was slightly shorter. Something about their expressions felt off. Why are they glaring at me? Oh, the shorter one is the agent from earlier. Zhinan had mistakenly thought she was the landlord. Xia An'ge pointed an accusatory finger at Zhinan, storming forward. Her anger palpable as she confronted someone much taller than herself. Yet, as she stood before him, her bravado faltered, and she swallowed hard, determined not to lose her composure. Have you done anything inappropriate to my An'ge? I beg your pardon, what do you mean? Zhinan expressed his bewilderment, confusion etched across his face. Meanwhile, Minjing excitedly introduced herself, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as she clutched the perplexed Xia An'ge's arm. An'ge, I am your superfan, Minjing exclaimed. Her eyes aglow, the real Xia An'ge was far more captivating than in photographs. Your hands are so smooth and delicate. Xia An'ge, slightly confused by the girl accompanying Ruan, who was adorned in a lovely outfit with her hair tips dyed in a maple-like hue, inquired, and you are? Oh, I'm here to apply to be your manager. I am very professional, Minjing declared, patting her chest in assurance, ready to retrieve her credentials from her backpack. Please, go ahead, Xia An'ge said softly, feeling utterly bewildered. Thus, Zhinan sat alone on a sofa, while Xia An'ge was sandwiched between Ruan and Minjing. And the atmosphere momentarily became tense. You see, Sister An'ge, Minjing claims she can help you extricate yourself from Xinguang Huyo. She can assist you with legal matters. Ruan began, introducing Minjing. She is a law major at Huawei University, and she has studied management knowledge specifically to become your manager. Minjing nodded vigorously. I initially only wanted to be a small assistant to observe An'ge, but I never expected An'ge's manager to be so unprofessional. It's truly infuriating. I believe you are far superior to those Yu Wenchu and Tao Yu. I think their fans feel the same way, Zhinan muttered. What did you say? Minjing jumped up, shooting Zhinan a hostile glare. How could this man share the same roof as her idol, while she herself had no opportunity? How despicable. Are you his informant? Zhinan was taken aback. He had merely moved his lips. Why are you looking at me? Minjing rolled up her short sleeves. Though her stature barely reached 1.60 meters, even shorter than Xia An'ge, yet her demeanor was fierce. Come out and duel, she exclaimed, her fiery temper evident. Zhinan pretended to rise, only to retake his seat on the sofa, scoffing. I am a scholar. I do not engage in fights. I abide by the law. Just a mere taekwondo black belt? After taking a few hits, I could easily subdue this girl, he thought, yet he had no desire to engage. Coward. Are you challenging me? Minjing exclaimed, her temper flaring as she moved to pull Zhinan up. Zhinan, equally irate, retorted, be quiet. Ruan quickly intervened, glancing nervously at the fuming Xia An'ge. Xia An'ge wore a serious expression, her charming eyes glaring at both Zhinan and Minjing, prompting Minjing to stick out her tongue and quietly take a seat. Zhinan cast a glance at Xia An'ge before rising and retreating to his room, dismissing the two with indifference. Chapter 44. Call me daddy, and I'll forgive you. So, Sister An'ge, you never returned to the dormitory? Ruan cautiously inquired, noticing Xia An'ge's serious demeanor. When did I ever say I was there? Xia An'ge retorted. During our last call, I asked if you were in Linsheng, and you said you were. So did I admit to being at the dormitory? Ruan seemed momentarily speechless, realizing she had not actually stated that. I never imagined you would return to the apartment to cohabit with a man. Xia An'ge felt her cheeks flush, glaring at Ruan. What do you mean by cohabitation? What exactly are you two implying? Xia An'ge felt a headache coming on. Oh, right. Minjing. Minjing quickly retrieved a pile of documents from her backpack, placing them on the table as she spoke. I have compiled some contracts between you and Xinguang Huyo, along with the resources since your signing, and discovered that Xinguang Huyo has failed to fulfill their contractual obligations. She eagerly presented each document to Xia An'ge, her expression brightening. We can use this to sue Xinguang Huyo, and there is hope for victory. This way, You can extricate yourself without having to produce any songs or forcefully renew your contract for another year. Xia An'ge accepted the folders, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Her gaze fixed on Cheng Minjing, the girl who claimed to be her superfan. Is that so, Minjing? Yes, indeed. Cheng Minjing nodded fervently. Thank you for your assistance. Xia An'ge said earnestly. I already have songs. What? What? Ruaning exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she grasped Xia An'ge's delicate hand tightly. Is that true? The manuscript is on the table, Xia An'ge replied, frowning at Ruan Ying's unexpected strength. Cheng Minjing was also aware of Xia An'ge's current predicament. If she could not present original songs within 3 months, she would be forced into another year of contract and compliance with Xinguang Huyo's arrangements. It was utterly unscrupulous. To aid Xia An'ge in escaping this plight, she had exerted much effort in uncovering incriminating evidence against Xinguang Huyo. Upon hearing Xia An'ge's words, both girls' eyes shone with excitement. Their gazes fixed on the 2 slightly crumpled sheets of manuscript on the table. They each took a sheet to examine. Oh dear, I can't make sense of this, Ruan Ying exclaimed, having picked up the music score, flipping it over in confusion, unable to comprehend its arrangement. She quickly leaned over to peer at the lyrics with Cheng Minjing. Summer's breeze? The handwriting is rather subpar. Ruan Ying recognized Xia An'ge's penmanship at a glance and noted that it was not her writing. Cheng Minjing, however, found her idol's handwriting artistically appealing. Everything about it was wonderful. After thoroughly reading the lyrics, both girls' eyes sparkled as they turned to the seemingly indifferent Xia An'ge. The lyrics are fantastic. Did Qi Sheng write this? Ruan Ying was the first to voice her curiosity. Upon hearing the name Qi Sheng, Xia An'ge's exquisite brows furrowed immediately. No, don't mention him. She replied coldly. Ruan Ying recoiled slightly. She knew from Xia An'ge's demeanor that she was upset. Seeing Ruan Ying's reaction, Xia An'ge felt a twinge of helplessness, her gaze dropping. I reached out to him. He agreed to assist me in writing songs, but ultimately sold them to you one. What? Ruan Ying shot up once more, her small hands clenched tightly, rage filling her eyes as she gritted her teeth. How despicable. Absolutely despicable. Xia An'ge remained composed, her gaze fixed on the manuscript still in Cheng Minjing's possession. Sister An'ge, I'm sorry, Ruan Ying said, lowering her head like a child caught in wrongdoing. It was she who had given Xia An'ge Qi Sheng's contact information, urging her to seek him out. She could only imagine the grievances Xia An'ge had endured. This is the second time your song was stolen. Xia An'ge shook her head, pulling Ruan Ying down to sit beside her, a gentle smile gracing her lips. I don't lack his songs. Oh right, who wrote this song? Cheng Minjing inquired first, her admiration for the lyrics evident. Xia An'ge remained silent, her gaze fixed upon the direction of Gu Zinan's door. The two of them were momentarily taken aback, lost in silence for several seconds. Until Cheng Minjing turned to Ruan Ying, her lips murmuring in astonishment. Could it be that man from earlier? His name is Gu Zinan. Xia An'ge corrected her earnestly. Indeed. He is the one who composed it. He just gave it to me this morning. Upon saying this, a hint of grievance flickered across Xia An'ge's expression. You must have offended him. He probably wants to sing it for me now. Oh no, this is bad. As the reality dawned upon them, Ruan Ying and Cheng Minjing began to appreciate the wonder of the world around them. Ruan Ying swallowed hard, feeling her throat dry, and turned to look at the aggrieved Xia An'ge. Still somewhat in disbelief, she rarely witnessed such expressions on Xia An'ge's face. Is the song truly that good? Xia An'ge did not respond immediately. Instead, she picked up her guitar and adjusted it slightly. Then, she softly sang a few lines of the prelude, akin to a gentle summer breeze. Especially for Cheng Minjing, upon hearing the first line, the July wind is languid, she could hardly contain herself. After Xia An'ge finished singing a few lines, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She grabbed Ruan Ying and rushed towards Gu Zinan's door. Yet, upon reaching the threshold, her courage faltered, realizing that she was the one who had offended him. She cast a pleading glance at Ruan Ying. Ruan Ying felt a twinge of nervousness but mustered her courage to gently knock twice on the door. There was no response. After knocking a second time, the door creaked open halfway, revealing Gu Zinan, who towered over them. He regarded the two with a cold smirk. Surely you're not thinking of a 2-on-1? Cheng Minjing's face flushed, her fingers fidgeting together as she stammered. I'm a cultured person, I don't fight. I abide by the law. Right. Ruan Ying chimed in. You two were the ones shouting about fighting just now. Gu Zinan raised an eyebrow, unimpressed, and began to close the door. Cheng Minjing hurriedly propped it open, pleading, Oh, please forgive us. An'ge cannot be without that song. Song. Gu Zinan peered through the crack of the door towards the sofa in the living room, where a graceful figure was leisurely sipping water. Suddenly, understanding dawned upon him. It seemed that Xia An'ge had mentioned to them that the summer wind was written by her. and they feared he would withhold it from her. He rolled his eyes with a mischievous thought, retracting his intention to shut the door, stroking his chin with a somewhat sinister grin. He recognized the soft-spoken girl beside him as a black market agent, but the strong-willed one was unfamiliar to him. "What is your name?" Cheng Minjing felt intimidated by Gu Zinan's gaze, but, thinking of Xia An'ge, she stiffened her resolve, stating, "Cheng Minjing." "Cheng Minjing? Why does that name sound familiar?" "Call me Daddy, and I will forgive you," Gu Zinan teased with a smirk, folding his arms, uncertain if he resembled a villain or not. He certainly knew how to annoy her. "You." Cheng Minjing was nearly provoked into action, but Ruaning intervened in time to hold her back. "That's not happening," Cheng Minjing countered. "Let us change the topic." "Oh, then I'll take my leave," Gu Zinan declared, attempting to close the door once more. "Wait." Cheng Minjing again blocked his attempt, biting her silver teeth in frustration, wishing she could devour Gu Zinan. However, she whispered those two words with great reluctance. "Daddy." All for the sake of the goddess, Xia An'ge. As a competent manager, she must not allow her personal matters to hinder her artist's success, Cheng Minjing thought to herself. "Ah, good daughter." Gu Zinan perked up, his face lighting up with a fatherly smile. He almost reached out to pat Cheng Minjing's head, but was met with a glare from the enchanting figure in the living room, causing him to retract his hand in trepidation. Chapter 45. Do you have a younger sister? Cheng Minjing's face felt as if it were sizzling like a fried egg. Meanwhile, she mentally recited a spell, calling Gu Zinan a big pig head. Nevertheless, she forced a pained smile. "Are you satisfied now?" "Indeed," Gu Zinan replied, "but that song? It was always meant for Xia An'ge. Asking you to call me Daddy was merely my wicked humor. You've already given it to her." "Of course. A gentleman's word is his bond." "You a gentleman? You?" Cheng Minjing was on the verge of losing her composure. Gu Zinan found amusement in her frustration and waved them away. "I want to change my mind. So don't bother me. I still have work to do." Neither Cheng Minjing nor Ruaning had anticipated how earnest Gu Zinan had been when they first encountered him. He seemed rather straightforward, albeit with a hint of charm. Cheng Minjing recalled that Gu Zinan was a novelist, yet she was astonished to find he possessed the talent to write songs. Once they returned to the sofa, both felt a sense of melancholy. However, they were pleased to have acquired a truly beautiful song. "An'ge, I heard it," Xia An'ge commented, folding two crumpled sheets of paper. She observed the despondent Cheng Minjing and asked, "Do you wish to be my manager?" "Yes," Cheng Minjing replied instantly, her spirits lifting. "Ever since you participated in the talent show, I have adored you. Your singing is enchanting, and you are stunning." Xia An'ge listened attentively, surprised when Cheng Minjing stated her admiration. "You like me? In what way?" "It's a normal kind of liking, not that kind," Cheng Minjing added hastily, realizing her phrasing was awkward as both Xia An'ge and Ruaning stared at her in surprise. She quickly clarified. Xia An'ge nodded, then frowned. "But I already have a manager." Cheng Minjing knew she was referring to that Huajia. Without hesitation, she produced a folder from her materials and confidently presented it to Xia An'ge. "An'ge, let us review your contract. I've researched some contracts from Xinguang Yuhui, and there is no clear stipulation requiring the company to assign a manager." As she opened the folder and laid a page before Xia An'ge, she continued. "That Huajia is also the manager of Chu Taoyu, so you can absolutely choose your own manager without needing to join the company." "Really?" "Absolutely. I'll sign a labor contract directly with you. Once your current contract expires, it's unlikely you'll remain with Xinguang Yuhui, right? Given how they treated you, staying there would be foolish." Xia An'ge nodded, realizing she could not possibly stay with Xinguang Yuhui after her contract expired. Moreover, she had even contemplated giving up singing altogether just the day before. "I'm a law major at Huawei University. Although I'm currently interning, I'm quite proficient. Choosing me as your manager would be an excellent decision." Cheng Minjing sensed Xia An'ge's hesitation and grew anxious, having invested significant effort to bring Ruaning along. Now that she finally stood before Xia An'ge, she could not let this opportunity slip away. "I can pave the way for your singing career. All you need to do is sing beautifully for us." I agree." Xia An'ge extended her small hand, her peach blossom eyes twinkling with delight. "Welcome to be my manager, but I currently have no salary to offer you." "Yay." Cheng Minjing leaped up and waved her hand vigorously before solemnly shaking Xia An'ge's hand. "I shall be Sister An'ge's personal assistant from now on." Ruaning had already decided to stick with Xia An'ge, as long as she continued to sing. She would follow her to the end. Xia An'ge observed the two of them bursting with enthusiasm and felt somewhat speechless. She softly remarked, "Tomorrow, let's head back to Haipu and strive to record the song." After a moment of contemplation, she glanced at both of them and chuckled helplessly. "It probably won't be very smooth." "Don't worry," Cheng Minjing assured, patting her chest. The contract clearly states that if we release an album and they refuse to cooperate, we can unilaterally terminate the contract. Then we can soar freely. Yes, Sister An'ge is beautiful and has a lovely voice, and now she has such a wonderful song. There is surely no worry about the company. Ruaning chimed in. Xia An'ge merely watched in silence. If only it were that easy. However, the 2 sheets of manuscript in her hands did bring her a sense of reassurance. She believed that this song would undoubtedly be as good as Xia An'ge's, and with this reassurance, she was determined to give it her all. Zhinan was oblivious to the situation outside. Sitting in his chair, he felt increasingly uneasy. One Cheng Mingxi and one Cheng Minjing, just a single character apart. Could it be that I am the boss's sister? Yet these two appeared quite different. Cheng Mingxi should be around 27 or 28. While this Cheng Minjing seemed to be about the same age as him, right? Are you there? Zhinan ultimately could not resist his curiosity and messaged Cheng Mingxi on WeChat. The reply came swiftly, a simple question mark, followed by a proactive inquiry. I've read your novel. It should conclude by tomorrow. When do you plan to release Xianjian? I'm preparing. Let me ask you a question first. In the office of the Kyoto Chinese Literature Building, a professional woman in a tailored suit frowned slightly, feeling that Zhinan was brushing her off. Speak. By the way, do you have a sister named Cheng Minjing? You know Minjing? Is she real? Yes, I have a younger sister with that name, currently attending Huawei University. But she should be out for an internship now. Jackpot. Zhinan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He had let the boss's sister call him dad. After a prolonged silence from Zhinan, Cheng Mingxi was puzzled by his sudden question. Where are you? Do you know my sister? I don't know her. I just wanted to add a character named Cheng Minjing in my new novel. But since it sounds too similar to the boss's name, I thought I'd ask, huh? Adding a character at the last minute seems inappropriate. The outline for Xianjian is already quite good, but if you have a great idea, it's fine. It's just a name. All right. Let me know when you publish. Don't release it without telling me, okay? The response came quickly, and Zhinan hurriedly affirmed. The world is truly wondrous. A collision leads to a nest. Just when he thought he could reflect on it, the door was knocked on once more. Zhinan looked toward the door, feeling somewhat reluctant. Upon opening it, he found the soft-spoken Ruaning. She looked at him with a hint of respect in her eyes, making Zhinan feel a bit awkward. What is up? Sister An'ge asked you to discuss the song, just like before. Zhinan sat alone on one sofa while Xia An'ge and the other 2 occupied another. I wish to purchase this song on my own behalf, rather than through Xinguang Huyu. Xia An'ge declared earnestly as she gazed at Zhinan. Zhinan nodded. Do as you wish. This song was originally written for Xia An'ge. Here is the contract. Ruaning promptly produced the contract and a black pen. She had just drafted it for printing. It was still warm. Zhinan picked it up to review. This contract was simply exceptional, with a song fee of 100,000 yuan, plus 10% of sales. Moreover, the ultimate copyright would still remain with him. It was practically a dream contract for a secondary party. Chapter 46. Representatives from Huawei Education arrive. Are you all foolish? Zhinan raised his head slowly, regarding the 3 individuals as if they were simpletons. What do you mean? Cheng Minjing, known for her fiery temper, recalled that she had just offended him by calling him dad, and immediately shrank back. Let us trick him into signing the contract first, and then find an opportunity to teach him a lesson. Take a look for yourselves. Zhinan pointed out the clauses in the contract. I'll accept the song fee of 100,000, but the 10% sales share and the final copyright remain with me. Ruaning and Cheng Minjing looked at Zhinan in surprise, then turned to Xia An'ge, who had remained silent all along. What is going on with these 2? This is what Sister An'ge requested. Ultimately, Ruaning weakly added, the song fee of 100,000 is already the rate for a renowned musician, and the share is taken from Sister An'ge's 30% cut, giving you 10%. Zhinan glanced at Xia An'ge, but she turned her head, seemingly gazing at the night sky outside the balcony. Are you foolish? Will you sign or not? Upon hearing this, Xia An'ge turned her head, her peach blossom eyes reflecting a mix of shyness and anger. Of course, I'll sign. With this money, I could return home for the new year and marry a wife to warm the bed. Zhinan picked up a pen and happily signed his name on the contract. Why does it suddenly feel a bit cold? After signing, Zhinan felt the atmosphere shift to a chilling sensation. Xia An'ge expressionlessly took the contract, signed her name below, and coldly stated, the 100,000 will be given when the album is released, along with the sales share. Zhinan nodded, recalling that when he was told to move out, he saw the penalty for breach of contract was over 60,000. Xia An'ge's expression changed. Zhinan realized that the landlord must not have much money. Being a star is truly tough. Perhaps it's better to write novels. Thus, the contract for the song Summer Breeze was finalized. And the next step was to record the album. Leaving tomorrow? Xia An'ge did not respond. and Gu Zhinan appeared somewhat awkward. It was Ruaning, always the understanding one, who stepped in to clarify. We'll probably return to Haipu City by noon tomorrow. I initially came hoping to find Sister An'ge, never expecting such a delightful surprise. Ruaning stood up and bowed to Gu Zhinan, her expression filled with excitement. Thank you. The songwriter-novelist. What? Upon hearing the term novelist, Cheng Minjing's intrinsic curiosity ignited. Are you a novelist? Where do you publish? On the Chinese website? I'm not. Please don't make wild assumptions. Gu Zhinan adamantly denied. Ruaning was somewhat bewildered. Isn't he a novelist? Well, the contract is signed, so I'll step out for a bite to eat. I'm quite hungry. Gu Zhinan hastily fled the scene, leaving behind 2 perplexed individuals and 1 Xia An'ge, whose expression remained inscrutable. Phew, almost gave myself away. Ding ding ding. As Gu Zhinan wandered along the street, his phone suddenly rang. An unfamiliar number? Hello? Hello, is this Mr. Gu Zhinan? Yes, who is this? Oh, we are from the Huagua Education Textbook Department. Your 2 poems have been included in the textbooks, and we are here to arrange a signing. Is it convenient for you to meet now? Gu Zhinan suddenly remembered, almost forgetting there was money involved. He quickly set a meeting place with them, hailed a taxi by the roadside, and sped off. They had chosen a Chinese restaurant, which made Gu Zhinan marvel at their selection. It was evident that those who could enter the Huagua Education Textbook Department had discerning tastes. How did he know I hadn't eaten yet? The table 405 by the window on the first floor was not a private room. He soon found the spot, where an elderly gentleman and a young man were seated. One was a gray-haired old man, and the other was a young fellow in his 20s, dressed in a suit and tie. Gu Zhinan looked at himself, clad in flip-flops, beach shorts, and a short t-shirt. How embarrassing. Hello, you two. Gu Zhinan approached them with a smile. The 2 were sipping tea when they heard his voice. They looked up to see a casually dressed young man standing before them. Mr. Gu Zhinan? The young man asked, somewhat puzzled. Yes, please, sit down. The elderly gentleman, upon realizing it was Gu Zhinan, immediately radiated warmth, inviting him to take a seat, signaling for the young man to pour tea and handing the menu to Gu Zhinan. Little Gu, that's what I'll call you. Du Guanyu has mentioned you quite a bit. Let us order and eat. Feeling a bit reserved, Gu Zhinan handed the menu to the young man. You order, handsome. The young man hesitated to take it, but the old gentleman insisted he should order whatever he liked. Then, extending his hand, he introduced himself. I am Hong An from the Huagua Education Textbook Department, and this is my assistant, Xiao Li. Gu Zhinan promptly shook hands with Hong An and then with Xiao Li. Hong An instructed Xiao Li to retrieve a contract from his briefcase and handed it to Gu Zhinan. Gu Zhinan accepted it. Noticing it stated that Guodongting and Zhongjinjiu would be included in the next edition of the textbook, officially appearing in higher education materials. For this, as the author, he would receive a bonus and a certificate, followed by a request for his signature to authorize the inclusion. Gu Zhinan didn't place much value on these accolades. He merely wanted to know how much the bonus was. Thus, he skimmed through the 7 or 8 pages of the contract, absorbing the content rapidly, and within 2 minutes reached the end. Upon seeing the bonus section, he exclaimed, 200,000. Are you serious? 100,000 for each poem? Do you need more? I have dozens of Tang poems. Where's the pen? Gu Zhinan asked, his breath quickening. This was 200,000. I need the pen. Let me sign. Aren't you going to look it over? Xiao Li was taken aback. This person flipped straight to the last page and wanted to sign. What was going on? What is there to check? Contributing to the nation is what matters. Gu Zhinan asserted, his expression grave. Oh right, here. Xiao Li hurriedly handed Gu Zhinan the pen. With a swift flourish, Gu Zhinan signed his name and returned the contract to Xiao Li. Observing this, Hong An finally spoke, his expression and words filled with admiration. To create a timeless poem like Zhang Jinjiu indeed showcases not only extraordinary talent, but also remarkable character. Xiao Li, you have much to learn from little Gu. Xiao Li nodded vigorously, already a fan of Gu Zhinan's 2 poems, which he recited daily, particularly Zhang Jinjiu, brimming with fervor. Besides, how young was Gu Zhinan? He might even be older than Xiao Li. Being included in a textbook is no trivial matter. Historically, only scholars with profound knowledge or works from foreign historical figures and ancient Chinese scholars were selected. And here was Gu Zhinan, with 2 poems included. The more Xiao Li contemplated, the more he admired Gu Zhinan, gazing at him with sparkling eyes. Meanwhile, Gu Zhinan, praised by Hong An, appeared calm on the surface but felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment within. He truly couldn't care less. On one hand, he trusted that old Du would not shortchange him. On the other hand, he genuinely just wanted to know the bonus. Old Hong praised you, as scholars. We should all possess such aspirations. Gu Zhinan felt a bit uncomfortable under Xiao Li and Hong An's gaze. Ah, young man, humility is commendable, but excessive modesty can be unappealing. I've heard that while you were creating Jiang Jinjiu, you had a drink for every verse. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li was even more envious. What kind of spirit did that require? Good is good, and bad is bad. There's no need for excessive philosophy. Wow. Old Hong is quite insightful, isn't, but how should I respond to that? The atmosphere grew awkward, and Gu Zhinan felt as though he were posturing excessively in front of his elders, receiving an unanswerable reprimand. Fortunately, the dishes arrived just then. Hong An encouraged Gu Zhinan to eat more while sharing his understanding of Jiang Jinjiu, stating that every time he drank, a particular line would come to mind. When life is good, one must enjoy it fully. Just as he finished, he clinked glasses with Gu Zhinan. Little Gu, don't be misled. Even if not many know your poetry now, that's due to our lack of promotion, you know? The new textbook is coming out soon, and once it's publicized, you'll become a literary giant. Feeling unsatisfied with mere words, he moved closer to Gu Zhinan, putting an arm around his shoulder, speaking as if they were brothers. Xiao Li looked on enviously. He had been Hong An's assistant for so long and had never received such treatment. Hong An even invited Gu Zhinan to Kyoto for drinks and discussions. Little brother, come to Kyoto when you have time. I'll have my sister-in-law cook a few dishes. And we won't leave until we're drunk. Since you've said so, I'll definitely find a time to visit. Gu Zhinan replied with a laugh. Great, let us take care of each other. As Gu Zhinan and Hong An strolled out of the restaurant, they had formed a strong bond, calling each other brothers. Xiao Li stood dumbfounded. It was his first time witnessing Hong An treating a young man in such a familiar manner. Brother Gu, you are our role model. Brother Gu, I've decided, from now on, you are my idol. Gu Zhinan was puzzled by Xiao Li's sudden enthusiasm. Xiao Li assisted Hong An as they prepared to spend a night in Lincheng before returning to Kyoto the next day. Gu Zhinan walked down the street, holding another copy of the contract and a certificate of inclusion. The bonus would be deposited into his account, so he wouldn't be waving 200,000 around on the street. Shaking his slightly dazed head, he called for a taxi back to his small apartment. Chapter 47. Farewells require ceremony. Despite having vowed not to drink again, he found it hard to resist old Hong's persistent toasts. Perhaps he still thought Hong An was the author of Jiang Jinjiu. Such a serious old man transformed when alcohol was involved. Indeed, good character does not always guarantee good drinking habits. By the time he returned to the small apartment building, it was already deep into the night. Gu Zhinan swayed slightly, a throbbing headache accompanying him as he ascended the stairs. Uncertain about the departure of the two young women, Gu Zhinan opened the door. Stepping into a dimly lit living room, illuminated only by the silvery moonlight streaming in from the balcony. They must have left. He proceeded to the kitchen to pour himself a glass of water before settling onto the sofa, aiming to sober up. Just as he began to relax, a faint creak of the door pierced the stillness of the night. Gu Zhinan's heart sank with a jolt of anxiety. He recalled the stipulation of their agreement prohibiting alcohol. Had he known, he would have retreated directly to his room instead of lingering to enjoy the moonlight. Dressed in delicate milky white silk pajamas, Xia An'ge gently opened the door, the room's light casting a long beam across the living space. Glancing towards her, Gu Zhinan noted that the landlord appeared strikingly aloof yet adorably charming in her attire. As Xia An'ge walked towards the bathroom, her gaze occasionally flickered towards him, prompting a flurry of questions in her mind. Why was he only just returning? What had he been doing? As she passed by, Xia An'ge's keen sense of smell seemed to detect something unusual. She paused, inhaling deeply, and raised an eyebrow. Have you been drinking? Gu Zhinan's relaxed demeanor stiffened. He felt his anxiety heighten at her scrutiny. Just a little, he replied, his words lacking conviction, as he had indulged more than he admitted, primarily due to Hong An's insistence. A little? Just a little. Xia An'ge responded with a tone of disbelief, before proceeding to the bathroom as if dismissing the matter entirely. Gu Zhinan exhaled in relief. When she emerged again, he seized the opportunity to inquire. Where are the other two? Xia An'ge promptly corrected him, stating, one is named Wan Ying and the other Cheng Minjing. After a brief pause, she continued, they've gone to stay at a hotel. Oh, I thought you were all staying together, he remarked, unable to discern her expression. As she turned to return to her room, she glanced back, saying, I'll be heading back to Haipu with them in the morning. Really? Gu Zhinan replied with a teasing smile. Well, it was only a matter of time before you returned. Next time I see you, you'll be a superstar on the news. Next time you drink, I'll kick you out. With a loud bang, the door was slammed shut, startling Gu Zhinan. Wasn't it all supposed to be fine? Why the sudden change in her demeanor? Puzzled, He mused that the complexities of a woman's heart were as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. Meanwhile, in her room, Xia An'ge leaned against the door, her face icy with displeasure. She felt that Zhinan lacked sincerity, as if he were merely being perfunctory. After cohabiting under the same roof for over a month, and even sharing meals, her frustration grew. The more she pondered, the angrier she became. And she soon lay back in bed, pulling the covers over her face to sleep. As dawn broke the next day, the two lively girls arrived. Cheng Minjing felt a twinge of envy towards Zhinan, who had the fortune of residing under the same roof as her idol. If only she were a man, living with such a beautiful woman. She swiftly chastised herself for such thoughts. If Zhinan were truly a rogue, how could Xia An'ge have remained unscathed all this time? The realization brought a flush of shame to her cheeks. Her thoughts had been quite inappropriate. Ruaning found it odd that Cheng Minjing's expression kept shifting before they even entered. They knocked, and Xia An'ge quickly opened the door, now clad in a simple t-shirt and jeans that showcased her slender figure. "Good morning, An'ge," they greeted in unison. "Yes," she replied, allowing them inside and shutting the door behind them. "I've prepared breakfast. Would you like some?" "Yes," Cheng Minjing exclaimed, racing towards the dining table. The meal consisted of millet porridge, pickled vegetables, and eggs, a simple fare. Yet, Cheng Minjing felt overwhelmed with gratitude. "Oh, An'ge, I adore you." "Oh, please," Ruaning scoffed, as she was well accustomed to Xia An'ge's culinary skills, which they usually prepared together. "What about Teacher Gu?" Ruaning awkwardly mentioned Zhinan, immediately sensing a chill in the morning air. "Enjoy your breakfast," Xia An'ge replied coolly, and Ruaning could distinctly feel the change in her tone. Since yesterday's encounter with Zhinan, Ruaning had sensed a marked difference in Xia An'ge's attitude towards him compared to other men. She had even discreetly asked Cheng Minjing for her thoughts, only to hear, "I find that man rather despicable." It was pointless to inquire further, after all. She had referred to him as Dad. Breakfast concluded swiftly, and Xia An'ge returned to her room to pack her belongings. She had little to carry, having arrived with just a suitcase, and now, even less to take with her. The guitar she had bought while working was left behind, and she only packed half of her clothes. Soon, she was ready, prompting surprise from Ruaning and Cheng Minjing at her speed. "An'ge, you're only taking one suitcase?" Cheng Minjing exclaimed in disbelief. When she had left her dormitory, she had practically needed a freight truck. "Indeed, I don't have much," Xia An'ge confirmed. Cheng Minjing swallowed hard, taking in Xia An'ge's naturally captivating beauty, unadorned by makeup. "All right then," she conceded. "Shall we depart? The stars and the sea await our conquest." "Oh please," Ruaning retorted, beginning to doubt Cheng Minjing's capability to assist Xia An'ge. "Yes, let us go," Xia An'ge agreed, as Ruaning pulled her suitcase along. Slowly exiting the room, the door remained firmly shut behind them. Having consumed so much alcohol the night before, it was no wonder Zhinan was still fast asleep. In his dreams, he envisioned a serene life back in his hometown, running a small supermarket, earning a comfortable living as he penned novels while a beautiful wife brought him meals, basking in a life of simplicity and joy. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by a loud knocking at the door, causing his dream world to collapse. Zhinan opened his eyes, appearing lethargic and still half asleep. "Knock, knock, knock." The persistent sound of knocking echoed from outside the door. He yawned and got up to answer it. Xia An'ge thought to herself, "Does this person sleep like a dead pig?" They had been conversing loudly in the living room that morning, yet he showed no sign of response. Click. The door swung open, and Xia An'ge suddenly felt a twinge of nervousness. Was it the landlord? Zhinan rubbed his hair, feeling an overwhelming heaviness in his head. "You helped me write a song, and I didn't get a chance to thank you in person before leaving. I feel it's inappropriate," Xia An'ge said, gazing at Zhinan with her enchanting peach blossom eyes. "Did we not sign a contract? I received payment for my work. It is not that simple," he replied. "It's different," she said, pursing her lips, raising her gaze to look intently at Zhinan. "Thank you." Her earnest demeanor was truly captivating, a blend of charm and aloofness that Zhinan had never encountered in a woman before. He too composed himself and smiled sincerely. "You're welcome. Goodbye. Goodbye." As Zhinan watched Xia An'ge gradually walk towards the door, he suddenly called out, "Could you send me a preview of the song once you've recorded it?" He was genuinely curious about the complete rendition of Summer Breeze that Xia An'ge had produced. "It depends on my mood," she replied, her back to him, a subtle smile gracing her lips, her spirits soaring high. Chapter 48. The assertive Cheng Minjing after more than a month. Standing once again beneath the towering edifice of Xinguanghuyu, Xia An'ge felt a profound shift in her mindset. This time, she was there to negotiate and assert her rights. "Xia An'ge, all right, I'm on my way, Hua Jie responded when she received a call from the general manager of Xinguang Huyu while busy with the album of Chu Taoyu. She had initially been in charge of Xia An'ge, but after her departure, she leveraged her previous role as Yuan's manager to transition into managing Chu Taoyu. With Chu Taoyu's original manager reassigned to other artists, Yuan's influence at Xinguang Huyu was formidable, and few dared to oppose her. Even whispers of dissent were scarce within the company. Yuan had given Chu Taoyu a song penned by Qi Sheng, who subsequently composed another piece specifically for her. Now she was set to record 2 songs. The future seemed bright indeed. Hua Jie, what's wrong? Chu Taoyu, having just stepped out from a photo shoot for her album, noticed Hua Jie's troubled expression and felt a pang of curiosity. Inside the studio, she had been oblivious to the outside happenings. Hua Jie looked at Chu Taoyu, her expression serious. Xia An'ge is back, and she has brought original songs. What? Chu Taoyu's eyes widened in disbelief. She had only recently learned that Xia An'ge had engaged Qi Sheng, who was based in Lincheng, to write songs for her, only to have them snatched away by Yuan. How could she have produced new songs so quickly? Do you think there is only one Qi Sheng in the entire Huagua? Hua Jie replied, somewhat exasperated, before gathering her bag and telling Chu Taoyu, you continue recording. The general manager wants me to return. He said the music director is very fond of this song, and I want to see what it is. Chu Taoyu's mouth fell open in surprise, but she nodded. Xia An'ge loomed like a mountain during her time at the company. She had never had a moment in the spotlight. After her departure, Chu Taoyu had finally found an opportunity to release 2 promising songs for her album, only to find that within less than 2 months, Xia An'ge had returned with a vengeance. Truly resilient. Meanwhile, in the top-floor conference room of Xinguang Huyu, Xia An'ge and Cheng Minjing sat on the lounge sofa, while Ruaning rested elsewhere, leaving the music director and general manager seated at the conference table. The music director held the newly printed score of Summer Breeze that Xia An'ge had rewritten and felt a surge of excitement. He believed that if the song was recorded and released properly, its sales would undoubtedly be significant. The general manager, however, wore a frown. For Xia An'ge's return with original songs meant that all the plans he had made for her activities and banquets upon her return were now rendered moot. The conference room door swung open as Hua Jie entered, her heels clicking on the floor. Upon seeing Xia An'ge seated on the sofa, she recognized the ever-beautiful girl but lamented her disobedience. An'ge, why didn't you inform me of your return? After all, I am still your manager. Hua Jie greeted warmly. Stop. Before Xia An'ge could respond, Cheng Minjing stood up to block Hua Jie. Hua Jie, right? As far as I know, you are no longer An'ge's manager. You are now managing Chu Taoyu, are you not? Who are you? Hua Jie frowned. Cheng Minjing feigned regret, tapping her forehead with a faux apologetic expression. Oh dear. I must have forgotten you're new here. Allow me to introduce myself. Hello, I am Cheng Minjing, Xia An'ge's manager. The last sentence was emphasized heavily. You? Hua Jie was taken aback and laughed in anger. This girl claimed to be new. I haven't heard of a Cheng Minjing during my time at the company. Oh, I am not from your company. They could not accommodate me. I am merely An'ge's manager. Is that a problem? You. Hua Jie looked at the silent Xia An'ge, asking, where did you find this crazy girl? She is my manager, Xia An'ge replied coolly, casting a glance at Hua Jie before continuing. I have brought back my songs, and I demand that production on my album commence immediately, otherwise, it would be a breach of contract. With that, she smiled suddenly, her captivating peach blossom eyes glimmering with allure. Isn't adhering to the contract what you all cherish most? The album must be released. Where did you acquire these songs? The music director inquired curiously. Zhinan. He racked his brain, but could not recall that name. Was he a newcomer? Could a newcomer produce such lyrics and melodies? That is none of your concern. Let's each stick to our own roles. Cheng Minjing interjected. Miss, I do not care where you came from. But this is a matter for our company. Please leave, Hua Jie stated sternly. Within Xinguang Huyu, I am Xia An'ge's manager. Cheng Minjing retorted with a smirk. Huh. Cheng Minjing remained unperturbed, leisurely pulling a stack of documents from her bag and slamming them onto the table. According to the contract, Xia An'ge requires a dedicated manager upon joining the company, and she has the right to select her manager. Not to mention, while you were managing An'ge, you were also overseeing several other artists, she scoffed. As a manager, you allowed your artists to be sidelined by the company, and instead of offering support, you sought various ways to undermine her. Furthermore, you used her Weibo account to promote Chu Taoyu's album just days after An'ge's departure. Do you believe you are worthy? You. Hua Jie's expression darkened further as she listened to Cheng Minjing, and by the end, she stormed forward, raising her hand in anger. Cheng Minjing swiftly blocked the blow, her gaze icy as she countered. What? Do you wish to lay hands on me? You better know what you are doing. Otherwise, the law awaits you. Cheng Minjing clapped her hands and addressed the silent general manager. Lian Zong, the clown you called has arrived. We've finished our discussion. So will we be releasing an album, or will the contract expire and you leave? Lian Mingji then rose from his seat, a smile gracing his face. And go, ultimately. We are doing this for your benefit. There is no need to create discord with the company. Now that the album is in place, the company will surely support it wholeheartedly. After speaking, he glanced at Cheng Minjing and continued to address Xia An'ge. Since you have a manager now, I shall not recall Huajie. She has been thinking of you every day. Xia An'ge cast a deep look at Huajie before replying. The album will commence production tomorrow, all according to the contract. I hope for a delightful collaboration. With that, she departed alongside Cheng Minjing, leaving behind Lian Mingji, Huajie, and a music director. Where did she find that wild girl? Huajie's face turned pale, evidently infuriated by Cheng Minjing. Wild girl? Lian Mingji chuckled. A top student from the law department at Huawei University. I wonder how Xia An'ge came to know her. She has exposed all the loopholes in our contract, without exception. Huajie opened her mouth, speechless, as she glanced at the music director's manuscript, which contained the songs for Xia An'ge's album. As an experienced manager, she possessed a certain understanding of the quality of songs. The merit of a song is determined by its melody and lyrics. Upon taking the manuscript, her bad premonition intensified with each glance, and by the time she finished reading, astonishment filled her eyes. Who wrote these songs? She inquired. The name was clearly indicated. The lyricist and composer is Zhinan. The music director replied nonchalantly, accustomed to the company's internal conflicts, his interests solely lying in music. Huajie quickly scanned the end of the page, reading, lyricist and composer, Zhinan. Yet, among all the musicians she had known, there was not a single one named Zhinan. Where did this Zhinan emerge from? Chapter 49, The Conclusion of Qin Shi Mingyu. Is it truly happening? Will she really release an album? Huajie felt a twinge of reluctance. She had initially wanted to support Xia An'ge, for her potential was immense. However, Yuan was determined to oppose her. Xinguang Huyu's Yuan family held significant shares, and no one dared to speak against them. At that time, Lian Mingji also hesitated to suppress Xia An'ge, yet Yuan insisted on a moderate suppression, believing that Xia An'ge would then temper her pride and comply with the company's events and gatherings. However, under pressure, Xia An'ge not only ceased attending events, but also, to her chagrin, refused to partake in the gatherings altogether. What else could we do? Lian Mingji's frustration grew. Are we in breach of contract? She still has half a year left on her contract. At the very least, this song must be released by Xinguang Huyu. Wanning had been waiting downstairs for nearly 2 hours. To say she wasn't anxious would be a lie. She had seen Huajie rushing in from outside, and it was clear why Wanning was aware of this. Huajie was Ngu's manager, and with Ngu's return, she certainly wanted to assert her presence. Finally spotting Xia An'ge and Cheng Minjing exiting the building, Wanning hurriedly jogged over. How did it go? Cheng Minjing threw a flirtatious glance at Wanning, playfully tapping her delicate chest. With me in charge, there is absolutely no problem. Xia An'ge added. The album will start recording tomorrow. Yay! Wanning exclaimed, excitedly embracing Xia An'ge, her small face rubbing against Xia An'ge's clothing, taking full advantage, which made Cheng Minjing envious. Once Wanning released her hold, Cheng Minjing pouted and playfully clung to Xia An'ge. Xia An'ge felt her cheeks flush. These two were behaving like rascals. If they were boys, they would surely be lecherous. Returning to the artist apartment assigned by Xinguang Huyu, Wanning still resided there. Now joined by Cheng Minjing in the 2-bedroom dwelling. Cheng Minjing insisted on sharing a room with Xia An'ge, but was mercilessly rejected, naturally opting to share with Wanning instead. On the way back, Cheng Minjing received a phone call, deliberately distancing herself from Xia An'ge to answer it. Nonetheless, Xia An'ge could vaguely guess it was a call from her family, so she inquired if it was indeed a family member. Cheng Minjing merely stated it was her sister calling, who had arranged work for her, but she was reluctant to go, wishing to be Xia An'ge's manager instead. Her relationship with her sister had always been strained. Despite only a few years apart, they felt worlds apart. With the final chapter published, Zhinan formally announced the conclusion of Qin Shi Mingyu on the Chinese website's backend. The book stated, "There is no banquet that does not come to an end, but do not be afraid." The book also said, "Where in the world do we not meet again?" So this is merely a brief farewell, dear readers. Let us look forward to our next encounter. In a wondrous new realm. It shall be a fairyland like none you have ever seen. If I were to fall in love with a girl, I would love her for a lifetime. This was a line spoken by the protagonist, Li Xiaoyao, and the book Xian Jianqi Xia Zhuan would soon meet the audience. Ultimately, He hoped that there would be no regrets at the conclusion of Qin Shi Mingyu. Gu Zhinan typed these farewell words at his computer, marking a formal farewell to the original Gu Zhinan and commencing his next chapter as an author in this world. His readers, this time, did not criticize him for padding his word count. Instead, they sincerely bid farewell to Qin Shi Mingyu while eagerly anticipating the next book, Xian Jian Qi Xiajuan. A night passes, and as Qin Shi Mingyu bids farewell, the anticipation for Xian Jian Qi Xiajuan remains steadfast. June Xin expressed delight in finishing a novel for the first time, observing the growth of the author from naivete to maturity, akin to watching one's own child grow. I will also read the next one. Chao Tian de Buding originally pursued poetry from Guodong Ting, but was captivated by the straightforward narrative of the author. Am I the first girl to read this kind of novel? Accompanying her comment was a photo of a pure and adorable girl, steady in the pursuit of romance. Young girl? What? Young girl? Young girl? Shall we add WeChat? Gu Zhinan found it both amusing and exasperating, but he simply tapped to pin the girl's message at the top. He then added, Dear friends, this is the fortune I bestow upon you all at the conclusion of Qin Shi. Dog thief Deshan. No, straightforward author, you're amazing. In an instant, the back end of Qin Shi Mingyu was abuzz. Where there was one photo, another would follow, and Gu Zhinan found himself captivated, scrolling through the posts for an entire afternoon. It wasn't until his WeChat chimed that he felt a twinge of reluctance to leave. He picked up his phone, astonished to find a message from Xia An'ge. Are you there? Gu Zhinan wondered why she was not discussing the album at the company during this time. Yes. Back at the artist department assigned by Xinguang Huyu, Xia An'ge regarded the message on her phone, her slender fingers tapping the screen. Tomorrow, we will begin preparing for the album production, and I hope to have it online by the end of August. Online by the end of August? Perhaps she wanted to launch it before the end of summer, thought Gu Zhinan, readily accepting the timeline. Good luck. Upon seeing these two words, Xia An'ge shot her phone a glare, deciding to ignore him. After sending a brief reply, Gu Zhinan awaited Xia An'ge's response, but after several minutes of silence, he had no choice but to set his phone down. Ding. Is it really that uncanny? Gu Zhinan picked up his phone again, only to find a message from Cheng Mingxi. Congratulations on the completion of your work. When will Xian Jian be released? Gu Zhinan finds that Cheng Mingxi resembles an editor urging for submissions, feeling both amused and exasperated. After taking a few days off to return home, he will begin writing again. There is no rush, is there? While there is no urgency, given the current popularity, it would be wise not to delay for too long. Once it is published, I will promote it for you, and you could achieve great success with your book. Upon hearing Cheng Mingxi's words, Gu Zhinan could not help but feel a twinge of excitement. Although the idea of achieving legendary status with a book did not particularly move him, he was indeed concerned about the subsequent royalties. The prominent authors on Zhongwen Wang's Tianbang, which one does not earn tens of thousands monthly. Relying on the popularity from the Poetry Association, Qin Shi Mingyu garnered numerous rewards, allowing him a taste of what it feels like to be a celebrated author on Tianbang. I will utilize my time at home over the next few days to complete the chapters and will inform you when they are ready. Very well. In Kyoto, Cheng Mingxi sat at her desk, her computer playing a recording of a man passionately reciting poetry while holding a cup of wine. It was Gu Zhinan's performance at a banquet hosted by Du Guangyu after the poetry conference. At that moment, Cheng Mingxi inexplicably took out her phone and began recording Gu Zhinan. To her surprise, he delivered such a magnificent performance, stirring her emotions. This prompted an idea in her mind. She had learned that Gu Zhinan's poetry had been successfully selected for inclusion in the curriculum by the Poetry Association. When he publishes his book, she could upload the video alongside the news of his inclusion in the curriculum, significantly boosting not only Gu Zhinan's reputation, but also that of Zhongwen Wang. Who wouldn't want to read a novel written by someone who has penned two timeless classic poems? Moreover, that individual is an author on Zhongwen Wang. Such a promotional angle is simply explosive. Adjusting her gold-framed glasses, she recalled her recent conversation with her sister, who was reluctant to assist her at the company, instead pursuing an obscure celebrity. If only that celebrity were not a female singer, she would have certainly dragged Cheng Mingxi back and given her a stern talking to. Despite their few years of age difference, it felt as if there were an insurmountable chasm between them. Cheng Mingxi was 21, while Cheng Mingxi was 27. Their parents had initially hoped for a son, but ended up with yet another daughter, whom they could not bear to terminate. To make matters worse, their parents indulged her. It was quite infuriating. Chapter 50. The return of Xia An'ge accepted a film role as the second female lead. Thus she learned of Xia An'ge's return to Xinguang Huyo later than others, who wrote her songs. She was taken aback. Just a few days prior, a song had been snatched from her, and now she had found new material so quickly. According to Jia, it was someone named Zhinan, yet after extensive searches, they could not locate any musician by that name. Xiao Yuan quickly replied, indicating that Yuan no longer required a manager, as she preferred to make her own decisions. Hence Xiao Yuan often took on various trivial tasks. It must be said that her luck was rather good. Had the company even agreed to let her release an album? Xiao Yuan cautiously observed Yuan's exquisite features and whispered, "Yes, even the president personally approved it. We will start preparations tomorrow." What about Jia? Has she returned to being her manager? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuan's expression turned peculiar. Xia An'ge had brought back her own manager, who seemed to be a top student from a law school, infuriating Jia and leaving the president speechless. Overall, this was a formidable opponent. No one had managed to gain an advantage over her today. Yuan remained silent for a long while. To put it plainly, she held no deep animosity towards Xia An'ge. Her feelings were simply jealousy, jealous of her alluring beauty paired with a seemingly aloof demeanor, and envious of her voice. Initially, she merely wished to draw her into her own camp as a supportive figure for her future ascent to stardom. However, Xia An'ge completely disregarded her. Every invitation she extended for gatherings to garner resources was met with refusal, prompting her to wish for Xia An'ge's discomfort within Xinguanghuyo. Contact Lian Mingji, I too will release an album in August. After a moment of contemplation, Yuan informed Xiao Yuan. But Chu Taoyu is also releasing an album in August. Could that pose a problem? Xiao Yuan hesitated, concerned that this might impact Chu Taoyu's album sales, especially since they were from the same company. Yet Yuan scoffed. Do you think Xia An'ge cares about Chu Taoyu? Do you really believe she holds her in esteem? Xiao Yuan opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. The truth was, Chu Taoyu had indeed been overshadowed by Xia An'ge. All they could do was hope for her good fortune. Meanwhile, Lian Mingji was contemplating a break when he suddenly received a message from Yuan. It contained only a simple line, yet it filled him with an overwhelming headache. I, too, will release an album in August. Lian Mingji felt he had no choice but to consider delaying Chu Taoyu's release, yet she had already begun promoting her album, which had been postponed multiple times. Any further delays would likely diminish fan enthusiasm, significantly impacting the outcome. Given Yuan's popularity and her status among the shareholders, he could not refuse her. Thus, he replied, "All right, I will make arrangements for tomorrow." In the artist apartment of Xia An'ge, late at night, Cheng Minjing and Ruaning flanked Xia An'ge as she operated her computer, registering her social media account for verification. Earlier that afternoon, Xia An'ge had called Jia to obtain the original Weibo account with 300,000 followers. Following Cheng Minjing's suggestion, Xia An'ge filed an appeal to cancel the previous verification and then registered a new account that truly belonged to her for verification. Without one's own account, one could never truly take control. Who knew when it might be used again to promote Chu Taoyu's album? Hello everyone, I am Xia An'ge. I have returned. Thank you for your patience, and I apologize. My debut album will be released next month. You can look forward to the specific date. Also, this account will no longer be used. Please follow my new personal account, where I will interact with everyone moving forward. Thank you all for your unwavering support. This lengthy message was, of course, typed by Cheng Minjing, not Xia An'ge. After inputting it, she linked Xia An'ge's newly registered Weibo account and even changed the current name to indicate that this account would no longer be used. Satisfied, she clapped her hands and looked at Xia An'ge, hoping for a warm smile in return. Xia An'ge, seeing Cheng Minjing's eager expression, could not help but chuckle, reaching out to pinch her cheek. Well done. Hee hee hee. Xia An'ge's new Weibo account quickly exploded within her fan circle. Initially, they thought it was yet another post promoting Chu Taoyu's album and clicked in with the intention of leaving swiftly. To their surprise, it was the announcement of Xia An'ge's return, causing all fans who had been worried about her to erupt in excitement. During her time in seclusion, no news had emerged, and since she did not control her Weibo account, no one knew about her activities. After eagerly reading the announcement and seeing Xia An'ge's enchanting photos, word spread rapidly. And by the end of the night, her new Weibo account had gained 150,000 followers. Meanwhile, the old account plummeted to 100,000 followers. With 300,000 followers directing traffic, it was evident that Xia An'ge remained quite popular. The first thing everyone did upon arriving was to comment on Xia An'ge's latest update. Hello everyone. Then, a candid photo of Xia An'ge sitting on the sofa with a pillow in her arms was shared, radiating an ethereal beauty. Fans who rushed over from her old account erupted with excitement, leaving a flurry of comments below. Xia An'ge Suyu exclaimed, "Wah! My Ng is so stunning. I adore her. Another fan chimed in, Emming HU, I'm here. NG, love you tons. Can't wait for your first album. A considerable number of male fans unabashedly praised Xia An'ge's looks, with one declaring, my beautiful NG was punished for being too stunning. I'm here. I'm here. Another commented, due to her beauty, could the one above kindly change their username? Also, please refrain from calling others wife. Thank you. A fan added, dramatic troop. Could you show some restraint? All you say is wife, wife. I simply adore NG's voice. Looking forward to the new album. S. Lu K. Desu noted. I recall QTOY is also releasing an album in August. It seems NG is gearing up for a showdown. Go for it. Xia An'ge meticulously scrolled through the comments, her heart swelling with joy upon reading the anticipation for her new album. However, when she encountered numerous declarations of my wife, her cheeks flushed involuntarily. Since she opened her Weibo account, many have affectionately called her that, and she transitioned from correcting them earnestly to a silent acceptance. After all, they all cherished her without ill intent. She had never explicitly agreed to it. During her Weibo promotion, she briefly trended, which caught the attention of several media outlets. The following day, various news media reported, Xinguing HY artist Xia An'ge makes her return, even changing her Weibo account. And has Xinguing HY had a falling out with Xia An'ge? They announced that the former runner-up of Joyful Female Voice, Xia An'ge, would finally confirm her album debut in August. Numerous news segments highlighted her return, significantly boosting her visibility. Even more astonishingly, around noon, Xinguing HY's official account released a notification stating, our UWN will be collaborating with rising stars QTOY and Xia An'ge to release albums in August. Let us embrace UWNSSH ing Shi, delve into QTOYSIQing Huinin, and culminate with Xia An'ge Indafing. Let us look forward to an extraordinary August summer. This announcement propelled all three artists into the trending topics. The tension was palpable. Many netizens noticed the underlying issue. Although Xinguing HY appeared harmonious on the surface, they were fervently promoting the events. Yet, it was evident that Xia An'ge remained in the background. It seemed as if UWN was deliberately positioning herself against Xia An'ge by choosing to release an album simultaneously. Wasn't that a direct affront? Chapter 51. How to Reduce Life's Troubles. August was destined to be tumultuous. QTOY was among the first to learn that UWN would also release her album in August. She could do nothing but feel helpless. She even contemplated changing her release date, but Huji doused her hopes with cold water. No matter when you release your song, someone will likely do the same. Why not seize this opportunity to diligently record your album and give it your all? Huji was equally infuriated. Initially, Xia An'ge's Weibo account boasted 300,000 followers. Not too few, yet not an overwhelming number. But that troublesome girl, under the guise of managing her account, had gone back and cancelled her certification. She even registered a new account, effectively siphoning away her followers. Now, that old account had become nearly defunct, with fewer than 50,000 followers and still dwindling. As she accompanied QTOY in the album recording, witnessing the latter's timid demeanor only fueled her frustration. Let us give it a shot, whose reign is uncertain. I've invested so many promotional resources. Even if UWN intervenes, it won't hinder your competition with Xia An'ge. Let us give it a shot. At this moment, QTOY's thoughts were resolute. Her album featured 2 songs, one tailored specifically for her. No matter how formidable UWN was, she must suppress Xia An'ge. With her determination solidified, QTOY diligently focused on recording her album, aspiring to outshine Xia An'ge through sheer talent. However, as she exited the recording studio corridor and spotted Xia An'ge preparing to enter another studio, she couldn't help but glance over. Naturally, Xia An'ge noticed QTOY, the girl who joined Xinguing HY around the same time as her. However, she never anticipated that while facing exclusion from UWN, she had been working tirelessly. Xinguing HY had a dedicated floor solely for recording studios, and Xia An'ge chose the most secluded room. The previous night, she had already arranged the recording team through company resources, intending to fully supervise Xia An'ge. From instrumentation to recording, vocal arrangement, and harmonies, she intended to do it all herself. Zhinan provided her with detailed notes, specifying which instruments to use for each segment. Initially, she struggled to grasp it, only to later marvel at Zhinan's capabilities. His room contained merely one guitar, yet he managed to complete the accompaniment for an entire song. All she needed to do was to put in the effort to produce it, and it would astonish the entire summer. Zhinan returned home, only to lament that he had forgotten his keys in his small apartment. Standing before the locked door of his old residential building, he felt somewhat helpless. If he had been smoking, the ground would surely be littered with cigarette butts. He had intended to surprise his parents, but to his dismay, they had both gone to work. With a sigh, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed downstairs, planning to wander until his parents finished work, so he could surprise them upon their return. Hey, did you hear? Today, Goddess UWN announced her album release for next month, a song about the summer. One student remarked, I just saw it. It's trending on Weibo. Not only Goddess UWN, but her two fellow artists also announced their albums for next month. All at once. How strange. As Zhinan strolled past students, he overheard their discussion about UWN. Feeling a bit puzzled, he pulled out his phone, opened Weibo, and checked the trending topics. Sure enough, number 6 was Xia An'ge's big sister UWN leading two newcomers in an August album release. Was there such goodwill? Zhinan was skeptical of the headline, but as he clicked through, he found the official statement from Xia An'ge, causing him to chuckle. The official account had placed Xia An'ge at the very end. From what he understood, considering both her entry into the company and her credentials, Xia An'ge's status as the runner-up of joyful female voice far surpassed QTOY's. Wasn't this a direct slight? He continued scrolling, observing the polarized opinions among netizens. Some claimed company conflicts, while others pointed to artist rivalries, as it was unprecedented for artists to announce simultaneous album releases set for August. Did Xia An'ge clear her old account overnight? Zhinan suddenly noticed this tidbit and clicked on it. Last night, Xia An'ge abandoned her 300,000 follower account, creating a new one and notifying her fans. By dawn, her new account skyrocketed to 150,000 followers. Zhinan promptly searched for Xia An'ge, finding an account with a little bunny avatar, marked as a certified artist under Xia An'ge. It was undoubtedly Xia An'ge. Her WeChat profile picture was also that little bunny. Remembering what Xia An'ge said about her cool demeanor hiding a warm heart, he couldn't help but chuckle. With a mere click, Zhinan became the first follower of Zhinan's Weibo account. He opened Xia An'ge's Weibo, which contained but a single post, a simple greeting accompanied by a captivating image. Zhinan promptly loaded the original picture and saved it. His interest in femininity was minimal. He merely considered attractive young women to be pleasing to the eye, nothing more. Throughout the months spent with Xia An'ge, such a smile had only graced his vision during their time at the orphanage. Saving this moment would provide him with visual delight in the future. As he scrolled through the comments beneath her post, he noted that most fans expressed their longing for her and hoped she would release an album soon. Some even affectionately referred to her as wife. The image of Xia An'ge's reaction to being called wife flashed in his mind. Was it irritation, embarrassment, or a cool demeanor? Suddenly, two figures appeared in front of him. A man carrying a small camera and a girl holding a microphone emblazoned with a program logo. Upon seeing Zhinan, the girl lit up. This handsome gentleman was surely to be interviewed. They were filming a street interview segment for a light-hearted show, randomly selecting pedestrians from various cities to pose quirky questions, capturing their responses and reactions. The current episode was being filmed in Zhinan's hometown, Ningnan City. Hey, handsome, a voice called from ahead. Zhinan, puzzled, lifted his gaze to find a girl with a radiant smile approaching, followed by the cameraman. Are you calling me? He wondered, bemused by the attention. Yes, I'm Xiao Yu, the host of this street interview program. May I take 2 minutes of your time to ask you a question about life? Can I say no? Zhinan retorted. Please, it's only 2 minutes. Xiao Yu pouted, making Zhinan feel slightly bashful. He reluctantly tucked his phone away and replied, Go ahead. Yay, it's super easy. Just answer with whatever comes to mind. What is your name, handsome? Zhinan, but not a straight man, just Zhinan. Oh, so you're Zhinan? Where do you live? She inquired, her accent amusing him. Nonetheless, he dismissed the question and urged her to continue. Xiao Yu took out a small notebook filled with questions and smiled at the camera before turning to Zhinan. How do you reduce the troubles in your life? As she held the microphone before him, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Zhinan pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. It's quite simple. Avoid engaging with foolish individuals. Huh? Xiao Yu was taken aback. Just that? Indeed. No, I think you're mistaken, she challenged. All right, you are right. Before Xiao Yu could finish her thought, Zhinan waved his hand dismissively and declared, Farewell. He walked away without a backward glance, leaving behind a striking silhouette and bewildered expressions on Xiao Yu and the cameraman. They exchanged glances, both at a loss for words, unable to chase after Zhinan as he vanished into the crowd. Chapter 52. A languid voice. The cameraman, still stunned, finally spoke. You shouldn't have argued with him. Xiaoyu opened her mouth to respond, but ultimately fell silent. The question, how do you reduce troubles in life, echoed in her mind, particularly the part where she had asserted he was wrong. It struck her as rather foolish. By the time she realized this, Zhinan had already disappeared. Let us move on to the next interview. Don't dwell on it. The cameraman chuckled, though Xiaoyu felt the laughter was directed at her. As they continued, he occasionally stifled a laugh, prompting her to turn around and glare at him. Eventually, Zhinan wandered to his home, just as his parents were returning from work. Squatting outside like a child without a home, engrossed in his phone, Zhinan, his mother, Shenru, was ascending the stairs with groceries. Their residence was on the third floor of an old-style building without an elevator. As she rounded the corner, she spotted her son crouched there. Son, Shenru exclaimed, rushing up the stairs. Just as Zhinan stood, he was enveloped in his mother's embrace. Why are you shouting in the hallway during the day? Zhinan's father, Zhi, had just parked his e-bike and heard Shenru's call, frowning. Mom. Zhinan returned the hug and then called to his father, who was climbing the stairs. Zhi nodded, unlocking the door. Once inside, he looked at Zhinan with puzzlement. Don't you have a key? Did you lose it? This question made Zhinan slightly embarrassed. He chuckled awkwardly before admitting, I left it in the rental. What a forgetful child, Zhi remarked, casting a casual glance at his son before heading into the kitchen. Are you calling someone else's child forgetful? Shenru chimed in, following him. She soon returned from the kitchen. Zhinan retreated to his room, and when he emerged, his parents were in the living room preparing vegetables. He joined them. Why didn't you let me know you were coming home? I could have asked your dad to buy your favorite ingredients, Shenru said cheerfully, her contentment evident as she enjoyed a happy family life without worries. I wanted to surprise you, Zhinan replied, placing 2 smart devices on the table. These are for you both. Now you can video chat with me. Zhi frowned at the beautifully packaged phone boxes. What a waste of money. My phone can already do video calls. Come on. Your phone took 10 minutes to respond the last time we tried a video call. I thought you were just showing me a photo of Mom. Zhinan scoffed, then added seriously, Mom, Dad, don't go to work anymore. I mean it. I can support you. Both parents exchanged bewildered glances, and Shenru cautiously asked, Son, you just graduated. Your father and I haven't inquired about your job situation. Last time you called, you asked us not to work, and we didn't ask about your job. I'm a writer, specifically of popular online novels. My monthly earnings range from over 10,000 to 70 or 80,000. Candidly confessed that he had not informed his parents about his pursuit of writing novels, leaving them unaware of his profession. Generally speaking, my average monthly earnings from writing amount to around 40 to 50,000 yuan, which should suffice to support 2 striking individuals. Right? Shenru reached out to touzle Zhinan's hair, exclaiming how pleasant his voice was. How does the handsome gentleman respond? Zhi shot a glance at the two, noting their frivolity. Tonight, I shall discuss with your mother about your so-called author. Is your income truly so stable? Perhaps not, but in time, it will certainly increase. Zhinan smiled confidently, proclaiming that his son is indeed a masterful author. Pride leads to stagnation. I call it confidence. Zhinan chuckled, suggesting that he would soon teach the two how to use this phone, after which he would transfer 100,000 yuan into their accounts, allowing them to play however they wish. 100,000? Shenru's eyes widened in disbelief. She sensed that her son had returned transformed, exuding a newfound confidence. Yes, 100,000. Zhinan's parents exchanged astonished glances, silently pondering whether that so-called author could really earn such a fortune. Ding. Just as Zhinan was about to speak further, his phone rang unexpectedly, revealing a message from Xia An'ge. It contained an audio file. Could it be a recording of Summer's Breeze? So soon? He hastily stood up, informing his parents that he would discuss things further during dinner, and retreated to his room for a moment of respite. Upon entering his small sanctuary, he promptly opened Xia An'ge's file. The crisp sound of a guitar gently emanated from the phone's speaker, reminiscent of a warm evening breeze. Xia An'ge's voice emerged beautifully, transporting Zhinan back to the first time she had performed for him. Her earlier lack of familiarity with the piece had captivated him then, and now her voice was a delightful revelation. Xia An'ge's voice was truly enchanting, versatile and tender, flowing like a mountain spring, soothing to the soul. This segment only lasted a brief moment, and as it concluded, Zhinan felt a pang of reluctance, but still sent Xia An'ge a message. You began recording this quickly? She replied promptly, stating that they needed to finish it by mid-August. What did he think? After sending her message, Xia An'ge noticed that Zhinan had quickly read it and awaited his response. A prompt reply? I shall listen again. Zhinan reopened the file, attentively listening once more while internally comparing Xia An'ge's voice to the original version. A few minutes later, he sent a message suggesting that she try singing with a slightly more languid tone. Languid? Xia An'ge furrowed her brows. She had always sung with deep emotion. Yet she trusted Zhinan's creative insight. Yes, a lazy yet heartfelt tone. It need not be excessive, just a hint of languor. No need for a completely languid voice. Zhinan elaborated, struggling to articulate that the girl from his previous world seemed to sing with a touch of languor that was utterly captivating. That wouldn't do. Oh, I shall give it a try tomorrow. Aren't you tired yet? It's only 7 o'clock. Surely you haven't been recording all day? So diligent. Returning just yesterday and already recording today, what a modern-day heroine. Zhinan found himself admiring Xia An'ge's tenacity. Time was running short, and with instruments yet to be arranged. She was eager to complete the piece, clearly enamored with the song. Zhinan was moved, recognizing this as the professionalism of a true artist. He could only reply with encouragement. Xia An'ge, as always, responded with an affirmative hum, setting down her phone but unconsciously humming Summer's Breeze. In her apartment, she was all alone. Wanning and Cheng Minjing had gone out for promotional practice. Xia An'ge understood well that Yuan would also be releasing an album in August, which implied that her promotional opportunities would be minimal, leaving everything to the quality of her song. This time, she could not afford to lose. Chapter 53. Let us open a small supermarket. Xia An'ge's relentless drive genuinely astonished Zhinan. He sat in his room contemplating how the promotional resources available to Xia An'ge through Xinguang Huyu were virtually non-existent since the moment Yuan announced her upcoming album. One could say that fine wine needs no bushy corner. In terms of song quality, Summer's Breeze would undoubtedly stand out, and that was his confidence. Xia An'ge's professionalism exceeded Zhinan's expectations, and with their combined efforts, he held faith in the aloof landlord. Now it was already late July, with just a couple of days left until August. At this rate, he estimated that by mid-August, they would have it ready. Son, outside. Chenru began calling Zhinan for dinner. At the dining table, Chenru dominated the conversation, inquiring about Zhinan's recent activities and the specifics of his work as a novelist. Zhinan patiently explained to his parents. Realizing that to assure Zhi and Chenru of their ability to quit their jobs, he needed to clarify how he could support them. I will discuss this with your mother tonight. It is no trivial matter. Zhi set down his utensils and addressed Zhinan. Zhinan nodded. And as Chenru cleared the table, Zhi sat on the couch, unboxing the new smartphone his son had purchased. Come and teach me how to use this phone. Certainly. Zhinan eagerly settled beside Zhi, who initially intended to return the device, but Zhinan decisively tore up the receipt, causing Zhi to nearly deliver a playful slap to his head, only for Chenru to intervene and shield him. Since returning it was no longer an option, they had to learn how to use it. Zhi had long been aware of the smartphone's capabilities. Yet he and Chenru typically only used it to communicate with Zhinan, so an advanced device seemed unnecessary. After spending over an hour teaching Zhi all the phone's functions and installing the necessary applications, Zhinan transferred 100,000 yuan into Zhi's bank account. Upon discovering the substantial deposit, Zhi and Chenru exchanged astonished looks. Chenru gently patted Zhinan's head, saying, "You've grown up, in the blink of an eye. That boy in split-crotch pants has become a man. Now, you know how to be filial to your parents." Zhinan retorted, "Was I not filial before?" "Filial? You are the most dutiful child in the Gu family. And the most handsome? That would be you." Chenru playfully poked Zhinan's head, beaming with joy. All right. Zhi glared. "You two are utterly frivolous." Zhinan shrank back, knowing he couldn't withstand Zhi's playful slap, while Chenru shot a teasing glare back. In the evening, Zhi sat on the bed, admiring the pristine smartphone in his hands, a gift from his son to the couple. Chenru was still fiddling with a trendy young man's smartphone, taking selfies in the middle of the night, an amusing sight indeed. "Stop taking pictures. How old are you?" Acting like a young girl, Zhi could no longer bear to watch, and spoke up. "What do you think of Zhinan's words?" Chenru set the phone down, filled with confidence in her son, and sat on the bed, smiling. "Why are you, the head of the family, asking me?" "Oh, so now you've become the head of the family?" Zhi mused. "That 100,000 is genuine." After a long moment of contemplation, Zhi turned to Chenru and said, "Haven't you always wanted to open a small supermarket? Then go ahead and do it. It aligns with the child's wishes and means you won't have to work at the factory anymore." As he spoke, Zhi retrieved a notebook from the bedside table, densely filled with notes on locations and considerations for opening a supermarket. It was evident that Zhi had been preparing for this for quite some time. He smiled and said, "I recently found a location that is spacious and well-placed, near several residential areas. Opening a supermarket there should not result in losses. Gu Ji gestured animatedly, his face showing some excitement. We also have some savings. We can fully support this venture. Listening to Gu Ji's narrative, Chenru felt a stir of interest. She truly did not wish to work at the factory anymore, now that their son was thriving. Yet he had not yet bought a house or started a family. That would be a significant expense. Their savings were not substantial. And over 100,000 is hardly enough given the current city housing prices. Even with Gu Zhinan's royalties, it wouldn't suffice. And she worried about Gu Zhinan's status as a writer, as she had heard him mention that his income was unstable. Although Gu Zhinan insisted it would only rise, what parent wouldn't prepare for unforeseen circumstances? Let us think it over. I'll discuss it with Zhinan tomorrow. Right now, the backbone of our family is not you, Chenru remarked, lifting the blanket and burrowing into bed. Gu Ji hesitated, wanting to speak, but ultimately chuckled in disbelief. Just a moment ago, he had claimed to be the head of the family, and now the backbone was no longer himself? The next day, Gu Zhinan leisurely rose from a long slumber. Upon emerging, he found his parents seated on the sofa watching television and learned they had taken a few days off. Wash up and eat. How old are you still lounging around? Gu Ji cast a casual glance at Gu Zhinan. Hurriedly, Gu Zhinan went to freshen up, and by the time he returned, Chenru had already warmed up the meal. The couple had risen early to buy Gu Zhinan's favorite dishes from the market. However, despite their efforts, Gu Zhinan had yet to rise and was absorbed in the television. He felt a wave of gratitude. Parents are eternally a child's sanctuary. They may lack your education and may not articulate profound truths, yet their love for you will always surpass your own. Eat more. You're as thin as a monkey. How will you find a wife? Chenru scolded while serving Gu Zhinan. He nodded vigorously, his mouth full and his bowl still brimming. Could you give the child a break? Are you feeding a pig? Gu Ji could no longer watch, observing Gu Zhinan's stuffed cheeks. Last night, your mother and I discussed it. If you want us to stop working at the factory, we can accept that. Really? Gu Zhinan mumbled indistinctly. Yes. Your mother and I have saved some money over the years, originally intended for a down payment for you. But since you were thriving, we plan to use it along with the 100,000 you provided to acquire a storefront and open a small supermarket for our retirement. Gu Ji spoke slowly. What do you think? What do I think? I think it's absolutely feasible. Gu Zhinan immediately agreed. Let us go find a store right after breakfast. I aim to secure the storefront during my time at home. Chenru's eyes brightened, and Gu Ji added with a smile. I have my eye on a location. Once you finish eating, I'll take you to see it. If it seems suitable, we'll secure it. Gu Zhinan naturally wholeheartedly agreed. He had returned with the intention of persuading his parents not to be laborers anymore. He truly could support them, and he planned to continuously convince them during his stay. To his surprise, he had succeeded in just one day. Was this not a delightful surprise? The shop Gu Ji had in mind was not far from their home. Just a 10-minute ride on an electric bike. Nearby were 3 or 4 residential communities, and it was also close to a food street, ensuring a steady flow of customers. It must be said that both father and son approached their tasks with remarkable decisiveness. They immediately engaged in negotiations with the original shop owner, who quoted a price of 240,000, with an annual rent of 40,000. Gu Ji haggled skillfully, leaving Gu Zhinan astonished as if witnessing a new world. He had not expected his typically reserved father to possess such bargaining prowess. Gu Ji suggested testing the annual rent, but Gu Zhinan could see that this area would undoubtedly yield profits for a supermarket. As a former corporate worker in his past life, he had experience in real estate and thus had a keen eye. He called Chenru directly for lunch, indicating he wouldn't return home. Thus, Gu Zhinan joined the negotiations, decisively offering 200,000 to secure the deal immediately with full payment. The shop owner hesitated several times before ultimately agreeing. Gu Ji was somewhat reluctant, but Gu Zhinan directly transferred another 100,000 to Gu Ji. The bonus from Xia Education's textbooks was now spent. Gu Ji seemed to have become immune to seeing his son effortlessly earn substantial amounts. That very afternoon, they signed a transfer contract. Congratulations, Boss Gu. Gu Zhinan exclaimed with a grin. Gu Ji shot a glare at the cheeky boy, but the joy in his eyes was unmistakable. Chapter 54. Can you sing for me? They had secured the shop. Upon returning home, as they were preparing dinner, Chenru emerged with a spatula, clearly astonished by the news of her husband and son acquiring the shop. What is burning? Gu Zhinan sniffed the air. My fish, Chenru yelled, rushing back to the kitchen. Gu Ji and Gu Zhinan exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. You explain it to Mom. I'll head to my room for a rest. Gu Zhinan decided to leave the explanation to Gu Ji, having just seen a message from Xia An'ge. Back in his room, he took out his phone, expecting a voice recording, only to find a message. Are you there? Gu Zhinan couldn't help but laugh. It had started the same way yesterday. Yes, I was just chatting with my parents. Xia An'ge sat in the recording studio, sipping warm water to soothe her throat, glancing at her phone's message and pursing her lips. You're home. Yes, how did today's recording go? Gu Zhinan thought he might hear Xia An'ge's slightly languid voice today. As soon as he mentioned it, Xia An'ge pouted. She had practiced all day but could not find that hint of laziness in her voice. It felt like a fleeting, elusive thing, something she could not grasp at the moment, not having received a response for a long time. Gu Zhinan had already guessed that this landlord was struggling to find that particular feeling. Unable to find the vibe, she began collaborating with the studio musicians. Gu Zhinan pondered for a moment. He had the original voice in his mind, but since it was a girl's voice, he doubted whether he could convey that feeling. Why is there no such magical ability to replicate whatever comes to mind? Sigh, can you please sing what you feel? Upon noticing that Gu Zhinan had not replied, Xia An'ge's slender fingers glided across the screen as she continued typing another message. To be honest, this is quite challenging for me. I am not a professional. Gu Zhinan felt a sense of melancholy. I will give it a try. Miss Xia, the instruments are set up. Would you like to test the sound? As soon as Xia An'ge saw Gu Zhinan's message, a faint smile appeared on her lips, and the people in the recording studio emerged. Sure, Xia An'ge replied to Gu Zhinan, and then went inside to try out the instruments. At the dining table, Chunru continuously discussed how to renovate the small supermarket, while Gu Zhi merely smiled along, occasionally chiming in. To his surprise, his father Gu Zhi already had a renovation plan in mind and could contact the renovation team within a couple of days. He had even inquired about the supply channels. It seemed this plan had been in the works for quite some time. Initially, Chunru was quite worried, fearing that Gu Zhinan was involved in some illicit dealings. Given the sudden influx of large sums of money, especially since he had only graduated a little over a year ago. However, Gu Zhinan reassured her that everything was legal and compliant, even pulling out his notebook to show Gu Zhi and Chunru his earnings of over 90,000 that he had yet to withdraw from the author's backend on the Chinese website. The two of them finally felt at ease, with Chunru praising Gu Zhinan as a great author, while Gu Zhi reminded him to remain humble and grounded. Tomorrow, Gu Zhi would accompany Chunru to resign from their jobs, and in the following days, they would begin renovating the small supermarket. Gu Zhinan also wished to lend a helping hand while he was still around. In the dead of night, lying in bed, Gu Zhinan continually recalled the singing style of summer's wind from the original world, finding that when Lan's voice truly conveyed a feeling akin to a gentle spring breeze, laced with a hint of languor. The July wind felt lazy. Gu Zhinan hummed the initial segment repeatedly, attempting to immerse himself in the atmosphere of when he first heard the song in the previous world. Ding! At 2 a.m, with a weary throat, Gu Zhinan sent Xia An'ge a voice message, believing it to be the most heartfelt segment he had come up with all night. If he continued, he might lose his voice. However, he found it curious that his voice seemed significantly better than in his past life. When he practiced guitar and sang previously, he never stood out. Yet now, singing a song a cappella, he could distinctly feel his grasp of the lyrics and emotional expression was superb. Could it be that if I don't write novels, I could become a singer instead? The voice message was sent successfully, and Gu Zhinan followed it up with another text. I won't sing anymore. If I do, I might lose my voice. After sending it, he went straight to bed, not expecting Xia An'ge to reply immediately. It was the middle of the night. Who would be awake at this hour? When Xia An'ge awoke, the sky was just beginning to brighten. She had been busy with early mornings and late nights, and Cheng Minjing and Ruaning had returned the night before. They focused on helping Xia An'ge prepare her album. Dressed in white rabbit pajamas, Xia An'ge turned over in her artist apartment and retrieved her phone from the table. It displayed 2 messages. From Gu Zhinan. She opened it. The first message was a voice note, and the second was, I won't sing anymore. If I do, I might lose my voice. A slight smile graced Xia An'ge's lips as she tapped to listen to the voice message. The lazy July wind, even the clouds felt warm. Gu Zhinan's earnest singing was truly delightful, and his timbre was lovely. Xia An'ge became somewhat entranced, listening to it repeatedly while lingering in bed. Is this what he meant by a languid feeling? Xia An'ge's long eyelashes fluttered. Indeed, it was different from how he sang before. After stretching lazily, her graceful figure was evident. Ruaning noticed that her sister seemed different this morning, but could not pinpoint what it was. It wasn't until they arrived at the recording studio that she realized Xia An'ge had been smiling the entire time. She seemed genuinely happy. Was it because the album was finally coming together? In Ningnan City, at Gu Zhinan's home. Son, wake up. Your father and I have both resigned and returned. We're going out to eat today. Chunru and Gu Zhi had returned, seeing Gu Zhinan still lounging in bed. Chunru pulled back the covers, and Gu Zhinan, with a drooping head, got out of bed. Why were you making such a racket in the house last night? Staying up all night, and then struggling to wake up during the day? Shunru inquired, having faintly heard Gu Zhinan making noises while she was up using the restroom. Gu Zhinan's face immediately flushed a deep red as he stammered, I was writing a novel. Oh. Shunru did not question why Gu Zhinan would be making noise while writing. She merely frowned and advised him not to stay up late writing novels as it was bad for his skin, and he needed to find a girlfriend. I know, Mom. Gu Zhinan quickly nodded, relieved that his mother had not clearly heard him singing Summer's Wind last night. It would have been mortifying. August soon arrived, and Gu Zhinan spent these days helping his parents with the renovations of the small supermarket. He mostly assisted Gu Zhi, feeling that his father had a better understanding of how to renovate. It felt quite awkward. The renovations progressed swiftly, and within a few days, a preliminary layout took shape. He was confident that in a few more days, everything would be finalized, allowing him to rest easy when he went to lynching. Meanwhile, Xia An'ge had not sent any messages since she had sent him a good 1 day earlier, likely busy perfecting her album. Gu Zhinan relished the peace and quiet. Chapter 55, Theme Song. August 6th. Gu Zhinan's parents' small supermarket had been preliminarily renovated. That evening, just as Gu Zhinan was preparing to rest, a message on his phone jolted him upright. After a week, Xia An'ge finally messaged him again. It was a voice file titled Summer's Wind accompanied by a brief note. The song has been produced. Instantly, all sleepiness vanished, and Gu Zhinan put on his headphones to play it. The music began naturally, without any abruptness. After a brief prelude, Xia An'ge's voice flowed in harmoniously with the accompaniment, soft and languid. It seemed to blend seamlessly with his memories from the past. Yet it also possessed a unique languor that belonged solely to Xia An'ge. Gu Zhinan was entranced. The gentle, lazy sea breeze caressed the high peaks. This segment was nothing short of exquisite. Gu Zhinan could vividly imagine Xia An'ge's warm smile as she sang, her tone infused with an inviting languor. His heart raced uncontrollably. As the song concluded, Gu Zhinan felt reluctant to part with it, so he replayed it once more and sent a message to Xia An'ge. I loved it. Upon receiving the message, Xia An'ge blushed deeply, relieved it was night and that Ruan Ying could not see her. She understood that Gu Zhinan was referring to the song, yet her heart fluttered uncontrollably. Ignoring Gu Zhinan, she and Ruan Ying exited the Xinguang Huyo building, gazing at the bustling streets, and she took a deep breath. Turning to Ruan Ying with a gentle smile. Thank you for your hard work. Ruan Ying shook her head. For over a week, they had entered the recording studio at dawn almost every day. The only time Ruan Ying stepped out was at noon to buy lunch, and by the time she returned, it was already past midnight. Xia An'ge meticulously controlled every aspect of the song, sometimes dwelling on a single detail for several hours. Yet all of this was worthwhile, as she had just listened to the complete version of Summer Breeze in the studio and was moved to tears by its beauty. Ruan Ying was utterly captivated. Xia An'ge's vocal timbre perfectly complemented every note of the song, leaving her feeling electrified. I am so looking forward to the song's release. Ruan Ying exclaimed as she tugged at Xia An'ge's arm. Unfortunately, Meng Ying had not heard this, as she was busy promoting the earlier demo version and had no idea how it was going. Xia An'ge shook her head. Meng Ying was indeed very dedicated. Since arriving at Haipu, she had only spent 2 days in the apartment. Particularly, yesterday she hurried back to grab a demo, mentioning that she would show it to a director, hoping it would be suitable as a theme song, before rushing out again. Xinguang Huyu had indeed begun their promotional efforts, but only with a single post on Weibo. Yuan had already launched an extensive promotional campaign, dragging Chu Taoyu along and even feigning to ask Xia An'ge if she wanted to join the press conference. Naturally, Xia An'ge declined. Chu Taoyu's album was set to launch simultaneously with Xia An'ge's at midnight on the 15th. Yuan was a day ahead of them, reportedly due to Ming Zhi's request, as Yuan's Midsummer was featured as a soundtrack for a drama that would air on the 15th. As for Xia An'ge, she had considered reallocating some resources, but all her proposals were dismissed by Yuan. Unfortunately, Xinguang Huyu held the final say, and they had yet to hear the finished recording from Xia An'ge. She had also not thought to give them a preview. Fearing leaks, Xia An'ge treaded carefully with every step. Though it was exhausting, it was certainly worthwhile. Meng Ying returned just as dawn broke the following day. Her little face was flushed with excitement, and while Xia An'ge was still fast asleep, she leapt onto her, planting a kiss on her cheek. This startled Xia An'ge, who, upon realizing it was Meng Ying, shot her an annoyed yet affectionate glance. Next time, I'm locking the door while I sleep, Xia An'ge said, sitting up in her white rabbit pajamas and gazing at the disheveled Meng Ying. Oh dear, are you excited? Guess what I found for our promotion, Sister An'ge? Meng Ying giggled, her laughter waking Ruan Ying from the next room, who yawned and followed the sound into Xia An'ge's room. You're back. Seeing Cheng Ming sitting on Xia An'ge's bed instantly cleared Wang Ying's grogginess. The final version of the album is complete. It's such a pity you weren't able to hear it. It's truly beautiful. Really? Xiaong asked. Yes. Cheng Ming turned her head to inquire further, and Xiaong nodded gently. Cheng Ming immediately lunged at Xiaong again, wanting to plant another kiss on her exquisite face, but Xiaong quickly blocked her with her hand. You know Wei Kongshi, right? The renowned director of romantic and artistic films. Cheng Ming exclaimed excitedly. Xiaong had a vague impression, but it was Wang Ying who voiced it first. Isn't he the one known for making art films? I've seen his Love in Bloom. Exactly. Cheng Ming chimed in. He has a new film set to release on the 15th, but he hasn't found a suitable theme song yet, so I took our song to him. And then? Wang Ying prompted, seeing Cheng Ming teasing them with suspense. Tonight, he will come from Hengjian to Haipu to discuss the licensing with us. Cheng Ming said with a beaming smile. His new film is called Love in Late Summer, and our song is Summer Breeze. It's simply perfect. But that requires the lyricist and composer's signature. Does that mean we need to call Gu Zhinan? Wang Ying suddenly whispered, and Cheng Ming's laughter abruptly ceased. Yes, the licensing contract needs that scoundrel Gu Zhinan's signature. I'll call him. Xiaong understood the awkwardness between Cheng Ming and Gu Zhinan. Gu Zhinan had fallen asleep to the sound of Xia An'ge's singing and woke up feeling refreshed. Suddenly, the long quiet phone rang. Hello? Good morning. Is this the landlord? Oh no, Xiaong. The silence on the other end stretched for a moment before Gu Zhinan could hear the impatient voices of the two fools urging her to speak. Speak up, Sister Ong. What should I say? It's early in the morning, Gu Zhinan replied, somewhat confused. Meng Ying has found a movie for my album to use as its theme song, but we need the lyricist and composer to sign the licensing contract. Xia An'ge's voice came through. When? Tonight. I'll buy a ticket now. I should be there before evening. He was already planning to return to Linqing in a day or so it wasn't too early. The purpose of this trip home had long been achieved. His parents were busy with the supermarket renovation and hardly had time to talk with him. Xiaong hadn't expected Gu Zhinan to agree so readily, and she softly said, Thank you. You're welcome. See you tonight. Okay. When Xiaong hung up, she nodded gently at the eager expressions of Cheng Ming and Wang Ying. The two immediately embraced in a jubilant cheer. A film's theme song was worth far more than any promotional resource. Gu Zhinan had no intention of missing out. He checked the latest flight tickets, made a reservation, and headed to the supermarket that was currently under renovation. Gu Zhi approached Chen Ru, who was busy with the workers, and informed them that his editor was urging him to return to write, so he would be heading back at noon. Cheng Ming had no idea she was being used as a shield. She merely felt that someone's new book seemed ready for release. Gu Zhi left them with a few instructions, while Chen Ru, reluctant to let him go, reminded him to take care of himself. Gu Zhinan nodded in acknowledgement. While waiting for his flight, Gu Zhinan learned from the WeChat message sent by Xia An'ge that the film was titled Love in Late Summer. He quickly searched online and found that the film had a considerable reputation, and director Wei Kongshi was known for his romantic art films. Furthermore, several popular stars were cast in leading roles. With all this, once the film aired, Xia An'ge's album was sure to achieve remarkable results. Chapter 56. On the way, when will you arrive? Just as Gu Zhinan was about to board, a message from Xia An'ge came through. He glanced at the flight duration and replied, around 6:30 in the evening. You needn't worry about me being late. Gu Zhinan sensed that Xia An'ge was concerned he might delay her, considering he was a prominent director who wouldn't wait long. Today, Xia An'ge needed to shoot promotional photos for her album, and with the release date approaching on the 15th, time was indeed tight. However, once this busy period was over, she could finally rest, or at least that was her hope. When Gu Zhinan disembarked, it was precisely 6:30, right on time. The booking app had proven reliable. Ding. As soon as he turned off airplane mode, a notification popped up. It was from Xia An'ge. Where are you? At the airport exit. I'm on my way. Can you share your location? Wait for me at the main entrance. The message from Xia An'ge was rather succinct, leaving Jizich in somewhat perplexed. He obediently made his way to the airport's main entrance, staring blankly at the throngs of people outside. A brief honk sounded twice, and a red BMW came to a halt before him. As the window descended, the enchanting visage of Xia An'ge, adorned with a hint of makeup, was revealed. Today, she wore a white shirt paired with a blue and white checkered skirt, her bangs lightly curled, and a rather playful headband perched atop her head. The typically aloof demeanor she exuded seemed to have transformed in Zhinn's eyes. Upon entering the vehicle, Zhinn fastened his seatbelt before speaking. What brings you here? He observed the delicate profile of Xia An'ge, her alabaster neck tinged with a rosy hue. Just passing by, she replied, her bright peach blossom eyes fixed ahead, feigning indifference. Oh, Xia mused, pondering who could possibly find it convenient to stop at the airport. He chose not to confront her, concerned that he might lose his way and arrive late. He had seldom visited HIPSH, and this was indeed his first time at the airport. You look lovely today. Your outfit doesn't quite match your usual cool demeanor, Xia remarked with a gentle smile, reflecting on how he had grown accustomed to the landlord's chilling persona. Xia An'ge's earlobes flushed a subtle crimson as she explained, "Today is for shooting an album photo shoot." It was no wonder, then. You really didn't have to come pick me up. With a location pin, I could have found my way. That day, even in just a few seconds. I managed to pinpoint your location, Xia chuckled. However, upon hearing this, Xia An'ge's face quickly turned a deeper shade of red. As they waited at a red light, she shot him a glare. No talking about that. By 7:30 in the evening, they arrived at Xia An'ge's apartment building, where Ying and Ru Ying awaited them. Upon spotting their small vehicle at the roadside, Ying promptly climbed in. "Good evening," Xia greeted first. "Good evening, Mr. G," Ying replied, albeit somewhat bashfully. "Good evening," Ru Ying echoed, though she too seemed a bit shy. Ying had anticipated that Xia An'ge would want to pick up Xia after borrowing her car that afternoon. She and Ru Ying had even wished to accompany her, but Xia An'ge had insisted, "You've worked hard these past few days. Go home and rest, so you can face the evening with ease. Director WIKing and the producer are already at the hotel. They just called me, and it's perfect timing for us to head over now." With Xia An'ge behind the wheel, they drove without pause. On the way, Ying quietly discussed the nuances of the authorization contract with Zhinan, who listened attentively. She shared that she had noticed director WIKing's work, IZISH, and she. After seeing the song She T Inda F Ing in the small apartment. Upon learning through WIKing's blog that he was still seeking a theme song, she hurriedly brought the music score to HingDN. To her surprise, WIKing's expressed keen interest upon hearing the lyrics and melody, asking her to return with the finished product. When Ying brought the first version back, it struck a chord with WIKing's, who immediately decided to use the song. Xia nodded in silent approval, acknowledging Ying's reliable abilities. Truly, they were a remarkable pair. As Xia and Xia An'ge arrived at the hotel, it was only a few minutes before WIKing's and the producer made their entrance. Xia glanced at the middle-aged gentleman, likely in his 40s, who emanated an artistic aura, alongside another man in his 30s who shared the same vibe. The seating was prearranged by WIKing's, clearly demonstrating his earnestness and fondness for the song. Upon meeting, WIKing's approached with a warm smile, gazing at the sole male figure within the group, exuding a refined charm and handsome appearance. "So, you are Mr. G, the lyricist and composer of She T Inda F Ing? Indeed, you are youthful and striking. It is no wonder you have penned such a wonderful song." He then turned his attention to the elegant Xia An'ge, his eyes lighting up. "And you must be Miss Xia An'ge, the vocalist? I have heard of your talent. I did not expect your voice to be so enchanting." Xia felt a tinge of embarrassment at the flurry of compliments from WIKing's, who seemed genuinely surprised. Upon first encountering the lyrics and melody, he had assumed they belonged to a renowned musician. Now, seeing Zhinan, he marveled at the youth's talent. After some cordial exchanges, Zhinan, well-versed in socializing, found the conversation flowing effortlessly, leading to a toast. Zhinan was taken aback. Was this artistic director also a heavy drinker? Was it true that those in the artistic realm could be so wild? After several rounds of drinks, they finally signed the contract, with Zhinan inscribing his name under the lyricist and composer section, while Xia An'ge, her cheeks flushed from the wine, signed as the vocalist. During this time, the producer accompanying WIKing's disclosed to Xia An'ge that UWN and QTOY from Xinguing White had also approached director WIKing's, hoping to use their album for the theme song. However, after hearing it, WIKing's felt it lacked depth and declined their request. Unexpectedly, the theme song was still secured by Xinguing HY. WIKing's shook hands with Zhinan repeatedly, promising to prioritize his work for future projects, encouraging him to continue creating. His impression of Zhinan was indeed favorable. The young man's looks were commendable, and who knew what potential he might possess as an actor. Turning his gaze to Xia An'ge, her slightly flushed face serious, he earnestly suggested, Miss An'ge. With your beauty and talent, you should seriously consider entering the acting realm. Should I have a role in my next film, you will be my first choice. This was a direct invitation for Xia An'ge. With a smile, she politely declined, expressing her desire to focus solely on her singing for now and thanking director W.I. for his kind offer. She truly had no interest in acting, at least not at this moment. Xia felt a pang of regret, as if he had missed out on a promising talent. Xia shared his sentiment, wishing to see Xia An'ge shine on the big screen. Only Zhinan. With cheeks slightly flushed from the drink, imagined Xia An'ge acting, pouting, making faces, being adorable. The scene was delightful, yet he dared not dwell further on it. As the group parted ways at the hotel entrance, WIKing and the producer hastened back to HDN to integrate the theme song into the film. With the release date approaching on the 15th, time was of the essence. Are you all right? Xia An'ge inquired, observing Zhinan's rosy complexion. He had consumed most of the drinks at the table on her behalf, allowing her and Ying to sip minimally, while Ying, the designated driver, had only nibbled on food. I'm fine, just a little lightheaded, Zhinan waved dismissively. I'll be staying at the hotel nearby for the night, and will return to LNCHing tomorrow. I look forward to your album. He had listened to the entirety of Xia An'ge's album and believed it would not disappoint. Chapter 57. You haven't forgotten, have you? Let me walk you over, Xia An'ge said, tucking her hair behind her ear as the cool night breeze brushed against them. Cheng Minjing would certainly not allow Xia An'ge to be alone at such a late hour. She stepped forward and linked her arm with Xia An'ge's. And then Ruaning followed suit, taking the other arm of Xia An'ge. We shall go together, the two exclaimed in unison. Xia An'ge, feeling somewhat helpless, gazed at Gu Zinan's retreating figure with a hint of regret in her enchanting peach blossom eyes. Gu Zinan initially intended to refuse, knowing the hotel was not far. But since Xia An'ge insisted on escorting him, he acquiesced. After all, it was merely a few hundred meters, it hardly mattered. Thank you, Xia An'ge said softly, her lips parting slightly as she cast a sidelong glance at Gu Zinan, who walked beside Ruaning. Thank you. Cheng Minjing and Ruaning echoed immediately. Xia An'ge's delicate brows furrowed slightly. It's nothing. After all, I have my own income. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement, Gu Zinan remarked. His gaze fixed intently on the towering buildings ahead, a smile playing on his lips. Xia An'ge paid little heed to his words, her lips curving ever so subtly. Hidden from view. The few hundred meters were traversed in approximately 10 minutes, and they soon arrived. Gu Zinan's gaze swept over the three of them, finally settling on Xia An'ge, whose complexion glowed with a rosy hue, and he smiled broadly. Good night, he said warmly, his smile akin to a gentle spring breeze. A sudden flutter surged through Xia An'ge's little heart, and she lowered her head, avoiding Gu Zinan's eyes as she softly replied, Good night. Good night, Teacher Gu. Ruaning chimed in, while Cheng Minjing, slightly dazed from the drinks, blushed and playfully murmured to Gu Zinan, Good night, young Master Gu. Good night to both of you as well. With that, Gu Zinan strode into the hotel, leaving the three outside to watch him disappear. After a while, Ruaning finally broke the silence, glancing at Xia An'ge's profile. Sister An'ge, Teacher Gu has gone inside. Xia An'ge responded nonchalantly with a soft Let us head back, Ruaning suggested, relieved that Xia An'ge was finally willing to move. She had always sensed that Xia An'ge's attitude towards Teacher Gu was markedly different. It was truly distinct. They seemed like friends, yet also something more. Teacher Gu was not only handsome, but also a talented songwriter and a novelist. Ruaning suddenly recalled that his primary profession was indeed that of a novelist, although he had denied it last time. She distinctly remembered that he had written online novel author on the rental application. She wondered what his pen name was and resolved to ask him another day. She was quite fond of the author of Guadanting. Would Teacher Gu know him, she pondered? Meanwhile, as Gu Zinan settled into his hotel room, he found himself deep in thought. Why was it that he kept encountering individuals with a penchant for alcohol? The venerable Hong and from Huaxia Education was one. And now this artistic director, Wei Kong, was yet another wild spirit with whom he had exchanged phone numbers. Yet Gu Zinan understood that these exchanges were merely formalities. Otherwise, why not simply add each other on WeChat? Who among the youth today does not use WeChat? As a novelist, he and this renowned director had little common ground. And unless he produced a song like The Wind of Summer, their paths would likely never cross again. Lying in bed, it was nearly midnight, and he reflected on what a splendid day it had been. He rolled over, picked up his phone, and sent a message to Xia An'ge. Have you returned? Came her quick reply, as she had just returned to her apartment, not yet having settled onto the sofa. That's good, Gu Zinan said. setting his phone down in preparation for sleep. The gentle, lazy sea breeze caressed the high peaks. Xia An'ge's ethereal and languorous hum filled the air, prompting Zhinan to hurriedly grab his phone. It was fortunate that no one was around. He had saved a segment of her previous humming, which she had sent as a completed version of her work, and had set it as a ringtone on a whim. He had forgotten about it, and was relieved that it had not rung all night. Otherwise, it would have been quite an embarrassing blunder. The song had not even been released yet, and he was already using it as a ringtone. What kind of message would that send? Hello? Zhinan, came the irritated voice of Cheng Mengxi, the sophisticated and poised lady from Kyoto. Have you started writing Xian Jian Qi Xiaozhuan? Has Volume 1 been initiated? It's been nearly half a month. Today is the 7th. Tomorrow is the 8th. Zhinan felt the remnants of his inebriation vanish in an instant. He shrank his neck and replied softly, so soon? Cheng Mengxi, sensing his unease, widened her eyes in disbelief, her glasses perched on her nose. After a long pause, she exclaimed, you haven't forgotten, have you? Good heavens. Zhinan's drunkenness evaporated completely, a chill running down his spine as he sensed her impending wrath. No, don't say that. I'm writing it, I really am. He insisted, though his heart raced with anxiety. Really? A scholar never lies. Then send it to me to review. If it's acceptable, we can publish it in the next couple of days. We can't delay any longer. The lady issued a formal invitation to review the manuscript. Am I accepting? Accepting what? I haven't written a single word. The day after tomorrow. I'll publish it the day after tomorrow. I'll revise the chapters to ensure I capture everyone's interest right from the start. Don't deceive me. Check your book review section. It's in chaos. Cheng Mengxi was beginning to doubt Zhinan, realizing that he had likely forgotten all about the publishing. Had she not taken the time to check his book review section today, she would not have known that his loyal fans were practically losing their minds. People were leaving messages daily, inquiring, urging him, yet he had chosen to ignore them. I assure you, if I don't publish by noon the day after tomorrow, I'll be a dog, Zhinan declared with fervor, as if the one who had written not a single word was someone else entirely. All right, the day after tomorrow it is. I will begin preparations in the next couple of days. We will publish at noon the day after tomorrow. Cheng Mengxi severed any escape routes for Zhinan. He forced a sheepish smile, feeling helpless. There was truly no turning back now. Upon returning to Ling City tomorrow, he would have to enter a creative retreat. Cheng Mengxi, skeptical, hung up the phone, while Zhinan found himself unable to sleep. He opened the author backend of the Chinese website and clicked into his book review section. The comments poured in like thunder. The book stated that all gatherings must eventually disperse. Do not fear, for I shall topple the table. Straightforward and brash. The book also mentioned that there are no places where people do not meet. If I play missing, what will happen? Which kind sir knows the address of the straightforward man? I have some local specialties that I would like him to sample, for I love him dearly. Hey, are those specialties blades? Don't deceive me. Everyone, please remain calm. I believe the straightforward man is surely striving to provide us with the most exquisite book, after all. He is the author of Guodanting. Stop washing, I don't believe it. Truly filled with affection, Zhinan broke into a cold sweat, realizing that after returning home, he had been preoccupied with persuading his parents to resign from their jobs, only to find they wanted to open a small supermarket. He had become engrossed in the endeavor, completely forgetting about the upcoming release of Xian Jian. He posted, haha, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. I miss you all so much. Every night, the thought of my lovely readers waiting for my book brings me to tears. To this end, the new book will commence precisely at noon on August 9th, launching a new chapter of Xian Jian Qi Xiaozhuan. Everyone, do not be absent. Good night. After completing all this, Zhinan finally succumbed to slumber, sleeping for a brighter tomorrow. Chapter 58. Opening the book as dawn broke, Zhinan eagerly returned to Lin Cheng, unable to delay any longer. With the book's launch imminent, he found himself at a daunting 0 words. Who could withstand such pressure? I'll take you to the station after breakfast. At that moment, Xia An'ge was making a phone call outside Zhinan's hotel, concerned that he might still be asleep. It was early morning, and she was dressed in simple loungewear. However, the signal on Zhinan's end was intermittent, punctuated by loud noises. Xia An'ge furrowed her brow in discontent. Are you back? Through the receiver, Zhinan could hear the rise and fall of Xia An'ge's breath, leading him to mistakenly believe she was up early for exercise, attributing her resilience against a cold to the rain she had endured the previous night. Yes, I'm on the high-speed train right now. Suddenly, the call was abruptly terminated. His early morning exercise accompanied by a bad mood? Zhinan pondered, his head tilted in confusion, his expression a canvas of bewilderment. Women, he mused, were indeed perplexing creatures. Just last night, they had shared laughter. Xia An'ge, feeling irked, tossed her phone onto the passenger seat. She had risen early to drive Cheng Ming-Ying's car to sneak a ride for him, only to discover that he had already returned. How infuriating. In her apartment, Xia An'ge sat alone, sipping kanji, her delicate face as frigid as eternal ice. When Ruaning and Cheng Ming-Ying awoke and entered the room, they sensed a chilling aura surrounding her. "Is Auntie here?" Cheng Ming-Ying whispered to Ruaning, pulling her aside. "Not yet. Her visit is scheduled for mid-month, and it's still early," replied Ruaning, Xia An'ge's devoted assistant, well aware of her relative's arrival times. "But why do I feel like An'ge is in a bad mood?" Cheng Ming-Ying gestured towards Xia An'ge, who was absently stirring her youtiao with her chopsticks. "Come eat once you're awake. We need to go to the office later." Just as Ruaning was about to speak, Xia An'ge's cold voice drifted over, prompting the two to hastily retreat to the bathroom. They remained oblivious to the reason behind her sudden sulkiness, with Ruaning concluding it might be due to an early visit from Annie. In Xia An'ge's modest apartment in Lincheng, Zhinan pushed the door open, returning to the solitary life he had known for over 10 days. The thought of launching his book the next day, with no drafts prepared, sent a wave of anxiety through him. In this lifetime, Zhinan was obedient and well-behaved, devoid of any rebellious tendencies. Yet in his previous life, he had encountered such moments of frantic scribbling during his middle school years, a time of rebellion when he had neglected his backpack throughout the entire summer. Had it not been for the impending start of school, when his mother had fortuitously pulled his backpack from the sofa's crevice, he might have continued to deceive her with the benign lie that he had completed his summer homework. That night, moved by his mother's tender affection, he reflected deeply and recognized his misdeeds. Thus, armed with a single pen, he toiled throughout the night, achieving a miraculous feat. When the next day arrived, sporting dark circles under his eyes, he presented his completed assignments to his mother and narrowly escaped disaster, albeit at the cost of much joy. Who would have thought he was once again thrust into such a predicament? Zhinan sat before his computer and opened the writer's assistant on the Chinese website. He initiated the creation of a new book, saving it locally. New book, Xian Jian Qi Xiaozhuan. In ancient times, Pangu cleaved the heavens and the earth, leading to their gradual separation, which ultimately resulted in his demise from exhaustion. Following Pangu's death, his essence transformed into Fuxi, Shinong, and Yuhua. The three sovereigns created deities, beasts, and humans, condensing the 5 spirits into the 5 spirit pearls. Shinong met a tragic end among mortals, while Qiyu led the beasts against humanity. The divine clan dispatched the god general Xianyuan and summoned the 5 spirit gods to confront Qiyu. In a town named Yuhang, renowned for its thieves, the couple Li Sanxi welcomed their son, named Xiao Yao, on the 19th day of the 12th lunar month. They entrusted him to their sister-in-law, Taizhong Feifeng, for upbringing while they continued their adventures in the martial world. Taizhong Feifeng, inheriting the Xianjian Inn in Shengyu village, was tasked with raising the child, named Li Xiaoyao. Zhinan's fingers danced upon the keyboard, characters manifesting at an astonishing pace on the screen. He was about to embark on a journey into the realm of Xianjian. In his mind, he recalled the initial storyline of the first Xianjian game and interwove it with the narrative and adaptations of the drama, crafting his own modifications to create a narrative that resonated with readers. Zhinan possessed a flair for writing. He merely needed to infuse the narrative with elements that aligned with this world, ensuring readers could grasp the essence without confusion. Adapting a novel into a drama is relatively straightforward, yet reversing the process presents a greater challenge. Fortunately, Xianjian boasts a rich backdrop, and Zhinan envisioned replicating both Xianjian I and Xianjian III while drafting the outline. Thus, the current settings seamlessly connected Xianjian I to Xianjian III, although contemporary readers might struggle to comprehend. However, once he uploaded the book for Xianjian III, clarity would dawn upon them. WC. So that's how it is. Zhinan was mentally prepared for the awe and surprise that would undoubtedly greet him. The entire afternoon passed in a blur, until Zhinan stood to stretch, the moonlight outside informing him that night had fallen. He had penned 10 chapters, each no less than 5,000 words, 50,000 in total. You have no idea how I spent those hours. Zhinan now felt utterly exhausted, both mentally and physically, having overexerted himself. With weary steps, he shuffled to the refrigerator for a box of yogurt and returned to his desk. He accessed the writer's backend on the Chinese website to check on his heartfelt post from the previous night. The comments had amassed to 999, indicating that his participation in the poetry event had indeed garnered him a significant number of readers and fans. Here, there were no restrictions. All book lovers could freely express their thoughts in the comment section. Zhinan observed that his post from last night had been fervently responded to by enthusiastic fans. For instance, everyone, come quick. The straight man has resurrected. And another, after disappearing for so many days, you think a mere tears like rain will suffice? I, Hualinzi, vehemently disagree. Moreover, some comments even demanded Zhinan to reveal a photo to verify if he truly was in tears. Sigh. The fickleness of humanity and the decline of societal morals. He reflected on how diligently he had typed away to provide them with enjoyment. Only to be met with such reactions. Zhinan muttered to himself, contemplating before he decisively created the new book, Xia An'ge. With the synopsis, I possess a skill in sword control. With a swing of my sword, I laugh as I sever the furious winds. In suitable action, I find peace. When thirst strikes, drink. When hunger arises, dine. When intoxicated, sing. And when fatigue envelopes, recline upon Xia An'ge. The sun and moon are everlasting, and the expanse of heaven and earth is vast. Revel in leisure. It is often said, to be ignorant of love's sorrows is to waste one's youth. Wielding a sword in the Jianghu for the sake of beauty. Subsequently, a new chapter was created, and content was input with enthusiasm. The author who had vanished without a trace returned with a preview of his new book, Xianjian, set to upload chapters at noon tomorrow. Fellow Taoists, I, Li Xiaoyao, have come to pay my respects. Chapter 59 made the trending list. Originally, he intended to send a message to Xia An'ge, inquiring why he seemed so irritable this morning. This was an unhealthy habit that needed rectification. However, upon reconsideration, knowing the temperament of their landlord, he feared that a WeChat message might lead to being blocked. Never mind. He decided to write a couple more chapters, aiming to create a small surge in readership within a few days of the book's release, thus garnering some confidence to speak up. At the Kyoto Chinese Web Building, Cheng Mingxi was tidying up to leave work. Following the habit of the past few days, she opened Zinan's book review section. Has the book been released? Before even clicking in, she noticed Zinan's book titled Xianjian perched at the top. A synopsis was already provided, yet he hadn't even crafted a cover. Cheng Mingxi immediately took out her phone and clicked on that title. She had clearly told him to contact her when his book was ready. What on earth is this person doing? Just going for it? The author who had vanished returned with a preview. Cheng Mingxi held her phone, momentarily stunned, unable to react. The chapter consisted of merely a few dozen words. As she gazed at the countless comments flooding in beneath the chapter, she found herself bewildered. Can one play this way? Teasing the readers. Zinan had truly pioneered a method of announcing a book without uploading any chapters, a feat unmatched by any before or after him. All the comments beneath his announcement were filled with exclamations of disbelief. What? Is this all? Why don't you post something already? I'm so eager to hit him. I was exhilarated by the synopsis, only to be met with a mere preview. Where's my oxygen? I'm so frustrated. Without exception, everyone expressed keen interest in the content based on the synopsis. Yet Zinan remained unfazed, as he tirelessly pounded away at the keyboard, now a relentless machine of words. Ding. Zinan's fingers halted mid-typing as he curiously picked up his phone. Ah, it's Cheng Mingxi. Why does it feel like she's a bit disappointed? How can you release a book without even creating a cover? This was Cheng Mingxi's WeChat message. Just as Zinan was about to reply, his phone rang again. It was still Cheng Mingxi. Why text when you can call? How can you release a book without a cover? Cheng Mingxi fired off 2 questions. Didn't you say readers were eagerly waiting for me to publish? I just wanted to give a preview. Zinan replied innocently. As for the cover? It seems he hadn't given it a thought. A miscalculation. He lacked experience in this first endeavor. You should check your book review section and see how eager your readers are to know your address, so they can send you local delicacies. Cheng Mingxi, seemingly amused by Zinan's audacious maneuver, chuckled. What's the matter? Zinan, skeptical, opened the author backend and entered the review section. I can't believe this. I need to have a word with that clueless guy. Count me in. Me too. Brothers, do you know that feeling when your pants are off? I feel like I can't go on. WC, it seems I've overdone it. Zinan's scalp tingled. His comment section had plunged into a fervent discussion surrounding his preview chapter. The topic of debate? How to create a sensational impact. What should I do? Should I delete the preview? Or should I upload another chapter? Zinan felt a bit overwhelmed. He didn't want to be skewered. No need, Cheng Mingxi calmly stated. You don't have to worry. This will generate great buzz. Later, I'll post an official update on the Chinese web's social media about your book release tomorrow. Zinan understood Cheng Mingxi's intention. She believed it was a splendid opportunity, serving as indirect promotion. However, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the eager readers. The torment. What about your cover? Cheng Mingxi suddenly remembered. I Haven teammate 1. Wow, no wonder you're the editor. So clever. Enough of that. Cheng Mingxi shot a glance at her phone, exuding a commanding presence. She sighed. What kind of cover do you want? I'll call the designer to work overtime tonight. At that moment, a cheerful young designer on her way home suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, glancing around in surprise, but finding nothing amiss. Zhinan was deep in thought. The cover for the previous Xianjian TV series was quite remarkable, encompassing all the main characters. However, that didn't align with what a web novel cover needed to attract interest. The allure of aesthetics applies universally. So which one should we choose? Why so quiet? Cheng Mingxi assumed Zhinan had left. Wait a moment. A classic image of Li Xiaoyao from Xianjian flashed in Zhinan's mind. It was simply timeless. Editor, have the designer create an image of a young swordsman in a 11K outfit, confidently glancing back over his shoulder while wielding a sword. After saying that, Zhinan added, the expression should be confident with a hint of cheekiness, and I only need the part above the shoulders, so disregard everything below. Zhinan felt a surge of excitement. If the designer could pull this off, it would be explosive. Cheng Mingxi, having reviewed the outline of Xianjian, immediately understood that Zhinan wanted a cover that captured the essence of Li Xiaoyao's character. You want to create a character portrait of Li Xiaoyao? Exactly. Good. You had better have ample material ready. Xianjian will launch tomorrow, and I'll set it for release. You'll need to deliver more chapters. Am I supposed to keep writing with my feet? Zhinan stammered his agreement, and Cheng Mingxi hung up the call, dialing another number. Xiaomei, come back to the office. There's an urgent cover to be made. I'll assist you. The designer, who had just returned home, suddenly realized why her back felt cold. The ruthless capitalist. After hanging up, Cheng Mingxi reopened her previously shut computer, logging into the official account of the Chinese web, which she had been managing. A straight-man author from the Chinese web, whose poetry had won accolades, including a piece titled Guidongting, and a representative work included in the educational curriculum, Jiang Jinjiu, will, on August 9th, that is, tomorrow at noon, present his new book Xianjian Xiaochuan to the audience, inviting all to anticipate the youthful chivalry of the Xianxiao world, fighting for love with a sword. Stay tuned. Just as she clicked send, the designer returned, looking at Cheng Mingxi with a mix of resentment and longing. Cheng Mingxi felt a bit guilty but promised to triple her pay, which reignited the designer's enthusiasm. The two stood before the designer's computer, following Zhinan's suggestions, with Cheng Mingxi supervising and voicing opinions whenever something seemed amiss. At long last, in the early hours past 2, a cover brimming with youthful chivalry was completed. The designer gazed upon this finished masterpiece with a sense of admiration. The novel Xianjian Xiaochuan was crafted by an author of straightforward disposition. Editor Cheng declared that it would be released the following day, and she was eager to glimpse the book that had garnered such significant attention from the editor-in-chief. Unbeknownst to Zhinan and Cheng Mingxi, the readers, who had initially expressed their enthusiasm only in the review section, were now stirred into a frenzy after someone perused the Weibo updates on the Chinese website. They flocked to the Weibo post, inundating it with comments, while an increasing multitude of onlookers joined in. Soon enough, the topic trended on social media. Chapter 60, Xianjian opens the book, with the stirring poem Jiang Jinjiu reverberating through the hearts of many. Zhinan rose early the next day, having a light breakfast. Before he even had the chance to power on his computer, Cheng Mingxi's call came through. Did all the higher-ups relish rising early? It was merely 8 in the morning. Was she so apprehensive that he might procrastinate in his writing? I am awake, seated before the computer, and ready to draft a couple more chapters, I assure you. I am not slacking. Before Cheng Mingxi could utter a word, Zhinan hastily conveyed his thoughts. What? Cheng Mingxi exclaimed, bewildered, then laughed in exasperation. I haven't urged you for updates. I merely intended to inform you that your novel has not yet been uploaded, yet it has already trended on Weibo. It's currently at the top spot. Have I not urged you for updates? She continued. If we weren't far apart, you would have nearly brandished a knife at my throat to compel me to write. Zhinan's expression shifted from helplessness to astonishment. Trending on Weibo? How did that happen? Cheng Mingxi explained how, the previous night, she had promoted Xianjian on Weibo while emphasizing the poem Guidongting and the majestic Jiang Jinjiu. Consequently, the trending topics included both Xianjian and inquiries regarding the poem Jiang Jinjiu, particularly its inclusion in the Chinese educational syllabus. Inclusion in the syllabus. What an astounding concept. This implied that future generations would be required to study these two poems. By the way, the cover is complete. I've sent it to you on WeChat. I am quite pleased, so you may upload it directly later, Cheng Mingxi said leisurely. When you release the book at noon, My long-prepared surprise will undoubtedly generate a wave of excitement. Are you looking forward to it? Honestly, I am not, Zhinan sighed, having not intended for such grandiosity. With everything now trending, it revealed his identity as the author of Jiang, a turn of events that left him utterly unprepared. After Cheng Mengxi ended the call, he readied himself for the book release. Zhinan admired the cover crafted by Cheng Mengxi, a work born from the depths of artistic endeavor. He felt a sense of satisfaction. It resonated with the essence of the story. When he opened Weibo and checked the trending list, he indeed found Guodongting and Jiang at the very top, while Xianjian occupied the 5th spot. What an impressive feat. Another poem has been selected for the syllabus? Where can I find this poem? Please share it. Frustration welled within him. Xia An'ge had drawn him in and continued to do so. Could someone enlighten me by sharing Jiang? He implored. He could empathize with the eagerness of others, having also felt disheartened when the songs and films he cherished were overlooked. As he ventured to his review section, the chaos had escalated even further. An uncountable number of comments flooded in, and the chatroom was teeming with people. Messages were quickly pushed to the surface, leaving Zhinan aware that discussions revolved around Xianjian and Jiang. Very well, let them converse. I shall proceed to publish the book. He accessed the author backend, modified the cover for Xianjian, uploaded Cheng Mengxi's artwork, and deleted the pre-release chapter. While typing, he observed the fervor in the review section. Aware that the noon hour was fast approaching, Zhinan sent a message to Cheng Mengxi via WeChat. I am about to release the book. He opened the backend for Xianjian, created a new volume titled Reunion, and uploaded 5 chapters, each consisting of 5,000 to 6,000 words. A true testament to his sincerity. The new book Xian is ready to meet everyone, with Li Xiaoyao set to rendezvous in the world of fantasy. Cheng Mengxi, waiting for Zhinan's update, noticed that he had already uploaded the chapters. Adjusting her gold-framed glasses, she smiled confidently and delicately tapped her fingers on the keyboard. The screen displayed, "How majestic is the poem that astonished the Poetry Society. Author Zhinan is here to enlighten you." She even included the original text of Jiang. Moreover, the authors from the Chinese website who had attended the earlier gathering, such as Guang Chengshuang and Minji, eagerly retweeted the Weibo post, accompanying it with remarks of excitement. Finally, I can speak of it. Zhinan is remarkable, a role model for our generation. Guang Chengshuang had been holding back for too long. That night, all the authors from the Chinese website had been sworn to secrecy, but now the opportunity had finally arrived. Gu brother is the most talented poet among my peers. Hearing Jiang left me trembling, unable to sleep for long. Netizens, who had intended to delve into Xianjian, were drawn in further, while curious onlookers were captivated by the video released by the Chinese website. They clicked play, and the visuals began hazily, revealing a man standing at the center. His voice seemed laced with mockery. I have already stated that I am unwell and cannot drink, yet here you are, unwilling to accept my victory in poetry. If you all love poetry, then let us compose. With that, the man downed a cup of wine, slamming the glass onto the table before pouring another. At that moment, the video appeared to sharpen briefly, but as the camera retreated, it became indistinct again. Viewers could only infer the man's height. He was tall and lean, likely possessing a delicate countenance. He addressed the figure beside him as Grandpa Du, and those familiar with the Poetry Society recognized him instantly as the president, Du Guangyu. The individuals next to him were the other 2 presidents. Wait, this young man is requesting President Du to record something? What could it be? The audience understood it must be the poem Jiang. How audacious. Everyone watched intently as they heard the man coldly proclaim. The title of the poem is Jiang. Do you not see the waters of the yellow river flowing from the heavens, rushing to the sea and never returning? Wow. Impressive. The very first line elicited an involuntary exclamation from the majority. And this was merely the beginning. As the video progressed, the man recited line after line with such grandeur, his gestures embodying a spirit of boldness. Eventually, he raised the cup and poured liberally, while the verses grew increasingly stirring. One must relish life's joys, lest the golden goblet be left empty, facing the moon. Born with talent, I am destined to be of use. Even after spending a fortune, it will return once more. What a magnificent spirit this conveys. What an extraordinary character. The boldness is fully displayed. Raise the wine. Let the cups not cease. With each line, each glass, all present succumbed to a stupor, following the esteemed president of the Poetry Association, Du Guangyu, into oblivion. They witnessed President Li, initially struck with awe, immediately seize pen and paper to take notes, only to find himself equally entranced while the entire assembly, frantic and desperate, continued to jot down every word, fearing the loss of even a single phrase. With 5 flower horses and garments worth 1,000 gold, call my son to exchange for fine wine. Together we shall dissolve the sorrows of eternity. This line heralded the climax, as the man in the video drained his cup in one gulp. Then, with a face full of mockery, he turned to the person beside him and uttered, "Are you satisfied?" Without looking back, he pushed the door and departed. And thus, the video concluded. Are you satisfied? Absolutely. The spirit of transforming wine into poetry. Who among the contemporary can rival this? They remained oblivious to whom the man in the video addressed, as the focal point of the entire recording centered solely on him. Each viewer emerged from the video in prolonged astonishment, feeling an exhilarating surge of gallantry coursing through their veins. They discerned from this poem what constitutes the essence of a literary spirit. They perceived the majestic temperament of ancient poets, and all of this was bestowed upon them by the man in the video. Chapter 61. Explosive Popularity. All aboard for promotion. Who is he? Zhinan? A straight man? Attentive netizens quickly uncovered that Zhinan and straight man were merely transliterations. Oh my. Within a mere half hour, the video soared to the top of trending searches, closely followed by astonishment at the high-caliber poetry produced by the author of Xia An'ge in Zhinan, leaving the Poetry Association in awe. The review section of Xia An'ge in Zhinan overflowed with countless individuals, captivated by both shock and admiration, eager to discover what a novelist capable of such grand poetry and romantic verses might create. Rumor has it that this is also a Xinxia novel, as the title suggests, Xia An'ge in Zhinan. Thus, when they clicked on the first chapter, Zhinan's narrative commenced directly, incorporating some established settings and immediately launching into the plot. It felt refreshingly devoid of any drag, piquing their interest. As they delved deeper, their thirst for knowledge intensified, particularly drawn to the authenticity of Li Xiaoyao's character, which resonated deeply. Zhinan sincerely updated 5 chapters, each consisting of 5 to 6,000 words, gradually immersing them in the tale. Many, initially skimming through at a rapid pace, found themselves yearning for more, prompting them to revisit the text, ultimately savoring each word and phrase. Regardless of the pace or the length of the chapters, they would see it through. They observed that just as Li Xiaoyao prepared to ascend to the immortal island, the narrative abruptly ceased. Such a sudden interruption. Xia An'ge achieved remarkable popularity. The onlookers, initially drawn merely to spectate, found themselves entranced by the fantastical elements and plot of the story. The realm of Xinxia was markedly scarce in this world. Thus Zhinan's work undeniably showcased this enchanting universe to all. In Jingdu, at Shulu, President. This is terrible, exclaimed Du Guangyu, Li President. And the entire assembly, their brows furrowed in concern, while enjoying tea at the Poetry Association. Li President retorted, "What is the fuss? Is Shulu being demolished?" Typically the strictest within the association, he was the first to speak, yet the others approached them with no restraint, proclaiming loudly, "Our Poetry Association has been reduced to a mere backdrop. What is going on?" Sensing their troubled expressions, Du Guangyu inquired further. One individual stepped forward, pulled out their phone, and displayed the video from the Chinese website, remarking, "This is it." As the three examined the familiar scenes, they soon realized, upon hearing Zhinan's voice, that this was none other than the renowned moment of Raise the Wine he had previously crafted. Recognizing the recording angle, Du Guangyu quickly deduced who had filmed it, Cheng Mingxi. This girl possesses quite a keen mind. Yet, they chose to focus intently on Zhinan's poetic prowess in the video. As the playback accelerated, Du Guangyu's expression seemed to linger on a sense of satisfaction, and he chuckled. "So this was the expression on my face at the time?" He stroked his beard and continued to laugh. "Doesn't it fit rather well?" "Well, you were quite dazed. Didn't you see me instantly grab the pen and paper?" Li President quipped. "Enough already, you were just as daft." In the end, it was still me recording everything. The entire assembly jested. What a pity that Zhinan's face was not captured clearly. She obscured it. Had we seen her expression at that moment, it must have been magnificent. Although the video struggled to focus on the ever-moving Zhinan, it captured the 3 quiet elders perfectly. The younger crowd seemed puzzled. "What shall we do? What shall we do? We must retaliate," they declared fervently. "Then why don't you compose your own version of Raise the Wine?" Du Guangyu inquired, a hint of anticipation in his tone. I can't do that," the young man confessed, lowering his head. "What about you?" he asked another, who similarly bowed his head. He queried each one present, yet none could claim they could produce a poem. "Then what use are your words? Go on, go read some poetry," Du Guangyu chastised. Both raised the wine and crossing don'ting are our contributions. What are you fretting over? Once everyone departed, Du Guangyu turned to the two elders, asking, what are your thoughts? The Chinese website's actions are indeed questionable, yet we did approach them first, the president responded helplessly. After a moment of contemplation, the entire assembly suggested, didn't Ti Xiaogu agree to join the Poetry Association? Why not seize this momentum to announce it directly? Furthermore, the inclusion in textbooks was our suggestion. We are all on the same team, so let it serve to promote poetry culture. Du Guangyu considered this and found it to be a sound idea. He summoned the individual responsible for the Poetry Association's social media to share the video from the Chinese website, adding a line of text. Congratulations to the Poetry Association member Zhinan on the release of his new book, Xia An'ge. The emergence of Raise the Wine and Crossing Don'ting is a great treasure of our poetry, and after deep reflection, we will assist in its inclusion in textbooks, hoping to inspire more individuals to appreciate poetry culture. Quite crafty, that cunning old man. Once the post was shared, he even made a special call to Zhinan. Xiaogu, I saw your new book, it's quite impressive. The promotion is very well executed. Zhinan had just finished watching the video, astonished at how Cheng Mengshi had conceived the idea to record. This was the surprise she had always emphasized. Terrifyingly brilliant. The top trending topic was now firmly in place. In the future, when I go out, will I be recognized? Probably not, right? Although the video could capture her silhouette, her features were never in focus throughout the entire duration, and it seemed she had deliberately applied a filter to obscure her face. Zhinan felt fortunate that Cheng Mengshi's filming skills were lacking. At this moment, he received a call from Du Guangyu, and he felt somewhat embarrassed, especially after just contradicting the Poetry Association. Old Du, please don't laugh at me. You're not here to reprimand me, are you? Am I really that petty? Du Guangyu scolded lightly before chuckling. I have used our Poetry Association's Weibo to promote you, but you must join the association when the time comes. If you refuse, I would lose face. Zhinan sensed a predicament and could only nod helplessly. I understand. I will definitely join when I have time to visit Jingdu. Agreed. After receiving a satisfactory response, Du Guangyu happily hung up, praising the cleverness of the association's president for striking at Zhinan's soft spot. Just as Zhinan was about to put down his phone, it rang again. This time, it was Hong In from Huaxia Education, who had left his contact information previously. Xiaogu, it's me, old Hong. Zhinan respectfully responded. Ha ha ha, there's no need to be so formal. I consider you a friend. Hong In's hearty laughter came from the other end. Zhinan smiled inwardly, recalling how he had once found himself with Hong In's arm around his shoulder, pledging brotherhood while intoxicated. Yet, he chose not to mention this. After exchanging pleasantries, Hong In continued, I must say, I never expected you to create Jiangjin Zhou in such a manner. We must share a few drinks together soon. Again, I won't be pledging brotherhood with you. Zhinan could only feign a smile, reflecting on his youthful recklessness. It has already topped the trending topics on Weibo. During our meeting, we decided to take this opportunity to announce the new textbook directly, and your poem will be included. Hong In declared, this is a way to ride on your coattails. So we will also help promote your new book, titled Xian Jianqi Xiajuan. A splendid title. Zhinan readily agreed, as it bore no negative implications for him. Moreover, how could this be considered riding on coattails? You're a national-level official account. Don't be ridiculous, my friend. Satisfied with Zhinan's agreement, Hong In hung up. Shortly after, the Weibo account of Zhongwen Wang was once again shared by Huaxia Education, accompanied by the announcement. The new textbook has been completed, prominently featuring Jiangjin Zhou, and we congratulate Comrade Zhinan on the success of his new book Xian Jianqi Xiajuan. As the fervor continued to escalate, the top 3 trending topics were all related to Zhinan, from Jiangjin Zhou to videos and Xianjian. His greatest concern was that the comment section was overflowing with requests for updates, making it impossible for him to read any other messages. The comments were flooding in like meteors. Meanwhile, his rewards had secured the top position, the #1 spot. The previous leader of the rewards list was a renowned author on Zhongwen Wang, whose work Shun had dominated for years. Yet now it trembled in the second position. Xian Jianqi Xiajuan had swiftly become a treasure of Zhongwen Wang within mere hours. A remarkable phenomenon since the establishment of Zhongwen Wang. Zhinan also noticed numerous celebrities sharing the video from Zhongwen Wang. The Weibo accounts of the Poetry Association and Huaxia Education were also widely circulated. He even spotted that Yuan and Chu Taoyu had both shared it. After all, why not take advantage of such popularity? Why hadn't his landlord joined in on the buzz? Hadn't she been promoting her movie's theme song, which was set to premiere on the 15th? Chu Taoyu's Weibo was managed by Hua Jia, who considered capitalizing on trends to be second nature. especially just before an album release. She even shared posts from Zhongwen Wang, the Poetry Association, and Huaxiao Education, all relevant to the trending topics. As for Yuan, she shared the video from Zhongwen Wang while praising the poetry, directly promoting her own album. Neither of them seemed to realize that the author Gu Zhinan was the same person as the author of Xia. They completely overlooked the connection. The popularity of Xian Jianqi Xia Zhuan was anticipated, but the explosive publicity from Jiang Jinjiu was beyond his expectations. What could he do? Ignoring the flood of requests for updates was not an option, and he only had 100,000 words in reserve. At this pace, even if he finished everything, it wouldn't be sufficient. He could only upload an additional 50,000 words with a note. Thank you all for your love for Xianjian. This is the last of my reserves. Enjoy. One must always leave a bit of room for oneself. He couldn't afford to collapse again from writing. To his surprise, the fervent readers were entirely unconvinced, as they had never encountered such a depiction of Xianxia. The comments section was filled with various expressions of dissatisfaction. Enjoy? How can I enjoy that? Just 100,000 words? What do you take me for? Those unaware might think I look down on you. Exactly. Keep sitting in that chair and write more. If the chair is uncomfortable, I'll buy you a new one. I absolutely adore Li Xiaoyao. His character feels so relatable. Please, continue updating. I've never read such an amazing novel. I feel like I'm immersed in it. I initially came to admire the author of Jiang Jinjiu, but the video didn't reveal his face. I never expected to be captivated by Li Xiaoyao. Boo-hoo, I adore him. Please show me your face. Reading a novel is one thing, but demanding a photo is too much. Gu Zhinan chose to conveniently forget this. He was still grateful that the video did not reveal his identity. Cheng Mingxi had never anticipated that a single video could propel Xian Jianqi Xia Zhuan to such heights, achieving instantaneous acclaim within mere hours. She stared at the charts. Whether for requests for updates, votes, or rewards, all dominated by the first-place cover of Xianjian, leaving her in a daze. Dingling. Just as Gu Zhinan was helplessly storing his drafts, he saw a call from Cheng Mingxi and reluctantly picked it up. His frantic drafting was all thanks to the video she had released. Hello. Cheng Mingxi frowned upon hearing Gu Zhinan's voice. Why do you sound so dispirited? Have you not found joy in your newfound fame? I am very happy, Gu Zhinan replied, forcing a smile. Are you certain? Are you feeling unwell? You cannot afford to fall ill right now. Cheng Mingxi expressed concern. Knowing Gu Zhinan was a treasure for Zhongwen Wang, Gu Zhinan's tone was slightly aggrieved. Sister, look at my comment section. It's about to explode. At this rate, I could die in front of my computer and still not keep up with updates. According to Zhongwen Wang's rules, 100 requests for updates meant one chapter must be released, and he didn't dare look at the count for requests. A long string of numbers. Cheng Mingxi couldn't help but laugh at Gu Zhinan's words, her lips curling into a teasing smile. Do you have any idea how much your rewards equate to in cash? How would I know? He had not refreshed the backend. 800,000 yuan. Cheng Mingxi announced. Gu Zhinan's mouth fell open, speechless. 800,000? Total rewards? No. That's after the split. The total rewards have exceeded 1,000,000. Cheng Mingxi shook her head in disbelief. From the very beginning, Mingming had already reached an unparalleled pinnacle in the annals of Chinese internet history, and she boldly declared that such grandeur would likely never be replicated. This remarkable feat could be attributed, on one hand, to the extraordinary narrative and setting of Xianjian, which stands as one of the rarest examples of the xianxiao genre in this realm. On the other hand, Gu Zhinan's Jiang Jinjiu and Guodongting being included in educational curricula, along with the majestic spirit conveyed through the videos, had inspired multitudes. Over 1,000,000 in tips? Gu Zhinan swallowed hard, suddenly realizing that motivation could indeed be harnessed. In Haipu City, at Xinguanghuyu, Xia An'ge wore a frosty expression as she fixed her gaze upon Lian Mingji, the general manager of Xinguanghuyu. Why? She demanded, her voice icy and piercing. Lian Mingji felt uncomfortable under Xia An'ge's penetrating stare. He stood up, feigning composure. They were all part of the same company, after all. There was no need for internal strife, merely a need for some concessions. Concessions? Xia An'ge suddenly let out a bitter laugh, her peach blossom eyes filled with sorrow. Do you consider me a mere employee of the company? I understand that Yuan is the major shareholder, and I cannot provoke her. But did you ever offer me a way out? Xia An'ge's nails dug deeply into her palm as she clenched her fists tightly. Yet this could not bring her any semblance of calm. The song initially scheduled to launch at midnight on the 15th had been moved to midnight on the 10th by Lian Mingji. This meant that in just a few hours, Xia Tian de Feng would be available on major music platforms. Prior to this, she had received no promotional support and no warnings. Because all of this was orchestrated in the shadows by Xinguanghuyu, she felt foolish, foolish enough to believe that submitting the launch contract would grant her peace of mind. She never anticipated that Lian Mingji would intercept the contract and alter the date. Disheartened, she pondered that entering Xinguang Huyu had been the most foolish decision of her life. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart, Xia An'ge uttered softly. Standing up and choosing not to cast another glance at this place that filled her with dread and disgust. Outside the office door, Cheng Minjing was struggling to suppress her fury, and Xia An'ge did not wish for her to enter. It was fruitless. Upon seeing Xia An'ge emerge, Cheng Minjing rushed forward. Xia An'ge offered a forced smile of apology, her expression strained as she softly said, "I'm sorry for dragging you into this. I'm not a good idol." "Am I? I don't even pay you, yet you still run around for me." Cheng Minjing's eyes reddened as she vigorously shook her head. She said nothing, merely took Xia An'ge's hand and led her out of the building. "They are not worthy of you, An'ge Jia." Cheng Minjing smiled as they settled into the car. "It's fine. I can always seek out promotion again. Surely, there are still discerning individuals like Wei Kong." The launch contract had been submitted by Cheng Minjing, and she had not expected to be so thoroughly deceived. She truly could not fathom how a company could stoop to such depths. Caught off guard, Xia An'ge shook her head. "No, let us return to the apartment. I'm tired. No need to seek out promotion. It's only a few days early. It's no big deal." In the apartment, Ruaning awaited anxiously for Xia An'ge and Cheng Minjing's return, having already learned that their album's launch date had been altered by Xinguang Huyu. The album, originally set for release on the 15th, was now slated for the 10th. How infuriating. She kept glancing at her phone, hoping to receive a message from Cheng Minjing saying, "We succeeded." Yet, she waited in vain for an entire afternoon. Ding. A message notification chimed on her phone, and she eagerly opened it, hoping to find news of Xia An'ge's triumph. A Weibo post from the Poetry Association? She recalled following the Poetry Association's events, but they rarely posted on Weibo. Guodongting and Zhang Jinjiu included in educational materials? The author of Xianjian Zhinan? Upon clicking, she discovered the Poetry Association had shared a video from the Chinese website. Wasn't the Chinese website a platform for writers? Why was it connected to the Poetry Association? But when she saw that the author of Guodongting had pinned another poem that had also been selected for educational materials, and it was trending, occupying the top 3 spots on the hot search list, she felt a surge of curiosity. She truly adored Guodongting. How could this be? As the video played, the moment the man spoke, Ruan Ying's jaw dropped. Lauscher. Although the figure in the video was slightly blurred, she recognized the voice. This was none other than Zhinan, the lyricist and composer of Xiatian de Foam, who had been Xia An'ge's tenant. She could hardly believe her eyes as she watched the entire video, her conviction strengthening. This was indeed Zhinan. Following this revelation, she delved into other inquiries, ultimately leading her to the Chinese website, where she stumbled upon Xianjian Qishaozhuan. Chapter 63, The Identity of Zhinan. Ruaning had never been one to read novels. She lacked the time and interest. However, after reading Zhang Jinjiu, she found herself intrigued by the author capable of writing 2 poems that made it into educational materials. It was a Xinxiao novel. She clicked on the first chapter. The protagonist was named Li Xiaoyao. What a melodious name, though she was uncertain about the plot. As she began to read the first chapter, Cheng Minjing pushed the door open, followed closely by Xia An'ge, both visibly downcast. Upon entering, they found Ruaning engrossed in her phone, and neither of them received any response from her. "What are you doing?" Cheng Minjing frowned. "You don't even look up when An'ge Jia and I return. What could possibly be so captivating?" She leaned over to peer at Ruan Ying's screen. "A novel?" Cheng Minjing inquired, puzzled. "You read novels?" "It's from our own Chinese website. I remember my dad owns 50% of the shares, or was it more? I forget. I'm not interested. It's all my sister managing things." Ruaning slowly lifted her head, her expression one of lingering fascination as she had become completely absorbed in the world of Xianjian. Noticing the expressions on their faces, she knew they had not reached a resolution. "An'ge Jia, did you know that Lauscher is a novelist?" Ruaning swallowed hard before continuing. Xia An'ge nodded, recalling how Zhinan had mentioned being a novelist when he wrote Xiatian de Foam. She had intended to ask him what books he had written. Yet the man had left without so much as a word just a few days ago. As she pondered this, she looked back at Ruaning. "Are you reading his novel?" Ruaning nodded, speaking in disbelief. "You should really check Weibo. The top 3 trending topics are truly astonishing." Xia An'ge furrowed her brow, wondering why Ruaning was being so cryptic. Noticing Xia An'ge's lack of action, Ruaning hurried to her room to fetch her laptop, returning to sit beside Xia An'ge and beckoning Cheng Minjing over. Upon opening Weibo, they indeed found Zhinan's Zhang Jinjiu and Xianjian among the top trends, with an astonishing level of buzz surrounding them. surpassing even the fourth trending topic by a wide margin. They directly accessed the video from the Chinese website, enlarging the screen and cranking the volume to the maximum. Ruan Ying's face still bore an expression of astonishment. Here, you can see for yourselves. Xia An'ge and Cheng Minjing exchanged glances, uncertain of what Ruan Ying was concealing. The man in the video was also somewhat blurred, and the filming technique left much to be desired. However, Xia An'ge's delicate brows furrowed even tighter, a sense of familiarity washing over her. When the voices from within spoke, she was momentarily stunned. Gu Zhinan. Cheng Minjing initially struggled to recognize him, but as Gu Zhinan continued speaking, the absurdity began to dawn on her. This person resembled that Gu scoundrel. The video, a mere 2 minutes long, concluded swiftly. Xia An'ge's lips parted slightly as she hastily navigated to her feed, discovering the author, Gu Zhinan. Could it truly be him? That poem Guodong Ting was also written by him. Xia An'ge had even handwritten the last 2 lines of the poem and kept it in her room. As this realization struck her, her complexion subtly flushed. She never anticipated that Guodong Ting was composed by Teacher Gu. Moreover, this piece Jiang Jinjiu. Ruan Ying excitedly interjected, pulling out her phone. And this novel, Xian Jian Qi Xia Chuan. Teacher Gu's new book released today. It has created a sensation on the Chinese website, reaching the pinnacle of popularity in mere hours since noon. She clicked on the cover and presented it to Xia An'ge. It was stunningly beautiful. Is it truly him? Cheng Minjing could hardly believe that Xia Tian de Feng was also written by him. She felt as if her worldview had been utterly overturned. Writing novels, composing poetry, and crafting songs. Not to mention that his novel topped the website's charts, his poetry included in textbooks, and her heart fluttered at the songs. Is he even human? Xia An'ge took Ruan Ying's phone, the screen displaying the cover of Xian Jian Qi Xia Chuan, with the author listed as a straight male. It must be Gu Zhinan. There was no pretense involved. I'll just return to my room for a moment, Xia An'ge remarked before hastily retreating. Ruan Ying could still hear the distinct sound of the lock clicking, indicating she had secured herself inside. Yet, her sole focus was on finishing the latest chapter of Xian Jian, leaving her to ponder that perhaps An'ge also found this all quite strange. After all, Teacher Gu had shared the same roof with her for over a month, and according to An'ge, they both only learned of each other's professions later on. Gu Zhinan was unaware of Xia An'ge, the obscure star, while Xia An'ge remained oblivious to Gu Zhinan, the author. Cheng Minjing was still immersed in the computer screen, unable to extricate herself, before finally retreating to her own room. She intended to call her sister. As the Weibo account for the Chinese website was managed by Cheng Mingxi, Xia An'ge stared at the dialing interface but suddenly lost her resolve. She had meant to call and congratulate Gu Zhinan. Who would have thought he was such a talented individual? No wonder he could compose a song like Xia Tian de Feng. She buried herself under the covers, her cheeks slightly flushed from embarrassment. Eventually, summoning her courage, she picked up her phone and pressed dial. Just as the dialing screen appeared, she felt a wave of regret and wanted to hang up. But at that moment, the call connected. Instantaneously, Xia An'ge's heart raced wildly, her pulse quickening. Gu Zhinan had just picked up his phone, intending to call Cheng Mingxi to request speaking permissions in his book review section. It was so laggy. How many people were there? Just as he lifted the phone, an incoming call interrupted him. Was it the landlord? Hello? Gu Zhinan spoke with confusion. Ever since Xia An'ge had invited him for breakfast a few days prior, she had not bothered to contact him again. Congratulations, Xia An'ge feigned calmness as she spoke. Congratulations? Gu Zhinan was puzzled, sensing a disconnect in their thought processes. Xia An'ge pouted, feeling that Gu Zhinan seemed reluctant to let her know he was a poet and novelist. Your poetry and novels. Her voice rose suddenly. Oh, thank you, thank you. Gu Zhinan finally came to a realization. And I wish your song tops the sales chart. Upon hearing this, Xia An'ge felt a twinge of disappointment, muttering softly, giving me this song might squander its value. You could easily sell it to a well-known artist and fetch a good price. Selling it to me might not even earn you a dime. After signing the contract, Gu Zhinan had indeed received nothing. What are you talking about? You're saying my price is too low? Gu Zhinan was somewhat confused. 100,000 for a song plus 10% of the sales. This is an exorbitant price. Fearing the song would be buried, that it could shine brightly in another's hands, Xia An'ge's voice grew softer. Gu Zhinan sensed something was amiss and spoke earnestly into the phone. This song was written for you. I made it clear from the beginning. If it's underappreciated in your hands, that's my choice and has nothing to do with you. He paused before continuing. I wouldn't want to sell it to someone like you one, whom I don't know and am not familiar with. Do you understand? Oh, Xia An'ge replied softly, her peach blossom eyes slightly reddening. Brash. By the way, Do you have a case of morning grumpiness? Gu Zhinan suddenly shifted the topic. No. Then why did you abruptly hang up on me a couple of days ago? Xia An'ge shot an angry glare at her phone, as if trying to pierce through the screen to that man. Why should I care? Gu Zhinan rubbed his nose. Am I curious? Xia de phone will be released at midnight on the 10th, which is in 4 hours, Xia An'ge said softly. Midnight tonight? Gu Zhinan recalled. If he wasn't mistaken, wasn't it supposed to be at midnight on the 15th? How did it change? Xia An'ge contemplated briefly before explaining the reason to Gu Zhinan. After all, he was the lyricist and composer. Upon hearing this, Gu Zhinan, considering the situation from another perspective, grew increasingly frustrated. Is there really such a ridiculous company? How had Xia An'ge been deceived into this? Gu Zhinan fell into deep contemplation. Is there no way to change it? Yes, it has already been confirmed. The only movie was still set to premiere on the 15th, and Gu Zhinan felt that after the midnight release, it would surely flop. A good song does not fear being polished, but in this digital age, if no one knows about it, it will inevitably fade away. Even if the song's quality is high, the outcome cannot be too poor, but it certainly wouldn't reach the heights of fame. With 5 days until the movie's release, the performance during this period would undoubtedly suffer. As he pondered, an idea struck him, and he immediately shared his thoughts with Xia An'ge. After hearing this, Xia An'ge frowned slightly. Gu Zhinan wanted her to capitalize on his current trending topic on Weibo. I won't do it. Xia An'ge was reluctant to exploit Gu Zhinan's popularity, and as a small star, there would be little benefit. Few would take notice. She explained the situation to Gu Zhinan, who contemplated for a moment, feeling that she had a point. However, he had observed that Chu Tao Yu and Yuan had already shared it. He was unsure of the effectiveness. So what will you do? Xia An'ge pursed her lips. I'll post a message on Weibo shortly, informing my fans to listen if they like it. It doesn't matter how many people are interested. I am singing for those who enjoy my voice. She spoke passionately, and Gu Zhinan listened, his mouth agape, unsure of how to respond. Perhaps it was this pure love for singing that made him feel Xia An'ge was unlike anyone else. They chatted for nearly half an hour before ending the call. Gu Zhinan sat before his computer, gazing at the ever-popular review section, lost in thought. In the affluent district of Jngd, a man in his late 20s named Xia was intently gazing at his phone. The content displayed was none other than Xia An'ge's Xia An'ge Zhuan. Xia, a quintessential rich second generation, had a father who was the real estate tycoon of Hugu, leading a life of extravagance akin to the saying, money flows like water. As he once stated in an interview, from the moment I was born, I stood at a finish line many can only dream of reaching. While your finish line is merely my starting point, a stark reality that is irrefutable. Suddenly, he exclaimed in frustration, what happened? With a flick of his finger, he flipped to the latest chapter, and in a fit of exasperation, tossed his phone onto the sofa. Xia had always relished a life filled with adventure, dabbling in various pursuits. Today, while scrolling through Weibo, he stumbled upon a trending topic dominated by a single author, occupying the top 3 spots. Intrigued, he clicked to watch a video and was captivated by the vigorous spirit of the Jiangjinjiu piece. On a whim, he fetched a bottle of red wine but reconsidered, opting for white wine instead, wishing to share a drink with Xia An'ge in spirit. The realm of Xian she was yet to fully form, consisting only of ancient tales of cultivation passed down through the ages. Thus, Xia An'ge's rendition of Xia An'ge was a pioneering venture into the realm of Xian Shi. Upon delving into the story, Xia found himself utterly enthralled. He felt a kinship with the protagonist Shi Oyo, both embodying a carefree, roguish charm. As he immersed himself in the narrative, he lost track of time, neglecting even his meals. However, upon reaching the end, a profound sense of emptiness engulfed him. No, I must witness Shi Oyo marry Zhinan. His eyes brimmed with determination as he discovered that in the latest chapter, Shi Oyo had just arrived at Xianling Island, where he encountered Zhinan. Xia masterfully blended the plot lines of games and television, creating a fresh narrative in Xia An'ge that was lengthy yet devoid of redundancy. Xia was convinced that all signs pointed to Shi Oyo marrying Zhinan. The portrayal of Zhinan was enchantingly ethereal, truly reminiscent of a celestial being. Each depiction of their interactions stirred a longing within him. In a moment of impulsive generosity, Xia decided to reward the author with 1,000 units, but soon reflected that such literary brilliance deserved more encouragement. Thus, he linked his gold card and entered a staggering sum of 100,000. Congratulations on your successful donation. You may leave encouraging comments for the author or prompt updates across the site. Below, a message beckoned. This was the donation mechanism of the Chinese web, where donations exceeding 10,000 triggered a 10-minute rolling message across the site, 20,000 for 20 minutes, and a maximum of 30,000 for 30 minutes. Xia An'ge grinned widely and typed, "A masterpiece crafted by a straight man. Xia An'ge and Zhinan is absolutely captivating. A humble tribute of 100,000. Please update. I yearn to see Xia An'ge." Confirming his message, the entire Chinese web erupted in excitement. What? I'm in shock. A donation for Xia An'ge? How much? 100,000? It's Xia. He reads novels too? Isn't that obvious? He donated, and you still ask? If you can't see, perhaps you should donate your eyes. He said he wants to see Xia marry An'ge. I want to see that too, but I lack the funds. Xia is incredible. 100,000 just to prompt an update. I can hardly fathom the world of the wealthy. This extraordinary donation ignited a fervor among the readers, who flocked to Zhian's review section, eagerly awaiting updates, believing that with such a donation, how could there be no updates? Meanwhile, Zhinan was indeed eager to update. However, what he typed before his computer was not a chapter of Xia An'ge, but rather a standalone announcement. Comrades, ladies and gentlemen, are you enjoying the reading? Time flies, and once again, it's that moment. Ahem. What I wish to convey is that a song I composed, Summer Breeze, sung by Xia An'ge, will be launched on all major music platforms at midnight tonight. The song is priced at only 2 yuan. You can't lose or be deceived, but can gain a heartfelt melody. While you're tired of novels, why not indulge in delightful and ethereal music? You won't regret it. Remember to check in tomorrow for the latest chapter. With that, he sent his message. The updates were live. Incredible, the power of money. How many chapters? Something seems off, it's free. The author didn't forget to set VIP chapters, right? Free access. But when they eagerly opened the chapter, they were taken aback. What is this? A song launch? Why is there an advertisement? He composed it himself? What is going on? Where's my El Shioyo? Where is Zholnr? Even my grandmother would do. The enthusiasm of the readers was instantly doused with cold water. Xia, too, was left speechless, having prepared himself to witness Xia marry An'ge, only to be met with an advertisement instead. Damn it. Xia could no longer contain himself, cursing into the heavens. Meanwhile, Zhinan caught sight of the flood of messages streaming above. His heart raced as he opened the donation leaderboard. Indeed, an ID named Sho topped the list with a staggering donation of 1 million Chinese currency. Zhinan gasped. The world of the wealthy is truly unfathomable. On the other hand, Xia An'ge had just posted an update on Weibo, explaining the situation to her 150,000 followers. As she attempted to log off, she noticed her Weibo comments were surging. What is happening? Is everyone on Weibo now? Gotcha. Brothers, this is the straight man who wrote Xia An'ge, Zhinan. Let me see what could possibly prompt him to advertise instead of updating the novel. Wow. Brothers, she is stunning. What a fairy. Could she be the inspiration for Zholnr? An increasing number of people flooded into Xia An'ge's Weibo, startling her. Yet, seeing the comments about Xia An'ge and the straight man, she realized it was about Zhian's Xia An'ge, but wondered how it concerned her. Ng, Ing, and Ruin Ying suddenly pounded on the door, their tones filled with excitement. Xia An'ge opened the door, frowning as she said, "My Weibo is acting strangely." Strange? Look. Ing entered with a notebook, sitting on Xia An'ge's bed and gesturing for her to join. The computer screen displayed the trending topics. Xia An'ge recognized the buzz surrounding Zhian's Xia An'ge and Jiang Jinjiu, but upon closer inspection, she realized it had shifted. Xia has become so enamored with Xia An'ge that he donated 100,000 to prompt updates. Xiao's sincere feelings traded for an advertisement? The novel's author also composes songs. Summer Breeze will be released tonight at midnight, with lyrics and music by the Xia An'ge author, Zhinan. Xia An'ge read through the trending topics, her confusion only deepening. Opened the Chinese website to show the latest chapters of Xia An'ge, chuckling with delight. Young Master Wang Lang rewarded Teacher Gu with 100,000 yuan to urge for updates, but instead, Teacher Gu helped us promote our album. And now we're trending. S mouth fell open in shock, her reflecting an unusual expression. He is going to be severely criticized. He has already been. Sighed. noting that the review section was filled with scornful comments about his lack of dedication. Oh, lowered her head, her bangs falling over her eyes. Her gaze somewhat blurred as she stared at the computer screen. Wang Lang, upon seeing himself trending, kicked his chair in frustration, determined to storm the Chinese website and demand, "Who is this straight man? I must capture him and finish Xinjian." Dingling. The phone rang, and Wang Lang's expression soured as he recognized the caller, his wealthy friend with whom he usually partied and fished. "What do you want?" Wang Lang snapped. The voice on the other end burst into laughter. "Young Master Wang, 100,000 yuan to urge an author for updates, and still no results. Ha! Get lost." Wang Lang flung the phone away in anger. Chapter 65. The album launches strongly in the Chinese website building in Kyoto was dumbfounded. As the review section forced work required maintenance. Dingling was furious. What was this man playing at? He even wrote a song? What happened? Had already shut down his computer, having anticipated the backlash. "I'll just write harder tomorrow if it comes to that." He had already taken the plunge. And the outcome was unexpectedly favorable. They were trending. What's wrong? You tell me. S annoyance escalated upon hearing his tone. "Do you even know what you're doing?" Setting aside young Master Wang's identity, he rewarded you 100,000. And all you did was post an advertisement? You can write songs too? I didn't see it before I posted. Should I update tomorrow? I've already published it, replied nonchalantly. The buzz belongs to me, and I wrote the song. Isn't that logical? That doesn't justify posting an advertisement. Your review section is paralyzed. The staff is scrambling to manage it. Do you know how many trending topics you have? Fumed. Young Master Wang spent 100,000 yuan to urge an author for updates, and yet he got nothing. Do you realize how badly you're being criticized? Scratched his head, wishing this hadn't happened, silently apologizing to Wang Lang multiple times. But what can I do now? Should I update? That wouldn't make it any better. Besides, once they hear how good the song is, they understand. Are you that confident that a novelist's song will be good? Massaged her temples. Nodded, for he had heard sing. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he tentatively suggested, "What if the chief editor uses the official Chinese website account to help me promote it again?" Get lost. Hung up in a fit of rage. That scoundrel. She had just learned that the person named was the celebrity her sister was pursuing. An idol singer who had been shelved by the entertainment company? Besides being attractive, how good could her singing be? Suddenly, it dawned on her why it cautiously inquired if she had a sister named. They truly knew each other. How infuriating. Recalling that afternoon when it called to ask about the author of Xinjian, she felt utterly perplexed and knew she had to clarify matters soon. In Haipu City, at the Xinguang Huyu building, and were all present, including his assistant. However, the atmosphere in the conference room was tense, with everyone's expressions grim, particularly S. He is that lyricist, a novelist? Was incredulous, having used Weibo account to ride the wave of trending topics 3 times today. Who would have thought? How did they know each other? S face darkened, as with this level of buzz. S album was set to launch in just an hour and a half. It would surely explode in popularity. No one knew how they became acquainted. When had left, no one paid her any mind. Everyone thought she had returned to the orphanage, oblivious to the fact that she had secretly purchased a small apartment. Even her search for was known to only by chance. Before this, who would bother to pay attention to someone destined to be a mere tool? Moreover, they had thoroughly grasped her background, being the more composed one. Only hoped that would generate profits for the company without becoming too famous. He merely wished for her album to be moderately successful, yielding some revenue for the company, after which she could leave whenever she pleased. S contract was set to expire in February next year, and he had no expectations for her to renew. Look into this. A poet who made it into textbooks, a novelist who topped the Chinese website's history on the same day, should not be underestimated. At this moment, S' expression was exceedingly dark. After leaving a final remark, she departed. Thinking of making a comeback? She scoffed silently. You, a third-tier singer, despite riding a wave of explosive popularity, are merely flailing in desperation. Once my album drops on the 14th, with my rising popularity, I will be among the top tier. How can you compare with me? You want to even secure the theme song for that art film. Fumed, irritated by the ungrateful director. At midnight, S fan count surged to 400,000, with most drawn by curiosity and her looks. The trending topics continued to soar, and as midnight struck, suddenly claimed the top spot on the trending list. Although much of the commentary criticized for being unproductive, focusing on novels while writing songs, and suggesting that perhaps he was just slacking off, gazed at the trending data. Swallowing hard, the promotional efforts she had so desperately pursued paled in comparison to the single advertisement buy, yet had chased them out, claiming she wished to catch up on sleep and would rise to check the album launch later. They believed her. Lay on her bed, watching the flickering phone screen. Each time it dimmed, she would light it up again, the screen displaying her WeChat messages, saved under the name. The moniker stemmed from their first meeting's chaotic encounter. She had been staring at it for over an hour, glancing at the clock, realizing was about to launch. He shouldn't be asleep. He must be waiting to listen. Although he had already heard it, at this moment, seemed to completely disregard the sales results of the trending song. She bit her lip, her fixated on the screen, her finger finally sliding across it. Are you asleep? After a few seconds, appeared as typing, causing his eyes to light up, and she unconsciously smiled. Lying on his bed with headphones on, held his phone high in front of his face, aware that a slight misstep could lead to classic consequences. As for sleeping, it was time for, dear sister, I have already cultivated the right emotions. Oh, pondered for a moment before asking. Your intention to promote your novel within the confines of your book review section is quite perplexing to me. I have noticed that it has become unusable. What she meant to convey was that she had observed you being criticized by many, and when she witnessed this, her peach blossom eyes were filled with ire. Yet she hesitated to voice her thoughts, fearing it would further upset you. Zhinan pondered whether the landlord truly cared for her well-being. Are you genuinely concerned about me? She believed that one must act upon their inner thoughts, hence she posed the question. Xia An'ge's earlobes flushed with color as her fingers fumbled to type. No. Oh. It was merely an illusion. A trivial matter indeed. Tomorrow I shall update abundantly. The summer breeze is so delightful. I have simply unearthed a treasure for them. And they will surely express their gratitude come dawn, perhaps even thanking me after listening to the song. Zhinan's fingers danced adeptly across the keyboard. Xia An'ge's smile only broadened, as if her eyes mirrored her joy. Are you certain it is a treasure and not a fright? A treasure. Zhinan replied with unwavering conviction, for he was currently immersed in listening. The title of Xia An'ge's album was Summer's Breeze, and the cover featured her attire from the day she had coincidentally picked herself up from the airport. She exuded beauty, captivating and enchanting in equal measure. Zhinan's gaze remained fixated, realizing that the landlord's smile could easily overshadow any star he had previously encountered in the entertainment industry. The song was officially released. Right on time, without a single hitch, the single could be purchased for a mere 2 yuan. A considerable number of individuals awaited its arrival. For the fervor surrounding it was overwhelming and piqued their interest. Had it been a poor song, these individuals would have stormed the review section of the poorly rated novel, demanding that the inept author return to their writing desk. Young Master Wang was also awaiting this release, anticipating the song that had cost 100,000 in rewards but had now become the focal point of an advertisement. Just 2 yuan. In comparison to 100,000. The difference was astronomical. Purchase. Play. Suddenly, a gentle guitar melody graced the air without warning. As Xia An'ge's soft words floated in, the song commenced. The languid winds of July caressed the atmosphere. Even the clouds turned warm. Soon, the sky grew heavy, and rain fell after a bout of clouds. Oh yeah. Young Master Wang was instantly jolted awake. This song. This voice. Unconsciously, he turned the volume up. Xia An'ge's tender and languorous singing echoed in his ears, leaving Wang Lang in a daze. The summer breeze, I shall never forget. Clearly and distinctly, you profess your love for me. I see your cool smile, and also, your shy moments. He was once again immersed, as if strolling through the summer, with a lovely girl by his side. It felt wonderful, truly wonderful. The gentle, lazy sea breeze swept over the towering peaks. Why are you not here? I asked the mountain winds to bring you back. Xia An'ge sang with an exquisite blend of gentleness and a hint of alluring languor. Wang Lang could not restrain himself. He listened repeatedly. Was this advertisement worth 100,000 after all? Chapter 66, A Sleepless Night. Little did young Master Wang know, he was not alone in this sentiment. Comments on Summer's Breeze exploded, with positive reviews pouring in. I cried, what a divine song is this? Upon first hearing, I simply could not stop. Oh summer, oh summer. The lyrics and melody, that one segment of humming, truly brought me to my knees. My mother asked why I was kneeling on the floor listening to music at midnight. I must share this song with my friends. Immediately. Right now? So do I. I finally understand why the straight man rewarded 100,000 without flinching. It turns out it is indeed a splendid song. Oh, how I suddenly wish to apologize. This is outrageous. Look, the lyrics and composition are truly by Zhinan. As if writing for Xianjian were not enough, he has also penned poems included in textbooks. Now he is delving into music. He is such an anomaly. Yet I adore it. I am already envisioning the scene of listening to the song while watching Xianjian tomorrow. Xia An'ge's tender and languorous voice, combined with the captivating melody of Summer's Breeze, ensnared one fan after another, and the instances of paid purchases steadily increased. within just over an hour. It surged to 8th place on the Huagua Music New Song chart. Huagua Music is the most authoritative music institution in Huagua, akin to Zhinan's previous Life's Dubon platform. Moreover, the fervor continued to escalate. The lyrics paired with Xia An'ge's voice were nothing short of a masterpiece. All those who had originally come to witness the 100,000 reward advertisement had forgotten their initial intentions. They simply looped the song endlessly, fervently recommending it to friends, claiming to have discovered a super treasure of a song. Come and seize the moment. Those rudely awakened by friends may have been reluctant, yet for a mere 2 yuan. Some directly purchased it to share. All they could say was, "Let me hear it." They acquiesced, clicked play, and when Xia An'ge's voice resonated, they were left stunned. Thus, the scene repeated itself. They called upon more friends to engage in the same activity. "Let me hear it." Cheng Minjing and Ruaning once again disregarded Xia An'ge's protests and burst into her room, tackling her to the ground. Xia An'ge gasped, her impeccably refined face receiving a peck from Cheng Minjing. "An'ge, it's a hit. It's a hit." 8th place on the new song chart. Within just an hour, Xia An'ge exerted herself to push Cheng Minjing away, her cheeks slightly flushed as she shot her a glare. Since knowing Cheng Minjing, her face had endured such trials. Though it had never been kissed by a boy. "I understand now." Xia An'ge appeared quite nonchalant, as if the song were not her own. Cheng Minjing, filled with fervor, became momentarily dazed in the presence of Xia An'ge. "Why do you seem so unhappy?" "I am very happy." Xia An'ge collected her phone discreetly. Zhinan had fallen asleep, bidding her good night before closing his eyes. "I did not notice. An'ge is just like that. You wouldn't understand." Ruaning, however, could see that Xia An'ge was indeed quite elated, for the corners of her mouth were curved upwards. "Look, the ranking has risen again. 7th place." Cheng Minjing refreshed the page, and Summer's Breeze immediately climbed another position. The Huagua Music New Song chart. Songs released within 2 months accumulate various metrics to appear on the new song chart. Yet, Xia An'ge's song had not even been online for 4 hours. The dawn had yet to break. This signifies that Xia An'ge is quite likely to ascend to the pinnacle of the new song chart within this time frame. In a villa in Kyoto, Cheng Mingxi could not sleep, agitated and restless. At midnight when the song was released, she clicked to download it, eager to discover what kind of song Zhinan had crafted. To have him promoted on the very first day of his new book's release amidst such a surge of popularity. The cover was rather appealing. Cheng Mingxi cast a casual glance at Xia An'ge on the cover. The accompaniment to Summer's Breeze was brief. She clicked play, and the melody began, followed by Xia An'ge's voice leaping forth in harmony. "Why are you not here? I asked the mountain winds to bring you back." Cheng Mingxi found herself momentarily speechless, her fingers uncontrollably clicking play once more and again. Ultimately, she silently marked the song with a heart, saving it for herself. This truly is an exquisite song. The melody of Xia An'ge possesses profound depth, particularly the languid tones that tug at the heartstrings, stirring a sense of yearning within. The Summer Breeze. How could Zhinan possibly craft such lyrics and music? What manner of person is he? Cheng Ming, she found herself utterly perplexed by Zhinan, a fresh graduate, not even from a literary background, whose previous novel lingered in the lower tiers of Chinese web literature. In a lavish villa in Haipu City, Yuan forcefully smashed her valuable phone onto the ground. As if that did not suffice, she stomped on it vehemently with her foot. Nearby, Xiao Yuan cowered in a corner, trembling in fear, perceiving Yuan as a madwoman. "Give me your phone." Yuan suddenly glared at Xiao Yuan, her expression dark. Xiao Yuan dared not refuse and hurriedly offered her unlocked phone. Yuan opened Weibo once more, and to her astonishment, Xia Tian's phone was trending at number 1. Number 1. It also ranked 7th on the Huagua Music New Song chart. In a mere 4 hours, it surged to 7th place. She understood the significance of this achievement. Even if she released her song on the 14th, it would be impossible to break into the top 10 of the new song chart in such a short time. Yet, here it was at 7th place. Unless one resorted to purchasing votes, which few would do unless absolutely necessary. As even if the superficial results appeared impressive, those in the know would understand the reality. Why? Yuan clenched her teeth, raising her gaze at Xiao Yuan. Why did she manage to reach the new song chart solely through the promotion of a novelist? Xiao Yuan's eyes flickered, unable to meet Yuan's gaze. Perhaps it's just good fortune. Fortune? Yuan scoffed, her expression mocking. What fortune does an orphan have? I don't know. Xiao Yuan was on the verge of tears, having never witnessed such a grim countenance on Yuan. "You may leave," Yuan commanded abruptly, and Xiao Yuan fled the villa in haste. As she reached the ground floor, she heard the distinct sound of her lost phone. Equally stunned were Hua Jie and Chu Taoyu, who sat in the apartment, exchanging silent glances. Chu Taoyu wearily sank into the sofa, clutching her gleaming phone. The screen displaying Xia An'ge ranked 7th on the new song chart. Once, her goal was to break into the top 10 within a week of releasing her album. Yet now, Xia An'ge demonstrated that she could achieve what Chu Taoyu could only dream of in mere hours. Why? She voiced her bitter inquiry. Despite all the suppression, she could not be vanquished, rising again with even greater determination. Chu Taoyu realized that although her album had yet to be released, she had already lost. She could not compete against a song that soared to the new song chart in just a few hours, nor could you one. Zhinan, Hua declared earnestly. I cannot deny Xia An'ge's voice, but this song was tailor-made for her, from the melody to the lyrics. Who exactly is this Zhinan? A novelist, yet he has crafted a song of such caliber? Hua was aware. Yet she yearned to understand how this Zhinan knew Xia An'ge, a novelist suddenly penning such a magnificent song. Chu Taoyu had no inclination to ponder who Zhinan was. It no longer mattered. She began to fret about her album being overshadowed. Her emotions oscillated like a roller coaster. Initially, she thought that having Lianzong advance Xia An'ge's album would hinder her from even sharing the spotlight with Yuan. Now, however, she felt thoroughly dispirited. Life truly is filled with tumultuous highs and lows. Chapter 67. This is her summer. Xia An'ge has ignited a frenzy, with comments pouring in and sales skyrocketing. Those who awakened uninformed of the previous night's madness, upon seeing the trending topic of Xia An'ge, were captivated by the beautiful lyrics. In the midst of summer, their interest was piqued, and after a mere 30-second preview, they clicked to purchase without hesitation. The languorous July breeze made even the clouds feel warm. My face gently pressed against her chest. The summer breeze, I will forever remember, clearly stating your love for me. I noticed your cool smile had its shy moments. During the morning rush, many had this song playing in their earbuds. As if the sweltering heat of summer dissipated with the melody, rekindling memories of their fleeting youth. How nostalgic. Especially the gentle humming intertwined with the lazy sea breeze. Listening repeatedly, it remained equally enchanting. By this morning, Xia An'ge's Weibo followers surged from 150,000 to 600,000, all drawn by her music, with none influenced by last night's trending topics, save for a few lingering admirers. Before last night, I had viewed a novelist as someone unworthy of pursuit, and when I sponsored an advertisement, I felt a deep anger. I believed that while the author could craft captivating plots like Xianjian, he was a fool, so I deliberately awaited the song's release. Now, I recognize my error. Zhinan, the straightforward man, is no fool. He is truly remarkable. And Xia An'ge sings beautifully. Truly, it reminds me of the girls I met back in America. Wang Lang, the young master, posted an update early in the morning, particularly following Xia An'ge's Weibo. His post attracted a flurry of comments. Wang Deshao, trust me, you are not alone. Directly impressive. Xia An'ge is so sweet. I'm in love. Not only Wang Deshao, but many renowned influencers were also captivated by Zhinan's Xianjian. Thus, when they learned that Zhinan, amid the burgeoning success of his novel, chose to promote instead of update, they were outraged. Yet now, they were all utterly enchanted. Xia An'ge's soft, languorous voice bestowed a unique essence upon this song. The initial impression of summer is one of heat and stickiness. Yet this song evokes a refreshing breeze, embodying the leisurely essence of a summer afternoon. It resembles a sweet romance, always evoking comfort, regardless of the surrounding environment. Director Wei Kong timely shared Wang Deshao's post while commenting on Xia An'ge, hinting at a surprise in his upcoming film. This comment was swiftly shared by many. Xia An'ge slept soundly, having set aside her previous anxieties. She had done her utmost in recording the song, and regardless of the outcome, she felt unafraid, for she still had her modest apartment. When she awoke to find Cheng Mengying flushed with excitement and Ruaning dancing joyfully, she merely smiled faintly. Cheng Mengying announced that Xia An'ge had climbed to 6th on the new song chart, and at this rate, it genuinely held the potential to reach the pinnacle during its release period. Although each step up the chart posed greater challenges than the last, Cheng Mengying firmly believed it was merely a matter of time, with 2 full months ahead of them. 2 months, and Xia An'ge would undoubtedly claim a spot on the sales chart. That was the arena where the finest competed. The songs that dominated in recent months would be found there. And good yeah, your Weibo followers have reached 700,000. You are a superstar. Ruaning tugged at Xia An'ge's arm, playfully swinging it back and forth. Xia An'ge, feeling helpless, withdrew her arm. Let us eat. Yet within her heart, a sense of joy blossomed, for hard work would surely yield results. Although the journey was fraught with challenges, this summer seemed more vibrant than ever. Even the breeze felt refreshingly cool. The digital landscape thrived, and Qi Sheng, the musician with whom Xia An'ge had once sought collaboration, received a flurry of notifications early that morning. He stared incredulously at his phone screen, unable to believe what he was reading. Just days prior, Xia An'ge had pleaded with him not to take away the song meant for Yuan. He had believed in being pragmatic and thus had declined her request, walking away. But now, how could she have a song? He rarely engaged with Weibo and was unaware of the explosive popularity of Jiang Jinjiu and Xianjian. It was only by chance that he clicked into Weibo today. He was soon in disbelief. Summer Breeze had climbed to the 6th spot on the new song chart. The melody and lyrics were exquisite, far beyond his own capabilities, and even Yuan's song paled in comparison. The heartfelt hum had struck a chord deep within him, and he replayed it countless times. Back then, he had deemed Xia An'ge's success a matter of fate. Could it be that this too was destiny? How ironic. A similar scenario unfolded at Xinguang Entertainment, where Lian Mingji was summoned by shareholders despite Yuan's family holding significant influence. However, Xinguang Entertainment was not a one-man show. Consequently, he reluctantly called Xia An'ge to the company, adopting a noticeably humble tone. Accompanied by Ruan Ying and Cheng Minjing, Xia An'ge, who had left decisively the day before, felt the atmosphere grow increasingly awkward. Lian Mingji could only manage a forced chuckle before speaking. Congratulations, An'ge. A good song will never go unnoticed, ranking 6th already. With some promotion, it could very well ascend to the top. Just overnight, it had soared to the 6th position. This was the dream outcome for countless debuting artists, especially considering Xia An'ge had received no promotional support from the company prior to her album release. While Gu Zhinan's promotional efforts had generated immense buzz, a song lacking in quality could never reach the charts. He had listened to it last night and found it astonishing. Xinguang Entertainment had only reached 2nd place previously, a feat accomplished through extensive promotion of Yuan's album last year. Yet now, a song with a fraction of the promotional budget could potentially enhance Xinguang Entertainment's reputation. Why is even the president interested in our album? Xia An'ge remained silent while Cheng Minjing scoffed. Lian Mingji's embarrassment deepened. Let us not say that. An'ge is part of the company too. This morning, a meeting was held to decide that we would promote Summer Breeze vigorously, aiming for the top of the new song chart. Not just for the company, but for An'ge. Thank you, but I do not require it. Xia An'ge stood up, ready to leave. Her attachment to the company had dissipated entirely. Wait. Lian Mingji blocked her path, his expression awkward. Please don't be angry. It's normal to feel upset. But I'm powerless against the shareholders' demands. He attempted to coax her back to her seat, but Xia An'ge, frowning, evaded his grasp and took 2 steps back. She felt repulsed. What else is there to say? Lian Mingji naturally withdrew his hand, forcing a smile. We are all part of the same company. Furthermore, the contract is still in effect. We cannot remain idle indefinitely, can we? It wouldn't make sense. Besides, An'ge, your popularity is soaring, and the company's willingness to assist with promotion is ultimately for your benefit. How can you even mention the contract? Cheng Minjing was ready to confront him, but was halted by Xia An'ge, who shook her head and addressed Lian Mingji, as if speaking to a stranger. I will be the one to decide on promotional matters. If it's promotion, then so be it. No further discussion. Lian Mingji's smile faltered. Taken aback by Xia An'ge's words, he muttered that he would seek clarification and retreated to his office. Sister An'ge, are you really going to earn money for them? Cheng Minjing frowned, contemplating that they would leverage this opportunity to engage with other entertainment companies and secure a contract more favorable to Xia An'ge. Xia An'ge gently responded, if the initiative lies with us, we will follow our path. Besides, the contract has not yet concluded, and we cannot escape it. Cheng Minjing nodded. If that were the case, they could choose to leave or reject any offers outright. Lian Mingji soon emerged, his expression dark, evidently having been reprimanded over the phone. He hesitated before stating, you may have the final say, but it must not be misused. That is the bottom line. Xia An'ge nodded, while Cheng Minjing stepped forward to request that Lian Mingji send the event proposal to her email, providing him with the address before departing. Lian Mingji clenched his fists in silence, ultimately slamming them on the table in frustration. Before he could recover, Yuan's call came in. Why are you promoting her? Ask the shareholders yourself. Why are you asking me? Lian Mingji retorted sharply. It was this woman who had caused him to endure scorn during the shareholders' meeting that morning and again over the phone. What do you mean? Yuan felt displeased by his tone. Lian Mingji sneered. What do I mean? This morning, your father specifically summoned me to the shareholders' meeting and berated me for nearly an hour. Do you know why? He asked why I hadn't allocated any resources to Xia An'ge. He laughed bitterly. They're all too comfortable, living off the fruits of others' labor. Capitalists truly are parasites. Why? Doesn't he have any sense of the situation? What a performance. Yuan's dominance at Xinguang Entertainment stemmed from her father's significant shares. What was she truly worth? She had believed that Xia An'ge's position might threaten her, as she had previously invested considerable effort in bringing Xia An'ge into the fold through her talent show. Xia An'ge's capabilities were clear to him. Yet, what could he do? The shareholders had thrust him into the spotlight to deflect blame, garnering suspicion from other stakeholders, a strategy that had proven effective. You'd better understand what you're saying. Yuan's voice turned icy. Lian Mingji was merely a pawn elevated by his father. Momentarily stunned, Lian Mingji slowly replied, "Don't waste your energy. Your father won't assist you any longer. They intend to leverage Xia An'ge's popularity to create unprecedented buzz for the company. Whether they can retain her in the future is not for you to dictate." Having finished his statement, Lian Mingji abruptly hung up, feeling increasingly agitated. Yuan's expression soured as she called her father, who responded curtly, advising her to temper her expectations. After all, Xia An'ge's current popularity was immense, and if harnessed well, it could generate substantial revenue for the company. Summer breeze stirred a wave of excitement. Overnight, countless individuals became acquainted with the singer Xia An'ge and her enchanting song. In this sweltering summer, I still remember that summer, the days we spent together. On that day in the playground, you lowered your head and confessed your feelings for me. In that moment, the summer breeze felt refreshing, as if the world had been reduced to just you and me. This poignant comment soared to the top of the song's comment section. Chapter 68. Gu Gongzi by Gu Zhinan gradually awakened from his slumber at 9:30, often dreaming lately of returning home to marry and running a small supermarket. With his parents in good health and a beautiful wife who adored him, Gu Zhinan felt a tinge of melancholy, sensing an implicit message in these dreams. But where could he possibly find a girlfriend? His parents' supermarket was indeed under renovation, and at this rate, it would soon be operational. Alas, first, he needed to devise a plan to catch up on today's Xianjian. After a simple breakfast, he opened his computer, having already learned from his phone that Summer's Wind had climbed to 7th place on the new song chart. It was still holding the top spot on the Weibo hot search list. The results were unexpectedly splendid. He accessed the author's backend on the Chinese website, and without hesitation, he uploaded 30,000 of his remaining 50,000 words, structuring them as 10,000-word chapters. Greetings, fellow Xianjian enthusiasts. Good morning. Have you all listened to the song? Did it meet your expectations? Today, I shall provide 3 updates, each comprising 10,000 words. To express my gratitude for Wang Daxiao's generous tip, I will upload a special 2,000-word chapter shortly. Enjoy. He uploaded it directly. The review section had been well maintained by the Chinese website team. Upon clicking, he noticed 2 additional customer service channels. How impressive! Could I report to customer service that this is more than a mere delay in updates, and perhaps request a ban on the naysayers? The review section buzzed with excitement, all discussing Summer's Wind and eagerly waiting for updates. Have you all listened? Summer's Wind is absolutely mesmerizing. Xia An'ge's voice is truly intoxicating, making this summer extraordinarily delightful. Fellow enthusiasts, she is stunning. I have followed Weibo for 10 years. You are merely captivated by her looks. I, on the other hand, am mesmerized by her talent. Who would have imagined? Can you believe it? A novelist composing songs and even promoting them. The song is genuinely enchanting. Unthinkable. Wow, updates have arrived, brothers. 3 chapters with 10,000 words each. And there will be an additional 2,000-word tribute to Wang Daxiao. Wang Daxiao is truly magnificent. Today's 5,000 words are incredible. I must go listen to Summer's Wind now. Farewell, fellow enthusiasts. The reading mechanism on the Chinese website allows real-time communication in the review section, fostering a strong sense of community among readers. Gu Zhinan noticed the review section flooded with praises for Wang Daxiao and couldn't help but smirk, posting a comment of his own. What is this? Wang Daxiao is magnificent, and his song is delightful. Shouldn't we apologize to Gu Gongzi? Wang Daxiao, in high spirits today, had received boundless praise from netizens. While enjoying the Xianjian series and listening to Summer's Wind, he stumbled upon Gu Zhinan's comment and chuckled. This author seems quite amiable. After all, how could one pen such poetry as let the wine flow freely? He promptly posted a response, yes. I shall apologize to Gu Gongzi. A 2,000-word chapter plus another 1,000. Gu Zhinan, upon seeing this, felt a surge of frustration. Capitalists. The review section erupted with fervor. The screen was filled with Gu Gongzi. I'm sorry. Gu Gongzi is magnificent. Keep updating, Gu Gongzi. 4,000-word chapters are a must. Gu Zhinan's eyes twitched as he gazed at his scant 2,000 stored words. He could only silently question the heavens. The reader's ability to draw conclusions was astounding. Zhinan could hardly withstand the pressure, negotiating with them in the review section. 3,000 words is absurd. How about 2,005? Brothers, Gongzi is feeling overwhelmed. There's no need for apologies. Overwhelmed? A man should never admit to being overwhelmed. If it were me, I couldn't handle it either. Me neither. Gongzi, you have to persevere. How could Zhinan endure this? A man must not admit defeat, even if he was exhausted. The screen should be filled with apologies to Gongzi. Have you not eaten? Why is the apology taking so long to type? The readers could no longer contain themselves. Apologize to Gongzi. Gongzi, I'm sorry. Brothers, we cannot allow Gongzi to look down upon us. Let us flood the chat. Zhinan was equally unwilling to relent, furiously typing on his keyboard. Newer readers had never witnessed such a spectacle. What is this surge of apologies to Gongzi? Ding ding ding. Just as Zhinan was diligently typing, Cheng Mingxi's call came through. Hello, speak up. I'm busy writing. Uft. The composed lady seemed amused by Zhinan's fervor. She too was in the review section, contributing her own Gongzi. I'm sorry. Gongzi. That title fits quite well. In ancient times, referring to such a talented man as Gongzi would be quite appropriate. The song is delightful. How can you write songs as well? Cheng Mingxi inquired, expressing her curiosity. Again with this question, Cheng Mingxi clenched her teeth and, with a charming smile, asked, May I inquire when the character Cheng Mingxi will appear in the chapters? Slap. Zhinan's hands, which had been flying over the keyboard, abruptly halted, fear creeping into his expression. No way. Has Cheng Mingxi disclosed my paternal title to Cheng Mingxi? I'm sorry. A man must endure. Zhinan resolved to concede. What are you apologizing for? Didn't your sister tell you? Tell me what? Oh, it's nothing. I indeed know your sister. I was merely inquiring casually that day. I didn't expect such a coincidence. Ha ha ha. Having said that, Zhinan regained his confidence. A man's dignity must not be compromised. Cheng Mingxi was puzzled. How do you know my sister? It was a peaceful afternoon. I took a cup of milk from the fridge and closed the fridge door 3 times. Then cut to the chase. Your sister went to find Xia An'ge, and I happened to be writing a song for her. And then what? There's nothing more. Zhinan resumed typing, his mouth full of sausage, speaking in a muffled manner. If you want to know, go ask her. Cheng Mingxi glared at the phone, thinking to herself, if I could extract information from this girl, would I still need to ask you? The song is good. But focus on writing. Don't get too caught up in these frivolous matters. Though those frivolous matters have played on repeat all night. But Zhinan is currently the invaluable he sure buy of the Chinese website. Losing him would be disastrous. What if he suddenly decides to pursue music? Understood, Miss Cheng. Zhinan replied helplessly. All right, hurry up and write. I'm eagerly awaiting updates. Gongzi. The esteemed chief editor Cheng and the illustrious Miss Cheng would not take advantage of a struggling author, would they? Scram. Cheng Mingxi indeed enjoyed the perks. Her Chinese website account allowed her to read any book without charge. Zhinan scoffed. Capitalist society is truly absurd. As the sun set, the writer toiled away in the distance. At the twilight of the day, Zhinan fervently produced a staggering 80,000 words. This was achieved under the condition of an exceptionally clear outline, leaving him feeling utterly drained. He uploaded a substantial chapter of 35,000 words. Amidst a chorus of apologies and praises for the esteemed Gongzi. In that moment, Zhinan seemed to discover the pinnacle of his self-confidence. Chapter 69. Thank you heralded the conclusion of a day dedicated to writing. After preparing a simple dinner for himself, a message from Du Xiaoyan chimed in, urging him to continue updating. Little sister, do you think your brother can sacrifice his health for this? Do you read my novels to pass the time? Zhinan could already envision Du Xiaoyan's haughty ponytail. Oh, which character do you favor? I particularly like the grandmother, for she is nothing like the grandmothers portrayed on television. She treats Li Xiaoyao well. Upon sending the message, she felt it inappropriate, as it made her seem overly earnest in her reading. Retract. I think they are all quite good. Your unconventional ideas are truly remarkable, little sister. I shall write the grandmother's demise someday. Zhinan noted Du Xiaoyan's response, confirming that indeed, the grandmother must depart. Not even Jesus could keep her. Do you dare? Du Xiaoyan's eyes widened, exclaiming against this detestable fellow. Do you doubt my courage? It seemed that Zhinan enjoyed sparring with Du Xiaoyan even more than with Cheng Mingxi, as their exchanges were charged with palpable tension. Du Xiaoyan's cheeks puffed in annoyance upon reading his messages. Her grandfather remarked that this man had a good character, modesty, yet to her, he was nothing but a scoundrel. I shall ignore him. The song Summer Breeze had secured the 6th position on the new song charts. After a day's passage, it did not climb any higher. Otherwise, it would be simply absurd to reach the top in a single day. The top position on the Huawei Music New Song chart is determined by sales, reviews, and ratings, alongside real-time streaming. Moreover, the back end of Huawei Music is supported by state-owned enterprises, rendering malicious reviews impossible to manipulate. If discovered, accounts would be immediately banned, with an ID tied to a single identification number, strict. Despite not advancing further on the new song chart, Summer Breeze maintained the lead in real-time sales and streaming rankings. Reviews continued to surge, as listeners seemed to rediscover their summer memories through every story associated with the season. Xia An'ge's Weibo followers finally surpassed the impressive milestone of 900,000. Xia An'ge, perusing the comments, felt a thrill within, yet her expression remained composed. Today, she devoted her time to watching Xian Jinqi Xiajuan, which was exquisitely crafted. Zhinan's writing prowess was indeed remarkable, completely immersing her in the world of Xian. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the crescent moon ascended, she wondered what that man was up to. Was he still writing? Today, he had engaged in a spirited debate with his readers. Xia An'ge observed keenly in the comment section, where countless echoes of Gu Gongzi resonated. Unable to restrain herself, she typed a playful Gu Gongzi. Then, feeling her earlobes flush, she spat, "Bah, bah, bah. He's just a bore." Xinguang Yuhui acted swiftly. By afternoon, Cheng Minjing had taken charge of the promotional plan, ensuring that Xinguang Yuhui established promotional pages across several well-known music platforms. Consequently, when Xia An'ge logged in that evening, she discovered her photograph gracing the homepage, accompanied by Summer Breeze. The promotion was undoubtedly successful. Initially indifferent to Weibo, many began to explore it out of curiosity, listening to the 30-second previews and subsequently becoming enamored. The company commenced its promotional efforts. After considerable contemplation, Xia An'ge could no longer resist sending a WeChat message to Zhinan. This time, Zhinan did not respond immediately. Instead, he perused song reviews and the amusing book review section filled with playful banter. Xia An'ge found the comments rather frivolous, as they persistently encouraged Zhinan to hasten Li Xiaoyao's marriage to Zhao Ling, even suggesting that the grandmother seemed so delighted. If not now, then when? Today, she witnessed Li Xiaoyao peeking at Zhao Ling while she bathed, and the comments were filled with mischievous laughter. Ding! A WeChat notification popped up, and Xia An'ge eagerly clicked it. Such promptness? No unexpected twists? Just as Zhinan emerged from his shower, he noticed Xia An'ge's message and promptly replied. Xia An'ge suspected Zhinan was concerned that her intelligence might be compromised again. This time, the reins are in my hands. I shall go or not go as I please. Zhinan chuckled, realizing that Xinguang Yuhui was, in essence, capitulating. Are they attempting to exploit your worth? Xia An'ge scoffed. It is merely to secure a larger share of your 10% profit. Indeed, the landlord is formidable. Xia An'ge scrunched her nose. Tomorrow, I shall be off on a promotional trip. With a busy schedule ahead, starting from the morning, numerous activities were lined up for Xinguang Yuhui. Cheng Minjing meticulously sifted through the options, declaring that since they were embarking on this venture, they must maximize every resource at their disposal. Her words, though blunt, held truth. Cheng Minjing aspired to elevate Xia An'ge into a true second-tier idol before summer's end, even seeking post-contract opportunities that could elevate her to first-tier status. Increased promotion is undoubtedly beneficial. Your popularity is quite high. I glanced at your Weibo, and you have 900,000 fans, all calling you wife. Zhinan's response arrived, causing Xia An'ge's earlobes to flush crimson as her enchanting eyes narrowed at her phone. This was beyond her control, even when her fanbase was smaller. They often referred to her in such terms. Now, with a burgeoning following, both boys and girls joined in. Just at noon, she had posted a status asking them to call her An'ge, not wife. Who could have anticipated it would ignite such fervor among her fans? The comment section was overflowing. Okay, An'ge. Wife. How infuriating. So you are my fan. May I call you wife? Indeed, I have followed you. Who is it? Xia An'ge pondered whom to follow back. Everything was left unsaid. Time would reveal all. With a twinkle in her eye, Xia An'ge typed away on her screen. My fans are all inquiring why I would collaborate with a novelist to write songs. Zhinan paused. And what did you say? I mentioned that I am your reader. By chance, I privately messaged you. Xia An'ge's expression radiated mischief. No wonder today she noticed numerous comments expressing interest in Gu Gongzi. It turned out the landlord was behind it all. However, it must be noted that even in the book review section, there were calls for him to acquire Weibo verification to garner more followers. What if Zhinan found inspiration for poetry? They would want to be the first to witness it, And most importantly, more updates? Zhinan felt speechless, realizing that the ultimate aim of this group was to compel him for more updates. Were they attempting to toy with his emotions? He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, planning to playfully annoy these endearing readers if they tried to pressure him further. As he continued his banter with Xia An'ge, the hour grew late, drawing near to slumber. The landlord sent another voice message, which conveyed gratitude. "Thank you, Zhinan." However, it was quickly retracted. "Thank you for rescuing me from the downpour. Thank you for the song you wrote, and thank you for the last bit of Xia An'ge." She did not dwell on it, but gazed at the ceiling with her peach blossom eyes, seemingly dispelling the gloom and radiating brightness. "Good night." After Zhinan played the message and momentarily lost her focus, she retracted her message and sent a good night. The tone of her gratitude seemed laced with weariness. She must have been tired. "You are asleep. How can I possibly sleep?" Zhinan found herself ensnared in a web of melancholy. Chapter 70. Street interviews revealed the following day, Xia An'ge departed from Haipu City. As previously mentioned, she would be exceedingly busy, once devoid of engagements for months. Her schedule, now meticulously arranged by Cheng Minjing, was packed with various events. Some were for song promotions, as Cheng Minjing aimed to cultivate a substantial fan base for Xia An'ge, establishing her own fan club. This way, at least on Weibo, the publicity would spread organically, reaching a wider audience compared to traditional promotions. After 2 days, the trending topics had shifted, replaced by new ones. However, the Summer Breeze quietly ascended to 4th place on the new song charts. Zhinan also grew considerably quieter. During the day, she engaged in a battle of wits with her adoring readers, while at night, Xia An'ge would invariably send 1 or 2 messages. The downside was that the landlord had learned to urge her for updates. Tonight, her message read, "Xiaoing says your novel is too short." After a pause, she followed with another message. "I think so too. Please thank her on my behalf, and thank you for tirelessly nitpicking my work." Zhinan felt immense gratitude towards Xia An'ge. After a long day, she still made time to critique her work. The comments section of her novel had seemingly transformed into the most vibrant chat forum on the entire Chinese web. Even other authors, with nothing better to do, would join to discuss the plot of her novel. They sought inspiration, as Zhinan's work was regarded as a seminal piece in the realm of web literature, blending fantasy with a hint of youthful naivety. It truly served as both practice and an experiment, culminating in her literary success. As of now, Xianjian Xiachuan dominated the charts, not solely due to its word count, but also for its unwavering presence at the top. This left other authors in awe, recognizing Xianjian as a unique entity, one that could not be compared to others. They could only observe and glean insights from its narrative. Zhinan had a shorter update today. Yesterday, she had delivered at least 2 chapters totaling 10,000 words. Yet today there were merely 2 chapters amounting to 6,000 words. Who was she trying to appease? "Fellow Taoists, please provide an address. I have just mastered the art of sword control." Feeling frustrated, Zhinan had anticipated a delightful evening with Xianjian, only to discover the brevity of today's updates, prompting her to reread the chapters several times. Upstairs, "I've already reread from the first chapter." Observing the complaints from fellow readers, Zhinan felt a sense of injustice. Other authors released chapters of 2,000 words, publishing 3 a day, while she offered 6,000 words in just 2 chapters. Despite previously thrilling updates of 20 to 30,000 words, the affections seemed elusive. They had previously hailed her as Gugongzi, but after a couple of shorter updates, they derisively labeled her Zhinan. It was utterly unreasonable. On August 13th, with less than a day remaining until Yu Wen's album release, Xinguang Huyu was bustling with activity in preparation. This morning, news of Yu Wen's upcoming album titled Xingxiao appeared on trending topics, and by noon, it surged to the top of the charts. Numerous well-known influencers and celebrities promoted the album, while Yu Wen's fans rallied in support, creating an atmosphere of anticipation. It was a stark contrast to the time when Xia An'ge had her release time manipulated, merely whispering to her fans that her album would drop in the evening. Zhinan had completely disengaged from all of this. Let others chase the trending topics, as long as it did not involve him. His objectives had been accomplished. Over the past few days, Cheng Mingxi had even called to inquire if he wished to pursue a career as a star. Noting that many entertainment companies had contacted her office seeking his information, they even offered to sponsor Zhinan's novel, as many stories were now being adapted into films and television series. Given that his Xianjian was a masterpiece in its early stages, as long as it maintained quality in the latter parts, it would undoubtedly be suitable for adaptation. Moreover, due to the obscurity of Zhinan's face in videos and the lack of available information about him, they could only trace him back to the Chinese web. Naturally, Zhinan declined. Why would he wish to become a star? Was writing novels not fulfilling enough? Becoming a star and aligning with a company like Xinguang Huyu? No. Thank you. In a certain city, within a university dormitory, a student named Xia An'ge leisurely finished reading the latest chapter of Xia An'ge. Unsatisfied, he ventured into the comment section to express his grievances about the lack of substantial updates before switching to a video app in search of an entertaining program to pass the time. Xia An'ge stumbled upon the title of a street interview show from several days ago, intriguingly titled How the Clever Young Man Reduces Life's Troubles. His interest piqued. He clicked on it, only to find a series of street interview questions that did not align with the title. Xia An'ge inwardly cursed the clickbait. As he progressed through the middle of the segment, an adorable female host appeared on screen, exclaiming, "Hey handsome." A puzzled young man with a backpack pointed to himself, and the host approached him, introducing herself, which elicited the man's response. "Can I say no?" Xia An'ge burst into laughter, exclaiming, "What a straightforward guy." He watched for over half an hour, and this individual was the only one to refuse. While contemplating how someone could remain unmoved by beauty, the female host began to flirt, and the young man eventually consented. What happened to being unmoved? Xia An'ge pondered, now curious about the questions the host would pose. "Handsome, what is your name?" Zhinan, not a straightforward man, but Zhinan. "Oh, Zhinan, is it?" Xia An'ge could no longer contain his amusement, laughing heartily as the video included subtitles, and the host either inadvertently or purposefully mispronounced his name as Zhinan. He noticed Zhinan's expression shift to one of peculiar discomfort. Subsequently, the female host asked the question that had been on Xia An'ge's mind. "How do you reduce life's troubles?" Zhinan pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. "It's quite simple. Just don't engage in disputes with foolish people." Is that it?" "Indeed. But handsome, I think you're mistaken." All right, you're right. Farewell." Xia An'ge watched as a carefree figure swiftly exited the scene, leaving the bewildered female host and cameraman behind, with the footage lingering for an extended moment. Ha, this is too much." Xia An'ge could hardly contain his laughter, his stomach aching from the amusement. "What are you laughing at?" His roommate above shot him a bewildered glance, engrossed in Xia An'ge. Xia An'ge did not engage in idle chatter. He directly called him down and rewound the video for him to watch again. His roommate could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. But soon his laughter abruptly ceased, his eyes widening as he muttered, "Zhinan? Xia An'ge, Zhinan. Indeed, Zhinan. Ha. Isn't he the author of Xia An'ge? Zhinan." The roommate was jumping up and down in excitement. Xia An'ge's smile vanished suddenly, as both of them felt they had stumbled upon a great treasure. The Chinese website had his video, though his face was not visible. However, his voice could be heard. They were both exhilarated. The straight man had been repeatedly urged in the comments section to reveal himself, with many claiming the video on the Chinese website was quite blurry, only hinting at a refined appearance. Yet he refused to show his face. Who would have thought? Did you catch that? The roommate's gaze began to solidify with certainty. The voice was unmistakable, although it had undergone some editing. It was close enough for Xia An'ge to ascertain that the charming young man in that street interview was indeed the author of Xia An'ge, Zhinan. The interview took place in Ningnan City. The roommate quickly looked up the introduction at the start of that episode, which indeed mentioned Ningnan City. Posted on Weibo. Update the comments section. We've got him. The straight man is quite handsome after all. No wonder Li Xiao Yao was portrayed so charmingly. Ha. Chapter 71. Unintentionally seizing trending topics, Yuan had been tirelessly promoting her album across various platforms for the past fortnight. Xinguang Huyu collaborated with numerous media outlets to announce the release of Yuan's album. They even spent money to buy trending topics on Weibo, enlisting a host of celebrities and influencers to advertise for her. Furthermore, Xinguang Huyu's most despicable tactic was to drag up Xia An'ge's still pertinent summer hit Summer Breeze to promote Yuan. What nonsense about Summer Breeze transitioning into the height of summer. The height of summer will join forces with Summer Breeze to conquer the new song charts. Xia An'ge's loyal fans felt utterly disgusted, immediately launching a verbal battle on Yuan's Weibo. Yuan paid no heed, while her assistant organized the fans to confront each other, with both sides hurling accusations beneath their idol's Weibo posts. Most of Xia An'ge's fanbase had remained due to Summer Breeze, and were blissfully unaware of the animosity between the two until some seasoned fans spoke earnestly. Only then did they indignantly join the fray. In no time, they managed to push Yuan to the top of the trending topics. This left her in fits of laughter, and she openly posted on Weibo, "Let us work together harmoniously. We all belong to the same company." Xia An'ge's fans expressed their disgust, and just as they were about to retaliate, Xia An'ge updated her Weibo. "No need to pay attention. Just focus on doing your own thing. Calm and unbothered, Xia An'ge indeed showed no interest in these matters. Upon learning of it, she promptly had Cheng Minging post a dynamic update. She hoped her fans appreciated her music rather than being enamored by others. Therefore, she did not wish for her fans to engage in conflict with Yuan's fans, as it was meaningless. With Xia An'ge's update, her fans fell notably silent, praising their beloved An'ge for her kindness, causing her earlobes to flush red during her promotional activities. Upon seeing Xia An'ge's Weibo post, Yuan scoffed. Was she truly afraid of losing her fleeting popularity? She had already secured the top trending position. With another round of advertisements tonight, her first-day sales would undoubtedly be impressive. However, unbeknownst to her, an article entitled How the Author of Xia An'ge's Straight Man Avoids Everyday Conflicts was quietly gaining traction. The viewership was gradually increasing, and the buzz was starting to rise. Meanwhile, Zhinan remained completely oblivious to all this. His goal for the day was to produce 2 chapters, each comprising 10,000 words, to satiate his ravenous readers. Until it came time for the daily commentary session, he noticed something amiss. Why was everyone discussing how to reduce life's troubles? Just don't engage in arguments with foolish people, right? Wait a moment. Wasn't that a question posed by an adorable female host during a street interview at the end of last month? Confused, Zhinan spotted a comment accompanied by a photo. A handsome young man with a backpack wore a puzzled expression. The caption read, Zhinan? Damn. Who posted this? Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. How do you reduce life's troubles? Oh, that is simple. Just don't argue with foolish people. No. I disagree with you. Fine, you're right. You missed one goodbye. That feels good. This straight man is killing me. Who would have thought? Ha ha. I can't take it anymore. Zhinan was drenched in cold sweat, realizing that his esteemed reputation was being tarnished by a street interview. I should never have sought that compliment of handsome guy. Where's Zhinan? No, I mean, Zhinan. Where is he? It's time to come out and entertain. Where's young Master Gu? Young Master Gu, come out and play. Every afternoon at 5 o'clock. Zhinan would enter the comments section to negotiate with his readers about the word count for the next update. Definitely 2 chapters. But the word count was open for discussion. Yesterday, in a fit of anger, he had boldly promised a 10,000-word update today, instantly transforming from the straight man into young Master Gu, exuding an air of grandeur. He must be here. Just too afraid to speak up, right? Young Master Gu? Oh, he is here. This young man is so handsome. He is my ideal Li Xiaoyao. As soon as Zhinan made his appearance, the comments section erupted, teetering on the brink of chaos. Where did you see this? This isn't real. The online world is so deceptive. Don't believe it. Although this handsome guy is indeed charming, he still pales in comparison to me. Zhinan earnestly typed these words, causing the comments section to burst into laughter. Are you joking with me? Oh my goodness, I can't take it anymore. He is still playing around. Young Master Gu, I'm not kidding. With your meager output, why don't you explore Weibo? The little brother who first discovered you has already compared your videos on the Chinese website. They may not be identical, but they bear an uncanny resemblance. You know, the video on the Chinese website doesn't clearly show your face. But your voice doesn't lie, handsome. What? Zhinan lost his composure, quickly opening his computer to check Weibo. Just as he was about to inquire where to find it, he noticed one of the trending topics, how the author of Xia An'ge avoids life's troubles. His trembling hand clicked on it, memories flooding back, and he wished he could forget them all. This is it. I can no longer show off in public. The video clearly displayed his handsome face, complete with subtitles. It had even made it to the Weibo trending topics. This sudden surge of attention caught Zhinan completely off guard. Yet for Yuan, it was a sudden blow. She had planned to promote her album one last time on Weibo tonight, collaborating with other celebrities to post a dynamic update, only to find the top trending topic was how the author of Xia An'ge avoids life's troubles. How to avoid the vexations of life is of no concern to me. I am currently quite troubled, you know? She has dominated the trending topics for 2 consecutive days, spending nearly hundreds of thousands. With the final promotion approaching, suddenly the author of Xia An'ge appears. At first, Yuan did not even realize who the author of Xia An'ge was, but upon clicking in and seeing the name Zhinan, she wished she could devour the handsome man in the video alive. Zhinan. Once again, Zhinan. Ever since this man made his appearance on Xia An'ge's musical manuscript, he has repulsed her, as he has provided a chance for the previously helpless Xia An'ge to rise again. Especially when Zhinan was promoting Xia An'ge, she felt an overwhelming desire to tear him apart. A mere novelist writing songs, promoting them, and even topping the trending charts. During the fervor of summer, she even sought to find Zhinan through connections to see if she could win him over. Unexpectedly, the Chinese website refused to provide any information about Zhinan. And now, a street interview has exposed it. Moreover, It has overshadowed her own trending topics. A novelist merely revealing his true face has stolen her spotlight for 2 days. Chapter 72. How she acted cute. Yuewen's eyes were glued to the screen, bloodshot and furious. After a long while, she gritted her teeth and made a call. I must trend again. With the album release imminent, I cannot allow any mistakes. Even Mingji was reluctant upon hearing Yuewen's words. The promotion for your Weibo has already cost over 600,000. The budget is a bit excessive. Too many resources have been invested in Yuewen. Even leveraging the remaining heat from Xia An'ge. Increase it. Yuewen nearly restrained her emotions, insisting, I will not permit any errors. A fleeting shadow crossed Mingji's eyes. Very well. The power of money is formidable. Once invested, it is crucial to enlist some celebrities with a bit of clout for publicity. The buzz around Yuewen's album once again surged to the top, suppressing the heat of the Xinjiang author. Yuewen let out a cold laugh. Last time, Xia An'ge's rise was too sudden to contain, but this time, sorry, this world still values strategic maneuvering. Seizing the moment, Yuewen immediately announced that her album would be released at midnight on the 14th, offering a different love in the sweltering summer. A full-fledged promotional effort. However, what Yuewen did not know, and even Zhinan was unaware of, was that his formidable fan community had engaged in an in-depth discussion on the topic of how to avoid life's troubles. They were astonished to see the trending list being toppled and seemed unusually united, even reaching out to the Street Interview's official Weibo. They proceeded to include the official Weibo in the trending topics and fervently shared the original video. Consequently, more people came across this segment and could no longer contain themselves. Where is Xiaoyu? Please come out. I am a straight man. How do you reduce life's troubles? Have you ever argued with foolish people? I believe you are mistaken. And you are correct? I think I am also wrong. So who is right? Gu Zhinan is right. Ha ha ha. I am laughing my head off. A top-tier contest. Xiaoyu. The production team of the Street Interview, which was originally working on the next episode, suddenly noticed an influx of comments on their official Weibo, all obsessively asking about how to reduce life's troubles. Wasn't this the highlight of the previous episodes? At that time, they thought this interview could boost the show's popularity, but they never anticipated it would suddenly ignite like this. Zhinan, with a keen sense, he opened the trending list and indeed found a topic titled Xinjiang author teaches you how to reduce life's troubles climbing steadily. The head of the production team immediately sought out the host from that day, Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was surprised as well. How did a previous interview suddenly explode in popularity? She remembered how the handsome guy had challenged her, leaving her momentarily speechless. He is the author of Xinjiang Xia. The production team leader, Lao Chui, exclaimed excitedly. This novel, Xinjiang Xia, had recently gained immense popularity. Even those who do not read novels had heard of it. Xiaoyu was somewhat astonished. She had heard of Xinjiang and had listened to Xia An'ge because of the advertisement from the author, and she liked it immensely. That handsome guy is actually the author of Xinjiang Xia. Watching the comments pouring in on the official Weibo, she felt as if she had returned to that afternoon when Zhinan had left her flustered and speechless. Just do not argue with foolish people. How frustrating. Let us film a video, Xiaoyu. Just share your thoughts from that day. This is definitely a hot topic. Lao Chui was thrilled. Their production team had been struggling, and they needed a hot topic to boost their visibility. The kind of heat they could not achieve with great effort was now being served to them on a platter. Who would have believed it? Thus, around 10 o'clock that evening, the Street Interview's official Weibo released a short video. In the video, the girl sat somewhat nervously in a chair, greeted everyone, and recounted the experience of encountering Zhinan for the interview. That day, I simply thought he was quite handsome. So I wanted to interview the good-looking young man, who knew he would refuse. I certainly could not let him go that easily, so I acted cute, and he agreed. He said his name was Zhinan. I actually knew he was Zhinan, not a straight man. But I thought to tease him a bit for the sake of the show. However, I did not expect that when I asked him how to reduce life's troubles, he would reply, without a moment's hesitation, just do not argue with foolish people. I instinctively asked why. Then I realized that was not the way to go. So I said I thought he was wrong. I fell into his trap. He said goodbye and ran off. I was stunned for quite a while before I realized. He gave me no chance to respond. I had no idea he was the author of Xinjiang at that time. Xinjiang had not yet been released. As Xiaoyu recounted this part, her expression bore a hint of grievance, appearing as if she had been wronged, successfully and subtly capitalizing on the trending topic. Consequently, viewers found it even more entertaining, fervently sharing and commenting, while some well-known internet celebrities joined in after learning about the entire situation. All amused by the joke and adding to the viral sharing. The Street Interview's official Weibo experienced a surge in followers, and the program's head was grinning from ear to ear, astonished at how much popularity could be gained from a single promotion. Only Xiaoyu, however, did not appear as delighted as one might expect. The netizens had transformed into a legion of jokesters. Just do not argue with him. Why did you argue with him? I did not react in time. Ha ha ha. I just acted cute with him? Can you demonstrate that again? I am Zhinan. I did not see it that time. Zhinan does not have Weibo, and the internet users, unable to find a place to vent their frustrations, can only frantically comment on the trending topics and in the book reviews. Straight man, straight man? Oh no, is young Master Gu coming out to play? He must be hiding behind Weibo, having finished watching the video. Hurry and verify a Weibo account. Running back and forth is exhausting. Setting that aside, the girl's portrayal is rather lackluster. I wish to hear young Master Gu recount how she was acting coy at that moment. The essence is lost in the video. Such absurdity. Zhinan, upon watching this video, felt a shiver down her spine. Her words are utterly incorrect. She is fabricating the truth. She did not act coy. Did she? I did not agree out of any flirtation. My consent was thoroughly considered. This is clearly an exaggeration. Yet, no one could hear his words, especially the landlord. Xia An'ge, who watched Zhinan's interview video multiple times, even rushing to give a thumbs up to the street photography account. How did she act coy? Zhinan felt utterly heartbroken upon seeing the WeChat message from Xia An'ge. A lifetime of reputation, ruined by a mere display of affection? You must believe me. After all this time spent under the same roof, do you not know me? If I were lecherous, would I not have shown it at that moment? After running an event, Xia An'ge returned to the hotel, exhausted, rubbed her palms, and picked up her phone to check the latest chapter of Zhinan's Xianjian. Little did she expect to see news on Weibo. Upon entering and watching the video, she saw that girl acting coy towards Zhinan, prompting him to acquiesce. His resolve was utterly flimsy. After all that time spent pleading, he finally agreed to be her boyfriend for a day? Gumanzi, truly detestable. Thus, she contemplated asking Zhinan. However, upon hearing Zhinan's explanation, her earlobes flushed crimson. What do you mean by being lecherous towards oneself? Who else resides under the same roof? Are you a ghost? Zhinan was perplexed. Why, now that she is out, does she refuse to own up? Shameless. A girl merely acts coy, and you acquiesce. Zhinan found herself in a quandary. She was merely acting, much like you did when portraying me previously. Oh, I need to rest. Upon seeing this message, Xia An'ge's peach blossom eyes glinted with a hint of menace, deciding to disregard this person. Zhinan felt her explanations were futile. She was in great distress. Chapter 73. Ultimately, you are beyond my reach. Yumin could never have anticipated, as it neared 11:30, that she would be thrust back into the limelight once more. The author of Xianjian instructing readers on how to alleviate life's troubles has utterly surpassed the fervor surrounding Yumin's album release. It has surged to the pinnacle of trending topics. Moreover, it continues to gain traction. She could scarcely fathom that the coveted headline she longed for was akin to a hot potato in Zhinan's hands. He had no Weibo. Thus, the entire platform became a wellspring of joy for netizens. Additionally, he possessed a book review section. Nearing the witching hour, his book review section was ablaze with activity. Messages flooding in. The time has come. Is he a straight man today? That is not correct. What about you? I believe you are also mistaken. Ha ha. Stop messing with me. Your comments have me laughing uncontrollably. Young Master Gu, today, let's not discuss updates. Let us chat about how to act coy in a way that would captivate your heart. I believe it should be a direct leap into your arms. No, it should convey a sense of delicate tenderness, evoking the feeling of a spring breeze. As Zhinan observed the torrent of comments in the review section, he reached a conclusion of his own. Goodness, this has gone awry. Zhinan even contemplated asking Cheng Mingxi to temporarily disable his review section. Yet Cheng Mingxi retorted that this was yet another opportunity to draw attention to your Xianjian. Created by oneself, endured by oneself. What do you mean, created by oneself? From beginning to end, I have been passive, alright? Cheng Mingxi, disregarding him, advised that he should verify a Weibo account in the coming days, noting that Zhinan's popularity has now reached the zenith of Chinese online platforms. The reason she initially refrained from promoting Zhinan was that the video was indeed not very focused, and she hoped for him to maintain an air of mystery. Who would have thought this fellow would orchestrate a promotional advertisement for 100,000 rewards on the same day, only to have someone unearth the street interview video from a few days prior? As for the interview, that was one thing, but what did his responses mean? What do you mean by advising not to engage in disputes with foolish individuals? She had just spoken with Zhinan on the phone and almost blurted out. You are wrong. She had been thoroughly brainwashed. All day long, this narrative has been visible on Weibo. even permeating the book review sections of other authors on Chinese online platforms. What other novelist could stir such fervor? Only someone like Zhinan could. Lacking the support of his superiors, Zhinan felt utterly disheartened, sensing that his fervent dedication to Chinese online platforms was met with disdain. He did not desire the spotlight. He could no longer bear to gaze upon the review section, nor did he wish to visit Weibo. Cheng Mengshi insisted he register a Weibo account. And after some contemplation, he recognized the necessity of clarifying his position. Surely, he could not allow a mere display of affection to dictate his entire life. Clarity was essential. Thus, he searched for a verification tutorial on his Weibo, following the instructions for a lengthy half-hour before successfully completing his verification just past midnight. So swift? He had not anticipated finishing the verification in merely half an hour. Was it not supposed to take 13 working days? Moreover, he had clearly verified as a Chinese online author with works such as Qin Shi Mingyu and Xianjin Qi Xiaozhuan. Yet now he was recognized as a Chinese online author, poet, and musician. Although many individuals possess multiple titles, he did not desire that. Zhinan felt somewhat bewildered. However, the verification personnel were not perplexed. There were always staff on duty, and the number of people seeking verification at midnight was truly scant. Yet, upon seeing that a person named Zhinan was present for verification, their drowsiness vanished. Another fan of Xianjian and a follower of Xia An'ge. His presence was a refreshing breeze in their otherwise monotonous duty. They promptly verified Zhinan, bestowing upon him the titles of author, poet, and musician. Because Zhinan indeed embodied several identities, he adhered to professional ethics. Moreover, they directly screenshot his verified Weibo, attaching it to today's trending topic on how to avoid disputes with foolish individuals, with a note, captured in the dead of night. Young Master Gu verifies his Weibo. Then, he returned to the book review section of Zhinan's Xianjian, where numerous individuals remained active, discussing what tomorrow's plot might entail. He hurriedly called those individuals to check out Zhinan's verified Weibo. Zhinan was blissfully unaware that he had once again been embroiled in controversy. He simply wished to clarify that the video clearly depicted his intentions were purely benevolent. Yet it seemed that this program had exploited the situation for attention. It was quite repulsive. For reasons unknown, he felt quite displeased after Xia An'ge's remarks. Had I, Zhinan, not been able to withstand Xia An'ge's flirtations, would I be swayed by a slightly charming girl today? Having spent a decade into run fa slicing fish, my heart has grown as cold as my knife. After contemplating throughout the night, I believe that a gentleman should be open and forthright, ultimately deciding to verify a Weibo account to assert, do not use me for publicity. I am but an ordinary novelist, and additionally, an amateur poet. Here is a poem I present to everyone, wishing you all the discovery of your own virtuous one, and to cherish her for a lifetime. Now, let me share the poem without further ado. Inside the Xinguang Yuhua building, Yuwen and Lian Mingji exchanged stern glances, fixated on the trending topics on the computer screen. With a forceful slap, Yuwen struck the table, her teeth clenching with a sharp sound. She had exerted considerable effort in promotion. Indeed, tonight's television series would feature her song Xingxia as its accompaniment. Failing to secure the theme song for the artistic romance film, she settled for an insert in a campus drama instead. This was also the reason she advanced the release of her album from the 15th to the 14th. As the series was set to premiere on the 15th, the production of the series itself was not inexpensive, and the promotional efforts had been commendable. For days, she had worked tirelessly to rally fans and advertise across various regions. Everything was in place, requiring only a final push today to maintain the trending status. If successful, the momentum of her new song would endure in the coming days. Yet now, all seemed like a fleeting dream, abruptly shattered by a mere novelist. Resignation settled in as Lian Mingji sighed, acknowledging that the company would not assist with promotion in the last 30 minutes. 100,000 had already gone to waste. Not counting other promotional expenses, the album of Chu Taoyu also requires funding for promotion. You will face some impact, but it is not insurmountable. It's just a matter of losing the heat over these 2 days. Just? Yuwen lifted her head, retorting with sarcasm. Do you understand how crucial the initial days of an album's heat are? Your position is not without its own issues. Lian Mingji's expression faltered momentarily, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes before he regained his composure. He rose and stated coolly, whatever you say does not concern me. If you desire promotional funding, either finance it yourself or request it from the chairman. Yuwen remained silent, and Lian Mingji, naturally unwilling to court misfortune, informed her of his departure. Without receiving a response, he felt no need for one. Shortly after Lian Mingji left, Yuwen stood, coldly muttering a word of disdain. She took one last glance at the computer screen, observing that the top trending topic still belonged to that author of Xianjian. Its heat was marginally higher than hers. And with gritted teeth, she resolved to invest in another surge of trending status. She refused to believe that, even at this late hour, they could suppress her trending topic. A mere 200,000. She could afford it. Yuan etched the name Zhinan into her mind, marking it with humiliation, and then recalled Xia An'ge. This woman, hailing from an orphanage, had showcased an exceptional singing voice the moment she entered Xinguang Yuhua, coupled with striking beauty. An orphan who encountered a novelist, penned a song, and achieved fame. Indeed, it was somewhat ironic. The principle of investing for efficiency is both sound and valuable. After her album was released, within an hour, Weibo and several other media outlets published articles late at night to bolster her presence. She swiftly ascended to the top of the trending list. Upon seeing this, she maintained a calm demeanor, gathered her belongings, and called her assistant, Xiao Yuan, to summon the driver, returning to her villa, until she retired for the night. Yuan continuously checked the trending list, ensuring her standing remained significantly elevated before finally succumbing to sleep, envisioning the sales for the following day and how she would ascend the charts. However, unbeknownst to Yuan, after she fell asleep, a new trending topic surged at an astonishing pace, ultimately claiming the top spot on Weibo as dawn broke.